Deep into the night, Phoenix Fairy Beauty woke up from her dream. She noticed something different below her body. In a daze, she moved her hand downwards and then realized that she was lying on Yue Yang's body. Her sleepiness receded like a tide and her mind became completely awake. She opened her eyes and looked at her sleeping lover, looked at his handsome face, that was softly illuminated by the light. She couldn't help but sigh. When she looked at him like this brat was truly handsome. Without his mischievous smile during daytime, he was quietly sleeping. His handsome face and perfect body emitted an indescribable charm. His current appearance could probably be that of the legendary sleeping gods. Phoenix Fairy Beauty had always thought that a man's sleeping posture would never look good. However, tonight, her solid thought had finally been overturned. Looking at him during the day and looking at him while sleeping carried two completely different types of charm. During daytime, he was very mischievous and energetic. His smile carried a hint of naughtiness. No matter how you look at him, all you could see was a bad boy, but you could never get angry at him. When he looks at his enemies, his eyes would always be filled with ridicule. When he looks at his relatives, he would also be like a fox and never reveal his true side. However, when it comes to women, he was completely tyrannic, as if he could peer through their hearts. Even when he looks at their clothes, he would stare as if he must see through them. He was this kind of aggressive villain. If others provoked him, the results would be ugly. However, while sleeping, he was completely different. He was extremely peaceful. He was completely different from Sky Fury, who could sleep anytime and anywhere with a snore that could shake the heavens. Yue Yang was different. He could not easily fall asleep unless it was at a safe place. Moreover, while he was sleeping, he was abnormally peaceful. If others saw this, they would have thought that the evil and perverted daytime Yue Yang was an illusion. This kind of deep sleep carried a peculiar kind of loneliness. He would always want to embrace someone to fall asleep. It was as if he would be left behind by everyone if he did not do this. Although he was very rampant and tyrannical during the day, Phoenix Fairy Beauty was very certain that he was a very scared loner, with a very low sense of security. Moreover, he was a boy who needed to be comforted. Nobody knows his innermost secret. His cover-up during the day was very thorough and no one could sense it. He would also never show it until he peacefully falls asleep at night. Only then will he show his weakness. It's no wonder that he depended on Fourth Mother very much. This was because Fourth Mother emitted a motherly aura, which was the spiritual comfort that he needed the most. It's also no wonder that the sickly beauty and the others would do whatever it takes to at least leave one person behind to accompany him. In this world, only his woman could know his true weakness, which is also them and the comfort that they gave him, making him lonely no more. Bad boy. In the future, I will also take care of you. I think that I could never replace Fourth Mother, but I can become your little mother. I will love you dearly forever. Phoenix Fairy Beauty tenderly and lovingly kissed Yue Yang on the forehead and then lightly kissed his lips. Afterwards, she looked down perfectly satisfied and continued to lie on his chest as their previous memories echoed in her heart. From the beginning, when they met, and then their countless life and death battles. There was also the body fusion training and returning to her foundations when she leveled up. She also remembered saying goodbye to the Charmed Demon Palace and the scenes from the test of the Cards of Fate, all of them flashed in her mind. The most recent was the warring atmosphere between her and Luo Hua City Mistress. At night, she had peeked at them making love and saw Luo Hua on his body as if she was riding a horse rocking and moaning. There was also daytime small affair with him. Thinking about this, she felt it was extremely sweet. The thing that made the Phoenix Fairy blush the most was his touch. She was nervous at the start and then she relaxed. After that her body thirsted uncontrollably as she passively and bashfully accepted Yue Yang's kiss. She then bravely placed his hands on her chest, letting him play with her big treasures. Afterwards, she had excitedly placed her flower bud in his mouth and letting him suck on it, letting him feel her gentleness, like a mother feeding her baby. When he moved his evil hands towards her small flower garden to play tricks, her entire body trembled. She had never imagined that such a thing could make her this happy. His evil hands simply made her hover between life and death. He was also very brazen and actually dared to bend down and kiss her place. It was the first time she had felt that kind of soaring feeling of happiness. This kind of feeling was hard to forget and this was something he gave her. After tonight, she finally understood. Doing those kind of things was not scary at all, but instead extremely pleasurable. It's no wonder that Luo Hua would moan happily like that. Let alone Luo Hua, she also couldn't endure moaning. She clearly knew that everyone would hear it, but she could not endure it because it was just too pleasurable. Phoenix Fairy Beauty had recalled the previous act and her face blushed crimson red and her body gradually heated up. Originally she wanted to give it to him, but she was afraid that the fierce reaction would wake up Yue Bing and the others. Her originally tired body quickly filled with energy. Her tiredness disappeared without a trace and a weird feeling of wanting to exercise appeared. Only the final step remained and she had not given it to him. He had already kissed her entire body, even her most personal flower garden had already been marked by his kiss. Only the final step remained for him to become the true owner. Based on Wu Hen and Luo Hua's situations, she had deduced that making love with him had extraordinary benefits and could even allow them to level up. The first time Luo Hua made love with him she had leveled up to innate rank. If it was her, maybe she could surpass innate rank 10 and reach supreme innate rank 1. Bad boy, how many secrets are you actually hiding? Phoenix Fairy Beauty kissed her lover. The more she looked at him the more she wanted to kiss him. This kind of bastard attracts other people's affection and inevitably have lots of girls surround him. It seems that in the future, she must also be like Luo Hua and entice him at night and serve him until he could not find the chance to run away and go womanize anymore. Her small hands continued downwards and discovered that even though he was deep asleep his evil thing was still as high-spirited as a gun. Maybe this bad boy was dreaming of those kind of things. Phoenix Fairy Beauty felt that her body was burning. On one hand she endured her shame and on the other endured her thirst. She seemed to have lost control over her body as her small hands grabbed onto his evil thing, reluctant to let go. He was very gentle and afraid that he would hurt her, so he did not demand it. However, it was certain that he truly wanted it, but he cherished her body so he endured. Since it was like this, then she should just be a bit more active like he said and simply push him down. He would definitely be happy. Phoenix Fairy Beauty's mind suddenly flashed a bold idea that even surprised herself. Could it be that she received influence from her guardian beast, Charm Demon Queen? However, she should not be able to influence her thoughts. The plan of pushing down was very strong, but needed specific work. Phoenix Fairy Beauty did not have the confidence to complete it. She gradually removed the quilt and looked for a long while. She kept feeling that there was a slight difficulty. When she saw Luo Hua sit on top of his body, she felt that it was not that hard. First thing to do was kiss him and then sit on him like riding a horse. She planned to try it, maybe she could also do it. Phoenix Fairy Beauty strengthened her resolve. If Luo Hua could do it, why couldn't her? Moreover, she had already observed and studied the process. The only problem was that she was not familiar with the actual thing. This was not the same as a test in school after all, being able to do it smoothly should be enough. Previously, Luo Hua also seemed to suck on it for a while, Wu Hen also serviced him like that. Maybe it needed to be moist. Phoenix Fairy Beauty steeled herself and mimicked Luo Hua's position. After she tried it for a few times, she discovered that it was quite hard. Her lips and tongue felt very awkward. She never imagined that she would become so clumsy and her movements were completely stiff. Moreover, Yue Yang, this villain, was also quite big. Ah, what are you doing? Yue Yang was awoken by Phoenix Fairy Beauty's clumsy movement. Nothing. Phoenix Fairy Beauty was ashamed and unable to show her face as she hid under the quilt. Yue Yang burst into laughter. After a long while, she finally dug out of the quilt but did not dare look at him. I only wanted to try it. It seems that I am truly inferior to Luo Hua. Yue Yang endured laughing, don't mind it. At the start Luo Hua was much clumsier than you. Phoenix Fairy Beauty buried herself in his chest. In an extremely small voice, she spoke the bravest words in her entire lifetime, the previous agreement has been dissolved. I want to, with you. Yue Yang stared blankly. Wow, how could this girl get over the idea? She was not afraid of pain? Extremely embarrassed, Phoenix Fairy Beauty lightly bit Yue Yang's chest and used her white fists to lightly hit his shoulders. This place is no good. Let's go to my grimoire world. Only two of us will be there, okay? The sweet and charming beauty with alluring red lips. Her desire carried kindness, how could he not be happy? How could Yue Yang let down a beauty's good intentions? He carried Phoenix Fairy Beauty's snow-white and soft body. Phoenix Fairy Beauty's guardian beast Charm Demon received them as they entered Phoenix Fairy Beauty's grimoire world. Regarding this space that looked like the Charm Demon Palace, Yue Yang did not look around too much as he also did not have the time to distract himself. He wholeheartedly kissed the beauty in front of him. Their love lingered continuously as flames of passion burned. Phoenix Fairy Beauty laid on the bed. Her hands shyly covered her own eyes. She actually wanted to look, but she was truly too embarrassed to look at it. Moreover, she also did not know what to do. Yue Yang continued to kiss downwards. When he reached her scarlet flower buds, he lightly sucked on them, causing Phoenix Fairy Beauty to moan. She could not help but tightly hug his head, making him clearly feel how fine her most beautiful, most bountiful treasures are. This was the legendary suffocation of happiness. Yue Yang was so excited that he almost smiled from ear to ear. Compared to Luo Hua City Mistress and sickly beauties, Phoenix Fairy Beauty's big treasures were much more impressive. The suffocation of happiness that he dreamed of actually appeared. How could he regret his life? The thing that attracted Yue Yang the most was that the Charm Demon Queen actually courageously helped her owner and waited upon him with her. The Charm Demon Queen really put out energy and sucked below him. Although it was the first time she was doing it, her skill was undoubtedly better than her master by a lot. This was because she was born as a charm demon, that had this kind of innate ability. She did not need to learn it nor did she need to practice it. Once the opportunity appeared, she would reveal her innate instinct that surpassed all. When the charmed demon queen received pleasure, it will naturally be passed on to her linked owner, Phoenix Fairy Beauty. This kind of double pleasure quickly made Phoenix Fairy Beauty reach her limits. No, I am so lonely. Phoenix Fairy Beauty tightly embraced her lover and trembled from the passion. The charmed demon queen also continued to convey her pleasure and made her climax in extreme bliss for a long time. She was not able to immediately recover. Yue Yang took this great opportunity to use double body fusion. Phoenix Fairy Beauty was now in innate rank 10. Could she break through heaven rank and become second or third female supreme innate? Last, midterms is finally over, hooray! I failed one exam though, I think, hoo-hoo. Yue Yang truly hoped that he could help Phoenix Fairy Beauty to level up. She had the natural talent to do it, but it was just that her state of mind wasn't there yet. Now was the best opportunity for her to level up. Countless runes flashed brilliantly. The runes formed various images. The images appeared on their bodies, and the more Phoenix Fairy Beauty lost herself in happiness, the more diverse and wonderful the images were. The purest innate chi flowed endlessly from Yue Yang's mouth into Phoenix Fairy Beauty's mouth and flowed through her body. Yue Yang's right hand burned with Nirvana flame, which he pressed gently on Phoenix Fairy Beauty's blood channel a cup ointment on her back. Refining the body and leveling up happened together. With Phoenix Fairy Beauty's current power, it wasn't enough to make a breakthrough into the Supreme Realm. But Yue Yang had a plan. Each time Phoenix Fairy Beauty's energy was exhausted, Yue Yang would drip God's dew and even God's water into her mouth to allow her body to recover to its best condition. He would then use Nirvana Flame and innate chi to refine her body so that she could have a breakthrough in her cultivation and be reborn. The channels in her body were already opened, but what Yue Yang wanted wasn't just channels but also Phoenix Fairy Beauty's entire body to be in the purest state of cultivation. If her body reached its most perfect condition and further remodeled with God's water and Nirvana flames, she would be able to reach the legendary indestructible divine body. This was Yue Yang's true intention. Of course, what mattered most was that they cultivated body fusion at the same time. That was the key needed to achieve a breakthrough. Phoenix Fairy Beauty needed to refine her body to its limits and complemented it with her breakthrough to a supreme innate. Just as Phoenix Fairy Beauty was about to break through, Charmed Demon Queen immediately melded into her body and used all her strength to help her master in her breakthrough. As a strengthening type guardian beast, the Charmed Demon Queen's help could be said to be the greatest assistance to Phoenix Fairy Beauty growth. The union of Yue Yang and Phoenix Fairy Beauty was the beginning of the true body fusion done by lovers. It was also the first step of Phoenix Fairy Beauty in breaking through to heaven rank. The powerful dragon spear rose up in delight. Last, it's the D, not the actual weapon. When its owner reached the outside of the mysterious garden, it mightily announced the new master of the land and proceeded to conquer it with an overbearing attitude. When its owner rode forward to claim the new territory, there was nothing in the world which could stop it. Also, the delicate dewy petals did not remain obstinately guarding the door. It welcomed its new master with passion. There was no resistance nor rejection whatsoever, even if they were too delicate to withstand everything. Phoenix Fairy Beauty's delicate cry proved her chastity. She had given everything to the love of her life, the new conqueror. The flower bloomed beautifully. It was the best gift to her lover, representing purity and devotedness. I'm not hurt, I'm not. Phoenix Fairy Beauty shuddered from the pain as a teardrop fell on her cheeks silently. Still, she strongly embraced Yue Yang, hinting him to continue. She didn't want him to stop because of her delicateness. Love you, forever. Yue Yang kissed the teardrop, trying to soothe her pain with his gentle kiss. They carried on, until they were one. The most important union ceremony of couples body fusion was successfully completed. Innate chi, Nirvana flame, God's dew, and God's water had completely remodeled Phoenix Fairy Beauty's perfect body, making her infinitely closer to reaching the legendary indestructible divine body. At the same time, body fusion had also reached extremity as the runic circle had assembled to its best combination. The Phoenix Fairy Beauty's summoning grimoire floated out and shone brightly. The sky lit up with brilliant colors and a new fragrance filled the air. A large pillar of light from leveling up shot up into the sky. Originally Phoenix Fairy Beauty's light pillar when she became a normal innate did not even reach 200 meters. Now, after much help from Yue Yang, Phoenix Fairy Beauty achieved a new breakthrough. Phoenix Fairy Beauty, originally an innate level 10, had taken a large step, entering the supreme innate realm that only supremes can enter. This was also the so-called heaven rank by rankers of the heaven realm. The light pillar that was originally less than 200 meters had broken through to more than 300 meters. Countless colorful lights came out from the grimoire and slowly enveloped Phoenix Fairy Beauty's body. As for her guardian beast, Charmed Demon Queen, she was also quickly upgrading as she basked in the breakthrough light. It was not an upgrade in level but a fundamental change. The wings and tail behind Phoenix Fairy Beauty as well as the two cute horns on her head were continuously changing. Phoenix Fairy Beauty successfully leveled up into a female supreme, level 1 supreme innate, which was the same as heaven rank level 1. Charmed Demon Queen was still evolving. To achieve fundamental change, one had to go through a process. What can be confirmed was that there will be unlimited possibilities for Charm Demon Queen in the future as she continues to upgrade along with Phoenix Fairy Beauty. Instead of simply leveling up to be a divine beast, someday, she may even level up to become the first Charm Demon Goddess in the world. When Phoenix Fairy Beauty had finished leveling up, Yue Yang, who had not leveled up in a long time, was rewarded by Phoenix Fairy Beauty's powers and his energy soared, charging towards a higher realm. His summoning grimoire appeared automatically and a gold light pillar shot into the sky. Yue Yang's whole body was instantly bathed in the golden level-up light. The grimoire flipped open to the first page where his rank was displayed. From his original innate level 3, he leveled up to level 4. Considering that Yue Yang had skills equal to a level 6 innate when he was a level 1 innate, Yue Yang at innate rank 4, would have skills equal to a level 9 innate. After the breakthrough, Yue Yang had enough confidence and skills to deal a devastating attack to super innates like Xian or Black Prince. If he ever met them, he could even kill them under special circumstances. Yue Yang did not plan to level up to a level 4 innate when he helped Phoenix Fairy Beauty to level up. However, it was not a bad thing. To Yue Yang, the returned favor from Phoenix Fairy Beauty was a hint. Before this, Yue Yang must have also received similar help from Sickly Beauty and Luohua City Mistress. It must have been less intense than what he received from Phoenix Fairy Beauty, thus he hadn't felt it at that time. If this were true, wouldn't Yue Yang benefit much more when he pushes down Yinan, Princess Xian and Shui Wuxia? Most importantly, Yue Yang found out that his Devour Inherent skill was able to benefit the most from such pure energies. Maybe on the day when he could control the Devour Inherent skill, it would be the day that he would be able to defeat formidable opponents like the super powerful Scarlet Emperor as well as Su Kong and Zhu Xiao of the three great leaders of Heaven Realm. Even though Yue Yang had leveled up very slowly previously, it was not because of his lack of talents. It was because Yue Yang had received guidance from Heavenly Sword Goddess that he should secure his foundations in the innate rank and complete all the requirements of an innate ranker. If Yue Yang had not taken the initiative to level down and repeat his cultivation many times, if he had followed how normal innates break through, he would have already been a level 9 innate. Since the skills were the same, Yue Yang would obviously choose to be a level 4 innate as compared to other level 9 innates. It was because it meant that Yue Yang had greater opportunities to break through and level up, while a level 9 innate would have already missed out on the 5 levels in between. The wonderful night passed by. Yue Yang felt an itch on his nose while dreaming and opened his eyes, only to find that it was Phoenix Fairy Beauty playfully brushing her hair over his face. Pervert! You even play dirty when you're asleep. Phoenix Fairy Beauty had woken up to Yue Yang rubbing his hands on her chest. Getting up immediately, she disturbed him with her hair and then burst out laughing when she saw confusion on his face upon waking up. Already charming enough when she was not laughing, her chest shook as she laughed. What a sight to behold! Unsurpassable! Yue Yang's blood boiled at the sight of Phoenix Fairy Beauty's charming laughter in her alluring bosom. Yue Yang wanted to subdue her again and was about to reach out to push her down. Suddenly, Phoenix Fairy Beauty looked at him coquettishly and brought her breast to his mouth. Last night was not counted. Now, I want to take control of you, little brat. I must achieve what Luohua couldn't do. Are you ready? Let mummy love you. Charm Demon Queen appeared out of nowhere, and used her mouth to serve him with all her might. As expected from the powerful race that easily sucked men dry. Luckily, Yue Yang had his Yang ability to protect himself. If it were someone else, they would not have been her match and would be sucked dry by her. Since Phoenix Fairy Beauty had declared war, there was no reason for Yue Yang to decline. When Phoenix Fairy Beauty appeared gracefully, clutching Yue Yang's arm, in front of everyone, they realized her temperament had changed. There was a new imposing aura which they found hard to look at, and her skin had become even whiter and more perfect, with a unique radiance. She looked like a goddess. Fourth Mother was the happiest. She even corrected Yu Bing to call Phoenix Fairy Beauty sister-in-law from now on instead of sister. Yu Bing was confused, why had Phoenix Fairy Beauty turned into her sister-in-law overnight? They were after all not married. After a while, Yu Bing figured it out and her face reddened. She looked at Yue Yang and at Phoenix Fairy Beauty, then nodded her head surreptitiously. Phoenix Fairy Beauty was elated. She got Charm Demon Queen to gift everyone with precious treasures, stones and quality jewelry. Everyone, even the maids waiting on Fourth Mother in the Tianluo Palace, received the gifts. As for Fourth Mother, Yu Bing and Yu Shuang, they obviously received the best. Luohua Mistress and Sickly Beauty too, received precious gifts. To Phoenix Fairy Beauty, these material goods were no longer important. After being taken by Yue Yang and also leveling up, she realized that what was most important was that she had found someone to love and protect her in life. Charm Demon Queen has evolved into a divine beast? You did it to her too? You pervert! Luohua City Mistress found the situation fishy and questioned Yue Yang. Yue Yang maintained his composure to the end as she fumed. You big pervert, that was a beast. Even if she had evolved to attain a human form, isn't it too? Okay, I will not believe your explanation about unifying the bodies. It must have been your preposterous request, further considering that she was the charm demon queen. Seriously, how could Sky Law do this to me? Buy one get one for free is so unfair. Bastard, the two of them would be against one of me, I would be defeated like this. Don't think too much, I really did not mean for it to happen like this. For her to become a divine beast was not my idea. After she strengthened her body with Phoenix Fairy Beauty, she just leveled up to be a divine beast. Yue Yang never had any ideas on Charm Demon Queen. He simply did not expect her to be so awesome, to help Phoenix Fairy Beauty and to perform so well with her astonishing talents. She was originally a platinum ranked level 10 holy beast, so it was no surprise for her to have transformed into a divine beast. Sickly Beauty did not find anything wrong. Why don't I have a holy beast? Luohua Mistress felt that Phoenix Fairy Beauty had too much of an advantage over herself. Sky Law's breasts were already such a threat, and she also had a charm demon queen who was superb at serving people. Luohua Mistress was just so far behind. Luohua, don't be discouraged, you two have an advantage they don't. Before Yue Yang could finish, Luohua Mistress slapped him lightly. Don't you dare say it, it must be our secret forever. 3 more blissful days passed by. There was no move from the Black Hell King. He was probably still hammering ferociously on the golden shield of the mysterious palace. On the other hand, Xia Jin Kingdom was gradually gathering an army at their borders. Since there were many logistical issues, Elder Yu Hai reckoned that the army would only be ready to attack after at least a month. There was still time. Moreover, when Xia Jin Kingdom had declared war, they had sent a special envoy to propose a 3-way battle. The first was to leave the normal soldiers out, to have a battle of innates. Innates from both sides could only fight with others of their level. They were prohibited from interfering with the battle between normal soldiers, otherwise, there would be a massacre of civilians as revenge. The second was the battle for warriors ranking from level 6 elders to lesser innates. They too were prohibited from fighting with normal warriors. The third was the attack by normal soldiers. This was the real war. The number of casualties depended on the quality of the soldiers as well as the strategic decision and tactics made by their marshals and generals. They could use beasts, puppets, poison, fires, floods and stones as means to attack, but just not innates. The appearance of an innate would have caused great casualty to the soldiers and civilians. They could even destroy the entire army. Conquering a country does not necessarily mean to destroy it. The backup for the normal soldiers were composed of millions or even more farmers. Both Jun Wuyu and Elder Yu Hai had agreed to these 3 conditions presented by the Xia Jin Kingdom. There was no reason for a massacre since the people of Xia Jin Kingdom were only following orders and had done no wrong. As for innates to not be involved with the battle of normal soldiers, it would only prove to be a problem with Yue Yang. Chances were that Yue Yang would be shameless enough to disregard his status and fight in all battles. The reason Xia Jin Kingdom even mentioned such a condition was obviously because of Yue Yang, since other innates would never do such acts. Of course, this restriction benefited the Black Hell Army in another way. It was because their innate rankers were much more powerful. The Black Prince aside, just any one of their 5 leaders would be able to suppress the Heavenly Imperial Guardians. On top of that, they even had help from Western Lion Pagoda, Shun Tian as well as Black Prince. Still, Xia Jin Kingdom and the Black Hell King never expected Yue Yang to form an alliance with the great demon king Baruth, and to become a member of the demonic palace. What was even more unexpected was that Yue Yang had successfully helped Phoenix Fairy Beauty aka Sky Law, to level up into a new female supreme. Phoenix Fairy Beauty would be the 3rd female ranker to reach the supreme rank after Xizun and Night Empress. With her by his side, Yue Yang was practically 2 times stronger. Black Hell King? Yue Yang and Phoenix Fairy Beauty by themselves had the confidence to win in their fight against Black Hell King. With extra help from Night Empress, how could Black Hell King be cocky at all? What worried Yue Yang was no longer Black Hell King, but Scarlet Emperor. If Scarlet Emperor had regained his full strength, it would be really difficult to handle. Another day passed. Just as Yue Yang was preparing to bring Yu Bing to train at the 5 Elements Palace, a top secret letter then suddenly arrived for him from the Thief Guild. There was one line on it: the time is near, hurry to level 7, Tongtian Tower, Plaza, Zhongying. Finally, the hornless dragon Zhongying had sent a top secret letter. Truthfully, Yue Yang was waiting these few days. He knew that the ancient Mother Earth potion was near completion, so he was only waiting for a letter from the hornless dragon. Last, for those who read SR, you may need to wait a while longer. Me gonna get new PC ya aaaai, it's hard to translate on school PC only. Rip my old PC. PC. Tongtian Tower, the 7th floor, Plaza. Zhongying stood at a corner of the plaza, still clad in the valuable black dragon armor. Her fluttering violet hair coupled with her expressive eyes was enough to make the world seem eclipsed. If one were to not mention her exceptionally alluring little face, just her sexy demonic body wrapped under that black leather, those wonderful curves shaped by her full chest and butt under the contrast of her soft arms and slender legs were hot enough to induce a nosebleed. There was no word other than perfect that could be used to describe this hornless dragon who possessed both looks and temperament. Who could have imagined that she was the same Spider Empress in Spider Valley who killed without batting an eye? Anyone who saw her would have thought she was the princess of some king. Two expressionless female guards stood behind silently, alert of the surroundings. If an ordinary person saw her two female guards, they would have thought that they were ordinary level 6 elders. In reality, their true identity were spider queens of ranking as high as platinum level 7 who had turned into human form successfully. Even though they were lacking a little in intelligence, they could be said to only be a step away from the level of divine beast. Usually, the Spider Empress that the mercenaries saw in Spider Valley was most likely one of these two and not Zhang Ying. To Zhang Ying, who had attained the power of a level 7 innate, the normal mercenaries meant nothing to her. Her greatest wish was not to level up but to turn into a divine beast. Come here, why are you still dressed like that? Seeing the way Yue Yang was dressed, hornless dragon Zhang Ying could not help but be stunned. Yue Yang had made a pair of sunglasses for himself using dragon jade and pasted a mustache above his mouth. At a quick glance, it really was difficult to recognize that he was Yue Yang. In addition to hiding his presence, Yue Yang shed his usual wyvern armor for the embroidered gown usually worn by the royalty of Tianluo. Rather than a warrior, he looked more like a merchant. Other than his close acquaintances, no one would be able to recognize him as Yue Yang. Tongtian Tower was full of spies under Black Hell Army. Yue Yang's disguise was to reduce his problems. This was because once someone recognized him to be the Yu clan's third young master, even if Black Hell Army made the decision not to kill, they would still be suspicious of his actions and trail him. Yue Yang would naturally avoid increasing his troubles like this. Fine, anyway we are disguised as wealthy merchants on our way to attend the annual auction for deep-sea treasures. The Fire Island is the territory of the Ocean Emperor, we must not attract his attention. Zhang Ying's pale green eyes shined and immediately devised a plan. Yue Yang on the other hand was completely confused, why were they going to Fire Island when they are looking for Mother Earth potion? Yue Yang had heard of the Ocean Emperor. He was among the top 10 strongest within the first 9 floors of Tongtian Tower, and could be ranked among the top 5 supreme rankers. If the human Xizun was the unsurpassable top, then those ranked behind would not differ too much from each other, except for Dragon King ranked second who might be considered slightly superior. After all, he was the emperor of the Eastern Demon Clan that other clans were incomparable to. Even the most solid demon abyss would not dare to boast of defeating the Eastern Demon Clan. If it were not for the infighting of Eastern Demon Clan that caused the clan to often be torn apart and not unite as one, they would definitely be the strongest clan of Tongtian Tower if they were as disciplined as Demon Abyss or as united as the elves. There was no dispute about Dragon Emperor being ranked second. But the third rank was another story. The 3 emperors ranked behind are Sky Emperor, Ocean Emperor and Emperor of the Underworld. They refused to give in to each other, and even though they have not formally fought hand to hand, their power and influence was on par with each other. Last, Zeus, Poseidon, and Hades. Ocean Emperor was called Guanlan, of the Deep Sea Clan. He owned limitless oceans on the 7th, 8th, and 9th floors of Tongtian Tower, essentially having conquered almost all of the seabed. If this was a number game, he owned even more troops than the great demon king Baruth. The number of shrimp soldiers and crab generals are in the billions, so in terms of naval warfare and water battles, he was invincible. His only drawback was that he could only develop his forces in the sea and on islands. If it were official wars on the land, Ocean Emperor's men were unable to challenge Dragon Emperor, Sky Emperor, nor Emperor of the Underworld's clans. Ocean Emperor could be described as the most depressed among the 5 emperors. Even though he was obviously extremely strong, he was unable to display it. Fire Island, one of Ocean Emperor's many territories, its existence was just like a grain of sand on a beach. Could it be that Mother Earth potion was on Fire Island? When Zhang Ying saw the doubt in Yue Yang's eyes, she waved her hands, whispering into Yue Yang's ears, "No, we are just passing by Fire Island. The place we are really going is the Deep Sea Abyss. In Deep Sea Abyss, there's an ancient teleportation circle that will bring us to the only entrance of the graveyard of the sea. Passing through the ancient teleportation circle, there are 5 underwater whirlpools. One of them can send us to the Crystal Canyon on the seabed. The Mother Earth potion will be born in the Crystal Canyon. We still have 3 days, however, we need to pass the first hurdle, which is Fire Island, and find a chance to slip into the Deep Sea Abyss. Deep Sea Abyss has always been a restricted area defined by Ocean Emperor. The teleportation circle that was supposed to bring us there was sealed, so it will be impossible for us to enter. The first step to our objective is to get to Fire Island. It's this troublesome." Yue Yang was sweating. It seemed that the Mother Earth potion was not easy to obtain. Fortunately, no one else knew about it, otherwise it would be even more difficult. Most annoying was that the ocean was Ocean Emperor's empire. Fortunately, this was the 7th floor of the Tongtian Tower. They would be finished if this was the 9th floor, as Ocean Emperor would definitely be suspicious. Ocean Emperor would most likely not come to Fire Island on the 7th floor of Tongtian Tower, so it was still barely safe. Zhang Ying rolled her eyes at Yue Yang playfully, "Idiot, if it was not hidden, we would long have been discovered. If I could simply walk over there and obtain it, why would I be working with you? Let alone the deep-sea beasts of the deep-sea abyss or the scary monsters of the graveyard of the sea, just the 100 ancient defenders of the Crystal Canyon would be hard to deal with. Each of them are Platinum level 10 and share the same lifeline, and can even repair their damaged bodies by absorbing energy from the crystals. In Crystal Canyon, they are simply unkillable. Yue Yang was even more nervous. Girl, you should have told me earlier how difficult this mission was, I would have brought some helpers. It doesn't matter how many helpers, at most only 5 people can enter the canyon, including beasts. Once Zhang Ying said that, Yue Yang wanted to faint. Fine, for Mother Earth potion, I will go all out. Yue Yang felt that if it was easy to obtain, it would be trash. Would the fruit of wisdom grow on a fruit tree on the street? Impossible. Similarly, Mother Earth potion would not be born on an ordinary mountaintop. Even if Crystal Canyon was a tiger's den, Yue Yang decided to obtain it no matter how difficult. With Mother Earth potion, he would most likely be able to reach a new realm and level up again. To the current Yue Yang, time was a little pressing because Scarlet Emperor was only a year away from recovery and Black Hell King was still not yet defeated, so for him to not quickly level up would be worrying. Besides, Mother Earth potion was a chance that only comes once in 10,000 years. If he gave it up, he would be the world's biggest fool. 10 minutes later, Fire Island, once Zhang Ying and Yue Yang teleported, they heard the Oriole-like feminine voice welcoming them sweetly, "Welcome to Fire Island, our distinguished guests. If you need a guide, please me know, Hai Yingwu is willing to provide the most sincere yet free service." A beauty dressed in bikini-like swimwear walked out from her companions and bowed towards Yue Yang and Zhang Ying. She had a head of charming blonde hair, blue eyes as deep as the sea, sexy lips that were plump and moist like 2 pieces of peach that people could almost not resist taking a bite out of. That bronze body that had been tanned under the sun, looked particularly healthy. Full of vitality. Her full breasts that perked exaggeratedly were covered by 2 small scallop shells, and this pair of big coconuts were linked by a fine strand of seaweed that looked as if it would break any time. Yue Yang shifted his gaze down to see that the clothing below was only seaweed in the shape of a leaf, while covering her land of secrets it could not cover its bulging full shape. A vaguely visible curve gave others a particularly strong visual impact, it was extremely tempting. The woman who called herself Hai Yingwu did not care about Yue Yang's stares at all. She even arched her back proudly. She walked ahead, leading the way. Her round and full buttocks were in full display, the fine as string seagrass between the butt cheeks were enough to boil one's blood at the thought that just a gentle touch with the finger, it would snap. That deadly temptation, nipped at the heart and itched unbearably. Other than impotent men, normal people would undoubtedly want to stretch a hand out wickedly. Don't be so immature, this is the characteristic of the Fire Island. There might not be much, but it is full of women. Don't go weak at the sight of a single woman, what if you were to go to a naked beach where all women were naked? When Zhang Ying saw the perverted look on Yue Yang's face, she could not help but pinch him secretly. Actually she misunderstood Yue Yang this time, no matter how perverted he was, he would not be distracted as to pick up a girl in this critical moment. Moreover, right beside him was a hornless dragon lady who was prettier by n times, how could Yue Yang abandon what was right beside him? In fact, Yue Yang did not like women like Hai Yingwu whose body was like a western horse. Even though a Western horse had sexy curves and a plump butt, their skin was not delicate enough. Their pores were on the larger side and the texture was not like white jade. While it may look amazing from afar, upon closer look, one would be disappointed. What Yue Yang liked was still women who looked like they were made from water, and not Westerners who had bigger skeletons and curvy silhouettes. He was only looking at her pervertedly to better fit the role of a wealthy merchant. If that fatty toad Jita were to come, how could he even resist not looking at this Hai Yingwu? Those who were not tempted would probably those innates that have especially strong willpower. If such an unusual guest came, how could the people of Fire Island ignore them? On the contrary, a pervert would give them a peace of mind. They would feel that they were just unimportant perverts. Also, the way Yue Yang looked was mainly to use his heaven eyes divine vision to observe her characteristics. Do not think that this Hai Yingwu fulfilling the role of a guide was only an ordinary level 6 elder. In fact, she was a lesser innate who had hidden her combat power. If you looked down on her, you would most likely be eaten in one mouthful. The sea parrot clan who lived in the shallow sea, be it parrotfish clan or nautilus clan, all of them eat meat. Last, Hai Yingwu means sea parrot, used former for the name and latter for the clan. Even though Yue Yang did not know what clan this Hai Yingwu belonged to, Yue Yang could be 100% sure that she was the one in the legends, the sea demon assassin personally trained by Ocean Emperor, a beautiful spy specializing in intelligence spying. Perhaps seeing how Zhang Ying stood out from the masses, she deliberately came forward to be the guide. Where do the 4 distinguished guests wish to go? We have the beautiful volcanic island bath. Not only is the hot spring famous, the volcano mud bath that can whiten the skin is also our specialty, we also have the 10-mile silver beach. To enjoy the sea breeze and surf there is the best sport in life, of course, how can we forget our coral reefs, the most famous coral reef on Tongtian Tower's 7th floor. To dive there is said to be one of the experience all guests must have. If you wish to gamble, we have a luxurious casino. If you wish to run, we have a nude beach with gold sand and soft breezes. If you wish to rest, we have the most comfortable starfish hotel comparable to a king's palace where our guests can enjoy the treatment of a king. Hai Yingwu's beautiful voice introduced the tourist attractions on Fire Island, while she tried to deduce the identity of Yue Yang and Zhang Ying's group. Bring us to Treasure Pavilion, we want to see what is being sold at the auction house. Zhang Ying made a statement, she was now a princess. Yue Yang was now only a housekeeper responsible of the finances. Yes, distinguished guests, please follow me this way. We have a customized lobster speedboat, this way please. Hai Yingwu was very respectful, her voice was very sweet. When she bowed, she frowned slightly. As for these 4 guests, she instinctively knew they were strange. The 2 female guards were very normal, the guy too, even if he had hidden his ability, at most he was below a lesser innate since he could not resist her temptation, he could not be a supreme innate. But that girl, she was very powerful, no matter how much she tried to hide it, she still seemed to be an innate. A female innate, who seems to have a special noble status, why must she come to Fire Island at this time? Was she here for that treasure? Suspicious. They rode the waves on the lobster speedboat. Hai Yingwu introduced the attractions along the way. While she talked, she secretly observed them. The more she looked, the more confused she was. After a few minutes, Hai Yingwu suddenly began a new topic. Recently we found an ancient shipwreck, near the bottom of deep sea abyss. The place has become a paradise for divers. Apparently, someone found an ancient treasure there, but it has not been made public. What the treasure is, was not very clear. I am not very interested in diving, I enjoy soaking in hot springs and tanning in the sun. Yue Yang looked at Hai Yingwu's full breasts with perverted eyes. Is that so? Then you have to try them. Hai Yingwu faced the sea breeze, letting the sea breeze blow through her blonde hair, and deliberately swayed her body to the slight shaking of the lobster speedboat. Even though she could just stay still, but in order to tempt Yue Yang, she used her breasts shaking tactic to bring him to his knees. Wow, this wave! This wave is really big. Yue Yang sneaked a peek at Zhang Ying, as if worrying about her status. But very quickly, when Zhang Ying was not paying attention, he reached out and grabbed Hai Yingwu's buttocks. Hai Yingwu acted shy, her acting was at the level of a top actress. Zhang Ying found it infuriating yet funny. She finally understood, this kid was deliberately doing all this. To think she was still worried that he had become enchanted by her. They reached the treasure house. Hai Yingwu's tour was over, yet Yue Yang stuffed a few gold coins into her hands to continue hiring her as a guide. Zhang Ying did not object, she remained bewildered. Just now Hai Yingwu's words was actually a hint, to try to test if she and Yue Yang wanted to go to deep sea abyss. Could it be, the secret of Mother Earth potion that she thought only she knew had actually reached the ears of Ocean Emperor? Despite their calm exterior, both Zhang Ying and Yue Yang were secretly shocked. They would continue hiring Hai Yingwu, to see if they could make use of her to find out more secrets. Nothing must go wrong when obtaining Mother Earth potion, even if Ocean Emperor knew this secret, Yue Yang and Zhang Ying must still take it. Treasure Pavilion. All kinds of treasures were being auctioned here, beast eggs, exotic fruits, gold-level weapons and armor, luxury goods like pearls, rubies, black diamonds, rare items like antiques with the calligraphy of famous people, fur, skin, teeth, claws, and countless female slaves, male slaves, there was everything. There are 4 hours of action daily, 2 hours in the morning and 2 in the afternoon. The rest of the time was for guests to rest or observe privately. Not far from Treasure Pavilion was the most luxurious starfish hotel, fit for royalty. It was said that any of the female attendants there was a beauty picked among thousands. After resting, one could ride on the lobster speedboat to go to a gambling ship to play a few rounds. The bets ranged from 1 to 10,000 gold coins, and there will always be someone ready to gamble with you on that ship. In reality, half of Fire Island's entire income comes from this huge gambling ship that has never moved. Yue Yang and Zhang Ying stayed there for half an hour, and participated in the bid of more than 10 items. Other than the fruits of wisdom, Yue Yang was interested in nothing. Many of the items there were rubbish. He owned an entire dragon corpse, why would he care about a flying dragon's tooth, the claw of a fire lion or the tail of a wind panther? Yue Yang did not lack raw materials now, what he lacked were holy ranked and mythical ranked equipment. Zhang Ying was the same, she was not interested in the auctioned items. However, she acted like a princess that liked small animals and she would raise the placard to bid for those useless pet eggs. Hai Yingwu could tell that the two of them were not really interested. The man was obviously a pervert, he kept sneaking peeks at beauties. He was thirstier than prisoners who had been locked up for 10 odd years, and would even attack a sow. She had already disregarded this guy's danger, because she felt that the existence of such a man was entirely dispensable. Other than managing the princess wallet, he was useless. Last, so, literally a female pig. Originally, Hai Yingwu had even planned to look for two of her sisters to play with this guy to gain some intelligence. Now it seems, it would really have been a waste if she had actually sent them. Totally not worth it. He seemed to know nothing, what else could be in his head other than women? Pig-headed pervert. Hai Yingwu evaluated Yue Yang in her heart in this way. However, she not only did not reject Yue Yang's perverted hands that reached over, her face still showed a bright smile. In reality, she hated him to death. Beautiful Princess Ying, today's auction is over. Would you like to go out diving, or to soak in the hot springs? Hai Yingwu asked, totally disregarding Yue Yang. She was testing the waters. If Zhang Ying said she wanted to go diving, she would bring Zhang Ying to deep sea abyss to further test her. Unfortunately, Zhang Ying, who got Yue Yang's hint, already knew that Hai Yingwu was a beautiful spy and did not fall into her trap. Furthermore, even if she did not know, Zhang Ying would never suggest diving at deep sea abyss. Wouldn't that be telling them that she had other intentions for coming here? I'm tired, bring me to the Starfish Hotel to rest. Give me a map of the entire island, I will consider where to explore when I am free. Zhang Ying long had a map, but she said it deliberately to test Hai Yingwu's reaction. Sure enough, something shifted deep in Hai Yingwu's eyes, even though she nodded respectfully on the surface. Yes, beautiful Princess Ying, as you wish. Her Royal Highness, I am not very tired, I wish to go out and enjoy the sea breeze. Yue Yang suddenly requested of Zhang Ying. Go, you do not have to ask me, just show up before me during tomorrow's auction. Hai Yingwu caught Zhang Ying's reaction and expression. Hai Yingwu fully understood this reaction. This housekeeper was simply a distraction. The one to look out for was the beautiful Princess Ying. As for this horny man, he was definitely a target to attract the attention of others. It was precisely because this lecher was so perverted that he would be noticed. Once he attracted the attention of others, this beautiful Princess Ying would carry out what was necessary. She could be sure that this Princess Ying was here for that treasure in deep sea abyss. To be careful, Hai Yingwu still sent two people to follow Yue Yang, just in case he was out to scout news, or to make contact with someone else. About 2 hours later, the two people who were following Yue Yang came back, their faces painful, as though if Hai Yingwu were to send them to follow Yue Yang again, they would rather commit suicide. Hai Yingwu was curious and asked, what exactly happened? We have never met such a pervert in our entire lives, one who would not budge when he sees women. Moreover, he was incredibly reckless, as long as it was a woman, regardless of whether she was married, or what her background was, he would hit on them. He was lucky that we walked behind and hurriedly explained that he was mentally ill, otherwise someone might have already beat him to death. Fortunately, he does not know the way to the nude beach, otherwise, he would have definitely been thrown to feed the sharks. If not, he would have been hung up to dry as human jerky. Really, we sisters have never seen such a lousy man in our lives. At the mention of Yue Yang, the two looked as if they were ready to chew on Yue Yang's meat. Forget it, he is just a chess piece that other people are using. He does not even know that death was before him. Hai Yingwu sneered. Do we still have to follow him? Really, I would rather have a 400 kilograms fat man flatten me to death than to clean up his mess behind him. He is a natural troublemaker. To make up for the actions of such a scum, was really unbearable. One of the female attendants rejected frantically. How about we dig a pit and bury him, the more I look at him the more annoyed I get. The other female attendant suggested. No, on the contrary, we not only cannot touch him, we have to let him roam freely to show that we are not wary of Princess Ying and her group. As for getting into trouble, even if we do not care, I believe Princess Ying knows what kind of person her housekeeper is. Perhaps he is not even her housekeeper and just a temporary hire. He is not powerful at all and maybe only a level 7 overlord. At first I thought he might have hidden his ability, but now, it seems that he was only a chess piece Princess Ying found at the last minute. Our real rival is that beautiful Princess Ying. She gives me the feeling that she is very powerful. She is surely an innate. Gather all the sisters to be on shift round the clock and monitor her every move. However, make sure that they look like they are working, and not let her realize anything. I have already followed her for too long, to continue would definitely make her suspicious. I can only appear when she hires me. Hai Yingwu paused, and waved her hand. You guys report to Shark King, tell him that a person like Princess Ying was here, and describe her looks and appearance to find out who she really is. As for that vulgar man, forget it, ignore this person, in a few days, he will become the food of fishes. Just like this, Yue Yang was free to roam. He whistled as he walked, flirting with any beauty he meets on the streets, picking fights with the ability of a level 7 overlord, and fleeing in front of those stronger. Hai Yingwu continued to receive countless reports of such things. She could only remain speechless. Fortunately, this kind of person was rare. Fire Island was famous for its beauties and often attracted perverts like this, but they all ended up as fish food. For the time being she will remain patient. If she killed him now, that Princess Ying would notice immediately. Maybe that Princess Ying originally intended to find a fake housekeeper. Between them, it did not look like a master-servant relationship, he was simply a temporary hire. He lacked the natural respect for her. Maybe they are not familiar, but which housekeeper would not attend to the living arrangement of a princess, but rather leave the princess to do it all on her own? Night fell. Hai Yingwu heard Princess Ying throw a tantrum, reprimanding the housekeeper. Look at the time, it's already after 12, do you even look like a housekeeper? Only to hear the pervert explain with grievance, didn't you say to be back just before tomorrow's auction? Fine, I was wrong, I will work hard tomorrow. Fine, I will get out, good night princess. Have you ever seen a housekeeper like that? Upon hearing this, Hai Yingwu dismissed the need to investigate their master-servant relationship, they definitely were not. In other words, there was no need to care about that pervert, he was simply a temporarily hired scum. He was only a distraction. In less than 10 minutes, Hai Yingwu heard news from her sisters that the pervert was on the prowl again, this time creeping out of his room to go downstairs, in the direction of eternal morning to go drinking. Hai Yingwu sneered, and waved, leave him. You can ignore him from now on and focus on Princess Ying's room, whenever she leaves, report it immediately. Yue Yang staggered onto the side of the eternal morning's luxury ship after an hour of drinking, burping and hiccuping. While walking, he gulped alcohol. Along the way, guests dodged such a drunkard. A crew member looked, and looked again. Seeing that he was the scum that was just mentioned, he ignored him. There was no one on the deck. When the sea wind blew strongly, Yue Yang staggered and fell. Perhaps hearing a splash, that crew member came out to see, and realized that the one who fell overboard was that drunk scum, shrugged, I did not see anything, I did not hear anything, the world is so peaceful. After an hour or so, Yue Yang swam like a fish over numerous underwater cordons, and went past the lookout post guarded by dozens of fish tribe men. At an unguarded corner, he slowly slipped through, 100 times more agile than a fish. He swam from Eternal Morning's luxury cruise ship, along the 10-mile silver beach, even past the nude beach, volcanic island and the ringed coral reefs, to arrive at the deep sea abyss that was guarded by thousands of patrolling fish tribe men. For ordinary people, to swim in would be almost impossible, but to Yue Yang who owns the tidal pearl and was able to breathe underwater, this was not impossible. Last, Tidal Pearl Chap 218. Sliding to an unguarded corner of the deep sea abyss, Yue Yang rapidly summoned out his grimoire and released the hornless dragon Zhongying, whom he had put into the grimoire world. To confuse outsiders, they had deliberately quarreled. With Yue Yang and Zhongying's power, how could they not have known that Hai Yingwu was eavesdropping? How do we get there? I have explored the land, but I leave underwater to you. Oh right, are you good at swimming? Yue Yang suddenly remembered that his tidal pearl could only be used to breathe underwater for 3 times. If this hornless dragon was not able to hold her breath long enough to explore, he would have to waste it once. Fool, have you ever seen a hornless dragon that cannot swim? Zhongying smiled. Her swimming skills were better than Yue Yang by more than 10 times. Her movements were more beautiful by 100 times. Zhongying, this hornless dragon's swimming was an art performance that stole the breath of others. She was born to live in the water. Once underwater, she was stronger than on dry land by several times. Yue Yang tailed the graceful hornless dragon and swam for another half an hour. Occasionally, they had to avoid the deep-sea beasts who were hunting for food. To an ordinary warrior, these powerful and huge deep-sea monsters were an almost invincible existence. To Yue Yang and the hornless dragon, they were not really a great threat. The only troublesome matter was having to avoid them, since killing them would mean alarming Ocean Emperor. Finally, Zhongying stopped at a cliff that was miles beneath the ocean surface. Ahead, they found an entrance to a small rock cave, unnoticeable to the extent that it might be mistaken as the home of a deep-sea electric eel or even the nest of a deep-sea octopus. Hornless Dragon blew out a string of bubbles, and communicated to Yue Yang, this is the place. There is a big cave inside, and there is an ancient teleportation circle. Let us go in to explore today. If Ocean Emperor has already discovered the secret of Mother Earth potion, then we do not have to come out. We will hide, and snatch it by force in 2 days. Let us hope that he has not found it, otherwise it would be troublesome. Perhaps there is another treasure at Deep Sea Abyss. If it is Mother Earth potion, Ocean Emperor would be a fool to tell others. Yue Yang disagreed with her deduction. That makes sense, since Fire Island attracts so many treasure hunters, Ocean Emperor should not be the one to leak the information that there is such a treasure on his territory. Maybe it really is a coincidence that there is another treasure about to be born in the Deep Sea Abyss, or maybe it is Ocean Emperor's promotional tactic that he is saying deliberately to attract more tourists. However, to us, it was not good that that sea parrot was on guard and paying attention to me. Luckily, you thought of such a good plan to sneak me out, otherwise, I would have to sleep up there for 2 days. Hornless Dragon communicated while she led the way into the small cave. At first, the cave was very narrow and deep. The channel of the cave was a few kilometers long, winding like intestines. At the end, there was a round cave entrance. It looked as if it had been abandoned by the sea creatures that used to live here. After carefully searching, Zhang Ying found a crack of the entrance under a huge boulder. The boulder weighed hundreds of thousands of pounds. With it blocking the way, there was no way to enter the cave. Of course, this was only a challenge for ordinary people and not for innates. Hornless Dragon Zhang Ying and Yue Yang evaluated suitable positions and used short-distance teleportation to enter the cave. Only after they entered the cave did they realize that there was another cave within this one. This place was really secretive. Even though they were on Fire Island, in Ocean Emperor's territory, and under the patrol of countless shrimp soldiers and crab generals, this was still a no-man's land. They moved ahead another 2 kilometers, and found another large cave. In this cave, there was a stone wall. It was on the stone wall that the ancient teleportation circle was gently shining with splendor. This place was the only entrance to the Graveyard of the Sea. The Graveyard of the Sea was originally a sealed space that was linked to a place in the Tongtian Tower called the Aquamarine Palace. As a result of a large-scale naval warfare in the ancient times, at least 100 supreme innates and hundreds of thousands of ships were buried here. This entire space collapsed because of that war, the island and all the buildings sank to the bottom of the sea. All life ceased, and with it, the link to Tongtian Tower. That was why, this place is called Graveyard of the Sea in historical records. No one knew, that deep sea abyss at Fire Island had retained an ancient teleportation circle that linked to the Graveyard of the Sea. God, there really is a graveyard here. Once sent in, Zhang Ying realized that the sky was dark. Without any waves, not even a ripple, the vast sea seemed like a pool of stagnant water. There were no islands nor the existence of man-made constructions. All they could see were a few huge yet broken ships, sticking out from the surface of the sea, destroyed. This was a reminder of the grave circumstances of the war in those years. There was no living creature as far as their eyes could see. The lifeless atmosphere was terrifying. We have to be careful, my grandfather mentioned that this is not only a graveyard, it is also a slaughterhouse. During the war, some of strongest beasts did not die during the spatial collapse. They took refuge beneath the ocean and in the end they turned into monsters. When my grandfather came here, they experienced a violent battle and they were almost wiped out. Back then, Zhang Ying was not strong enough and had only arrived at the deep sea abyss to confirm the position of the entrance. She did not truly enter the Graveyard of the Sea at that time. While she did not know the specific combat power of those monsters, she knew that even though it had been hundreds of years since her grandfather's explorations, those deep-sea monsters have not all perished but were hidden somewhere, awaiting for a chance to attack. If Yue Yang had not entered Prison Emperor Divine Palace, he would never have been able to guess the reason for why these deep-sea monsters were able to survive since the ancient times. However, after the Battle of Prison Emperor Divine Palace, he already knew a secret. All life within a space was supposed to die when the space collapsed. When the Prison Emperor forcefully tried to seal the Prison Emperor Divine Palace, the space had also collapsed. However, only a few of the Heaven Realm warriors died. Many avoided the collapse. The reason was that they used an extremely shameless secret technique. They fused their body with beasts, and survived by relying on the characteristics of the beasts. Yue Yang believed that the same technique was used in the Graveyard of the Sea. Rather than calling them deep-sea monsters, it would have been more accurate to call them the innates who died on the battlefield. In order to preserve their lives, they had fused with the beasts to become one. With the form of a beast, they survived. The sea was without a single wave, silent and calm as a mirror. However, Yue Yang felt a murderous intent break out from the bottom of his feet. He reacted quickly and shot to the sky with Zhang Ying in his arms. Beneath his feet, at almost the same instant, a fish-shaped monster with 10-meter-long body, shot out from the surface of the water. It opened its huge mouth and began to viciously chase after Yue Yang and Zhang Ying. It moved extremely quickly. It broke the surface of the sea and chased after them like a giant shark out of the water. Its terrifying mouth was filled with dense rows of sharp teeth, there were hundreds of them, each longer than a meter. The consequences of being swallowed by it in a mouthful were unthinkable, maybe one would end up buried in the stomach of the fish. Zhang Ying was shocked, she would never have thought that there was such a terrifying ambush in the dead silence. If it was not for Yue Yang's quick reaction, she would have been dead. At the sight of the deep-sea monster right on their heels, Zhang Ying smirked. Her jade hands condensed a dazzling beam and turned into the head of a dragon. It shot down like an arrow, straight at the deep-sea monster, biting it in reverse. A red light flashed in the deep-sea monster's eyes. It was terrified of this lethal beam of light. It opened its mouth and sprayed a column of water in an attempt to resist the bite of this giant dragon. Its body that was in mid-leap turned around immediately and fell back into the sea. Its nimbleness was incredible. Bang! A loud noise broke out above the sea. The shock stirred up waves of up to 100 meters high and set off a storm on the calm sea surface. The wind blew across the sea surface and formed enormous ripples that quickly dissipated. I hit it, but it seems unharmed. Hornless Dragon Zhang Ying frowned. Her hornless dragon bite was extremely powerful, any creature below level 3 innate would die in a second if hit. To think that even with a direct hit, it was unharmed. That in fact is not a monster, but an innate from back then. He seized the body of a fish-shaped beast and fused to become a monster. I do not know what power he used to have previously, but he is at least a level 6 innate now. Not only so, he has an extremely durable body. Do not be discouraged, your attack was actually enough to injure him. It is just that his injuries were very light, and coupled with his fast recovery speed. Yue Yang observed with Heaven Eye's divine vision, and confirmed his previous deductions. This monster was the same as Nge, who was initially an innate turned into a hybrid of man and monster. After the change to a hybrid, there would generally be a loss in strength. This guy was no exception. Seeing that this monster still retained the ability of a level 6 innate, it was certain that he was extremely powerful before, at least stronger than a level 8 innate, perhaps a supreme innate. It was no wonder he had such quick reactions, that at the turn of events, it escaped back to the sea. Oh no, the impact just now disturbed the entire sea area. Zhang Ying realized that the previously dead quiet sea, after the regrettable exchange with the sea monster, had been awoken by that shock wave, that spread extremely far, even beyond the horizon. It broke through the silence so sharply, let alone the rancors, even the slow island whales and mountain turtles would have woken up from their deep slumber. Let us first take a look, do not panic. Yue Yang also noticed that peculiar change, the entire sea brimmed with the atmosphere of the awakening of the rancors. Or perhaps, these guys have never been in deep sleep. Maybe they were just in ambush nearby, and would awaken at the first movement. 1, 2, 3. Dark shadows of weird shapes and sizes floated to the surface of the water. There were fish-shaped, animal-shaped, and unshapely monsters. Some were as big as a hill, while some as slender as a human being, some even seemed to be a huge warship with no life, yet also seemed to be alive. When they noticed Yue Yang and Zhang Ying who were in the air, they migrated towards them, surrounding the two. The fish-shaped monster that Zhang Ying regrettably exchanged blows with, also floated out, and viciously spurted a mouthful of blood, spitting out the words, "Ha ha ha, I have long predicted, when the Mother Earth potion is born, those who did not die would definitely not miss out on this chance, and compete over it. These two, I'm afraid are the descendants of those. They are afraid of death and so sent these two to find a path. He, this chick is not bad, boss, leave this chick to me, I love this kind of chick with a bit of an attitude. Even if I left her for you, can you use it? Look at what you look like now, you are a shark and yet you still think of women? Pa, think of female sharks." A guy who was half man half sea snake sneered. "Sue, what are you talking about? Even if I became a shark, are you better off? As long as I can get out, I will naturally be able to become human again. As for you, you look neither like a human, nor like a snake, you are done for. Boss, I don't need the Mother Earth potion, just leave the chick to me." Shark Man was rather smart, he knew that he would never have any part of Mother Earth potion so he settled for a woman. "Neo, while I may not be sure, maybe this little boy has a different opinion." A man that possessed the most human-like body spoke. With an upper half that was human and a bottom half that was octopus, this monster seemed to be the leader of this group of monsters. He held a glittering holy halberd and stood at the very front of the troop. He stared at Yue Yang, as if he realized Yue Yang to be his true rival. When Xia Man said he wanted the woman, he paid extra attention to Yue Yang's expression. Finally, he laughed and retorted Xia Man, and shouted at Yue Yang, "This human boy, you seem to have something to say." Hearing that, Yue Yang suddenly laughed. With his eyes full of mockery, he swept a look at the Xia Man and called Neo, "I'll just say one thing. Those who want to touch my woman, I'll kill without mercy." Hornless Dragon Zhang Ying blushed, even though she was aware she was not Yue Yang's woman, when she heard him protect her with such determination, her heart felt like it was going to burst. The denial at her lips was forgotten and left with only her face burning with bashfulness. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. More than 30 monsters laughed at Yue Yang's words. They felt that it was more of a joke than a threat. In front of dozens of enemies, was there any point in saying that? Kill without mercy? This was not child's play, even though Xia and Neo may not be the strongest in the group of hybrids, but to kill him in the water was easier said than done. The hybrids ruled the water. It was because they had such an advantage that they were able to survive when the space collapsed. Was it even possible for a young human to kill a transformed fishman or even a Xia Man, with their superiority in water? Xia and Neo laughed to the point of tears. He used his tail to slap the water. He laughed and provoked Yue Yang, "Haha, brat, you think this is your back garden? Do not think that just because you have your family as your support, you can be so reckless. How old are you this year? I bet you were still peeing your bed last year, right? Now you actually want to show off in front of a woman, do you have the ability? Do you understand what a war on water is? Sure, come on, aren't you the cocky one? Come kill me. With your standard, you want to kill me, you will make me die from laughter. This is the funniest joke I have heard in these 4,000 years, ahaha, this is hilarious. That octopus man boss frowned upon hearing that. He felt that Yue Yang was not a simple man. If he was an ordinary hedonistic son of rich parents, he would not dare to speak outrageously in front of so many enemies. What was most unsettling was how harmless this young human seemed, yet behind that harmlessness was a faint killing intent. It was very strange, and difficult to make sense of. He concluded that this young man's hidden power was stronger than what he could imagine. Without the battle beginning, the boss, the octopus man, already realized that something was wrong. However, he decided to let the situation develop. If he could use this opportunity to understand his opponent without injuring himself, why not? Whale Zhang, why are you not laughing? Among the hybrids, a hideous fishman who looked like a mudskipper turned and asked the largest comrade beside him. This was not funny at all. That giant whale-like black shadow hummingly replied. Oh well, I forgot you have no sense of humor. Oh right, blast, what do you mean by that expression? Do you really think that Xia and Neo cannot beat that brat? Mudskipper man asked the swordfish man on his other side. Let's make a bet. Bet 100 deep sea gems. That swordfish man was most likely an ex-killer. Even though he had been silent all along, the first words out of his mouth were powerful. His words were extremely simple. Mudskipper man was startled. Do you bet that the young human will lose or to win? If you bet for his defeat, I will not bet with you. You can only bet that he will win. Swordfish man sneered, only a fool would bet he will lose. Mudskipper man exploded in anger, his face flushed red, and the huge black spot on his face turned purple. He shouted, fine. If I win, that bottle of red sand that you treasure will belong to me. Swordfish man nodded, indicating agreement. He snorted, his face was calm as if the ending was in his favor. Mudskipper man was furious. While they conversed, Yue Yang had already whispered and instructed Zhang Ying on what to do. Zhang Ying nodded her head in agreement. Without realizing it, Zhang Ying, who used to be extremely assertive, started to listen to Yue Yang's arrangements. She had started to depend on him. Zhang Ying raised her aura. Upon seeing her ability grow from a lesser innate all the way to a level 5 innate with a lot more leeway, the hybrid fishman could not help but shiver in terror. At first, they thought Zhang Ying and Yue Yang would stay together to defeat Xia and Neo. They would never have expected that Zhang Ying did not even have to lift a finger. Instead, she floated higher into the sky and pulled out of the battlefield. These were Yue Yang's instructions. On the sea surface and underwater, hybrid fishmen are definitely at an advantage. In the air, however, they are at a great disadvantage. Only if Zhang Ying was safe, would Yue Yang be able to fight with peace of mind. Not only did Yue Yang want to fight, he wanted to push these hybrid fishmen off their high horses. Since they knew about the Mother Earth potion, things were very simple, they should speak with their fists. The strongest would have the final say. As for the arrogant Xia and Neo, he was just the first sacrifice that Yue Yang was going to use to make an example of the consequences of daring to challenge him. The level 6 Xia and Neo was incomparable to a level 6 peak innate sky dragon. Despite the advantage of the sea, to Yue Yang, water battles were not the biggest problem. Xia Wen Li, Stone Element Medusa and Storm Mermaid, as well as the Thunder Naga and the Ice Serpent Demon were all underwater killers. The important thing was that after the battle at Prison Emperor Divine Palace, Yue Yang knew the fatal weakness of the hybrids. Xia and Neo would definitely die a horrible death. Let alone him flirting with Zhang Ying, even if he had not, Yue Yang was prepared to single him out. Come on, come and kill me. I cannot wait to die. Go ahead, what are you going to use to kill me with? How about a knife to stab at my throat and slit off my fin? Ha ha ha, if you thought I am only a shark, you are wrong. Xia and Neo first mocked Yue Yang and then summoned a strange jet-black grimoire. The grimoire was covered with sinister engravings. It was even more suspicious than the grimoires obtained by Lich Kings by sacrificing innates and stealing their power. The grimoire screamed of danger and chaos. In an instant, Yue Yang observed the grimoire with Heaven Eye's divine vision. It turned out that Sharkman's jet-black grimoire was no longer a summoning grimoire. It was a fallen grimoire. In it, were not guardian beasts and skills, but only a portrait of Xia and a few contracted beasts. Moreover, those beasts that could be summoned were deformed monsters that were extremely unintelligent and only able to fight. No wonder this guy's ability had been deteriorating so drastically from innate level 8 to an innate level 6, poor guy. The law had abandoned Xia and Neo. Not only did his grimoire not disappear, it was no longer a summoning grimoire. Barrier, innate skills and guardian beasts have all disappeared, leaving a fallen grimoire that only looked like a summoning grimoire. Even the grimoire had abandoned its owner. This proved the evilness of the secret technique that was used to murder guardian beasts and normal beasts to steal their body just for self-preservation. This was the first time Yue Yang had seen such a tragic situation. In the prison Emperor Divine Palace, many Heaven Realm warriors had done the same, but they had not gone to such an extent. Even though their appearance had changed, those people still had their grimoires. Xian and Neo had most likely killed too many beasts when the space collapsed to save his own life. So many that even his grimoire was unable to keep up, reducing him to the pathetic fallen warrior he was now. Scums like you deserve to die. Yue Yang did not use his summoning grimoire, but took out his Huajian magic blade and crescent blade. The air exploded. The entire sky seemed to be cut into two halves. On one side was the burning fiery hell, the other was the frost-biting ice hell. Yue Yang had lifted his powers to a level 1 innate. His presence rose 100-fold. As if a demon king had descended, the entire sea was shrouded in a suppressive power. On the sky, to Yue Yang's left, countless frost particles and snowflakes fluttered down. Those destroyed ships floating on the surface of the sea began to freeze over. Even the sea turned grey and almost froze over. That was still not the most terrifying thing. On Yue Yang's right, many blossoming fire lotuses slowly danced in the air as if they were alive. When these fire lotuses appeared, not only did the entire sea burn like hell, terror loomed. Mudskipper Man was the weakest, and was unable to resist such power. He was forced underwater, and no matter how hard he struggled, he was unable to resurface. All of the hybrid fishmen's faces ashened. None of them would have ever imagined that their opponent, just after unlocking the power of an innate level 1, could already be so overbearing. How could this suffocating pressure come from a youngster who was only a level 1 innate? This was simply too unbelievable. Admit defeat, you cannot beat him. Whale Zhang, the biggest among all the hybrids, suddenly hummed to Xian and Neo, "It is not too late to stop now, Neo, he is not an enemy you can provoke." No, never. Actually, Xian and Neo was already regretting it, but he still cared too much about his pride. To protect his pride, he must not admit defeat to Yue Yang. He was a ranker who had lived for thousands of years. He was one of those who survived the spatial collapse. Could it be that he really had to surrender to such a young human being? No matter how strong a level 1 innate was, it was impossible to kill a level 6 innate like him. Xian and Neo refused to give in. He decided to fight to the end. Even though this battle might be tragic, but he did not think he would lose. Even he if lost, there was glory in fighting. Which innate would surrender without a fight? Even if he was no longer one, he still used to be a supreme innate. How would he be able to raise his head in front of his friends, if today, he surrendered to a kid who just stopped wearing diapers? Kill. Come on, let us fight. Xian and Neo reinforced his body with all of his beasts. His deformed body was no longer the body of only a shark, but a giant made from bodies of snakes and fishes. His upper body looked both like fish and man, his lower body was still like a shark. He grew many snake-like arms and 2 pincers, and his back was full of poisonous spikes similar to a stone tiger. This was already Xian and Neo's strongest form that he had not used since hundreds of years ago. But even so, Octopus Man Boss was still frowning. 2 hybrid fishmen who were the closest to Xian and Neo stepped forward, ready to provide support at any time. Yue Yang suddenly disappeared. In the instant that Octopus Boss and Swordfish Blasts were shocked, Yue Yang flashed past Xian and Neo's body. It was only when Yue Yang resurfaced did the hybrid fishmen realize that Yue Yang had already attacked. What did you do that for? Xian and Neo looked at Yue Yang who was standing in front of him, puzzled. He already attacked? Why didn't Yue Yang attack his body? Idiot, you are already dead. Yue Yang was speechless. He turned away from Xian and Neo. Under the stares of all the shocked hybrid fishmen and Xian and Neo's moment of shock, 2 red lines appeared on Xian and Neo's body like a cross. Immediately, in Neo's screams of horror, his arms fell. His body began to slant, and in the slanting, the red lines split open. His body split into bloodied red chunks and fell into the sea. Octopus Man Boss did not look at Yue Yang, and instead stared at Swordfish Man in horror. On Swordfish Blast's forehead, a single drop of cold sweat expressed his inner horror in a murmur, world exterminating wheel. Last, Yami ni no mere yo. No mere yo. You actually killed Neo, the 2 hybrid fishmen who were close friends with Neo roared. They were both surprised and furious. I will say it again. Beneath Yue Yang's feet, the sea had been dyed blood red. The fragments of Xian and Neo's body bobbed up and down the water. Fresh blood dyed the black sea water as the sea seemed to have turned into a slaughterhouse. Yue Yang's beheading was very impressive. In one swift move, Xian and Neo died without leaving behind any last words as he died in shock. Yue Yang became extremely serious. Hui Jin magic blade and the crescent blade in Yue Yang's hands carried with them an aura of death that terrified the hybrids. He looked at the innate rankers who had been reduced to hybrid fishmen, with his voice soft yet unusually clear. Everyone, I do not wish to give a talk on life's principles. I believe that you all, too, know that this world bows down to the strongest. That is why I am making it clear that the Mother Earth potion will belong to me. You should not try to block my path, otherwise, I will definitely not hesitate to turn this place into a slaughterhouse. If such arrogant words had come out of the mouth of an innate level 1 other than Yue Yang, that innate would have long drowned from the spit of the hybrid fishman. It so happened that when Yue Yang claimed Mother Earth potion in front of all of the hybrids, the entire sea was deathly silent. No one dared to refute. Everyone was shocked by his imposing manner. Having seen Yue Yang, so bold and powerful, Zhang Ying's heart began to beat extremely fast, her face blushed pink in excitement. It could not be denied that this man's words and actions were very cocky, but he also had the strength to back it up. Once he said he would kill without mercy, he immediately beheaded his opponent. Other than him, who else in this world would dare to be so bold? Moreover, he did all of this to protect her dignity. He had attacked in anger after she was insulted by the enemy. At the thought of that, Zhang Ying's stomach was filled with butterflies. She was delighted. It felt really good to feel protected. She had already known he was not weak, after fighting him before. The rumors surrounding Yu clan's third young master were legendary. A 20-year-old innate, Xizun's disciple, pushing back Shun Tian and the Black Prince, charging into the Demon Palace alone. These stories were not only spread around Soaring Dragon Continent but also spread in the entire Tongtian Tower. People have even received verification from the Warriors Guild, confirming that those stories were true, and not just empty words of exaggeration. What was most shocking was that, the Dragon Emperor that no one has ever met, as one of the 5 emperors of Tongtian Tower, straightforwardly said that Yu clan's third young master would be the next Xizun, and the Eastern Demon clan would always be his ally. These sort of statements have never been made in the entire Tongtian Tower. Even though Zhang Ying knew that Yue Yang was very strong, she realized that she had still underestimated him. Even though she knew he once fought against the joint forces of Shun Tian and Black Prince, barged into Demon Palace to fight the Demon King alone, she never could have imagined that Yue Yang was able to kill a level 6 innate like Xia and Neo in one blow. Even though her hornless dragon bite had also hit Xia and Neo just now, he had been totally unhurt. With just one move, Yue Yang killed him in a second. The difference in ability between them was huge. Killing Xia and Neo does not mean you have the capability to obtain the Mother Earth potion. You must know that he was one of the weakest among us. A giant crabman carefully said after mulling over his choice of words, terrified that Yue Yang would be provoked. Yes, yes. The Mother Earth potion is very important to us. Whether we are able to return to our original bodies or not depends on it. If you take it away, you might as well kill us all. Mudskipper Man jumped out and shouted loudly. Actually he knew that he had no share of the Mother Earth potion, he was only unhappy that he just lost 100 deep sea gems in the bet. What was still the most annoying was that the bet was like a slap on his face from Yue Yang. Among all of the fishmen, he was one of the weakest. In comparison to Xia and Neo, he was miles inferior but he still argued noisily, we have 37 people, while there are only 2 of you. So what if you are very good at fighting? We refuse to be duel with you and rather attack together. Do you think that a level 1 innate like you will be able to stand against all 37 of us? So what if you have magic weapons? It does not mean that we don't have them. Our boss has a holy ranked weapon. Blast, you should also bring out your holy ranked weapon. Show him that we are not easy to mess with. Swordfishman Blast was very speechless. He thought that if this fool wanted to create trouble, there should be a right time for it, right? Ahem, young man, if you wish to obtain the Mother Earth potion, you still need to prove that you are strong enough. Octopus Man Boss hesitated slightly, but still decided to speak. He disapproved of Yue Yang's arrogant behavior, when he said he wanted the Mother Earth potion. They had accidentally discovered signs of the Mother Earth potion's appearance and waited for hundreds of years already. And now, this youngster in front of them was demanding it. If he was asking about an ordinary treasure, so be it. However, what he was asking for was the Mother Earth potion, the best treasure to help them be reborn into human bodies. How could they just let him have such a treasure? Yue Yang's eyes flashed, he seemed to have long known that they would say that. He slowly put back Hui Jin magic blade and crescent blade. With empty hands, he took a deep breath. Seeing him make such a move, Zhang Ying moved higher up into the skies, and looked at the situation from afar. Her departure left many of the hybrid fishmen confused. What was this girl doing? Was she leaving the battlefield to let this guy fight to the death with everyone? Swordfishman Blast's eyes froze over. He grabbed Mudskipper Man's neck and threw him far away and fled quickly from the encirclement. Octopus Man Boss also quickly reacted, waving his hand and shouting for everyone to leave. However, the two hybrid fishmen who had the closest relationship to Shark Ama and Neo thought that Octopus Man Boss wanted to attack, that everyone should attack Yue Yang together. They began to shout crazily, and then with the strength of level 6 innates, threw themselves at Yue Yang. As a result of their misjudgment, they did not even hear Octopus Man Boss shouting for everyone to leave together. On this side, Yue Yang was already unlocking the second level of innate power. A frightening shockwave erupted like a volcano and shook the whole sea. Waves hundreds of meters tall formed a great wall and pushed away from Yue Yang. At the center of the storm was Yue Yang. His aura had already reduced his robes to fine powder, revealing a muscular and perfectly sculpted body that was incomparable to any man's. The raging flames, icy storm, and thunder and lighting seemed as if they were going to destroy the entire space. A terrifying tornado in the air met with the whirlpool on the sea, presenting an astronomical phenomenon that could only be created by nature. If you thought I was not impressive enough, how about now? After unlocking the power of innate level 2, Yue Yang had stretched out and grabbed the two hybrid fishmen who were rushing at him. Like a giant who was grabbing two small mud skippers with his hands, Yue Yang held the two level 6 innate hybrid fishmen in his hands in a death grip. Together, die, die. The two hybrid fishmen knew they would not be spared, and decided to commit suicide, wanting to die with the enemy. Stop! By the time Octopus Man Boss shouted, it was already too late. They were really seeking a death wish. Yue Yang had only meant to humiliate them. He only wanted to give them a beating after he caught them, and never wanted to kill. However, his enemies not only did not struggle, they even drew closer in an attempt to self-destruct. Yue Yang shouted loudly in a thundering rage. It defied the other fishmen as it exploded towards the sea surface. Countless fire lotuses formed, turning into blossoms of heaven's fury fire lotus. Nirvana Flame, on the other hand, formed a pillar of fire and shot directly into the sky. In an instant, Yue Yang, who just unlocked the power of a level 3 innate, was now as strong as a level 8 innate. Seeing how the two level 6 innate hybrid fishmen wanted to self-destruct, Yue Yang first smashed the two of their heads together in fury, and then crushed their heads as if they were rotten melons. He stretched out his hand as a small mysterious beast transformed into a sword and slashed the two hybrids by the waist. He then used his left hand, burning with Nirvana Flame, to search for their orbs in their abdomen and forcibly pulled them out. Furthermore, he quickly purified and refined them. With the loss of their orb, there was no way they could explode. Yue Yang summoned out his grimoire. His ring-shaped world had expanded from the original 50 meters to 60 meters. All of the energy had been absorbed by it and completely changed into the fundamental energy it needed to grow. Octopus Man Boss's face was deathly pale. He now understood that this young man was an undefeatable existence. If his opponent dared to come snatch the Mother Earth potion with only the power of two people, they were not trying to steal it by a fluke, but instead, they were really strong. All of the hybrid fishmen were terrified. Even though they were slightly stronger than Shark Ama and Neo, they were not that different. Only the strongest Octopus Man Boss, Swordfishman Blast, and Whale Zhong had the power of level 8 innates, while the rest were level 7 or level 6 innates, some were even level 5 innates. In front of such a powerful enemy, they had no shot at victory. Even though the opponent was only a level 3 innate, he had the ability to overwhelm Octopus Man Boss. He even owned both World Exterminating Wheel and Nirvana Flames. Even if those two weapons that could destroy all living beings in an instant did not count, that guy still had the Tongtian Beast, which sliced their two companions in half with one chop. Furthermore, he had an extremely weird grimoire. It was larger and heavier than any other grimoire, and had many heavenly runes and a special aura. If the holy grimoire did not look like this, everyone would have mistaken it as a holy grimoire. If they really fought, they might not win even if they all attacked together. Moreover, who would be willing throw away their life and go forth? At least he would not send himself to die. The hybrid fishman looked around and noticed that the strongest Octopus Man Boss, Swordfish Blast, and Whale Zhong had no plans to move and stood silently. Only Mudskipper Man, who was battered by the shock wave, jumped out and shrieked, "Wait, I bet you do not know that before obtaining Mother Earth Potion, you have to go through the 5 large whirlpools of the deep sea. Those whirlpools are all underwater. So what if you are good at air battles, how about water battles? Do you think you can defeat us in a water battle? We are the natural experts of water warfare. Also, only 5 people can enter the whirlpools. If we send 5 people to enter and block the way, you guys will never be able to enter in your lifetime. If you still do not cooperate with us, you might never obtain the Mother Earth Potion. If you want to cooperate, apologize to me first." "How should I say it, little boy? I am still considered your senior. Do you truly want me to apologize? Are you sure?" With a reply as cool as ice, Mudskipper Fishman could not help but shiver. Xia Wen Li emerged from the grimoire world. Right behind her were Stone Element Medusa, Storm Mermaid, Thunder Naga, and Ice Serpent Demon. This sight stunned all of the hybrid fishmen. How could things have turned out this way? This guy was not the best in air battles, but rather water battles. Seeing the storm conch in stone element Medusa's hands, storm mermaid's golden bow, thunder naga's thunder sphere and cold frost serpent demon's cold sharp blade, all of the hybrid fishmen trembled in terror. Even 10 lifetimes would not be enough to fight water battles with this guy. Mudskipper Man was already reduced to a pool of jelly at this moment. His teeth were chattering as hard as a man with typhoid who was soaked in freezing waters. Seeing the Mudskipper Man before him, who was trembling in fear, Yue Yang spoke with sincerity, "Senior, please don't force me to kill you, okay? I will not repeat myself, I will obtain the Mother Earth Potion." Potion. Even innates who survived the huge water war thousands of years ago could not help but shiver from Yue Yang's display of power. How could such a young human being be so powerful? This was unbelievable. Maybe we can discuss this. Octopus Man boss finally made a decision. There was no point in even obtaining Mother Earth Potion anymore. Even if they did turn back to human form, this youngster would kill everyone. Rather than go through a struggle between life and death, it would be best to work together with him. We wish to be free. Whalejong opened his mouth and hummed, "If you can break the seal and take us away from here, Mother Earth Potion is yours." "Where is the seal?" Yue Yang asked without hesitation. "At the bottom of the sea." Swordfish Man Blast was first to dive into the water to guide the way for Yue Yang and Hornless Dragon Zhongying. Once Hornless Dragon Zhongying entered the water, she immediately displayed her extremely elegant form, not losing to beasts like Stone Element Medusa, Storm Mermaid and the other beasts who were matchless in water battles. In the water, she was even more powerful, like a fish who has just returned to the waters. She looked even more at home than even the hybrid fishmen. The hybrid fishmen were stunned. They realized they had made the extremely right decision earlier. When it came to water war, the ability of these two was not beneath them at all. If they had really started fighting, the consequences would have been devastating. In the deep sea, countless sunken ships and sunken islands appeared before Yue Yang's eyes. Such a scene displays the horror and scale of that horrible war back in the day. In even deeper waters, there were countless rune circles that had congregated into a single hole. Some were blood red, some were golden, some dark green, some silver. The rune circles were all different. Some were big while others were small, they were all in strange shapes. However, the rune circles were all linked up together and kept absorbing the energy of the sea. At the same time, it radiated a special ripple. While this ripple had no effect on Yue Yang and Hornless Dragon Zhongying, it was extremely effective in binding the hybrid fishmen. It seemed like an invisible lock that imprisoned all of the hybrid fishmen in this collapsed space. Even though they could move freely in this vast sea, there was no way they could leave this graveyard of the sea. They were prisoners imprisoned here forever, with their freedom deprived as long as the rune circles were not unsealed. Yue Yang could even sense another seal within the bodies of the hybrid fishmen. This seal that was created by an innate of an unknown level of skill prevented them from leaving water for their entire lives. Even if they did leave the water, it would only be temporary and not in any way similar to a normal human who could stay on land for a long time. Mother Earth Potion might be able to turn these hybrid fishmen back into their original human bodies. However, it would only be a ridiculous dream for them to ever leave the water. Unless they unlocked the seal within them. Yue Yang used Heaven Eye's divine vision and realized that the seal was very tightly intertwined with their hybrid body. It would be difficult to return to their human form, but it would be even harder to release the seal. It could be said that the innate who placed the seal on their bodies had almost blocked any way for them to return to land in their human bodies. There are so many rune circles here and they cover the whole seabed. Is there any way to unlock them? Octopus Man Boss was actually not very optimistic. Even with the knowledge and power of more than 30 innates, and after thousands of years of investigating they had still not found a way to unlock these runes. Was it really reasonable to depend on this young human who was only about 20 years of age? Don't worry, let him take a look first. When Hornless Dragon Zhongying saw the commotion among the hybrid fishmen, she immediately started comforting them to calm them down. While the hybrid fishmen were hoping for Yue Yang to be able to unlock the seal, they were also afraid that the higher their expectations, the more disappointed they would be. They were very anxious. Can you even do anything? Do you want us to die from anxiousness by just looking and not saying anything? Mudskipper Man could not stand it any longer. Shut up! Swordfish Man Blast roared. Mudskipper Man was terrified and shut up immediately. Only after staring for a long while did Yue Yang open his mouth casually. This underwater seal is not complicated, it is just tedious and would take a long time to unlock. Rather it is the seal within your bodies that would be very troublesome. Even if you all got out, it is very likely that you will all have to live underwater for the rest of your lives. Even if you all return to your human forms, you will have to live underwater. Actually all the hybrid fishmen were well aware of the latter outcome. If that was not the case, they would also not have chosen to become fishmen monsters and hibernate under the sea for thousands of years. The only thing they desired was to leave the graveyard of the sea. Freedom was more important than anything else. When they heard that Yue Yang knew how to unlock the underwater seal, these hybrid fishmen were disbelieving at first. When they saw Yue Yang's serious expression, they realized he did not look like he was lying and were beyond excited. After hibernating for thousands of years, they had lived in indescribable loneliness and pain even though they have survived that terrible war. They did not even dare dream of leaving the graveyard of the sea because of the seal on them. They had only been able to hibernate and await an opportunity. Since both sides have a foundation for cooperation, things have become much easier. Octopus Man Boss introduced himself to Yue Yang and Zhang Ying and told them he called himself Pan Chan. Yue Yang almost wanted to tell him that it would actually be much cooler if he called himself Paul. Other than the strongest being Octopus Man Boss, the second strongest had to be Swordfish Man Blast, followed by Whale Zhang. The three of them decided to accompany Yue Yang and Zhang Ying to enter the underwater whirlpool and head to Crystal Canyon. Mudskipper Man also looked like he wanted to go. He kept murmuring to himself. He wanted to go, yet he was too embarrassed to request to go. A level 5 innate, he was actually one of the weakest among the hybrid fishmen. Since Yue Yang had just ignored him, he was going crazy. Crystal Canyon. After entering the underwater whirlpool, they have landed in Crystal Canyon. Yue Yang realized that this place was very strange. It was extremely similar to the Canyon of Despair, but there was no water here. All of the seawater were floating high in the sky, forming a weird dome underwater. In front of his eyes, there were giant formations of crystal sparkling. All of the surfaces, stone mountains, anything that the eye could see were made of crystal. Tiny crystals covered the ground, while large crystals formed hills and there were countless crystal pillars, forming all sorts of impressive sights. Last, Atlantis anyone. The middle of the canyon was sunken in, forming a path that was scattered with countless crystals. This place not only brimmed with the power from the crystals, there was also a rule of restriction. There could only be 5 people here at the same time. Once the maximum was reached, not even beasts could be summoned. The Crystal Canyon was huge, and most likely at least a few kilometers long from the start to the end. Crystals covered everything as far as the eye could see. Even though Yue Yang had seen countless rare treasures, he could not help but sigh at the sight of the Crystal Canyon. If one had time to cultivate here and absorb the power of the crystals, the power from the crystals would most likely make the whole process a lot smoother and much easier. Sickly Beauty would most likely benefit the most, she was born compatible with crystals. If he brought her here to cultivate, she would most likely progress rapidly and break through again and again. Just when Yue Yang was thinking, Swordfish Man Blast suddenly hinted, "There, that is the ancient guard." When Yue Yang raised his head to take a look, he saw a crystal man that was a platinum level 10. The crystal man climbed the walls of the canyon as if they were flying. He was so fast and agile as an ape. It looked like it was walking on ground instead of climbing the walls. This crystal man had a body that was transparent like crystal, similar to battle dolls like Rock Golem, but it definitely had a life and was not a machine. Yue Yang stared in blankly at it. It was somewhat similar to a human, but on its back were crystal-shaped barb. It had no hair, but instead on its head was crystal-shaped sharp squarish beams that were arranged in a very unique manner. Its facial features were not significantly different from a human although made of crystal. It had a tall nose and deep-set eyes, but there was nothing where his mouth was meant to be, making it clear that it did not have to eat like ordinary living things. What would happen if I killed it? Yue Yang did not really want to kill it, but wanted to capture one to study it. It is impossible to kill it. Once it dies, it will be resurrected immediately here. Since it is made of crystal, unless the whole Crystal Canyon is destroyed, it cannot die. Octopus Man Boss Pan Chan explained. As they talked, more ancient guards appeared. They should not be intelligent. But even with only their instinct, they were already very outstanding. The first crystal man who realized the presence of intruders did not attack immediately, but instead, waited a short distance away for its companions. If Mother Earth Potion were to be born now, Yue Yang would not be so courteous and showed off his skills to attack all these ancient guards. But for now, there were still 2 more days until the Mother Earth Potion will be born. Yue Yang did not wish to create unnecessary trouble at this time. After he used Heaven Eye's divine vision to observe the canyon to confirm the possible places the Mother Earth Potion will be born, he immediately waved his hand and said, "Let us go back for now. We will come back when it is the right time." Zhang Ying looked at Yue Yang. She really wanted to ask him whether he found the place where Mother Earth Potion would be born. He knew at a glance. He did not have to look carefully. Since it was Yue Yang, she still chose to believe him. Even she herself could not explain why she trusted Yue Yang, maybe it was the feeling that he gave others, that he was absolutely trustworthy. Octopus Man Boss Pan Chan, Swordfish Man Blast and Whale Zhang were all confused, they were just going back like this? If it was so simple, why did the 3 of them even come? They had thought that there was going to be a bitter war. They had not even imagined that they did not even have to do anything and could go back just after one look. "We will come back in 2 days, as long as we get Mother Earth Potion, I will unlock the seal for all of you to leave Graveyard of the Sea. If anyone comes here before us, you have to stop them at any cost. If you cannot beat the enemy, Just let 5 people block them from entering by positioning themselves here in Crystal Canyon. The Mother Earth potion must not fall into the hands of other people. This is the first condition of our alliance. If I successfully obtain the Mother Earth potion, I will then consider thinking of ways to help you all turn back into human form. Yue Yang offered more than sufficient bait by offering to solve all of their problems. No problem, we have decided to choose freedom in our human bodies. Representing all hybrid fishmen, Octopus Man Boss made the final call. Fire Island, Starfish Hotel. Hai Yingwu saw a drenched man walking through the entrance. Stunned for a moment, she then realized that this guy was the drowned scum. Princess Ying's extremely perverted housekeeper. This man was said been drinking at eternal morning till he was dead drunk and in the end fell into the ocean to become fish food. He actually did not die and survived like a tenacious cockroach. Thinking again, Hai Yingwu felt that this was actually normal, even though this man was so perverted, he must have a certain level of ability since, he did not meet any underwater beasts and normal fish and shrimp would never eat him. Seeing him stagger like he would fall any time, Hai Yingwu had to force herself to go forward to help him with a charming smile. Puke. Who would have thought that this guy would suddenly vomit? A mouth of liquid that was a mixture of seawater and alcoholic acid sprayed all over Hai Yingwu's majestic breasts. Hai Yingwu hated the vomit that was all over the body, and was so close to strangling him to death on the spot. You should drink less, this is not good for your health. Hai Yingwu used all of her patience to maintain her smile and elegant tone. Leave me alone. I am not drunk. Puke. The drunk Yue Yang was going to puke on Hai Yingwu's chest again. This time, she could not stand it anymore. Seeing that there was no one around, she threw him into the storeroom in disgust. She even kicked him twice ruthlessly before rushing off to take a shower. She no longer bothered to care about this kind of scum. After she left, the drunk Yue Yang immediately sobered up. He laughed silently, his eyes full of mockery. Back in the room, he let Zhang Ying out from the grimoire world. Zhang Ying laughed secretly, even though she had not seen the process of Yue Yang teasing Hai Yingwu, she could imagine it. That was why she could not help but laugh, and could not even stop. Outside, there was a sudden knock on the door. Yue Yang and Zhang Ying's faces turned pale at the knock. Neither of them had sensed that someone had come. Who was it really, that had such terrifying stealth ability to conceal himself from Yue Yang and Zhang Ying's perception? Could it be that it was Ocean Emperor? Yue Yang and Zhang Ying looked at each other and nodded. The 2 spider queens raised their vigilance as they pulled out the knives on their waist, preparing to kill at any time. Actually, this was only a type of instinctual response. If their intelligence was a bit more higher, they would understand that someone capable of hiding from Yue Yang and Zhang Ying's perception was not normal. Moreover, they wouldn't even be able to touch that person. The knocking sound had a rhythm to it, unlike the hotel maid's polite knock. Moreover, it was impossible for it to be a maid because that person was able to hide from Yue Yang and Zhang Ying's acute perception. Yue Yang opened the door. Only 10 seconds had passed by and Yue Yang had already prepared dozens of plans to respond. However, when he opened the door, he discovered that his plans were meaningless. It's you. Yue Yang was very surprised. The person who stood in front of Yue Yang was not an unknown person. Moreover, this person was someone Yue Yang knew but he could never imagine him coming here. He was the person Yue Yang first met when he went to the Assassin Guild, the hemp-clothed old man. Shiro, refer to chapter 17. Previously translated as simply old man cuz hemp-clothed old man sounded funny. At that time, the old man was taking a nap. He appeared to be a senile old man with a withered and bony body. If Yue Yang did not possess Heaven Eye's divine vision, he would not even know that he was a ranker. It was also the old man who gave Yue Yang the test to get the Soaring Dragon Continent's Blood Rose map. Tonight, he once again saw the old man. With Heaven Eye's divine vision, Yue Yang discovered that the old man's power remained deep and unmeasurable. He was simply unable to gauge his power. From the very beginning, the old man already gave Yue Yang a feeling that he was a sleeping dragon. Now, this feeling was even clearer. In the beginning, Yue Yang thought that this old man was just a level 7 overlord or a level 8 emperor. Afterwards, although Yue Yang met many other rankers from the Soaring Dragon Continent, he never met an existence like this hemp-clothed old man. Previously, he had felt that this was strange but the amount of hermits in the Soaring Dragon Continent was uncountable so he decided to not pay too much attention to it. Only today did Yue Yang discover that he was completely mistaken. The old man was definitely a supreme innate. The feeling he gave Yue Yang was similar to the mystery that Night Empress gave him. He estimated that they were probably in the same level. It can be said that, even if the Phoenix Fairy Beauty, who was an elder innate, might not be able to win against this old man. Boy, what are you standing around for? Aren't you going to invite this old man to come in and take a seat? The old man boldly entered. May I know senior's name? Yue Yang respectfully asked. When Yue Yang called the mudskipper man senior before, he meant it to be a little sarcastic. However, now, when he called the old man senior, it was his heartfelt intention. Yue Yang recalled their first meeting and felt that this old man was truly not simple. It was only that he did not see through it at that time. Moreover, at that time when he leveled up into an innate, the light pillar shot through the sky and all the people in Whitestone City, especially the Thieves Guild, should have been alarmed. In the end, it was hidden. Nobody knew anything. No one had seen the innate light pillar. Now that he remembered it, Yue Yang was shocked. Could it be that his old man secretly helped him? Zhang Ying was also unable to gauge the opposite party's strength and only felt that this person was very powerful, even more powerful than her grandfather. She quickly respectfully invited him to sit down and personally steeped him a cup of tea. Although she could not discern his purpose, it seemed that he had no evil intentions, so Zhang Ying did not dare disrespect him. The old man magnanimously received the tea and spoke, "Boy, your wife ain't bad. Youths who respect their elders are hard to find." The hornless dragon Zhang Ying blushed when she heard this. She looked at Yue Yang. Originally she wanted to explain that she was no his wife, but in the end she did not say it. Afterwards, she looked at Yue Yang again and saw that he did not correct anything. So, her face blushed redder. With trembling fingers, she also poured Yue Yang a cup of tea but did not pass it over to him, instead she placed it in front of him and quickly withdrew her hands. It seemed that she was afraid of hitting Yue Yang's hands. Yue Yang laughed and patted the seat beside him. "Wifey, come sit down." When Zhang Ying heard this, she protested coquettishly and rolled her eyes at him. Her meaning was that he should not push his luck. However, this kind of shy girl made Yue Yang secretly happy. "My name." The old man placed down the teacup and indifferently said, "Perhaps you have heard about me before and, you might even feel that I am extremely frightening. However, I am just an ordinary old man who spread these rumors and most of them are fake. My name is an Xi. The rumored an Xi who killed millions of people." "What?" Yue Yang was speechless. "Ah!" The hornless dragon Zhang Ying was also stunned and involuntarily cried out in fear as if she was about to be frightened to death. What did this name represent? It represented death. The rumored an Xi was a level 10 innate who once slaughtered the continent's warriors all by himself. The number of person he had killed were in the millions. His axe became Tongtian Tower's legend, and that people could only look at his unattainable record. In the 6th floor of the Tongtian Tower, the only person who could truly beat him was Xizun. He was ranked 5th along with Sky Execution. If it was only the 6th floor of Tongtian Tower, the only people ranked in front of him were 1st ranked Xizun, 2nd ranked Ocean Emperor Guanlan, 3rd ranked Wraith Emperor Hai and 4th ranked Great Demon King Baruth. The ranking placements for the 9th floor of Tongtian Tower was different. Xizun and Ocean Emperor were still placed higher than an Xi. However, Hai and Baruth were surpassed by Sky Execution, an Xi, and Night Empress, who was ranked lower in the 6th floor. An Xi, Sky Execution, and Night Empress did not stay too long in the 6th floor of the Tongtian Tower, so their prestige was lower than Hai and Baruth. If their powers were compared, an Xi, Sky Execution and Night Empress had far surpassed Hai and Baruth. This was especially true for the Night Empress. Her goal was to reach Xizun's level and she was quickly catching up. Dragon Emperor, SK Emperor, Ocean Emperor, and Emperor of the Underworld were feeling an enormous pressure. In terms of reputation, an Xi had the most evil reputation and no one could surpass it. The record of slaughtering a million warriors would probably be unreachable even if the records of all homicidal maniacs added up. There is a rumor that spread within the Tongtian Tower, if you offended a supreme innate, you are definitely dead and you cannot take it back. This supreme innate was an Xi. Never in his dreams would Yue Yang have thought that the hemp-clothed old man was an Xi. This old man is truly the one who slaughtered a million people? Frightening. I have indeed killed many people, but I am not a homicidal maniac in the rumors. I am only getting revenge. When the old man said this, Yue Yang almost fainted. Killing a million people for revenge? How much enmity did he have? The old man did not pay attention to Yue Yang's exaggerated expression and slowly spoke, "I still lack one person before my revenge is complete." Light flashed in Yue Yang's mind. Who could be able to force this old man to personally chase after him? Yue Yang though and immediately shouted in realization, "Ocean Emperor." The old man satisfyingly nodded his head and praised, "Not bad. A youngster's brain is still better. Solving the puzzle with just one hint." Seeing Yue Yang had guessed it, Zhang Ying was also a bit elated. Although she was unable to guess it, when she saw Yue Yang's cleverness and excellence, she could not help but feel happy for him. "You came here to invite us to work together against him. Wait, let me guess again. Ocean Emperor, the news that some treasure is about to be born in the Fire Island's deep sea abyss was something you spread, right? Then, why do you want to kill the Ocean Emperor? Let me guess, is it because of the Mother Earth potion? You are prepared to let the Ocean Emperor know this news and then take this chance to assassinate him." The more Yue Yang thought, the more he felt that he was closer to the truth. It's no wonder that the news about a treasure about to be born in the Fire Island was spread. It seems that it was this old man was trying to cause trouble for Ocean Emperor. Not bad boy. Although your guess was not entirely correct, you are very close. Towards Yue Yang's intelligent deduction, the old man generously praised. Please drink some tea. Zhang Ying peeked at Yue Yang and felt very happy as she immediately poured tea for the old man. And then she also poured some for Yue Yang without returning back to her original position. She unconsciously sat beside Yue Yang. Her actions were completely done involuntarily. Unconsciously, she had thoroughly let go of her reservations and wariness and sat beside Yue Yang. She carefully listened on the conversation between them, and every time the old man praised Yue Yang, she would be especially happy as if she was the one being praised. The old man glanced at her, just like a grandfather looking at his cute and obedient granddaughter, filled with kindness. He picked up his teacup and slightly muttered and spoke, "Actually, I was comrades with this lady's grandfather and we were best friends. At that time Ocean Emperor was also one of us. In the end, Ocean Emperor betrayed us, so our 1,000-man group was almost wiped out. At that time, the most united Iron Fist mercenary group in the entire Tongtian Tower crumbled in a single night. The commander and the team leaders all died in battle. The only ones who remained were the lady's grandfather, Old Hornless, me, Ocean Emperor Guanlan, and the last person was Guanlan's faithful friend Taihu. Old Hornless received serious injuries and died. Taihu also received heavy injuries and went back to live in seclusion. I predict that Ocean Emperor had also killed him, so my goal is only the Ocean Emperor Guanlan. Once I kill him, my dream will be fulfilled." Zhang Ying was stunned. An Xi was grandfather's comrade? How come she had never heard of him speak about it? The old man smiled as if he saw Zhang Ying's thoughts. Your grandfather was older than me by a lot. He was already an old uncle and I was still a child. At that time, I was not called an Xi. My name back then was Sa Shen and your grandfather used to call me mischievous Sa Shen. Last, if it became Xia Shen then it would be equivalent to Death God, which is what he is now. Hearing this, Zhang Ying immediately recalled that her grandfather had mentioned many names. Among them was mischievous Sa Shen. In her grandfather's last years, he had mentioned this many times. Naturally, it also included his grievances of the betrayal and the group's annihilation. These were her grandfather's greatest regret. It was because of this that Zhang Ying knew the news of the Mother Earth potion, otherwise, she would not have invited Yue Yang over to search for treasures. How do we kill the Ocean Emperor? Yue Yang asked the main point. Yue Yang already confirmed that the old man was not here for the Mother Earth potion. The old man only wanted revenge and to kill Ocean Emperor. Since he intended to eliminate Ocean Emperor, Yue Yang had no reason to stand back and watch. He must definitely think of a plan to help the old man kill the Ocean Emperor. The question was, how do they do it? How were they gonna kill one of the 5 emperors, Ocean Emperor Guanlan? Last, clarification, Supreme Innates are powerful Innates and Elder Innates are Heaven rank Innates or Xia level. So there was a mistake in the previous chaps about this. Meaning Phoenix Fairy Beauty is an Elder Innate but not a Supreme Innate. Chap 452 is wrong. LSIF or CGSS. Regarding Yue Yang's question, the hemp-clothed old man mulled over it for a long time too. It will be extremely hard to kill Ocean Emperor. Although we are all level 10 Innates, he is much more powerful than I am. Although he hasn't surpassed Xian yet, the skills he has accumulated over these thousands of years are unfathomable. And in the ocean, his strength will double, so killing him would be very problematic. The only thing we can make use of is the Crystal Canyon, which is the place the Mother Earth potion will be born. I believe you are here for that too. Years ago Old Hornless Dragon and I, together with Taihu and Ocean Emperor, went to the graveyard of the sea and found the Crystal Canyon. We also discovered the place the Mother Earth potion will be born. At that time we also fought with the hybrids in a battle of desperation. The hybrids had 40 people on their side with 2 super strong innates. At that time we were still quite weak, so we were completely defeated. In the last moment, Ocean Emperor abandoned us and ran away. That was when we finally realized the traitor, who wiped out the entire group, was him, and he even got the cheeks to feign innocence by leading us to take revenge. He wanted to reach the Xia level, so he had to get the Mother Earth potion. That will be our best chance. You guessed right, I spread the rumor regarding the Mother Earth potion. The Ocean Emperor knew that it was me too, so he spread the rumor about treasures in Deep Sea Abyss. He did this to divert everyone's attention. It was only until the hemp-clothed old man's explanation did Yue Yang and Zhang Ying became more aware of the current situation. So Ocean Emperor knows that you are going to kill him. Yue Yang felt that it wasn't a good thing for their plan to be exposed prematurely. The truth is I've been trying to kill him every year for the past hundreds of years. He is currently stronger than me, so I wasn't able to kill him, but he also has no way to kill me. We have been in this deadlock since that time. The only person that could disrupt this equilibrium is you, hemp-clothed old man told Yue Yang firmly. Me. Yue Yang did not feel that he could kill Ocean Emperor. Although Ocean Emperor still wasn't a level 10 innate, his skills were unfathomable and perhaps even stronger than Phoenix Fairy Beauty, who was now an elder innate. Together with other factors such as beasts, holy equipments, and favorable geographic location, how could it be easy to kill Ocean Emperor? The hemp-clothed old man nodded. Yes, you. We can't kill him without your Nirvana Flame and World Exterminating Wheel. Although you are still not on par to him in terms of rank, you are at an advantage in terms of killing power. It's highly possible to kill Ocean Emperor if you were to come out at the last moment when I'm fighting with him. Of course the chances will be higher if you were to snatch the Mother Earth potion and rank up by a level. Yue Yang became silent. He finally made his mind after a long time and drafted a plan with the hemp-clothed old man to kill Ocean Emperor. After repeated discussions and adding in finer details, Project Sea Burial, which aimed to assassinate Ocean Emperor, was finalized after an hour. The hemp-clothed old man bid farewell and teleported off. He will head to the graveyard of the sea, followed by the Crystal Canyon, where he will patiently wait to ambush Ocean Emperor. As for Yue Yang, he was still fretting over how he's going to level up tremendously within 2 days. He couldn't alert Ocean Emperor if he wanted to kill him. Yue Yang had to keep this plan between himself and the hemp-clothed old man. Although the Phoenix Beauty was already a female elder innate, Ocean Emperor will immediately escape if she were to go to the Fire Island or the Crystal Canyon. He mustn't know that there are other people who wanted him dead other than the hemp-clothed old man. Moreover, if Phoenix Beauty were to get injured during the fight, the consequence would be much more dire. This was because they were going up against the Black Hell King next, and he is even stronger than Ocean Emperor. Without Phoenix Beauty's strong support, it would be harder to win. The Phoenix Beauty can't come for this battle, she had to continue her cultivation and make improvements at her current elder innate level. Shui Wuxia and Princess Xian weren't back yet, if not they could have been part of the fighting force. Actually the sickly beauty, Luo Hua City Mistress, Yu Bing and Yu weren't strong enough. Although they could kill others, for them to assassinate Ocean Emperor would be no easy feat. If they were to be instant killed, it would be too late for Yue Yang to have regrets. Yue Yang would rather the assassination plan to fail than to see them get hurt. As for leveling up the innate realm, the best way is to practice body fusion, but the problem is no matter how fast the progress would be, he wouldn't be able to level up within 2 days, the duration is too short. Just when Yue Yang was fretting over it, Zhang Ying's words made Yue Yang see the light. If only I am more powerful, then maybe I'll be of some help, Zhang Ying said. She was a level 7 innate, a holy beast. She was very close to becoming a divine beast, but she's not one yet. Of course it wasn't possible for Yue Yang to level up within 2 days, he was already cultivating at the maximum speed. He had been training with the big loli in his dream every day. It could be said that he wouldn't be able to level up faster unless he encounters rare treasures like the Mother Earth potion. But, for Yue Yang, it was much more possible to help Zhang Ying level up. After all, he had already succeeded the difficulty of helping Phoenix Beauty break through the Elder Innate Realm, helping Zhang Ying the Hornless Dragon now wouldn't be much of a challenge. You really want to level up? I have a way that can help you level up all to the way to a divine beast. At this point, Zhang Ying was already jumping around in excitement. Becoming a divine beast was her dream. The kind of leveling up she had been dreaming of. Seeing that Yue Yang isn't continuing, Zhang Ying thought that there are still unfulfilled criteria. She spoke impatiently. Tell me, what do you need, what are you lacking, say it, I will get them immediately. Yue Yang waved to her, gesturing for her come over. After waiting for her uneasy arrival, Yue Yang went close to her ear and uttered a few words. Zhang Ying's fair face blushed upon hearing his words. Even her neck and ear became red, making her entire face look as if she had been in a steamer. She didn't dare to raise her head to look at Yue Yang for a long time. Her hands shook as she struggled to find a right place for them. She stood there mindlessly for a long time before she peered at Yue Yang. Upon realizing that he was staring at her, she became even more anxious as she ran into a room, knocking down 2 vases and 1 chair in the process. Just when Yue Yang was thinking that he revealed his idea too early and was preparing to turn in, she peered out from behind the door and spoke in a weak voice. Wait, let me think about it. There's a door. Yue Yang was euphoric. Since when did this girl become so open-minded? If this continues, then maybe he could take this opportunity to contract her? If he could really make her his guardian beast, and then his divine beast, then he would be more confident about assassinating Ocean Emperor. Most importantly, there might be a chance that he could use this opportunity to practice body fusion and make some improvements. Even if he doesn't level up, it would be nice if he could rank up his inherent skills. Moreover, his Heaven Eyes divine vision is in need of a ranking up now. Maybe with a rank up, he could see through all of Ocean Emperor's weaknesses. His innate sword chi was in need of a ranking up too. If this could occur before he consumes the Mother Earth potion, there might be chances of consecutive ranking ups. Yue Yang thought through it beautifully, but he didn't expect Zhang Yu to reject him. An hour had passed and Zhang Ying still had not come out. That was when he thought that she must have felt too shy. They just got to know each other and now they would have to cultivate together in naked bodies. Even if this hornless dragon girl liked and trusted him a lot, she would still be reluctant to take this step. Yue Yang went over and knocked on the door. He tried to suppress giving off the vibe of a big bad wolf wanting to engulf a little lamb as he spoke softly. You rest first, we'll talk again tomorrow. He said this with the intention of giving Zhang Ying a buffering time. Just as he turned, the door suddenly opened a little with Zhang Ying hiding behind, speaking in a voice tiny as a mosquito. Can I not remove my clothes? We can try, if we really can't level up it's fine, I can't do it here, let's go back to my place. If we leave Fire Island, we can also let down their guard this way. Hai Yingwu had been keeping an eye on us, if we leave now, she won't suspect us anymore. Let's go, we'll return the day after. Zhang Ying lowered her head and came out from behind the door. It was apparent that her cheeks were burning red. Yue Yang was a little startled. He felt that this hornless dragon girl was braver than he thought and she was very decisive, unlike many others who were hesitant and draggy. Starfish Hotel. Hai Yingwu, who was resting, got a shock when she received reports from her subordinate that their target, Princess Ying, was leaving the hotel together with her subordinates. She was surprised as it seems that her target was going to start acting. When she was preparing to follow behind, she realized to her shock that Princess Ying wasn't heading towards the targeted deep sea abyss but towards the teleportation circle instead. She's leaving? That can't be it, isn't she here for the treasure? Why would she leave? Could it be that all of Hai Yingwu's previous guesses were false? Beautiful Princess Ying, could it be that the service of the Fire Island was unsatisfactory? Why are you leaving now? Hai Yingwu quickly acted as if she met Zhang Ying coincidentally as she bowed and greeted her. Nope, I'm just a little agitated, I'll return another time. Zhang Ying looked at Yue Yang the drunkard and looked extremely unhappy. Her acting wasn't bad too. Women are born with this inherent skill, they don't even need to learn it. Last, I can agree. Hai Yingwu could totally understand Princess Ying's troubles. What could be even more annoying than a useless butler getting drunk in the midnight and subsequently falling into the sea and then getting out before entering the wrong room? Zhang Ying is a princess, not a slave. Could it be that she had to serve this drunk butler? Of course not. Hai Yingwu saw that the princess's hidden anger accumulating like a volcano. She guessed that this useless guy would definitely be granted death penalty once he leaves the Fire Island. If Princess Ying were to leave now, she wasn't an enemy who's here for the treasures but a true guest. Hai Yingwu bowed apologetically as she felt guilty about her unnecessary doubts. She also felt sorry about wasting the time of others. There were so many people who were coming for the treasures in the first place and they were already experiencing shortage of manpower. With her targeting the wrong person, she aggravated the issue of manpower shortage. She must have been blind to treat a good man as a thief. We will welcome you back to Fire Island again. When Hai Yingwu was bowing, she realized that the perverted butler actually lifted his hand and pinched her butt secretly. Although she was still smiling on the outside, she wanted to kick him and burst all his testicles. She genuinely welcomed Zhang Ying and hoped that she could visit again. But towards the extremely perverted and annoying butler, she wished to never have to see him again. At the moment when Zhang Ying teleported off, her smile froze as she gritted her teeth and shouted. Get lost, scram as far as your perverted thoughts go. What did you say? Yue Yang pretended not to hear. Before teleporting, he looked left and right and realized there's not a lot of people around. He quickly raised his hands and grabbed onto Hai Yingwu's huge chest before running to the teleportation circle and teleported off with the help of the officer who pretended to not see anything. I haven't met such a scumbag ever in my life. Hai Yingwu was so angry that she almost cried. Once Yue Yang teleported away, he heard hornless dragon Zhang Ying snicker under her breath. She had seen Yue Yang grope Hai Yingwu. She just pretended that she didn't. She knew that Yue Yang did not intentionally molest Hai Yingwu, but had only done it out of the need to confuse the enemy. The only thing was that this drama was too realistic. She could not help but find it funny when she recalled Hai Yingwu's pitiful look of having to force out a smile while being groped. At the same time, she was pleased because Hai Yingwu saw her as an enemy and kept tight surveillance of her, so this was the perfect revenge. Tongtian Tower, 7th floor, Old Dragon Residence. Old Dragon Residence was a scenic hidden territory, a safe area. There were extremely little carnivorous beasts and only a few herbivorous small animals. These little deers and bunnies have all grown accustomed to the peaceful life in the mountain woods and were not afraid of people at all. After traveling more than 10 miles through the teleportation portal, they arrived in Old Dragon Residence. This place was where Old Hornless Dragon chose to live in seclusion in his older years. The scenery was beautiful, butterflies flew in pairs and the whole earth was covered in fresh flowers, their fragrance assailing one's nose. Worm clanmates and a dozen spider witches who had stayed behind to take care of the place hurriedly approached Zhang Ying to greet her when they saw that their mistress was back. They also saw a human, Yue Yang, who had come along. While they did their greetings, they could not help but look at Yue Yang to try to figure out his relationship with their mistress. When I was young, I lived here with my grandfather for a very long time. However, most of my time was spent with my maternal grandmother at Spider Valley. Sometimes, she would bring me to play in the human world. Even though I have not been to Soaring Dragon Continent, I have already been to Qilan Continent, Aogia Continent and also Gufeng Continent. Those continents are unlike Soaring Dragon Continent and would never allow outsiders to enter, so we faked our identities. I was very happy living with my grandfather and maternal grandmother because they did not care about my cultivation. If I had to live with my mother, that would have been painful, the training would have been extremely strict. Unfortunately, mother and father had gone to the 10th floor of the Tongtian Tower together to uncover the secret of Heaven Realm's gate. I have not seen them for more than 10 years and have no idea how they are now. Back at Old Dragon Residence, Zhang Ying led Yue Yang to explore her previous residence, and told him about her previous experiences. Yue Yang was secretly delighted. If a girl was willing to share the secrets of her past with a man, it proved that she had some feelings for him. Otherwise, she would not do so. He could tell that Zhang Ying, this hornless dragon, was very lonely. Old hornless dragon had passed away early because he could not recover from the heavy injury, which was coupled with poor health and aging. At that time, Zhang Ying was still a young child. After that, Zhang Ying went to live with her maternal grandmother Spider Empress and had a happy childhood. Those happy days ended when Spider Empress went missing. Young hornless dragon was only left with the option of returning to Old Dragon Residence to live with her parents and undergo the extremely vigorous training. However, not long after, her mother and father went to explore Heaven Realm's gate together, and had not come back in more than 10 years. Zhang Ying had to live with her aunt. When her aunt got married 10 years ago, she had to live alone while constantly traveling between Old Dragon Residence and Spider Valley, fulfilling the duties of Spider Empress for her maternal grandmother and also the role of hornless dragon here. In her lonely days, she cultivated diligently to achieve her goal of becoming a divine beast. Until she met Yue Yang. She had just made her first male friend, who was not even the same dragon species as her, but a human. Your parents look very powerful, you do not have to worry about their safety. Based on 3 points, he could tell the Zhang Ying's parents were remarkable. 1. Was their bloodline. Zhang Ying's father was the son of Old Hornless Dragon and Golden Dragon Queen, while her mother was the descendant of Silver Dragon Lord and Spider Empress. All of these 4 bloodlines were impressive. 2nd, the place they have chosen to go to was the 10th floor of the Tongtian Tower. Unless you had the ability stronger than a level 9 innate, you would definitely die. Furthermore, even their daughter was a level 7 innate, which only means that Zhang Ying's parents were definitely amazing people who had ability beyond innate level 9. 3rd, was the special treasure, the black dragon armor, that her parents made for her. The black dragon armor was very heavy, it could strengthen the body and increase the speed of cultivation without harming the body. The fact that even Yue Yang wanted to study this black dragon armor after he had obtained the knowledge passed on to him by the tragic guy's mother and ghost genius Yu Gong's puppet encyclopedia proved its value. Taking 1,000 steps back to talk about it. Let alone the secret law contained in the black dragon armor, this was made of authentic black dragon skin. In this world, how many innates could wear a real black dragon armor? Even though there were many black dragon armor sold in the treasure store, they were fakes made from worm skins and not the black dragon skins. They were simply black armor made from dragon skin. While they had the same name, they were 2 different things. When Zhang Ying reached the front of a room, she suddenly blushed and stopped moving. Her pale green eyes peeked at Yue Yang from under her violet hair and said shyly, This is my room. There is nothing much to see. While her mouth said that, in actual fact she really wanted Yue Yang to go in and have a look. Due to a maiden's reservation, she was too embarrassed to openly invite him in and instead could only hint implicitly in hopes that she could arouse Yue Yang's curiosity. Of course Yue Yang knew what she was thinking. He laughed and deliberately teased, Since there is nothing much to see, let us look around elsewhere. This statement made Zhang Ying's heart drop. Why was this guy like this? Just when she was stomped her foot silently, she suddenly saw Yue Yang quickly reach out and pushed the door to enter her room. When she realized that he was teasing her deliberately, the anger in her heart turned into surprise and shyness immediately. While she was embarrassed by how well he could see through her, she was also quite happy about his deceptive behavior. He was very clever and understood her hint, completely unlike a dense blockhead. Zhang Ying stretched her hand out to stop him slightly out of embarrassment, as if she did not want Yue Yang to go it. In actual fact she was just acting coy to indicate that she did not actively invite him, but rather it was him that broke in like an uncivilized man. Do not enter, how can you be like this? There is nothing to see inside. Of course Zhang Ying could not stop Yue Yang, she was just trying to slightly protect her pride. It smells so good. Once Yue Yang entered, he smelled the delicate fragrance of a virgin. Actually even on Hornless Dragon's body there was this sort of faint delicate fragrance. It was just concealed by the black dragon armor that had the special function of being able to suppress presence. If it was anyone other than Yue Yang, that person would not have been able to smell that fragrance. It seemed that such as a way Zhang Ying's parents was protecting her. One must know, many beasts track someone down based on their smell. Since that black dragon armor was able to completely conceal smell, this suppressed presence was the best defense against monsters, a superior sense of smell. It was precisely because of this that Zhang Ying's innate ability could be hidden so well that an ordinary warrior would not be able to tell. Hearing Yue Yang's sincere praises, Zhang Ying's jade face turned red. She ran in quickly in front of Yue Yang and quickly hid all of the items she did not want Yue Yang to see into the cupboard. Actually they were nothing more than her soft toys such as teddy bears, long-eared rabbits and some childish clothings, pink pajamas. Yue Yang could see that she was still a child inside. While she has grown up, she still missed her childhood. Maybe it was because she had been too lonely and too short of her family's pampering. Yue Yang did not practice body fusion with Zhang Ying immediately, but instead played with her for the whole day. Childish games such as the swing were Zhang Ying's favorite. She loved being on the swings even though she could already fly. Even so, when Yue Yang pushed her into the skies while she was seated on the swing, she would still shout excitedly in delight. She also particularly enjoyed cooking, but most part she was only making trouble. With Yue Yang accompanying her, she even wanted to make a giant flatbread. Regrettably she failed, and had to split it into a dozen of them. This made her regretful for the entire morning. In the afternoon, Yue Yang accompanied her swimming. She was most proud of her victory over Yue Yang in a race, and having stood on the shore leaning over and saying to Yue Yang who had just came out of the water, "I am about to doze off from the weight, can you be a little slower?" That night, she could not bear to go to sleep. Even though she did not say it, she really wanted Yue Yang to accompany her longer. She averted her eyes and did not dare to look at Yue Yang directly. Bedtime stories? I do not do such foolish things, I even want to look for someone to tell them to me. Yue Yang was smart enough to be the one who gave her an option. Fine, then you have to act as the child, I will be the parent and tell you bedtime stories. Sure enough, hearing that made Zhang Ying full of zeal. She pulled Yue Yang and pushed him onto her bed before pulling out a book from the bookshelf. She pretended to be serious in telling Yue Yang a bedtime story to coax him to sleep. She did not realize what she had done. Maybe it was unconsciously, but she did not mind Yue Yang lying on her bed. Snore. Yue Yang fell asleep immediately after laying down, holding a sign that said please do not talk to someone who is asleep. This move made Zhang Ying breathless from laughter. She fell on Yue Yang's body and hit his chest with her small fists, crying from laughter. Only after a while did she realize how flirtatious their position was. She looked up at Yue Yang, slightly embarrassed. When she realized that he had his eyes closed, thinking of who knows what, she lowered her head to listen to his heartbeat. Hornless Dragon Zhang Ying suddenly sighed, and said extremely softly, "In the future, after we defeat Ocean Emperor, there will be no one to talk to me again. I will go back to how I was before this, a lonely and helpless orphan. Even though I have parents, they do not care about me anymore." Yue Yang reached out and stroked her purple hair, "I am actually just like you. I am too an orphan." Zhang Ying jolted, and raised her head. She looked at Yue Yang with her pale green eyes, just like a wandering little kitten who found a companion. She did not say anything, but only hugged Yue Yang tightly. 2 huge drops of tears rolled down between her eyelashes silently. They seemed like tears of joy, but also seemed like tears of empathy. Even Zhang Ying could not explain her own confused emotions. She only knew that what she felt was like she had finally seen a little light in the darkness of her loneliness. A companion had appeared before her Yue Yang. She was never going to be alone again. The orphan finally had a companion. Since they were both orphans, why not accompany each other? Zhang Ying cried silently for a while, and then suddenly smiled through her tears. Her tear-stained face was beautiful, and her cherry lips could not help but curve up in a smile. "I see, turns out you are an orphan. Fine, I will take care of you from now on. I am very good at taking care of others, you will be great if you just listen to me." Yue Yang was not quick enough to take back the hand that was stroking her hair. Hornless Dragon Zhang Ying suddenly grabbed his hand boldly and placed it on her waist such that he was also hugging her. Perhaps it is because they were separated by the quilt, it did not feel real. She then slipped into the bed, and her hands were just like baby octopuses, hugging Yue Yang. Her body was tightly pressed against his, her breasts pushing against his chest. Yet she was not shy at all, her heart was filled with happiness. Since her childhood, she has not experienced such a warm embrace in so long. This embrace gave her a sense of security that was unlike the warm embraces of her family in her memory. The masculinity that she has never felt before saturated his body. In his embrace, there was an indescribable feeling of joy in her heart. Maybe this was the legendary happiness. Zhang Ying never would have thought she would ever hug a man to sleep. Moreover, it was felt so natural that she was not even embarrassed. Even her body and mind were at ease. After a night of sleep, she still could not understand why, but she only knew that hugging him and letting him hug her had made her body develop dependence on him. She could not bear to let go. Slowly, she felt a natural, comfortable and comforting feeling that she had never felt before. Oh right, she also felt blessed. Her heart was no longer lonely because he was by her side. A never before felt contentment filled her heart. Zhang Ying yawned and was about to go back to sleep. She suddenly realized that a passionate hand had slipped into her clothes and was massaging her breasts without a care in the world. This hand was extremely skilled, and had no regard for Zhang Ying's reaction. Only now did Hornless Dragon realize that sleeping in his arms was totally different from how she slept in the parents' and grandparents' arms when she was young. She initially had wanted to jump up from her breasts being touched, but this touch felt a bit strange. This was not a sinister kind of touching, but a natural caressing. When Zhang Ying looked up, she saw that Yue Yang was still deep in sleep. She grumbled, even if he is sound asleep, this guy is still a huge pervert. Zhang Ying was about to melt from the touches, and quickly pulled that naughty hand out. If he touched her any further, she would not be able to stand it. It was unbearable. Her breath was still uneven. She then realized that the hand was creeping towards her butt, and had begun exploring her bottoms. Hornless Dragon would not stand such an attack. She quickly grabbed the hand in hers and intended to push it back to his side. On second thought, she felt that her body was not melting anymore and felt strangely empty. Instead she rested that hand on her lower back. It felt better that she still laid in his embrace. As for him touching her breasts in his sleep, Zhang Ying felt that even Yue Yang himself was unaware. It was his natural instinct. Who knew how many naughty things he must have done to develop such an instinct? Zhang Ying wanted to bite Yue Yang's sleeping handsome face to release the pent-up anger in her heart. Xiao Luo Hua, let me have another touch. Yue Yang was having intimate time with Luo Hua city mistress in his dreams. He even pinned Hornless Dragon under him as he turned over. Hornless Dragon was shocked. She felt a strange thing hitting against her privates. It was burning. She was in torture. Most frustrating of all was that even though this guy was pinning her, he was still calling the name of his woman. You are so heavy, go to the side. Zhang Ying was about to melt from the intensity, and was only able to push Yue Yang away with all of her strength. Yue Yang's breath was calm, he was still sound asleep. Sleeping with this guy is not safe at all, so unbearable. Even though Zhang Ying was complaining, she was unwilling to let go. She only reached out to gently pinch him, but because she was worried about waking him up, she did not even bear to use strength. After that even Zhang Ying felt that she was too forgiving to him. Her breath was still uneven. Zhang Ying suppressed her beating heart, and brought her hand down to explore. Secretly, she slipped her hand into his pants. She closed her eyes in embarrassment and began to touch around in curiosity. Her whole body was shaking, her thighs closed together and her calf muscles tightened, her toes were so nervous that they almost cramped up. After quite some time did she pull her hand back. She then turned around and hid into the blanket extremely shyly. Even though she was not 100% clear nor did she see it with her own eyes, she already learned of many secrets. In that moment, even without anyone telling her, she had understood many things that she had not before. The thing that her aunt told her about last time could be his thing entering for a woman to have children. However, his thing might really be too big, could it even go in? If they really did the deed, maybe he would know what to do. Zhang Ying's imagination ran wild. She brought the hand that touched him to her nose and took a whiff. There was a strange smell left on her hand. It was very faint but it was very unique as it gave off the feeling of manliness and attraction. That was the smell of his thing? Zhang Ying was very embarrassed and hid under the blanket. Her head was a mess. That burning sensation she felt when touching him flashed through her mind again and again. Huge, burning, manly, high-spirited, that kind of feeling was really strange. Thinking back on it now only made her even more shy. The body fusion he mentioned, the last step, it could not be that they have to do that thing? Not good. Hornless Dragon suddenly remembered something and her whole body shook. There was only few 10 hours now to the birth of Mother Earth Potion, but she and Yue Yang have not started training at all. In the day, they had spent too much time playing while at night they had spent all their time sleeping. They have wasted too much time. If they were to wait till they woke up the next morning, they would only have a few hours left. How were they going to train? How could they be able to upgrade fast enough to face Ocean Emperor? At this thought, Zhang Ying immediately sat up. Yue Yang woke up from his sleep and asked her, "What's wrong? I did not touch you, oh no. I'm saying, we have to start training immediately, otherwise we will run out of time." Zhang Ying pulled Yue Yang up urgently, "Get up quickly, now is not the time to be sleeping." Oh. Yue Yang did not understand, didn't they already waste dozens of hours in the day? Why was it that she suddenly thought of training? She was just like a primary school student who played for the whole summer vacation, to only end up rushing her holiday homework on the last few days. Seeing Zhang Ying's urgent look, Yue Yang wanted to laugh. Of course, he was rather delighted to see such a change in the hornless dragon Zhang Ying. Since she requested it herself, it would be much more effective that him thinking of ways to encourage her to train. Now that she had relieved the burden in her heart, success was in sight. Yue Yang bundled Zhang Ying up in the blanket and carried her. We should go my grimoire world. If you leveled up, there would be many strange sights that would not be suitable for others to see. His words effectively dispelled the distress in her heart. Being away from the eyes of others was definitely preferred to alarming the servants. Even though the maids had seen her grow up, it was still better to keep such matters under wraps and not let them know. The grimoire world. There was no one there since Luo Hua City Mistress, Sickly Beauty and Phoenix Fairy Beauty were all at Tian Luo Palace's Mirage accompanying Fourth Mother. However, even though there was no one, the beasts were still here. Bloody Queen and Barbarian Cow Shadow were still here. Zhang Ying, who was already dizzy and numb from nervousness, had no mind to sense them, and did not realize that the beasts were present. In fact, she did not even think about them. Her heart was palpitating because she thought that they would have to take off their clothing to do the deed to train for body fusion. Yue Yang then explained to her the cultivation method and how she could cooperate. Only then did Zhang Ying know that there was no need to do that thing for the first part. That reduced the majority of the tension in the instant. She nodded her head to let him know she understood. Actually, the way for her to cooperate was very simple. Zhang Ying mainly had to relax and let Yue Yang lead in the whole process of cultivation. She cannot be scared and back out halfway in order to avoid affecting the results of the cultivation. She also had to use energy to control her spirit gate, which was simple. That was a piece of cake for a hornless dragon who had reached innate level 7. Moreover, someone else was leading the process. Understood. Zhang Ying felt really dumb. If she knew it was like this earlier, she would have started training once they got back. Her awkwardness was such a waste of time. It began with the touching of palms, and Yue Yang transferred energy into her body. The energy then flowed back to him. In this cycle, innate qi continued to expand her blood channels. Since her blood channels has already been linked, this process of body fusion led to impressive results quickly, and entered the second stage in no time. Now it was getting more intimate, their bodies were in an embrace. As for this, Zhang Ying was not pressured in any way since she has already slept with him in his arms. Even more innate qi flowed into her body. She felt her energy change and continued to upgrade. She was delighted. At the end of the second stage, she readily coordinated her moves with him. When he kissed her, she did not hesitate at all. Instead, she stood on her tiptoes and received his kiss. Only until he kissed her lips did she realize that they were kissing, and that was her first kiss. However, that wonderful feeling and the innate qi that was delivered from his mouth made her unable to resist. Rather, Zhang Ying hugged him and sucked with her might, and kissed him intensely by instinct. Other than innate qi, the nirvana flame also burned in Yue Yang's palms, purifying her energy while purifying her body. Immense pain made Zhang Ying almost cry out. However, she knew that in order for the body to be reborn, it must undergo this fierce purification. The pain was in fact part of the process. Their clothes have already disappeared, their two bodies were skin to skin. Yue Yang's body continued to refine the energy in Zhang Ying's body while nirvana flame continued to purify it. Zhang Ying was suffering terribly, as if hovering between life and death. Her body could not take it, and returned to her original form. While her upper body stayed the same, but from her torso downwards had turned into the body of a hornless dragon, on her back were also a pair of gold wings. Below her butt, her two legs have turned into a small and exquisite silver dragon's tail. It extended slowly to a several meters long. The black fins on her tail, her gold wings and silver scales all melted from the nirvana flame and were all instantly reborn. The immense pain caused Zhang Ying to wrap her tail around Yue Yang's body tightly. Her dragon wings were also powerlessly trembling. If Yue Yang had not supplemented her with his innate qi, she would most likely have died in a few minutes. Under nirvana flame's refining, she might have been reduced to her soul and the dragon crystal in her body. However, Yue Yang's innate qi replenished her energy immediately so that the potential in her body was continuously stimulated. Each time Zhang Ying was at the hardest part, Yue Yang dripped holy dew into her mouth so that she could instantly recover. After an unknown period of time, Zhang Ying realized the pain was getting lighter and lighter. Finally, there was no pain at all. She instead felt an enlightening refreshness from being reborn. When she opened her eyes, she realized her skin had become whiter and tender by 10 times, just like jade. Her entire dragon tail looked as if it was carved from white jade. It was beautiful. Her wings had become crystal-like. Other than the slight dark grey outlining the skeleton in the wings, it looked completely different from before. Filled with energy and with a perfect body, Zhang Ying immediately realized she has been reborn. Even though she had not leveled up to innate level 8, she was only a fine line away from breaking through. If she trained, she would most likely break through immediately. Is this really me? My new tail is so beautiful, just like jade. Zhang Ying could not suppress her excitement and kissed Yue Yang repeatedly to thank him for giving her a new and perfect body. Her dragon tail swung in delight, just like a child who received her most beloved toy. Let us continue and break through to innate level 8 in one go. Actually, when Zhang Ying was in pain, Yue Yang could have tried to seize her with his shadow with a high success rate, but when he thought about it, he realized that such matters should not be rushed. In the future, if she truly did not want to leave his side, she would take the initiative to ask for a contract. There is no need to leave a shadow in her heart. Okay. Zhang Ying nodded her head in agreement readily. She then immediately understood to go a step further would mean even more intimate contact. Maybe, they would even do that. Although she was shy, she did not have any regrets. Instead, she bravely changed back to her human body, turning her dragon tail back into those slender long legs. As they moved on to the next step of cultivation, let alone Zhang Ying, even Yue Yang, who was skilled in the body fusion process, was very serious. What Yue Yang wanted was not only for the hornless dragon to break through to innate level 8, but also, for her to first level down to innate level 6 or even level 5 before breaking through to level 8 directly. Zhang Ying would then receive the maximum benefit from leveling up multiple levels. If she did not do this, she would only level up a single level and not have gained much benefit. With this method, her powers would increase tremendously after leveling up. Her inherent skills would advance by leaps and bounds. She might even successfully contract a summoning grimoire to level up directly to become a divine beast. Yue Yang guessed that there would be a limited amount of the Mother Earth potion. If Zhang Ying could level up to become a divine beast, she would no longer need the potion, as she would have enough energy to help herself break through. Innate Invisible Sword Qi level 6. It was the realm Yue Yang wanted to break through to. However, it was definitely not what he ultimately longed for. With the Mother Earth potion, he wanted to level up to level 7 Innate Invisible Sword Qi, or even higher. Yue Yang would have already achieved level 6 Innate Invisible Sword Qi a long time ago if he hadn't cultivated the Nirvana flames repeatedly multiple times. Now, as he cultivated, Yue Yang felt himself getting closer to level 6. It was like his energy had pooled and could erupt anytime. The longer he cultivated at lower levels, the better his foundations were and the more things he mastered. But at times when he must level up, Yue Yang would also not let it slip by. Whenever he makes a breakthrough, he would achieve a new enlightenment. To break through to the new realm, Yue Yang would not hesitate to cultivate the same level over again. Moreover, as he was preparing to attack and kill the super ranker Ocean Emperor, it would be best if he could break through to a new realm. Yue Yang knew that he would receive much more in return if he helped Zhang Ying break through to innate level 8 and level up into a divine beast. Her dragon energy would help him achieve a deeper enlightenment in his level 6 innate invisible sword Qi during body fusion. Kiss, caress. Yue Yang did the same things to Zhang Ying as he had done with Shui Wuxia, Princess Xian, Sickly Beauty and Luo Hua Mistress during body fusion. Despite having helped Yue Yang cultivate body fusion for months, Yu had not yet progressed to this stage. At least, she would never allow Yue Yang to do it as long as she was in her right mind. Zhang Ying remained passive in her actions. She felt shy, happy, embarrassed and afraid at the same time. Although she did not resist Yue Yang's advancements, she stood by, not knowing what to do and could only accept everything passively. This was also not what she wanted, but she was just totally clueless, as it was her first time experiencing all these. Luckily, the body fusion process, which was entirely led by Yue Yang, could be carried out even with minimal cooperation so long as there is no intent to resist. At the start, Zhang Ying felt really embarrassed. She looked on as Yue Yang kissed a path down her body from her breasts, at a total loss. Pleasure and excitement coursed through her veins and she desperately wanted to fondle and kiss Yue Yang, but her nerves and shame stopped her. While Yue Yang kissed her gently and laid her down on the bed, all Zhang Ying could do was to cover her face and to clamp her thighs tightly together. Her legs were awkwardly stiff as she laid still, submitting her whole body to him. Relax, empty your mind, feel the flow of energy. Yue Yang could gobble Zhang Ying up right now and she would not resist him. However, possessing Zhang Ying was not the most important thing at the moment. Instead, the crucial thing was for her to level up. To cultivate with the pure body of a young maiden was the fastest way. There was still a long way to go before her breakthrough, and to take her at such an early time would cause her to be only able to level up once. Since she would eventually be his, why should he rush? After Yue Yang's reassurance, Zhang Ying visibly relaxed. Her stiff body softened and she drowned in pleasure and happiness as Yue Yang kissed her body. She let Yue Yang kiss and caress her burning naked body as she passionately hugged him. She trembled and let out a sweet whimper at Yue Yang's every movement. Her ragged breath and moans turned into an incomparably moving song. After 10 minutes, she totally lost herself as she embraced Yue Yang passionately. She only responded to all the love he showed her body, her previous reservations and nervousness were tossed far away. Her body was entirely under Yue Yang's control as she single-mindedly focused on the pleasure he gave her, the world long forgotten. Unconsciously, her powers gradually condensed and her level continuously reduced under the suppression of the Nirvana flame and innate Qi. From level 7 she leveled down to level 6. Another 10 minutes and she further leveled down to level 5. If this happened ordinarily, she would have been extremely shocked. However, She had complete faith in Yue Yang and had since submitted herself completely to him. Heaven's Fury Fire Lotus, Arctic Ice Frost and deathly purple lightning emitted from Yue Yang's body and formed a giant force field. The summoning grimoire floated out by itself and the light halo shaped of the beast world expanded to a 60-meter radius. Innate chi flowed from Yue Yang's mouth to Zhang Ying's and it coursed through her body before returning to Yue Yang's body from her danshan. Contrarily, the nirvana flame entered at her tailbone and flowed up her body before it flowed back to Yue Yang at her chest area. The nirvana flame morphed into an incomparably magnificent fire phoenix which flew through their bodies repeatedly. Zhang Ying's body trembled violently at every passing as her powers and realm broke through multiple levels. Her powers exploded from an innate level 5 to a level 6 and then to her original level 7. Finally, mysterious lights shimmered like a rainbow. A pair of dragon wings and a dragon tail appeared on Zhang Ying's body. They held onto Yue Yang's body tightly as she cried out from the pain and happiness of her breakthrough through multiple levels to a new realm. In the moment, Yue Yang could not locate the bronze grimoire so he conjured a silver grimoire urgently and pressed Zhang Ying's small hand on it, using his innate chi to help her contract a summoning grimoire. When the contracting failed to succeed as her breakthrough was ending, Yue Yang bit his tongue in desperation and blood splattered on the silver grimoire. He had no idea why he did what he did. Maybe, it was to increase the chances of success. Perhaps, it was knowledge inherited from his mother that allowed him to act subconsciously in that moment. Or perhaps it was the heavenly sword goddess commanding Yue Yang's subconscious. He felt these were all possible explanations but he did not spend much time pondering it. Instead, he focused wholeheartedly on transferring innate chi to Zhang Ying in order to help her contract a summoning grimoire. This was the best opportunity. If she failed to contract today, it would then be such a pity. Finally, bright light rose from where Zhang Ying's hand touched the grimoire. The piercing gold light blossomed and formed an image of a female hornless dragon in the sky. The pillar of light shot up into the sky, circled around, before it returned and entered Zhang Ying's body in a flash. The tail that was originally coiled around Yue Yang suddenly disappeared into bright lights and once again transformed into her flawless white legs, clasped on Yue Yang's waist. The dragon wings on her back shrunk rapidly and grew delicate. They became a pair of gorgeous crystal dragon wings that continued to wrap around Yue Yang. Zhang Ying hugged Yue Yang tightly as she fleeted in and out of consciousness while leveling up. The new divine beast realm affected her wisdom but what scared her more was the realization that she had some sort of life connection to Yue Yang. Countless information popped up in her head and she could not sort out the muddle in her mind. The pleasure she felt in her body was also one reason she could not think clearly. She felt Yue Yang's spear pushing against her tender petal. That kind of feeling made her shudder from head to toe. It felt unbearable but it felt pleasurable at the same time. It was as if her body sought that feeling automatically as her hands, feet and wings held onto Yue Yang tightly. It was like her body wanted Yue Yang inside her immediately, to truly become one with her. Yue Yang felt the same way. He could feel that all that was in his way was a thin veil. That signifies the chastity of the body. All Yue Yang had to do was to move forward and Zhang Ying would truly become his woman. Robbing her of her chastity like that, she would probably not be able to level up like Luo Hua Mistress and the rest had, since she had just leveled up. Moreover, he no longer had enough innate chi to help her level up. Forget it, none of this matters at this stage. Yue Yang could not hold it back anymore and decided to take this hornless dragon. As Yue Yang was about to attack, Zhang Ying's body became a ball of light and floated into his summoning grimoire. Light emanated from the grimoire. The pages flipped. The naked Yue Yang jumped up at the sight and sweated profusely. Turns out that he had unknowingly contracted Zhang Ying. What made him most anxious was that this was unlike anything he had seen before when he contracted Barbarian Cow Shadow Aman, Bloody Queen Red and Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen Duo. Could it be that his blood that had splattered onto the summoning grimoire when Zhang Ying was contracting it, had this effect? Still, having settled this hornless dragon allowed Yue Yang to breathe a sigh of relief. Of course, this did not refer to making her his woman. That would need at least a few more seconds to work. This referred to his guardian beasts. Yue Yang realized that his guardian beasts had all appeared carelessly and were inexplicably contracted. Without warning, they all end up as his guardian beasts under the circumstances when he was totally unprepared. Zhang Ying was also contracted successfully, without any mental preparations, she had become his guardian beast. Yue Yang couldn't understand. Forget it, whatever it was a good thing. He could always ask the heavenly sword goddess. Maybe she had been helping him all this while. Yue Yang decided that he did not want to go in depth into this problem right now. On a closer look, he noticed that the hornless dragon was still asleep. She looked to be still confused yet her energy continued to rise as her powers of Divine Beast and Level 8 Innate were still in the process of merging. At the same time, she had to deal with the changes as a Guardian Beast. All the power she received after breaking through had placed her into the muddled state she is in now. He reckoned that she would not be ready to fight until some time after. Being able to contract her was the biggest satisfaction to Yue Yang and whether she participated in battle or not was not what he cared about. The question of killing the Ocean Emperor was never Yue Yang's greatest concern. At the most, the Ocean Emperor could be killed some other time. The only thing that troubled Yue Yang now was that he had almost broke through to level 6 innate invisible sword chi. But unfortunately, Zhang Ying had fallen into slumber right at that moment. What should he do since Phoenix Fairy Beauty and Luo Hua Mistress were both not by his side? In a flash, a shadow glided down from the sky and Bloody Queen Red flung herself into Yue Yang's embrace. Her face burned. Let Red help Master level up to a new realm. Red has learned how. Yue Yang was shocked by Bloody Queen Red's forwardness. When did she become so human-like? Yue Yang thought that she would require a period of time for her humanization to completely mature. He never expected both her body and mind to have already fully matured. Yue Yang examined her with his Heaven Eyes divine vision and saw that Bloody Queen Red was practically, and possibly, even more perfect than an ordinary woman. Bloody Queen Red had made rapid progress and improved by leaps and bounds in her humanization. The rapid development of her body was explainable, but what about her mind? One had to be aware that other beasts usually needed more than dozens to 200 years to develop a human body. The development of their minds would have further required a few more hundreds of years before they could be truly humanized. How long had Bloody Queen Red only been contracted for? Yue Yang could not understand how she improved at such a shocking speed. Compared to Barbarian Cow Shadow, she humanized much faster, so much that she had surpassed Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen. Master and Mistress has taught Red a lot. Bloody Queen Red lowered her head shyly. In fact, the first reason for her rapid improvement were Yue Yang's abnormal powers. Also, it was the competition with her peers which allowed her intelligence to increase greatly. There had been competition from Barbarian Cow Shadow, followed by Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen, and then Spirit of Earth Fire. With all this competition that leveled up rapidly around her, there was no way for Bloody Queen Red to not work harder and mature faster so that she will not fall behind. The greatest influence was Yue Yang's body fusion skill. First, when he did it with the other women, Bloody Queen Red was able to learn the emotions and techniques of a human female. This resulted in her rapid progress. Last, basically she watched them have sex and learned from it. After that, it had been the appearance of Phoenix Fairy Beauty's guardian beast, Charm Demon Queen, and the appearance of the Hornless Dragon. Charm Demon Queen was not only powerful but had also served Yue Yang together with Phoenix Fairy Beauty. Her actions were the best enlightenment for Bloody Queen Red, and they opened up a door of possibilities for Bloody Queen Red. Also, this made her realize that she could also do it. Bloody Queen Red was further threatened by the presence of the Hornless Dragon Zhang Ying. At the very least, Charm Demon Queen was still Phoenix Fairy Beauty's guardian beast. Zhang Ying, however, had become Yue Yang's guardian beast and will now always be with Yue Yang. If Zhang Ying was able to walk ahead of Bloody Queen Red, then Bloody Queen Red would have a lowered status in Yue Yang's heart. Competitiveness, demonstration, and feeling threatened, these three caused an earth-shattering revolution in Bloody Queen Red's mind, allowing her to attain unbelievable progress. From being a beast, Bloody Queen Red took a sudden, huge step towards becoming a human. It was a step that hundreds of millions of beasts could not achieve in their entire lifetime. To Bloody Queen Red, it had only taken her a few short days to step out. Don't worry, Red, you'll always be my irreplaceable and beloved Bloody Queen. Yue Yang had sensed Bloody Queen Red's feelings and he lifted her face to land a soft kiss on her lips. Yes. Tears flowed down Bloody Queen Red's face upon hearing Yue Yang's words. All her worries these few days disappeared instantly. The burden in her heart was lightened and lifted. In that moment, she felt blessed to know that she had a special place in Yue Yang's heart. Even if Yue Yang had many different beasts around him, there was the favored Lamia Loli, the loyalist Barbarian Cow Shadow, and Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen with all her transformations. Bloody Queen Red still remained special to him. Bloody Queen Red was touched and embraced Yue Yang emotionally, burying her face in his chest. Hot tears flowed down her face. She then suddenly lifted her tear-stained face, looked at Yue Yang and nodded her head determinedly. Red will definitely work hard in future. She went on to kiss Yue Yang passionately, returning his love with a passionate kiss. They continued with body fusion. Indeed, the same method of simultaneous cultivation when used on Red, produced totally different results. Zhang Ying had been passive, afraid to move and scared that she would affect Yue Yang since she was clueless about opposite-sex relationships. She had been very nervous and did not loosen up until she lost herself in the moment. Red was different. She had seen Yue Yang cultivating body fusion with Luo Hua Mistress and Phoenix Fairy Beauty many times before and had even seen him in bed with them. As such, she knew how to complement Yue Yang's body fusion cultivation. There was a complete difference between cooperation and non-cooperation. Although the end could be reached without cooperation, with mutual understanding, the effects of the cultivation of body fusion would be doubled. It was just like the difference between Shui Wuxia and Yu Yu. Shui Wuxia leveled up quickly since she was able to coordinate perfectly with Yue Yang when they practiced. When Princess Qian saw them, she was also envious. On the other hand, Yu Yu only cultivated body fusion with Yue Yang since she knew that her gentle energy was helpful to him. She had to help him level up, but she remained passive during cultivation and held back whenever there were extreme movements involved, thus, she leveled up at a slower rate than Shui Wuxia. Although Yu seemed like she was improving rapidly to the outside world, her progress was really still considered to be slow when compared to that of Shui Wuxia. Red completely opened up to Yue Yang. Although their bodies were not joined, she was already at the final stage of the couple's cultivation with Yue Yang. Yue Yang did not push Red down immediately because he felt that he was just about to level up. If he had leveled up during the process, there was no way to predict how it might affect Bloody Queen Red, and he did not want to take the risk. Moreover, if the union of the bodies to happen while he makes a breakthrough, there may be unthinkable effects to him. For example, the hornless dragon was reduced to her current muddled state because she had leveled up too much and the impact of breaking through realms had forced her to hibernate. If the same thing were to happen to Yue Yang, his plan to kill the Emperor of the Ocean would fail. Also, what Yue Yang wanted the most was for Bloody Queen Red to enjoy the process when he pushes her down. He had wanted it to be a beautiful moment for her instead of it just being a tool for him to improve himself. It would be the greatest reward to Bloody Queen Red for her humanization. Bloody Queen Red hung upside down and imitated her mistress, sucking on Yue Yang's spear. Yue Yang was drawing support from her powers and combining it with his nearly exploding innate chi to rush towards level 6 of innate invisible sword chi. The shockwaves from the soundless explosion blasted Bloody Queen Red away in an instant. She was miraculously unhurt while everything within a 5-meter radius around Yue Yang had become dust, even the space had shattered. The Nirvana flame on Yue Yang's body formed a giant flame pillar that shot high into the sky while the Nirvana flame wings on his back carried him up through the heart of the fire pillar. The sword chi shooting out from Yue Yang's fingers covered the sky and every sword cut through space. The strongest of them all could even cut through the void. A magnificent fire phoenix took shape from the Nirvana flames and swooped down from the sky with Yue Yang on its back. In a split second, the entire grimoire world shook and everything trembled. Boom! The fire phoenix brought Yue Yang down to the ground with an explosion and returned into Yue Yang's body immediately. However, Yue Yang remained rooted to the deep hole in the ground. He bent over and his Nirvana flame wings shot 10 meters into the sky. Yue Yang then straightened up, raised his hands and shouted "Ha!" The entire grimoire world rocked violently. A 1,000-meter tall image of a golden giant that was the splitting image of Yue Yang grew from his body. It mimicked Yue Yang's actions and the sky of the grimoire world felt as if it was bursting under the pressure while deep footprints appeared on the ground. Bright light emitted from Yue Yang's body and the summoning grimoire floated out. World continued to absorb the energy which Yue Yang radiated, the halo of light then expanded from 60 meters to 80 meters. Bloody Queen Red screamed as her body was also bathed in the bright light and her energy continued to increase, making her body more perfect. Only a little more was needed for her to break through. At the latest, Bloody Queen Red would break through the next time they cultivated together. Yue Yang wanted to continue his punches but Xia Wen Li suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Her 6 tiny hands held onto his fist. She looked at him pleadingly with her big black eyes. Instead of using her binding chains inherent skills on Yue Yang, Xia Wen Li faced the still delirious Yue Yang who was still engulfed in the new realm. She would rather get hurt than to hurt him. Howl! Yue Yang reacted instinctively and a hand shot out to grab Xia Wen Li by her throat while the other hand prepared to punch. Xia Wen Li was not intimidated and still held onto his arm tightly. In an instant, the golden light in Yue Yang's eyes subsided and his eyes became clear once again. A sweet smile broke out on Xia Wen Li's face at the sight, her eyes curved into a crescent moon shape. Hee hee. She did it. She successfully called out to Yue Yang's consciousness with her soul. Precious darling, don't ever do that again, what if I had hurt you? Yue Yang released his grip hurriedly after he regained consciousness. He pulled her in for a hug and kissed her fiercely, caressing her tiny head as pain tugged at his heartstrings. It was such a close call, he had almost lost control and hurt her. Ah! Xia Wen Li shook her to show that it was no big deal. Grabbing Yue Yang's face, she showered kisses on him adorably. Feelings of jealousy rose within Bloody Queen Red but she did not fight with Xia Wen Li over Yue Yang's embrace. Instead, she gave Yue Yang a back hug and embraced both him and Xia Wen Li. Her happy face stuck onto Yue Yang's robust back. Barbarian Cow Shadow Aman rushed over as well and in her excitement, her brute strength exploded and she lifted Yue Yang, Xia Wen Li and Bloody Queen Red up, and spun them around in circles. A distance away, the Reaper Mantis was also flying about in the air happily, equally excited at Yue Yang's level up. Only the spirit of earth fire hiding in the lava pool of a far-off volcano could not understand these things. Feelings were still too complicated for her to comprehend. She glanced at Yue Yang then looked at the happy Bloody Queen Red and Barbarian Cow Shadow puzzledly. It was like she couldn't understand what was so happy about what had happened or perhaps, she just could not comprehend the human concept of happiness. What is happiness? Everything had to go through a process. The spirit of earth fire was just like how Barbarian Cow Shadow used to be. However, Barbarian Cow Shadow had since gotten closer to humans and was no longer the ignorant barbarian cow she used to be. Luckily Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen had not awakened yet. If not, the grimoire world would have been more lively. Since she had gobbled up so many innate rankers before, and Yue Yang had continuously transferred innate qi to her, she must probably be able to grow into a devastatingly beautiful imperial queen when she woke up, right? What was confirmed was that she would definitely be more perfect than before because her human body was the most perfectly developed among them all. Her level would soar every time she was reborn. 2 hours later. After a little rest, because there's not enough time, Yue Yang hurried to Fire Island even before he could fully take in all the energy he had gained from the level 6 innate invisible sword qi. It was because the ancient Mother Earth potion would be born in another 5 hours. If Yue Yang did not prepare himself early, he would miss it. After his powers have become stronger, Yue Yang was very confident that he could defeat the Ocean Emperor. At the very least, Yue Yang was sure that he could seize the Mother Earth potion. If he consumed the Mother Earth potion, his powers would grow stronger. How could the Ocean Emperor not die then? After he got rid of the Ocean Emperor, it would then be time to send the Black Hell King, the traitor from 6,000 years ago, to hell. Hell. This time when Yue Yang arrived at Fire Island, he naturally couldn't use the worthless butler identity but used Titan's identity. His face was covered by the golden Gemini mask, while he carried the wrapped-up gold-ranked dragon-slaying spear behind him. He arrived at Fire Island just like how he entered the Thunder Fortress. Titan's name had already spread throughout the entire Thunder Fortress. Yue Yang was different from most innates who would arrogantly hire someone to spread the news when he did something. As a result, only the nearby region knew about the legend of the Titan brothers. In the 7th floor of the Tongtian Tower, no one knew about the existence of the Titan brothers, other than a few merchants who were working with the Titan Guild and knew about how he killed Demon Eye. Apart from this, only a small amount of people knew about the Titan brothers in the ranks of innates. As for Titan Junior's appearance, only an extremely few amount of people had personally seen him even in the Thunder Fortress. Their existence was only a rumor. Welcome honored guest to Fire Island. Just as Yue Yang walked out from the teleportation circle, an incomparably sexy tour guide immediately bowed, showing that she was willing to be of service and guide the way for Yue Yang. She was Hai Yingwu, but she already did not recognize Yue Yang. So noisy, what is happening? Yue Yang intentionally asked like this. It's like this, honored guest. You probably don't know, but a treasure had appeared under the deep sea abyss of Fire Island. The mysterious treasure emits light and came from the deep sea abyss. Afterwards a ranker noticed it and the news spread calling everyone to search for it. The Ocean Emperor is very generous and especially tasked the members of Fire Island to serve the heroes, helping everyone complete this epic adventure and leave majestic battle poems. Hai Yingwu respectfully answered but secretly sized up this guest. She saw that his strength was only a level 7 overlord. However, he was wearing a gold-ranked mask and carrying a wrapped-up treasure behind him. Wasn't he afraid of being robbed with his strength? Stop blabbering. You only need to answer the question as to why it's so noisy around here. Yue Yang ruthlessly interrupted her without even looking at her. I apologize. Honored guest, it's like this. Many brave heroes went to find the treasures and after battling for 1 day and 1 night, out of hundreds of heroes, 3 have emerged as winners. One of the fortunate heroes obtained the best sea-controlling pearl. Unfortunately he rejected our congratulation and already left the island. As for the other 2, they obtained gold-ranked treasures. One of them obtained the Lionstone Fish's summon crystal while the other obtained the spiked sea parting fork. They are currently accepting our congratulations and protection. In order to celebrate, the entire Fire Island is now preparing to have a night party. That is the reason why there are lanterns and colored banners and why it's so noisy. If it disturbed honored guest, please allow Hai Yingwu to represent the entire Fire Island staff to sincerely apologize. Hai Yingwu was probing Yue Yang. She was suspicious that he was also here to treasure hunt, but he was too late. The most annoying thing in the world is that other people have good treasures, too displeasing. Yue Yang groaned, pushed Hai Yingwu aside and left with huge steps. Hai Yingwu was stunned. In her entire lifetime, she had never met a male that was completely immune to her charms. If he was from a different tribe and disliked human females, then it's fine. However, he was a human, how was he able to ignore her? When Yue Yang pushed her aside, she felt shock and shame at the same time. It was a feeling of shame from her self-esteem being lowered. When was it that she had become less charming? She thought that it was perhaps he was too jealous of other people's treasures. That must be it. If the feeling that the perverted butler gave her when he was touching her breast and butt was disgust, then the feeling that this man gave her was rage. For good or bad, that perverted butler still liked her big breasts and her round bottom. But this masked man made her deeply feel shame and completely ignored her. Hai Yingwu wanted to just charge over and angrily scream at him, but in the end, she still endured it. For the sake of Ocean Emperor's grand plan, she had to endure it. Hai Yingwu gritted her teeth. The mask on this masked person is a gold-ranked treasure. A few mercenaries walked over. They were already drunk and were probably prepared to leave because they did not obtain any treasures. When the man leading them saw Yue Yang, his greed rose and excitedly pointed at Yue Yang. This is bad. When Hai Yingwu saw the greed in the mercenary's eyes, she knew that a fight was unavoidable. Leave behind the gold-ranked mask and kneel before me, then this granddaddy will let you live. When the few men noticed that the masked man in front of them was just a level 7 overlord, their confidence boosted. In their 5-man group, 2 were level 7 overlords, 2 were level 8 emperors and only one with a weaker level, a level 6 elder. According to strength, they felt that they could overwhelm Yue Yang, so their attitude became increasingly arrogant. You should also leave the wrapped treasure behind you, added the other level 8 overlord as he felt the fluctuation of the wrapped treasure. Hai Yingwu secretly panicked. If she exposed her lesser innate strength and went up to block them, then there would be no problems. However, for the Ocean Emperor's grand plan, how could she just expose her strength? She looked helplessly at the two sides and knew that it was a bad situation. The masked man had so many treasures, yet his strength was not enough, so he must have a powerful backer and is probably the son of an innate. If he was killed here, then the power behind him would be furious. Now that only a few hours remained for the Ocean Emperor's grand plan and the Ocean Emperor was about to arrive, this situation was very bad. They had a hard time protect the true secret treasure and even used the plan of using a fraud to shift the eyes of those who came to seek adventure. Now, it would be best if no more issues arise. Just as Hai Yingwu was very anxious, she suddenly saw 3 figures moving through the skies. When Hai Yingwu saw it, she immediately used a secret hand signal to ask for help. Although they were unwilling, the 3 figures still came down. It was the secret hand signal that the Ocean Emperor set. In case someone used this to ask for help, as long as one is from the aquatic race, they cannot ignore it. The 3 people landed. On the left was big-headed small-bodied ugly fatty, in the middle was an imposingly cold fish race general wearing scale armor, on the right was a skinny man with a tall height, small eyes wearing a dark green satin covered with gold marks and sticky liquid that made others lose their appetites. What happened? I am currently preparing to welcome His Majesty Ocean Emperor. Your disturbance has affected the overall situation. You small fish using a sea peril level signal to call us as you wish, you truly don't know your position. The ugly yet comical fatty loudly berated Hai Yingwu. Reporting to the 3 ocean generals, it's like this. Hai Yingwu quickly reported the situation between Yue Yang and the mercenaries. Not far away, Yue Yang was slowly unwrapping the wrapped treasure. The mercenaries estimated that he would not easily surrender the treasures and a fight was unavoidable. They immediately surrounded Yue Yang to oppress him in the middle. A fight was about to erupt. The 3 generals also saw the situation and the strong general wearing the scale armor waved his hands showing that he did not care. The skinny one also laughed evilly showing that he did not care. However, he was going to kill the mercenaries once they obtained the treasure. This way he would be able to say that Yue Yang was avenged and at the same time he could obtain treasures. However, the fatty who berated Hai Yingwu stood up and shouted at the mercenaries, "What are you doing?" The mercenaries were caught unprepared of the fathead fish general's intervention. Could it be that this masked man was from the aquatic race? Luckily, the level 8 emperor responded, on one side he quibbled and on the other he probed, "General de Tiu, I am Bai Ziu, the grandson-in-law of the Hermit Crab Clan General, Lang Yet. During the wedding reception, I had even toasted with Sir, could it be that you have forgotten me? Today, it was not us who wanted to break the rules of Fire Island, but it is because the masked person is my enemy. He killed brothers of my race and even raped a sister of my race. Since we met today, how could I let him get away with it? General de Tiu, please give justice." The ugly fathead general scratched his bald head and mumbled, "Is that right? We had toasted together? Why don't I remember? Fine, since it's like this, I don't care anymore." When Hai Yingwu heard this she almost sweat to death. Wasn't this fatty too easy to fool? Why was he even a general? Those who believed this Bai Ziu's bullshit were idiots. However, this idiot fathead general actually believed him. Hai Yingwu was speechless. If she did not worry about her identity, Hai Yingwu would have exposed Bai Ziu's lie. However, she endured in the end. In order to not affect Ocean Emperor's grand plan, this masked man did not have any relationship with her anyways. Even if he died, only one guest died at most, there would be a few problems in the future. She would just endure it since there was only a few hours left before the Ocean Emperor's grand plan. Hai Yingwu lowered her head and remained silent. She felt that the masked man was screwed. Even if he was not killed by the mercenaries, the Leech General would not let him go. It seems that Leech General was watching him like a tiger watching his prey, as he was also drooling for his treasures. Perhaps he would make his move at the most crucial point in the name of vengeance. That means that this masked man was truly screwed. Hai Yingwu continuously sighed and gradually could not bear it. Despite the arrogant masked man completely ignoring her existence earlier, she still did not wish to see him die just as he arrived at Fire Island. "Hey bastard, you are guilty of terrible crimes. The guilty will not escape and today we will definitely catch you. Your time of death is near." Seeing that the 3 generals did not care, the mercenaries pleasingly laughed out loud at this masked man's death. Do you want my treasures? I'll gift it to you. Yue Yang slowly unveiled the wrapping. With a speed faster than light, he instantly moved. One mercenary was currently laughing loudly. Suddenly, the laughter was cut off as the spear point already pierced through his throat. Hai Yingwu's pupils quickly shrunk. She was shocked because she could not even clearly see how the gold-ranked spear was brandished, even a single image was not seen and she could only see that the spear had pierced through the mercenary's throat. The remaining mercenaries were petrified. The one who was just killed was a level 8 emperor and was the strongest among them. He was actually killed by the opponent in an instant? Then what kind of strength did this masked man actually possess? Impossible. One mercenary was beyond terrified. He pointed at Yue Yang with a shaking finger, unable to accept the fact that his buddy was killed in an instant. Right in the next second however, he clearly felt an ice-cold spear force through his lips, prying open his jaw and piercing his tongue all the way to his throat. He felt a slight pain at the back of his head, and then he lost all consciousness. Is there still anyone who wants my treasure? If you think the gold-ranked dragon-slaying spear is too big, there is still the gold-ranked dragon-slaying dagger, any one of you want it? Yue Yang threw the gold-ranked dragon-slaying spear and nailed an escaping mercenary to the ground, killing him instantly. He then pulled out the gold-ranked dragon-slaying dagger from his waist, dodged behind a mercenary and kicked him down before holding his head with his hand. Yue Yang pushed the dagger into the mercenary's temple bit by bit. The whole process was extremely slow. The mercenary was both in shock and in pain. He cried out in fear, pissed his pants in terror and desperately struggled. However, no matter what he did, he simply was unable to escape the advent of death. The last one left was Bai Ziu, who claimed to be the grandson-in-law of the Hermit Crab clan's leader, Lang Yat. He was terror-stricken and stumbled to where the big-headed carp general was. He cried with his face distorted, "Help, save me." Yue Yang put away the gold-ranked dragon-slaying dagger and lightly extracted the gold-ranked dragon-slaying spear from the corpse of the mercenary that he had nailed through before catching up unhurriedly. As for his skill in killing the 4 men continuously, all 3 sea generals were shaken after they saw it. In terms of ability, the ability this masked man displayed was not even innate leveled, nor was it lesser innate leveled, but only an ordinary level 7 Overlord's ability. There were 2 reasons why he could easily kill 4 people in an instant. First was speed. They assumed that Yue Yang was using a beast to increase his speed, but they did not know what kind of beast could increase his speed to the point that it was even faster than an innate. It was so fast that people did not even have time to react. Second, was that he owned magic weapons. Gold-ranked dragon-slaying spear itself was a magic weapon that could kill in a second. Combined with the extreme speed of this masked man, the power gold-ranked dragon-slaying spear exhibits power that a warrior of the same standard could not even compete with. Not even mentioning a level 7 overlord or level 8 emperor, even a lesser innate might have difficulty taking on such a fatal hit. Big-headed carp general secretly swallowed his saliva. He was not afraid of those who were strong, but because of his relatively slower speed, he found those who moved quickly, like this opponent, the most troubling. Even the sea general donned in scale armor and looked the strongest found this situation troubling. Even though the scale armor had high defense, it was also a gold-ranked treasure, but could it withstand a hit of the gold-ranked dragon-slaying spear? The answer was no. Although scale armor could withstand normal weapons, the gold-ranked dragon-slaying spear could not even be stopped by giant dragon, so naturally his scale armor would definitely not be able to. This was why Tuna General, who was the strongest and of highest status, ignored the cries of help from Bai Ziu. He chose to turn a blind eye and refused to rescue him. Only by staying out of the vendetta between the 2 sides could he save his own life. Only the skinny leech general who wore a wet leather suit was still hesitant. He did not seem to be too afraid of the gold-ranked dragon-slaying spear in Yue Yang's hands, but rather he was only a little fearful of Yue Yang's extremely fast attacks, since speed was the basic foundation of attacking. Hai Yingwu however had a strange feeling. Based on a woman's natural 6th sense, she had begun to realize that this masked man was not simple. Perhaps, he has only displayed a small fraction of his full ability. This man could very likely be an innate ranker. Could you spare his life for me? It is inevitable for grudges to form when everyone is training at Tongtian Tower, but grudges do not mean they cannot be resolved. If you are willing, I will help you get the ransom from him so that he can buy back his life. Just give a price. Big-headed carp general stood out and tried to mediate the situation. I am willing to use all my assets as atonement. I will give you deep sea pearl, magic cores. Just spare me, please spare my lowly life. I was only confused for that moment, I should not have coveted after your treasure. I am wrong, please spare my life, please. Bai Ziu's face was covered with tears and mucus. He hid behind the big-headed carp general and threw himself on the floor. He kowtowed again and again on his knees, both begging for Yue Yang's mercy and for big-headed carp general's help to say a few words for him to protect his life. Hai Yingwu despised this sort of people to no end. If he was useless, then he should just be well behaved. Learning to rob from other people even when he did not have the ability, Was that not a death wish? Too late for regrets now. Big-headed carp general allowed Bai Xiu to hold onto his abnormally shaped legs and cry. In that instant his heart softened, and even thought they were friends. Yue Yang walked over leisurely and spun the gold-ranked dragon-slaying spear gracefully to indicate that big-headed carp general did not need to open his mouth to plead. Today, this young master's mood is very bad. You all better leave immediately and not meddle. If no one rebels, young master will at most kill around 100 people on this island to appease my anger. Otherwise, this young master will kill without mercy. As for the ransom, this young master is not short of money. Poor ghost, keep your money to pay for your coffin. These words caused the 3 sea generals to choke and almost choke to death. Hai Yingwu also felt that these words were slightly exaggerated. Where is Fire Island? It was under the control of the Ocean Emperor. Even if the Emperor himself did not come regularly, Fire Island still represented a challenge that could not be overcome. Those words were really too much. Who did he think the Ocean Emperor was? The Ocean Emperor was one of the 5 emperors. Does he think that Fire Island, which was under the Ocean Emperor's control, is a place he can kill people recklessly? One can be arrogant, but one must have the ability to be arrogant. If he could defeat the Ocean Emperor, then people would have to listen no matter how arrogant his words were. The problem was that he currently did not have this ability. Big-headed carp general was agitated, his ugly big face flushed red. Shut up, you words have challenged the Ocean Emperor's dignity. For this one time, we can treat it as unintentional, but the next time, we will definitely defend the Ocean Emperor's dignity. Please do not treat me words as words only meant to scare you, youngster, this is my biggest advice. You, leave Fire Island immediately, we no longer welcome you. The strongest sea general who was donned in scale armor finally spoke and made his stand. Hehe, if you are not convinced, I can accompany you in a fight and show you that this is not a place for you to behave atrociously. Skinny laughed sinisterly. While other people may be afraid of your gold-ranked dragon-slaying spear, but I can tell you that it has no effect at all on my body. Bai Xiu realized that the 2 sides have broke into conflict. He was secretly delighted. If they started fighting, that would mean an opportunity for him to sneak away. However, Hai Yingwu felt that the 3 sea generals were very foolish. The opponent's words did not mean anything, neither was it against the Ocean Emperor. If big-headed carp general's words still had reason, then tuna general's words were a little excessive. It was best for Fire Island to remain neutral. To forcibly be on terrible terms with the opponent for the liar Bai Xiu was really stupid. As for Leech General, Hai Yingwu could understand why he was provoking the opponent. In his heart, this guy had no regard for the interests of Fire Island and the Ocean Emperor's image. Instead, he was using the Ocean Emperor's name and his ability to bully others. His purpose was most likely because he had his eyes on the opponent's treasure. Simply put, Leech General was the same as Bai Xiu, and greed had begun to dominate his mind. Hai Yingwu secretly crushed Cry of the Sea Pearl. This was a cry for assistance that was even higher than that of a sea disaster. As long as a Cry of the Sea Pearl was crushed, the headquarter of Fire Island would immediately send out a highly skilled master to deal with the crisis. Hai Yingwu felt that the situation now was not being handled well and would affect the Ocean Emperor's grand plans. She did not know that Yue Yang was intentionally making trouble, otherwise he would not have been so arrogant and would not let go of the issue about the mercenaries. Usually, he would kill in an instant and leave. Who would want to seek for trouble with sea generals? He was doing all this deliberately. The Ocean Emperor was very cunning and used a fraud to shift the eyes of those who came to seek adventure. He made everyone think that the treasure had already been dug out. Even if the event had quieted down, Yue Yang could not let Fire Island be peaceful. He had to create trouble. The more chaotic Fire Island was, the more the Ocean Emperor would be distracted. That way the success of an Xi assassinating the Ocean Emperor would increase. Anyway, Yue Yang would do whatever could make the Ocean Emperor unhappy. This was just like hitting a person who was down and pushing him to his death. Accompany me in a fight? Sure, let's play your sister. By the time Yue Yang finished saying that, he had already teleported behind Leech General. The leech in the wet leather suit immediately shot up into the sky. His reaction was extremely fast. Seeing the opponent attack, Tuna General also blasted a thunderous hit. Big-headed Carp General, who had the slowest reaction, did not have the time to react. Hai Yingwu on the other hand had the chance to attack. However, she remained motionless and was unwilling to participate in such an pointless battle. A bloody human head flew in the sky. Bai Xiu, who was preparing to run away, had his head cut off as his neck sprayed a fountain of blood. While she could not see clearly, Hai Yingwu knew that this was the work of the masked man. In the sky, when Leech General prepared to dive back down, he suddenly realized a hand pushing down on his head. He twisted his body into a spiral, wanting to escape from the attack. Just when he was proud of himself from avoiding the fatal attack of the opponent, he realized countless flaming punches rained down on him like a meteor shower. He could do nothing but scream in terror. Oh! Tuna General wanted to fly in the air to receive the leech, but when he leaned to the side, he fell on the floor while covering his left ribs in pain. Oh my! Hai Yingwu realized that the left side of Tuna General's scale armor had turned into ice. When he was throwing punches at the enemy earlier, he never would have thought that not only did he not land any hits, but instead he was hit by the opponent on his left ribs. That attack was so fast that he did not even realize it. He became unable to support himself when the power of the punch exploded and froze over. Leech, who fell through the sky like a meteor, landed on the ground in pain. His skinny body created a pit in the ground. He groaned in pain. He was no longer arrogant. If he was attacked by the gold-ranked dragon-slaying spear, his unique body and smooth leather suit allowed him to be fearless of any sharp blades. However, Yue Yang did not even use the gold-ranked dragon-slaying spear to attack, but instead used the purple yin flame. While Leech General could disregard any swords, his special body was extremely incompatible with fire. When he was burnt, his life immediately hovered between life and death. Yue Yang lightly floated to the ground and pierced through the leech's body using gold-ranked dragon-slaying spear. He then lifted him up at spear point. Do you still want to show off your skills? Humph, the thing this young master hates the most is someone else being more arrogant than me. Even a lousy leech like you dares to? Who do you think you are? Leech twisted his body in pain. He was not afraid of being speared through, but he was terrified of the flame. Just when he opened his mouth to plead for mercy, the flames poured into his throat. He was unable to make any sound at all. A man with a huge body fell to the ground loudly. He was 5 meters high, clad in silver shark armor. At his waist was a platinum-ranked split-wave blade. The 10 fingers on his huge arm wore rings made from extremely sharp shark tooth. His powerful body was streamlined, and his face was fierce-looking with devil-like eyes. He was imposing, bold and powerful. If Tuna General was compared to him, Tuna would seem like a small child. This man was the overlord of Fire Island. However, it was not only that, the Shark King was also in charge of the whole sea territory of the 7th floor of Tongtian Tower. He was one of the 4 kings under the Ocean Emperor. The appearance of Shark King delighted Tuna General and Big-Headed Carp General. Even Hai Yingwu was secretly relieved that Shark King made it in time. If that masked man had killed Leech, things would become irreversible. The masked man was extremely arrogant even here at Fire Island. Even though he was clearly aware that this was the territory of the Ocean Emperor, he dared to kill, and even attack the 3 sea generals. His actions proved that he was actually extremely powerful, and might not even be beneath the Ocean Emperor. To have conflict with him would be very unwise. There was only a few hours left before the Ocean Emperor's grand plan begun. There was no time for side issues to arise anymore. Shark King, this man insulted our Majesty's dignity. He also attacked us. His attitude has been arrogant, despotic, and condescending. Subordinate has been useless to have allowed our Majesty's dignity to have been undermined. Please punish me, Shark King. Tuna General and Big-Headed Carp General rushed to plead for the sins, half kneeling before Shark King. As for Hai Yingwu, she too rushed to greet him on her knees. All of you get up. Shark King did not look at Tuna General and Big-Headed Carp, not even Leech, who was burning in pain on the spear. He looked to Yue Yang. According to the opinions of Tuna General and Big-Headed Carp General, let alone the innate level 8 Shark King, even the 8 major sea marshals could overpower this masked man. That was because the sea marshals were innate level 5, or even innate level 6. To defeat this single masked man with that level of skill was more than enough. No one expected that Shark King did not rage. Instead, he was rather modest. Shark King cupped his hands to Yue Yang, greeting him amiably, "Welcome to Fire Island. Although I am not clear about what happened, I believe that everything has been a misunderstanding. They were definitely all a misunderstanding." These words almost caused Tuna General and Big-Headed Carp General to choke to death on their saliva. They thought Shark King would use his finger to crush that masked man to death, just like killing an ant. No one expected such a reaction from him. To have said those words, is that really Shark King, whose terrible temper was infamous throughout the entire Tongtian Tower? This was really inconceivable. Could he be an imposter? On the other hand, Hai Yingwu was sweating from those words. Someone who even Shark King had to be polite to, how could this masked man be a simple character? Rethinking his words and actions, Hai Yingwu could only silently call herself a fool. If the masked man was not a supreme ranker, how could his attitude be so arrogant? If he was arrogant without ability, how could he have survived till now? He would most likely have already been slaughtered. You know me. Yue Yang of course knew that Shark King recognized him. While ordinary warriors may not look past his Titan attire, but the news of him has spread around among the supreme innates. As the one who was in charge of all the seas in the 7th floor of the Tongtian Tower, if he had not even heard of the Titan brothers, then he should not be called Shark King but rather deaf. Moreover, Shark King and Chong Ni of Thunder Castle were good friends. How could he have not heard of the things Yue Yang this Titan Jr. had been up to? He had killed Nightmare and Tiger Nian, Demon Eye, Sky Dragon. Titan Jr. had already killed so many innate rankers. If Shark King was unaware of him, what was he even doing? Although he was not entirely sure, but when he saw Yue Yang's calmness and indifference to the arrival of a highly skilled ally, Shark King knew what kind of character has arrived. It could be said that of the entire Tongtian Tower, there was no innate more troubling than the one who was here. Even though he was young, his ability was superior. Even Shuntian, Black Prince who were higher in ability than him were made dejected. Great Demon King Baruth allowed him to barge into his demon palace and could do nothing even though he lost all face. As a result of his appearance, Black Hell King could not help but push forward his plans of conquering Soaring Dragon Continent. Shark King was aware of all of these matters. He even knew that among the Eastern Demon Clan, this youngster's name has spread widely. Both the rebelling Southern Goblin King and Dragon Emperor were fighting for this man's favor, even though this man had killed Southern Goblin King's reliable subordinate the Nine-Headed Goblin Marshal. A youngster who owned Nirvana Flame and World Exterminating Wheel, an abnormal genius who had ascended to Innate by himself at 20 years old. Since his birth, he had been invincible. Those who belittled him, no matter who, would fall at his feet and become history. Titan Jr. has a renowned reputation, how could old Shark, not know who you are? Your arrival to Fire Island this time, old Shark, I regret not welcoming you immediately because I had been busy attending to Our Majesty's reception. If not, I would not have dared to show such neglect. Titan Jr., please come to 5-star Emperor residence to take a rest and have a small drink. When Our Majesty arrives, this old shark will bring you to him. I believe Our Majesty would be delighted to hear about your arrival. He has always treasured talents, haha. Come servants, guide Titan Jr. to 5-star Emperor residence and receive him with the highest etiquette. Shark King's words made everyone have an headache. They had really never heard of the name of Titan Jr. before. However, seeing Shark Kind's attitude, this Titan Jr. was an unprecedented VIP. Even when Chong Ni King, Southern Goblin King, Northern Goblin King came, they were not treated with the highest etiquette. Do not do all these, I am afraid of trouble and just need a place to sit. Yue Yang pretended to be unaware of the news of Mother Earth Potion, and openly asked, Senior Shark King, I never pretend to have other motives. This time I have heard of a strange treasure on Fire Island, is it true? Do not say there isn't, I have received top secret information that the treasure was at least higher than a grade 8 holy treasure. Do not try to use some gold-ranked treasure to fool me, only a child would believe those antics. Haha, Brother Titan Jr. you really are as straightforward as the legends say. There really is a treasure, but... Shark King was extremely troubled, he was 100% sure that an XI that old guy went around spreading top secret information. With his name and the lure of grade 8 holy treasure, how could the Titan Jr. not be tempted? The problem was just that they could not let him take away the Mother Earth Potion. His Majesty must have it to break through to become an Elder Innate. Actually when Shark King first laid eyes on the young man, he already knew that he was coming for the Mother Earth Potion. What Shark King had been doing was trying to devise a plan to make use of him. If they made use of him well, it would be excellent if he could assist the Ocean Emperor in killing an XI. However, on the other hand, if they did not make use of him well, they are bringing trouble onto themselves. Shark King was troubled for quite a while, and said with a bitter smile, Titan Jr., I am sure you know that this old shark's words do not hold weight. You should tell all these to His Majesty. I believe even if there is a problem with the treasure, His Majesty will make it up to you. Come, have a drink at the Emperor residence first. I, old shark, will first go and receive His Majesty, we can continue our discussion after that. Actually we can all work together first, and worry about who it belongs to when we get the treasure. As part of higher management for a long time, Shark King's way of dismissing people was indeed skilled. He could lie to anyone but he could not lie to Yue Yang about the presence of the treasure, it was definitely out of the question. Neither could he say that they won't give him the treasure. Even if this guy acts as if he was giving in, he would still snatch it with force. This man was the classic stubborn bull, he was not afraid of threats at all. Your status, ability, name, and face all did not matter to him. The best thing to do now was to drag things out. Anyway, this guy did not know the exact time of birth of the Mother Earth Potion, he could be left here at Emperor residence waiting with some women to play with for the time being. Once the Ocean Emperor obtains the Mother Earth Potion and becomes much stronger, even if this guy wanted to rage, he would not be able to. Maybe they could even ally with Black Hell King to defeat this guy together. Of course, if they could avoid provoking this guy, it would still be best not to. That was because if their attack were to fail, and this lad were to escape, the human Xizun would most likely come. The human Xizun was not a joke. Come and attend to Titan Jr. with your best service. Shark King suddenly remembered something and transmitted to Hai Yingwu, if I remember correctly, you have royal blood in you? I cannot recall if you are the daughter of slave 168 or 188. Anyway, if you service Titan Jr. well, I will advise His Majesty to give you the status of princess and to marry you off to Titan Jr. to create marriage alliance, so do your best. Yes. Hai Yingwu's heart beat rapidly. Princess status? Wasn't that what she had always dreamed of? And to marry him? He is called Titan Jr. Even though he was not very famous, but his nonchalant attitude towards Shark King made it obvious that he was not a simple character. Could it be that he was a supreme innate? In the future she could marry a supreme innate? At such a thought Hai Yingyu's face burned in embarrassment, and she was unable to raise her head for a long time. Shark King exchanged more pleasantries with Yue Yang, and used the excuse of having to welcome the Ocean Emperor and left through the teleportation circle. Hai Yingyu was left behind to use her beauty to handle Yue Yang. His plan was to drag things out. As long as he could drag things out for a few hours, he would have succeeded. Of course, it was very necessary to report to the Ocean Emperor His Majesty immediately since the Ocean Emperor might have a better plan. Yue Yang naturally went with the flow and acted to the plan, working with an Xi that old guy. An Xi had long entered the Crystal Canyon. As for Yue Yang, if the Ocean Emperor did not bring him to the Crystal Canyon, he would kill his way in. If the Ocean Emperor brought him there, then he would work with an Xi to defeat the Ocean Emperor together. Shark King had plotted against him, why would he not plot against Shark King? This was just mutual deception, plotting against each other. Let's see who will be the last man laughing. Titan Jr. Sir, this way please. Hai Yingyu was very nervous that she had trouble even talking. As for Tuna and Big-Headed Carp, they were close to fainting from fear and did not dare to move from their kneeling position by an inch. Leech, who had been swallowing his pain and pretended to have fainted, raised his head slightly and waited for Yue Yang to go far, then looked at him with an evil glint in his eyes. In 5-star Emperor residence, Yue Yang assessed everything. He tsked and sighed. It was hard to tell whether he was mocking the place to be too extravagant, or that he enjoyed such royal treatment. Hai Yingyu's mission was to serve this future husband. She was going to use all the methods in the world. The Shark King had even secretly ordered that no matter what, they must please Titan Jr. no matter what. It would be best if he could be so indulgent in his bliss that he forgot about other things. At first, Hai Yingyu had also thought this was an opportunity. What made her at a loss was the Titan Jr. was not interested in any play. He had looked around for half an hour, and had seen countless beauties. The issue was that he treated these beauties as if they were sardines in the sea, and ignored them. When they found a room, Hai Yingyu had intended to go in and attend to him the best she could to give him the taste of being seduced by a beauty. Yet she did not expect him to invite her out very politely and coldly, closing the door to train alone. 3 hours later. In 1 more hour, the Mother Earth potion would be born. Yue Yang, who was in the room, did not make any sound. There was no sign that he was done with training. Is he really still training? Shark King was a little worried. It really was troublesome that this Titan Jr. was not interested in beautiful women. Luckily, it seemed that Titan Jr. did not know the Mother Earth potion's exact time of birth, which was why he was training so calmly. He has been in there training the whole time. Even when I secretly went in a few times, he seemed to be very deep in training. Looks like he might not wake up for hours and even days. Hai Yingyu reported the situation. She did not dare raise her head, since there was a man wearing a cloak that covered his face besides Shark King. He was one of the 5 emperors of Tongtian Tower. That means he was the ruler of most of the seas of the 7th, 8th, and 9th floor of Tongtian Tower, the birth father of Hai Yingyu, the Ocean Emperor. An existence like Hai Yingyu, while there may not be 1,000, there are at least 800 daughters who were born to female slaves. Hai Yingyu had relied on her royal blood that was not recognized to avoid the tragedy of becoming a female slave. Instead, she was one of the beautiful assassins under the Ocean Emperor's control who were specialized in spying. Among all of the daughters of the female slaves, Hai Yingyu was not the best, nor was she the worst. Her performance had always been ordinary and unimpressive. This was because she knew, since a young age, that the sisters that were too outstanding would all die wordlessly. Other than a few hundred daughters of female slaves and almost 1,000 similarly unrecognized sons, there were more than 100 princes and princesses born to the empress and concubines. As long as someone performed better than these princes and princesses of dignified lineage, they would disappear. Hai Yingyu was not kneeling on the floor solely out of respect for this father. It was also because she was deeply terrified of those men and women who were clad in the same cloak that covered their faces. She believed that if she performed slightly more outstandingly, one of those princes or princesses would be jealous. She would then disappear from the surface of this earth silently. If you can let him stay inside for 1 more hour, I will recognize you who is a daughter of a slave. I will grant you the status of princess, and marry you to Titan Jr. in a marriage alliance. The Ocean Emperor concealed all of his presence and looked like an ordinary person. However, his natural majesty still made Hai Yingyu tremble all over. Of course, other than being due to her excitement, it was also partly because of a fear of her sisters and brothers' murderous intents. Yes, your majesty. Hai Yingyu respectfully bowed her head, feeling pins and needles from the viper-like stares of those princes and princesses. Such a beautiful younger sister, if she married Titan Jr. in a marriage alliance, that would be a godsend. Emperor Father's decision is too wise. When one of the princes spoke, it was just like spring warmth. It seemed as if he was as excited as a brother who just found his long-lost sister. He seemed to even want to take something out to give Hai Yingyu as a gift, but a princess was faster. How could the present of men like you suit younger sister? Older sister has a necklace here made from East Sea's pearls, it matches the swan-like long neck of sister. Princess sister removed the warm necklace from her neck, and personally placed it around Hai Yingyu's neck. Despite the warmth of the necklace, Hai Yingyu's heart shivered. The same sister, the same gentle voice. When she was 8, to another sister who was also born to a female slave, she had said the same words and done the same action. However, not long later, she used this priceless East Sea pearls necklace to strangle the intelligent sister who loved to laugh. All of that, Hai Yingyu remembered from that time, and she believed she would never forget it. Hai Yingyu squeezed out her tears to look grateful, thanking her sister and brother repeatedly. Of course, she did not dare call them brother and sister, she had to call them prince and princess. No matter how polite they were, how would she dare to call them brother and sister? If she had really called them brother and sister, she would really be not far from death. She sent the Ocean Emperor, Prince and Princess and the 4 kings which included Shark King away on her knees. Hai Yingyu shivered, and returned to the Emperor residence quickly. She quietly opened the door to see Yue Yang still seated cross-legged on the bed. Only after she saw him still focusing on training with all his focus, did she relax. If she did not do this one thing, she would die. Those princes and princesses would not spare her, and would most likely personally kill such a useless bastard like herself. Fortunately, His Majesty the Ocean Emperor's grand plan had not been greatly affected by the arrival of this Titan Junior. Things were going unexpectedly smooth, but this was a good thing, right? If he really did not wake up after an hour, the Ocean Emperor would really bestow her princess status? Would she really marry Titan Junior in a marriage alliance? In that case, wasn't he her future husband? His ability and identity did not have to be doubted, but as for his looks, she wondered what he looked like. At such a thought, Hai Yingyu felt butterflies in her stomach. The arrival of Titan Junior was not a bad thing. Even without the princess status, if she really married him, she would not have to worry about the persecution of the princes and princesses. She would be able to display her ability that she had always kept hidden, and help him accomplish many things. Perhaps, this was heaven's will. Hai Yingyu peeked in through a narrow slit to see that he was still inside. Even after 10 minutes, he did not move an inch. She was suddenly filled with joy, and could only hope for time to pass faster. As long as an hour passed and the Ocean Emperor obtains the treasure, this would a huge success. Unfortunately, he seemed totally uninterested in her. If only he was, all of this would be perfect. What could she do to make him like her? Hai Yingyu gently sighed. What is troubling you? This question made Hai Yingyu jump because Yue Yang was the one who asked. Why are you awake? Were you not training? Hai Yingyu was stunned. Smarty, do you think I am a fool who would be deceived by anyone? Yue Yang stood in front of Hai Yingyu. He stared at her in the eyes such that her entire body was shaking. Hai Yingyu suddenly came to a realization. Yue Yang had never been fooled from the beginning, or rather, it would be more accurate to say that he had been going with the flow to use their misconception to fool everyone. In fact, he knew everything. He just did not say anything, and was secretly sneering at the foolishness of others. Hai Yingyu's whole body shivered. She felt that the earth shattered. The time limit of 1 hour was impossible. He was going to vie over the treasure with the Ocean Emperor, and the Ocean Emperor would be furious at her failure. Those princes and princesses who were intimately calling her younger sister would most likely command people to bring her to them, destroy her, and throw her in the dreadful insect cave for devil insects to feed on her body. Or she might be thrown into prostitute camp to be humiliated to death. The happiness that she had just begun to look forward to, and her hope for the future were all over. Fate had teased herself. It had brought her beautiful hope of the future. Right then, in the face of reality, it was destroyed mercilessly. It had even given her a future of death. Hai Yingyu immediately wanted to commit suicide. If she waited for the princes and princesses to come back, she would not be able to die even if she wanted to. She would only live a life worse than being dead. However, when she looked into the black gem-like eyes of the man in front of her, Hai Yingyu made her last struggle. She went on her knees and hugged Yue Yang's leg, her tears fell like rain. I beg you, please give me happiness. Did you know, I was so close to obtaining happiness. As long as you stay here for an hour, just an hour, I can be happy forever. I am the daughter of a female slave, I never had a father. In just 1 hour, however, I will be able to get something I have never had before. I would be able to have a father that other people had the moment they were born, and I would even become a princess. I can forfeit being princess. If you wish, I can even be your female slave and serve you forever. I will do all I can to help you progress in your toil to become the master of the universe. I know many things, and will learn very humbly. I am willing to become your capable assistant as long as you give me a chance. I beg you, I am only a little bit away from happiness. As long as you nod your head slightly, I can obtain happiness. I beg you to pity me. I have been waiting for so many years, and this day has finally arrived. Even if this was all a dream, can you not destroy it immediately? Please let me dream for another hour, just one more hour. I understand, I did not intend to break your dream. Yue Yang bent over and carried the crying Hai Yingwu on his shoulder. Hai Yingwu found it ridiculous, and was unable to understand what he was thinking. She just knew that things were at the point of no return. Her fingernails gradually became sharper, forming sharp knives. She used her greatest strength to dig out her heart. Instead of waking up from such a beautiful dream so cruelly, it would be better to die. At least she would not have to become the meal of devil insects, nor would she have to become a prostitute that would be abused by anyone. Yue Yang stretched out his hand, and transferred innate qi into her body, which then made her weak. He said, "There is no need to commit suicide. You are indeed an outstanding daughter. I will bring you to the Ocean Emperor to discuss. He will definitely give you princess status. As for your marriage alliance to me, I am very sorry. I think that would be a little difficult. Do you think the Ocean Emperor's daughter will marry the killer of her father?" Smart sea parrot, it is not wrong to seek happiness. It is never wrong, but you have to become stronger and persevere, because happiness is not easy to obtain. He left via teleportation with Hai Yingwu. He appeared in a flash on the sea surface of the deep sea abyss. When teleporting to the sea surface, Hai Yingwu screamed urgently, "Why? You can all obviously live in peace, why must you do this? You can prevent being enemies with His Majesty Ocean Emperor, why must you kill him? If I do not kill him, he will kill me because I am his rival. If he becomes the new Elder Innate, he would not be content with just being the Ocean Emperor. I am afraid he will have greater ambition and make more conquests. He will never leave me alone since I am a young man who has the potential to surpass him. Even if he did marry you to me, that would only be a temporary honey trap. There are many stars in the sky, but as long as there is one that shines the brightest, he would fight to be that brightest star. If he really wants to be the brightest star, he is destined to fall." Yue Yang stopped to explain. Hai Yingwu went silent. The Ocean Emperor was her father, so she knew him better than anyone else. He was right. He was totally right. The problem was, did she have to watch him kill her own father with her own eyes? Entering the graveyard of the sea, even into the Crystal Canyon, the Ocean Emperor did not encounter anything strange. Everything was going smoothly. Such an uneventful situations gave him an indescribably strange feeling. Actually, he was already prepared to fight. He was like a boxer, who had sworn to slay his opponents in the boxing ring, and trained his body to its pinnacle. His blood was boiling, morale was boosted, and his accumulated energy was like a volcano. This situation was as if right before a competition, the opponent suddenly admitted defeat without even a fight and left him alone in the boxing ring, depressed with no place to vent. That was the exact feeling the Ocean Emperor felt, the feeling of having no place to display his ability when he was powerful. "Come out, an Xi, I know you are here." Even though the Ocean Emperor did not see an Xi, he knew that this old rival of his, for hundreds of years, would not miss such an opportunity. He also believed that an Xi would not show his hand so easily. The best time to attack was the instant of time when the Mother Earth potion will be born. When he is absorbing it, an Xi will launch the strongest attack. Even though the Ocean Emperor was aware of such a result, he had to take the risk. If he could not defeat an Xi, he should just forget about ever reaching Elder Innate. Today, no matter what, he must obtain the Mother Earth potion. This was his best and last chance. His potential of leveling up had already been used up. If he wanted to make a breakthrough, he must use outside assistance. There are many treasures in the world, but there were only 3 types of treasures that can level up people to innate elder level. First, was the legendary God's Blood, second, was the legendary Martial Soul, third, is the Mother Earth potion that was about to be born in front of him. As for God's Blood and Martial Soul, those could not be found in Tongtian Tower. Those can only be found in one place in this universe, and that was inside God's ruins at the Soaring Dragon Continent. However, entering God's ruins could be said as ultra impossible. Since ancient times, the interior of God's ruins was a mystery among mysteries. Even though everyone knew there were treasures inside, no one has been able to enter, and no one has been able to get those treasures. In comparison, the Mother Earth potion was a worldly treasure that is only born every 10,000 years and considered to be easiest to obtain. The Ocean Emperor felt very lucky because this long wait for the birth of Mother Earth potion was finally over. For hundreds of years, his bitter wait was finally reciprocated. The only problem was that he still had to deal with his old enemy. His close friend back then, an Xi. The hemp-clothed old man slowly appeared from Crystal Pillar. When the hemp-clothed old man appeared, the Crown Prince and Crown Princess who were accompanying the Ocean Emperor turned pale with fright. It turned out that the ultimate killer an Xi, whom according to the legends slaughtered millions, had been so near to them. Even though he was less than 20 meters away, they had been unable to detect him at all. If an Xi had attacked just now, wouldn't they have, when they thought about it, cold sweat poured out as they shivered. Even though Sea Dragon Crown Prince and Sea Anemone Crown Princess were both innate level 7, they would definitely be killed in a flash when up against peak innate level 10 and Xi. Ocean Emperor, you are here early. There is still 45 minutes until the birth of the Mother Earth potion. Hemp-clothed old man's tone was very light. The energy in his body was like a hidden dragon, his appearance was that of a frail old man with one foot in the grave. However, the Ocean Emperor did not dare to belittle him. How could I not be earlier when I came to see an old friend? The Ocean Emperor laughed boldly. After old hornless dragon left, you are my last old friend. If only you remembered that we were old friends when you chose to betray us back then. Hemp-clothed old man sighed slightly. There was no other choice. If I didn't choose to betray you, I would be killed. You also know how talented I am. I really did not want to resign to dying so young. Even though I was only a level 1 innate back then, I had potential to rise to innate level 10. How could I be willing to die? In order to survive, I had no choice but to yield to them. If it were you, you would most certainly have given in under those desperate circumstances. They captured me and tortured me relentlessly. They used all of the torture methods thinkable. If they had killed me right away, and not given me the chance to surrender and betray, I would not have betrayed in that way. The thing was that I really could not withstand the kind of never-ending torture. In the end, I survived, and even secretly trained hard to be able to level up and kill them all, to avenge everyone. An Xi, no, my brother, that cannot be considered as betrayal. That was suffering in silence. Even the team leader back then did not blame me. When I held him in my arms and repented, he who was on the brink of death used his hand that was covered with his blood to stroke my head. You did not know, but he had already forgiven me. The Ocean Emperor slowly went through the events of that year, his voice was calm with no hint of agitation. Team leader was born kind-hearted. He would rather blame himself for not doing enough, and would never blame his comrade. Maybe team leader forgave you, but Ocean Emperor Guanlan, just know that I have not forgiven you. It does not matter what beautiful language you use to defend your past, it cannot soothe the hatred in my heart. That year, dozens of sisters died in front of me, killed in humiliation by the enemy. Before they died, they cried in pain. And the bloody scene I saw where they had to witness their babies being picked out from their bodies to be eaten alive by the enemy, the despair that filled their eyes, I will never forget them. The hemp-clothed old man sat on the crystal. Anger flashed past his dull grey eyes, but quickly disappear. However, even with only less than a tenth of a second of murderous intent being released, it was enough to make Sea Dragon Crown Prince and Sea Anemone take 3 steps back in shock. Even the most loyal Shark King felt chills over his body. An Xi. The aura of death of this ultimate killer was really horrifying. If it was an ordinary warrior, he would most likely have been scared to death by the sudden burst of terrifying murderous intent. Even Shark King, who was innate level 8, was overwhelmed with shock. Isn't this great? Old friend, a year has gone past and your cultivation has increased again. The cloaked Ocean Emperor was unaffected, and was even laughing. You too, the hemp-clothed old man slowly stood up and prepared to attack. The 4 of you should leave. Crown Prince, outside of the sea, you all have to listen to Shark. If anyone enters the graveyard of the sea, kill them. If hybrid fishmen make trouble, you just have to defend with your all for 45 minutes. The Ocean Emperor waved his hand. He has decided to face the hemp-clothed old man and Xi. When he raised his hand, Shark King, Sea Dragon Crown Prince and Sea Anemone Princess all retreated respectfully. Ocean Emperor, if I kill you, I will leave either one of your son or one of your daughter alive. To be honest, however, your sons and daughters are all trash, not one are of use. The hemp-clothed old man assessed the Ocean Emperor's most outstanding Sea Dragon Crown Prince and Sea Anemone Princess with disdain. There are also those that are not bad, but they always die young. That really is the saddest part of being Emperor. The Ocean Emperor showed a bitter smile, it looked like he was aware of many things. Let us begin. Tonight it is either you or me that will be left, we should end things here. The hemp-clothed old man's aura exploded like a volcano. The ancient guards that were originally surrounding the outside immediately retreated. Although they had no intelligence, they had excellent instinct, and were extremely sensitive to danger. On one side, the hemp-clothed old man and Xi summoned a diamond level 10 Hell Black Dragon King. On the other side, the Ocean Emperor Guanlan also summoned a diamond level 10 3-headed gold dragon. The decisive battle began. At the graveyard of the sea, the 4 kings led by Shark King and assisted by the 8 big sea marshals stood guard outside those 5 big whirlpools. At the same time there were a dozen prince and princesses, that were led by Sea Dragon Crown Prince and Sea Anemone Princess into 2 large camps. On the outside, 108 sea generals and more than 3,000 of the Ocean Emperor's army were protecting them. The sea generals and the Ocean Emperor's army were mostly from Tongtian Tower level 9. Each of them were at least O lesser innates, and some of the sea generals were already at the level of innates, just that they did not have any grimoires. At the higher levels of Tongtian Tower, there were many strong clans. They have been born with an extreme advantage, but they all had a natural flaw. It was almost impossible for them to reach a grimoire contract. At first, they were the powerful clans that had a natural advantage. However, when those clans such as humans, elves, all cultivated to higher levels, they were left behind. This was especially true for those living in the higher levels of Tongtian Tower. Have I missed anything? When Yue Yang appeared, the four kings lost color in their faces, even Shark King. This guy still made it. Titan Jr., if you are willing to cooperate, the Ocean Emperor will repay you with 2 holy ranked items. Even though Shark King knew it was impossible, he still had to try. If he could use 2 holy ranked items to let the opponent give up, that was still a good thing. Shark King, please help me pass a message to the Ocean Emperor. I wish to enter Crystal Canyon to personally thank him for his goodwill. I hope for him to be willing to meet me. Moreover, didn't he intend to have some princess marry me in an alliance? As his future son-in-law, how could I not thank this father-in-law personally? If such news spread, other people would say that I was not taught well at home. Yue Yang's eyes were taunting. He only looked at the 4 kings, and ignored the 8 sea marshals and dozens of princes and princesses. Shark King was bitter. Today was not going to be good. You clan's 3rd young master, even if you have made some name for yourself, do you think you can put on airs in front of me? Then you are wrong. Sea Dragon Crown Prince could not stand Yue Yang ignore him. He stood out and retorted coldly, if your eyes are working, you can count for yourself the number of strong people in our Sea clan. Anyone can make a mess in Tongtian Tower. Moreover, you clan's 3rd young master, Black Hell King is currently attacking your home. Why are you not even defending back there, and here causing trouble with us Sea clan? Can you be more arrogant, more reckless? Who is this speaking? With looks of a dog, can you grow more deformed to make people puke more? Yue Yang replied without restraints. You. Sea Dragon Crown Prince's face twisted. Even when you are dressed in the dragon's robe, you do not look like a crown prince. If I were you, I would hit myself against the wall in shame and commit suicide. Yue Yang's mouth was definitely sharper than knives. As for the name of Yu clan's 3rd young master, I have heard of it before, but I would have never have imagined that he was more reckless than the legends say by 100 times. Maybe you have never heard of this famous saying, to be reckless without ability, is to be both ignorant and idiotic. Sea Anemone Crown Princess laughed. Excellent, this famous saying is perfectly exemplified by you. Yue Yang proudly clapped his hands. Do you really intend to attack? Titan Jr., we can actually cooperate. We can send out Sea Clan's elite to assist you in facing the Black Hell Army. Why must things become like this when we can actually become family? Even if you enter the Crystal Canyon, you might not get the Mother Earth potion. Even though you are outstanding, you are still too weak in comparison to His Majesty, the Ocean Emperor. His Majesty has trained for 1,000 years when you have just begun. Shark King gave one last try. Even though what you said makes sense, I still want to try. Yue Yang was not going to give up on the Mother Earth potion. He would rather depend on himself than to beg other people. If the Ocean Emperor obtained the Mother Earth potion, broke through to become an Elder Innate, he would send out Sea Clan's elites to go against Black Hell Army? Impossible, he would only cooperate with the Black Hell King and destroy Soaring Dragon Continent's Xia and Tianluo before going against Xia and Night Empress. To Yue Yang, the Mother Earth potion was also a treasure that he had to obtain. He would never let the Ocean Emperor have it. What was rarer was that this was the best opportunity to kill the Ocean Emperor when an Xi was prepared to put his life on the line against the Ocean Emperor. Yue Yang would be a fool if he did not take this opportunity to obtain the Mother Earth potion. As a man from another world, people like the Ocean Emperor are just living NPCs, how would he just give them any treasure? Even in RPGs, people don't play like this, moreover he was trying to survive in another world. Go, kill him. Sea Dragon Crown Prince hated Yue Yang to his bones. Big crowds of sea generals and the Ocean Emperor's elites swarmed up to Yue Yang and surrounded him. Shark King exchanged looks with the other 3 kings. Since things are no longer salvageable, they could only act according to the Ocean Emperor's orders to protect the 5 large whirlpools and kill anyone who comes by. As for whether Xizun would be furious over them killing the Yu clan's 3rd young master and come to find the culprit, they can no longer concern themselves with that. Squid King, Jellyfish King and Manta Ray King of the 4 kings eyed their surroundings cautiously. This was because they knew that unless he was extremely confident, this Yu clan's 3rd young master would not come seeking for his death. The opponent must have a helper. The 8 sea marshals have begun to increase their power. They were going to be the main force of this battle. They were prepared to use encirclement and human wave tactic to kill this young human who came here to seek trouble. They were unlike the 4 kings who each had a sea territory of their own to govern and are able to obtain the latest news of all events. The sea generals have always accompanied the Ocean Emperor and have stayed in the higher levels of Tongtian Tower for a long time. Therefore, their knowledge of Yu clan's 3rd young master can be said to be very little. If it were not for the concerns of Shark King, they would have long killed this reckless young human. Seeing countless sea generals slowly surround him, Yue Yang calmly asked Sea Dragon Crown Prince, "Is this what the rumored bullying with numbers?" Sea Dragon Crown Prince sneered, "So what if we are bullying you? This is the sea, the territory of Sea Clan." Yue Yang raised his hand. He raised his hands in surrender, "All right, I have to admit that I am aghast over your idiocy." As Yue Yang raised his hands, countless hybrid fishmen floated up from the deep sea abyss. They appeared beside Yue Yang. Among the hybrid fishmen, Octopus Man Boss's deep and calm voice rang out, "Crown Prince, if I remembered correctly, this place has not been conquered by the Ocean Emperor. This place is still our territory. It is not that you all cannot fight here for treasures, but it is better to ask us beforehand." Just like this young man beside me who was more polite, a few days ago he had already came and informed us. Unfortunately, you all did not. Crown Prince, I have to say that we were a little disappointed. Bullying with numbers, old Zhang cannot sit and watch. A buzzing voice followed. Swordfish Man did not say anything, but his eyes were filled with intent to fight. "We will just make it clear that we are here to help you clan's third young master." "Why? We have already decided to cooperate, so you all can just regret that you didn't come to seek cooperation with us earlier. However, even if you all wanted to work with us, we might not agree. We will not work with all of you fools, all useless fools. What Sea Dragon Crown Prince, I hate you, how dare you spit on my boat, damn it, didn't your parents teach you anything? I spent so much time and energy cleaning it after retrieving it from the bottom of the sea, yet you spit on it. You are truly disgusting. Go and die, you uneducated bug. Blast, you have to help me beat him until he is crippled. I want to hold down his ugly head and make him stick out his tongue to lick up that mouth of spit, and then to lick clean my whole ship. Damn it, how dare you attack before I finished talking, I hate you bunch of trash with no manners." Mudskipper Man's mouth was undoubtedly the most annoying. Even Yue Yang himself have wanted to tear off that guy's mouth, but when he thought again, this was what made Mudskipper unique, and started to ignore it. "Kill, chop off his fish head to make soup for me." Sea Dragon Crown Prince was angered by Mudskipper Man to the point that he was shaking with fury. Shark King saw that things were not going well. Even though their side had more people, the opponent had more than 30 innates. Moreover, even the weakest Mudskipper Man was a level 5 innate. Even though these hybrid fishmen had been trapped here for as long as 1,000 years, their ability could not be undermined. Even the Ocean Emperor himself did not wish to cause trouble with them. Just now that Octopus Man Boss had even came to an agreement with the Ocean Emperor to stay out of all matters, now that they were going back on their word, it must have something to do with Yu Clan's third young master. Yu Clan's third young master must have used something to persuade the hybrid fishmen and came to a secret agreement with them. He quickly bowed towards the man hidden in a cloak, "Mr. Taihu, please make the move now. Only you are able to bring down Yu Clan's third young master." The hood of the cloak slowly slid down. It revealed a Fox Clan old man with silver hair. He looked kind and a smile that could clear all animosity hung on the lips of this old man. That light blue eyes looked just like blue gems, unexpectedly clear and calm. He wore a fitting silk garment that was fiery red and held a silver staff in his hand. He looked just like a virtuous elder with a wealth of knowledge. Of course, if anyone had tried to identify him, they would know that this seemingly kind old man was the ghost-eyed devil fox that specialized in raping and killing young girls 500 years ago. His name had been the most infamous out of all the killers. A peak level 9 innate, in Yue Yang's Heaven Eyes Divine Vision, this old fox man's ability was a little higher than Shun Tian and the Black Prince. The difference between the three was, other than Shun Tian's 5 transformations power, Shun Tian concealed his ability and never showed it to anyone. Black Prince too hid his ability. The difference was that this old fox man did not, his potential has been reached and he had cultivated to his maximum potential. The highest level he could reach was the peak of innate level 9. An Xi had once chased Taihu for thousands of miles, but at the brink of death Taihu managed to escape. An Xi had thought that this Taihu was already dead. He never would have thought that the Ocean Emperor not only spared Taihu's life, he had even saved him. Maybe, it was because he knew that it was impossible to reach innate level 10, Taiju chose to cooperate with the Ocean Emperor as his dog. "Young man, do not be too arrogant. When I made my name known, your grandfather's grandfather was still a baby." Taihu smiled condescendingly. "You are right, but when I make my name, you are already rotting in your coffin." Yue Yang gave Taiju the middle finger, and then released the power of level 1 innate in an instant. It was just like a hurricane and sent a shockwave that shook the entire sea surface. In an instant, huge waves reached the sky. Even though he was only a level 1 innate, his power was stronger than a level 6 innate. The Ocean Emperor's army and the sea generals were blown off their feet by the hurricane. This was only a fragment of Yue Yang's power. If Yue Yang really made his move, none of them would be his opponent. Any one of them would be killed immediately. Seeing such, Shark King's face paled slightly. He waved his hand for his men to surround Yue Yang closer. The three kings and 8 sea marshals around him also quickly raised their power. Following the release of power from many innates, the entire sea was in chaos, the waves rose thousands of meters high. Taihu slowly retrieved a jewel out. When he threw it into the whirlpool on the sea surface, a bright light appeared and all of the waves and turbulences strangely calmed down. The sea surface returned to its original dead calmness, no matter what shockwaves the innates produced, there was no wave but only slight ripples. Settling Sea Pearl. Yue Yang understood now why the Ocean Emperor was so unafraid of the hybrid fishman. It was because he owned Settling Sea Pearl. An existence that seemed to be able to turn the sea surface into land-like existence. To Sea Clan, it only means a lack of support for their power, for the hybrid fishmen it was undoubtedly their greatest weakness. After taking out the Settling Sea Pearl, Taihu quickly rose to innate level 8. His entire body was surrounded by a flame that was as terrifying as a dragon's flame, while the silver staff in his hand combined with a summoned electric snake to become a thunder snake staff, temporarily upgrading it from gold rank to holy rank treasure. His eyes were indistinct, as if ghost eyes, anyone who made contact would become dizzy and lose their sense. This was the domain power of Taihu's ghost eyes. Once anyone enters his domain, they would lose control of their body and be under the control of Taihu. Taihu also summoned a platinum level 10 nine-headed demon fox. Even though it was not a guardian beast, nor a holy beast, it was extremely fast and could even fly in the sky. No other beast could compare to it. Taihu then swiftly summoned 5 platinum level 10 lava devil king. All of them were beasts that could restrain the hybrid fishman. When the Settling Sea Pearl was in use, the sea surface was like a mirror. The shortest among the 5 lava devil kings that was as high as 60 meters, stepped on the mirrored sea surface and headed towards the hybrid fishmen to kill them. As for Yue Yang, Taihu believed he would be able to have a complete victory with the Thunder Snake Staff in his hands. The current Thunder Snake Staff had the power of a holy rank treasure. Even though it was temporary, it was extremely powerful. Showing off beasts now? Interesting. Yue Yang laughed and loudly shouted, "Damned dog, come out and tell this guy what a real beast is." Hui Tai Lang, who had always been bored in Yu Clan's castle, had not fought beside his owner for a really long time. Right now, he was extremely bored. Yue Yang had gone back and specially brought him here to train. Such a golden opportunity, how could he not do his best in front of his owner? He immediately wagged his tail to curry favor with his owner. He then extended his paws and a high-leveled bronze grimoire appeared. Even though this grimoire had yet to level up to platinum level, it was at least a high-leveled bronze level. After this battle, this grimoire was likely to rise to platinum level. When Hui Tai Lang's grimoire appeared, countless opponents revealed their jealousy. Divine beast? Fuck, even his watchdog was a divine beast? Hui Tai Lang's cool performance induced a sea of jealousy from the opponent. Especially Sea Dragon Crown Prince, his eyes were bloodshot and almost dripped blood. Even though Hui Tai Lang was not yet contracted, the Crown Prince knew he had no hope. This was because beasts above holy rank all had extremely strong wills and chose their own masters. If holy beasts and divine beasts did not belong to you, no matter how much you want them, they were all wasted efforts. Now, Sea Dragon Crown Prince only wanted to kill Hui Tai Lang before it grew up. Hui Tai Lang owned a high-leveled bronze grimoire and was only in the initial stages of growth as a divine beast. Now was the best time to kill it. If he were to wait for Hui Tai Lang to grow up to become a peak-level divine beast, let alone Sea Dragon Crown Prince, even the Ocean Emperor would not be able to take it down. Awu! Hui Tai Lang howled to summon his guardian beasts and used his innate skill as two Hui Tai Lang jumped into the sky. They looked exactly the same. They both exuded the same presence, their eyes shone with the same killing intent. Even the flapping of the wings on their back were on the exact same frequency. Taihu thought that this Hui Tai Lang would attack his 9-headed devil fox. Based on the 9-headed devil fox's speed, no matter how strong this divine beast was, it would not be able to defeat it immediately. As long as things dragged out for half an hour, the Mother Earth potion would be born and things would be a success, everything would be perfect. He never would have imagined that Hui Tai Lang that was in the sky had no intent of attacking the 9-headed devil fox at all, but instead pounced towards the Ocean Emperor's army and sea generals. In that instant, it was like a tiger attacking a flock of sheep. Blood splashed and filled the sky. The Ocean Emperor's army and sea generals that were surrounding Yue Yang filled the air with their screams. Yue Yang already seized the opportunity to unleash the power of Innate Level 2, and before Taihu could attack using his Thunder Snake Staff, Yue Yang had already released Innate Level 3. A terrifying presence soared into the sky, a giant that was almost 100 meters tall rose from Yue Yang's head. This giant was formed from the energy he deliberately released. There was no shock wave round him at all. All of the energy had condensed to form a giant. This giant then spared no effort in dropping down. The entire sea surface shook. What was strange, however, was that it was just like a mirror, it did not break, nor were there any splash. The settling sea pearl had stilled the entire sea surface like a mirror. The attack of the energy giant created a dent in the sea surface. However, the sea surface bounced back like jelly and continuously shook. Those lava devil kings who were covered all over in lava lost their footing, and fell one by one on the sea surface. Break! Yue Yang held Crescent Blade in his left hand and Hui Jin Magic Blade in his right, and displayed the first slash of Yu Chu's Armageddon Slash, Earth-Splitting Slash. A long scar split the sea surface. One of the lava devil kings unfortunately fell down on the edge, slid in and fell into the sea. When the lava on his body touched the water, steam was immediately produced as the water evaporated. The white steam looked just like the scene of a volcano's lava entering the sea. The lava devil king was in intense pain. Water was its greatest enemy, even if no one attacked it, just falling into the sea would make it drown to death. Moreover, he would even cool into a stone statue, the consequences were unthinkable. If there was no settling sea pearl, it would never have been able to walk on the sea surface. Now that it fell into the crack, it was screaming in pain, those cries shook heaven and earth. It tried very hard to climb out. However, before it could climb out, it had to ask one person for permission. That person was Yue Yang. Yue Yang stretched out his leg and kicked it down. After falling into the bottomless deep sea abyss, only death was waiting. Taihu's thunder snake staff gathered the lightning and thunder in the sky to attack Yue Yang. However, Yue Yang swam like a graceful fish. The mysterious three styles was elegantly executed. In his newly understood realm, Yue Yang's control was more mysterious, his execution was even more perfect. Each strike from the thunder snake staff missed Yue Yang by a hair's breadth. Each attack just brushed past Yue Yang, none of them hitting him. Taihu was beyond furious at such a situation. Not only did he attack faster, he used the power of his domain to pressure Yue Yang. He was attempting to affect Yue Yang mentally so that he could not move his body easily. His ghost eyes constantly maintained eye contact with Yue Yang. You prick! I poke! Yue Yang pretended to be hit so that Taihu would move closer in glee. When Taihu moved closer, Yue Yang moved at lightning speed towards him. He put away Crescent Blade and formed two dragons vying for pearls with his hand, fiercely poking into Taihu's ghost eye. Even though Taihu closed his eyes in time, Yue Yang's poke caused him great pain. It was only now did he realize that this guy's speed was in fact faster than what he imagined by 10 times, it was almost exceeded the speed of light. Last, two dragons vying for pearls, 2 dragons equals 2 fingers, pearls equals eyes. I'll hit again. Yue Yang was not going to go easy. He took out Crescent Blade to push away the Thunder Snake Staff. Hui Jin Magic Blade scarred Taihu's body and broke past his protective chi, forming multiple wounds on his smooth fur, splashing blood into the air. When Taihu was urgently escaping, Yue Yang continued his attack. He threw out his Flame Whip. His Flame Whip had already upgraded to become Whip of Agony. With a scream, Yue Yang fiercely whipped Taihu's head. The Whip of Agony had swallowed Scarlet Empress Scarlet Lotus Fire and Blood of Hatred, and further underwent the refining with Yue Yang's Heaven's Fury Fire Lotus and Yue Yang's Wrathful Energy. Combined with its original form, it could be said to have formidable power. Compared to treasures of the same power, it was at least the level of a platinum-ranked treasure whip. This hit almost took away Taihu's old life, the pain was able to cause a skilled senior to groan in pain. His silver hair flew loose and the lash mark went deep into his skull. The flesh on his face was also whipped to the point of laceration. When Taihu had only just shook off this whip, another similar whip came down from the sky. The whip first hit Taihu's heart before quickly tightening up. Flame Whip wrapped tightly around his neck, almost suffocating Taihu. This was Blood Queen who had just flown out to attack the enemy. If Shark King did not save him in time, Taihu most likely would have become a dead cat, because Yue Yang's Hui Jin Magic Blade struck again with his self-invented Great Totem Pole battle technique. Blood Prison Totem Pole. Even Shark King who came up to support Taihu felt that he was within a bloodbath hell, and was afraid of being hit by Yue Yang directly. Using his natural agility, he grabbed Taihu and jumped into the sky, fleeing from the battle. Shark King also summoned a sea cucumber beast and spit out a large amount of energy to help Taihu heal. The other 3 kings hurriedly rush over to fight against Yue Yang. Scram! Yue Yang put away Crescent Blade and Hui Jin Magic Blade. He then raised his hand, and the flame whip made from Nirvana Flame began to spin very fast, throwing out thousands of fireworks. Even though the 3 kings escaped in time, all of the sea generals and the Ocean Emperor's army whom Yue Yang's gunfire was aimed at had all been shot. One would be in unbearable pain if they were to be even hit by one sliver of Nirvana Flame. If one of their limbs were hit, they could save their own life by cruelly amputating that limb off. However, if Yue Yang shot at one of the crucial parts of their body or their head, one would only be left to face death. No one can save them, and no one dared to. Once burnt by Nirvana Flame, no power in the world could stop its purification and destruction. Even though Sea Dragon Crown Prince had the ability of a level 7 innate, he still did not dare to face Yue Yang on a fight. Once Yue Yang took out Nirvana Flame, his heart froze over. His war spirit had long turned into cold sweat. The 8 sea marshals on the other hand were very loyal, even in the face of such a strong enemy like Yue Yang, all of them rushed forward to attack together. You are seeking death. Yue Yang suddenly crouched down. When the 8 sea marshals reached his body, he suddenly stood up. The nirvana flame on his body formed a pillar of fire, shooting into the sky. 6 of the sea marshals with fast reactions escaped in time. The 2 sea marshals with a slower reaction had already run into the pillar of nirvana flame. Even though they knew they would most likely die, they did not struggle to escape. Instead, they suicidally rushed towards Yue Yang, intending to hug Yue Yang and self-destruct. After secretly learning super speed and explosion of power from the battle with Scarlet Emperor, those skills could finally be put to use. The instant when the 2 sea marshals threw themselves at Yue Yang, in that thousandth of a second, an energy geyser exploded from the bottom of Yue Yang's feet. The energy first hit one of the sea marshals, throwing him into the sky. The other sea marshal realized Yue Yang's right hand was shining from the condensing of countless runes, forming the world exterminating wheel. Shit! Before this sea marshal had the time to even form a second thought in his head, he realized the world exterminating wheel had sliced over his body. The sea marshals who had been thrown into the sky was still in pain. Die! With nirvana flame in his left hand, Yue Yang cruelly pressed down on his face and threw him against the sea surface that had been turned into a hard mirrored surface by settling sea pearl. At the same time, the sea marshal that was chopped into 2 halves fell from the sky, the blood only just then splashed out. Countless flower stems rose from the sea surface, the biggest of them formed a giant thorny flower demon. The thorny flower demon opened its huge mouth and swallowed the 2 pieces of the sea marshal. The golden-crowned thorny flower queen had finally woken up from her slumber. Her appearance caused another wave of anguished wail from everyone. Dead or alive, these thorny flowers did not care. These thorny flowers that were like the ocean waved their long stems, twisting around to catch anyone which it would then swallow. If the thorny flowers could not swallow them, the prey would be strangled to death and then forcibly swallowed, forcibly digested. Hui Tai Lang would also eat his enemies during battle, but Hui Tai Lang still lost to the sea of thorny flowers controlled by the golden-crowned thorny flower queen. Not even 100 Hui Tai Lang could win a sea of thorny flowers in eating. Other than the Lava Devil King who sunk to the bottom of the sea, the 4 remaining Lava Devil Kings were pathetically beaten by the hybrid fishmen. This was because the hybrids not only had the ability of innates, they were also good at water skills. Many beasts are able to spray out pillars of water. If the sea did not become as hard as a mirror, the 4 of them would have been long dead. Oh no, the sky changed color. Shark King was engaged in battle with Yue Yang, but suddenly felt that things were not right. Even though the sky was already dark, there should not be so many black clouds. What was going on? The resonant storm conch had been blown. While winds blew between the sky and the sea, black clouds rumbled above, lightning flashed and thunder rolled while torrents of rain poured down from the sky. Only now, did Shark King and the rest realize that in the middle of the sea of thorny flowers, a devastatingly beautiful mermaid was blowing the storm conch that could call rainstorms. The sea anemone crown princess pointed at the storm mermaid in fury and screamed at the top of her lungs, "Hurry, hurry up, someone, go kill her now." A number of sea generals and dozens of elite guards heard the command and charged ahead fearlessly, bracing death. Another sea marshal witnessed the situation and bravely dived down quickly, preparing to disrupt the storm mermaid's conch's summon. A golden arrow pierced through his shoulder with a swoosh. In an instant, the sea marshal's shoulders started to petrify. He was unable to react in time as a bolt of lightning blasted through the air, striking him right on his head. His head and face were charred black. Fresh blood oozed out from his eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. At the very moment he fell down powerlessly, the critically injured sea marshal saw 2 sharp ice blades, which chopped at his throat. He instantly lost consciousness. If the storm mermaid appeared, how could stone element Medusa, thunder naga, and ice serpent demon not be present? The remaining 5 sea marshals retreated hurriedly into a safe region, afraid to follow the same path their companions did. Stone element Medusa and thunder naga together were fatal enough, what made it worse was that there was the ice serpent demon. In addition, all of them were under the protection of the Sea of Thorny Flowers. With the golden crown Thorny Flower Queen present, entering the Sea of Thorny Flowers would be courting death. There were 8 sea marshals, and now they have already lost 3. However, the number of enemies were multiplying. The time that passed was less than 10 minutes. For them to complete the mission given by His Majesty the Ocean Emperor, they had to hold them back for another 20 minutes. Seeing such a grim situation, the Shark King could not help getting a headache. Yu Clan's third young master was 10 times more powerful than what he had imagined. Not only did he possess the Nirvana Flame and World Exterminating Wheel, he also had extremely quick and powerful beasts. He was unlike young Innates at all. His combat techniques were as sly as an old fox which had cultivated for a millennium. The most terrifying thing was that this Yu Clan's third young master did not exhibit all of his power. He was still holding back. He probably still wanted to leave some strength to snatch the Mother Earth potion. Even if that was the case, there was no one capable of stopping him. Even Taihu, who was a peak level 9 innate, was afraid of the Nirvana flame and the world exterminating wheel. Both of these were his nemesis. What made Taihu and Shark King felt the most desperate was the lowly serpent who suddenly swam out from the deep waters. She swam elegantly and quickly under the sea, where other sea creature and sea clan members were unable to move in. She could disregard it completely and emerge out of the sea with ease. What drove others mad was that, she was holding the settling sea pearl in her palm. The settling sea pearl that could not be touched by any sea creature nor sea clan was held in her hands with such ease. How was this possible? Watching her unhindered actions of breaking through the mirror-like water surface, rising and floating in front of Yue Yang, eventually handing the pearl over to him, Shark King and Taihu wanted to cry on each other's shoulder. Their perfect plan that was drawn up by every possible means became froth and shadows thanks to a lowly serpent. So much that they even lost a treasure like the settling sea pearl. Good girl. Yue Yang took the settling sea pearl, hugged Xia Wen Li and gave her a peck. Xia Wen Li smiled and embraced Yue Yang cutely. She kissed him back. Her wide beautiful eyes were just like the crescent moon, extremely cute. Once the settling sea pearl was in Yue Yang's hands, the mirror-like water surface immediately fell apart, restoring its original form instantly. Due to the Innate's chi, the water surface immediately surged, being also affected by the Storm Conch's summon initiated by Storm Mermaid. The stormy waves raged, sweeping across the entire sea surface. Numerous elite guards and sea generals from the Ocean Emperor's army fell into the water. The drenched lava demon kings gave a howl of grief as they sank to the bottom of the sea and became stone statues. The situation for the Ocean Emperor's side drastically changed. Meanwhile, all the hybrid fishmen who were previously gloomy for quite a while let out a long hiss. Now, it was finally their turn to show their power. Since they had already become hybrid fishmen, being unable to fight underwater, their combat power was reduced by half. In contrast, if they could be in water, their combat power would double. How big would the difference be if that happened? Of course the fighters of the Ocean Emperor would not weaken, they would also get an increase in their combat power. However, they would never want to battle with the hybrid fishermen underwater. This was because they had to face 30+ powerful innate rankers whose powers were amplified multiple times. Titan Jr., let us handle this. The octopus man boss signaled Yue Yang that he could leave. He had enough confidence to do battle, even if he could not guarantee the final victory, it definitely wouldn't be a problem to get a tie. Hurry, get someone to enter the Crystal Canyon and block the 5 large whirlpool. The Sea Dragon Crown Prince shouted anxiously. Due to the fact that only 5 people can enter the Crystal Canyon every time and given that the Ocean Emperor and an Xi are already inside, if another 3 people entered, no one else could enter. Immediately, 3 loyal and trusted aide entered the 5 large whirlpool. Yue Yang watched with folded arms, he did not try to stop them. The Shark King also felt his head aching, the Sea Dragon Crown Prince was overestimating himself. If this method of blocking people worked, then why did the Ocean Emperor let everyone come out again? Might as well let people block it then? It must be known that there was a super assassin and Xi inside. Let alone an Xi, there were also 100 ancient guards inside. How long could the 3 people who just entered last? Even if neither the ancient guards nor an Xi attack, in the battle between 2 supreme innates who were at the extreme boundary of innate level 10, how long could those 3 last? They might become scattered ashes and dispersed smoke the moment they entered. How clever, Sea Dragon Crown Prince! Your brain is so good, it must be because you ate moronic stuff. Yue Yang clapped his hands and praised. You! The Sea Dragon Crown Prince was trembling with fury. If it was someone else, he would have rushed over to tear the opponent to shreds. However, the person in front of him was Yue Yang. He did not even dare to touch Yue Yang's finger. Even if Yue Yang stated that he would not move nor counterattack, the Sea Dragon Crown Prince would still not dare to attack. He had already seen it not only once, his sea generals being sliced into half and burnt into ashes by Yue Yang's Nirvana wings. He hated Yue Yang. He hated him so much that he gritted his teeth hard. However, he did not dare go close to Yue Yang even by one step. Even if it was a single step. At this very moment Taihu jumped out and acted as an old senior. He waved his thunder snake staff and once again braced against Yue Yang. Now, he was no longer careless. He displayed the power of a peak level 9 innate. It could be said that at this moment, he was slightly stronger than Xian and the Black Prince. However, he was nothing compared to the Scarlet Emperor and the Black Hell King. Even if Scarlet Emperor was at his weakest, he could still kill him in a second. Yue Yang, who once faced Scarlet Emperor, Scarlet Concubine, Xian, and the Black Prince's attack together all at once felt at ease to be facing this pretentious old senior. Even the sparring sessions with Phoenix Fairy Beauty were not as effortless as this. Taihu mainly dominates his opponents using mental attacks and speed, along with his ability to paralyze using the Thunder Snake Staff. Others may be afraid of these, but to Yue Yang, these were just like a light drizzle. Talking about mental attacks, Taihu could not be compared to Phoenix Fairy Beauty. The Phoenix Fairy Beauty's charm, inherent skill could all living things, while Taihu's ghost eye was a joke to Yue Yang. Being blunt, Hui Tai Lang's angry glare was probably more OP than his ghost eye. As for the destructive power of eyes, when was it Taihu's turn? A man's doom's eye would probably send Taihu crying bitterly, ashamed and unable to show his face. Mad devourer of the raging sea. Shark King finally made it, but it was too late. Slow. Yue Yang imitated Shun Tian's force of the dragon and mammoth as well as Fatty Ha's hippo meteor punch, forming raindrop-like attacks that bombarded Shark King's body. The giant shadow together with the energy giant's additional assistance, the Shark King's body was indented with deep fist marks. Luckily his body was covered by shark skin which enhanced his defense. With that as well as his strength as a level 8 innate, he grabbed Taihu and fled in a hurry. He did not plan to take on Yue Yang. In the sky, the other three kings escaped the octopus boss, Whale Zhang, and Swordfish Blast's attacks. They rushed over to protect Shark King and Taihu, who was critically wounded and on the edge of death. Yue Yang held the gold-ranked dragon-slaying spear and charged into the formation of the Ocean Emperor's army and sea generals. The massacre starts. Yue Yang only stopped after everyone fled in pure terror and no one dared to approach him. Yue Yang was bathed in blood, just like an ancient demon god, there was no one who was not afraid. Yue Yang gave the Sea Dragon Crown Prince a quick glance. Clever prince, are you still planning to get people to block? If no one dares to throw away their life, then I will go greet your father. Prince, you wanted to play with me? You are still too young. If you thought that having the Ocean Emperor as your father will make you a real prince, then you are actually just a useless and scaredy little quail. Go back and hide under your father's bed, the world outside is too dangerous. Facing Yue Yang's cold mockery, the prince felt his face become red and then blue. He did not dare to retort. Because Yue Yang was giving off such a murderous aura, and the powerful Taihu was in such a pathetic condition, the prince almost peed in his pants. It took him all his effort not to. The Shark King coughed up blood, while Taihu was still being treated by a few sea generals. The other three sea kings were still busy dealing with the octopus boss, Whale Zhang, and Swordfish Blast, they could not spare attention away from their opponents. As for Yue Yang's decision to enter the Crystal Canyon, no one dared to intervene. The Sea Dragon Crown Prince and Sea Anemone Crown Princess both had their heads bowed, pretending they did not see anything. Yue Yang brought only Xia Wen Li, and left Hui Tai Lang, Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen Bloody Queen Red, Stone Element Medusa, Storm Mermaid, Thunder Naga and Ice Serpent Demon all outside. With these powerful beasts, the Emperor's soldiers would not get any advantages. Furthermore, Mudskipper Man and about 30+ hybrid fishermen were still there. Crystal Canyon. When Yue Yang entered the Crystal Canyon, he was only 10 minutes away from the birth of the Mother Earth potion. However, he did not expect this place was already a hell of blood. There were about 10 huge beasts which died here. The fresh blood seemed to have dyed the entire Crystal Canyon crimson. Even the ancient guards were wounded and damaged as they were absorbing the energy from crystals to recover. In the sky, it seemed like there were two suns, the Ocean Emperor, Guanlan, and an Xi. Their battle has reached a climax, both parties attacked without holding back, tension was building up. In the center of the Crystal Canyon, in the deepest caves, there grew numerous crystals. The crystals grew little by little, just like flower blossoms, the process was extremely slow. That was the birthplace of the Mother Earth potion. The terrifying shock wave from the battle between the two rankers spread. It could move even the mountains and the seas. If not for the fact that the Crystal Canyon was made purely out of crystal, it would have been razed to the ground. Numerous crystal pillars and shards flew in mid-air. Even the ancient guards would be torn into pieces if they were to be in the epicenter of the shock wave. Yue Yang was lucky enough to pick up 2 corpses of the crystal men, but he soon realized that he couldn't bring these men's soul away. The moment he placed the corpses into his platinum ring, the souls of the 2 crystal men would immediately escape and undergo rebirth in another pile of crystal. Maybe it was due to the restrictions here that caused them to be unable to leave the Crystal Canyon and could only exist as creatures that leech on crystals. Even so, Yue Yang reaped a lot from collecting their corpse. With more in-depth research, the body structure of these crystal men could be an inspiration in accomplishing Yu Gong's third last wish. Yue Yang also collected quite a few crystal shards and broken crystal pillars. The energy from these crystals would be beneficial to the sickly beauty. The Phoenix Beauty, Luohua City Mistress, Princess Xian and Shui Wuxia were making their own progress. Although the sickly beauty isn't part of the main fighting force, Yue Yang felt that it was necessary for her to level up, especially now that he got such high-quality energy crystals. There was no harm picking up more since there were so many lying around. However, what Yue Yang focused on the most was the crystal lotus that was growing in the canyon gradually. This was where the Mother Earth potion was going to be born. In just 5 minutes' time, the miraculous Mother Earth potion was about to be born. It had reached its final growth phase, so even the shock wave from the battle between 2 supreme innates couldn't stop its birth now. The shock wave couldn't even damage the giant crystal lotus which had continued to grow bigger and bigger. Around it were numerous crystal pillars that protruded from the crystal floor and acted like guards to block the impact from the shock wave. The entire crystal canyon was filled with an indescribable fragrance. It didn't scatter with the wind. It wasn't the kind of fragrance flowers gave off, but an inherent fragrance that penetrates the soul and nourishes all forms of life. Those crystal men who had broken body parts quickly recovered under this heavenly fragrance. They surrounded the crystal lotus and protected it as they await the birth of the Mother Earth potion. The crystal lotus was still growing and the fragrance it emitted grew stronger with each passing second. In the air, the battle between the Ocean Emperor Guanlan and the hempen-clothed old man and Xi was drawing to an end. It was apparent that the Ocean Emperor was stronger since he had already gained the upper hand. Yue Yang didn't interfere immediately. Instead, he continued to store those giant dead beasts into his platinum ring. He didn't even leave out the broken limbs, and he even tried to pull out the blood-stained crystals stuck in their bodies and then storing them. All of the beasts of the Ocean Emperor and the hempen-clothed old man were above diamond rank, so this makes them top leveling up supplements for the Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen, Hui Tai Lang, and even the Reaper Mantis and the Spirit of Earth Fire, so how could Yue Yang miss this opportunity? With the imminent battle against the Black Hell King, Yue Yang had to power up his beasts. Compared to the Ocean Emperor, fighting against the Black Hell King who is a level 1 or even a level 2 innate elder was more terrifying. Boom! Boom! When the third boom sounded, the hempen-clothed old man and Xi fell from the sky like a meteorite. He landed on the crystal floor with a thud, as the entire area of crystal he fell on caved in, forming a round cavity on the ground. The crack spread everywhere and extended towards Yue Yang's feet. He looked at the hempen-clothed old man and realized that there was a hole through his chest. It looked like his heart got struck with the heaviest blow. Other than that, his skull and spine were also struck by the Ocean Emperor. Although an Xi, the number 1 assassin, used all his strength to fight the Ocean Emperor, who was one of the 5 emperors of the Tongtian Tower, he was still defeated in the end. With blood oozing out from his mouth, an Xi gazed to Yue Yang lifelessly, signaling to him that everything was on his hands now. The hempen-clothed old man wasn't far from death. His only wish was to see Yue Yang kill the Ocean Emperor in front of him before he dies. Yue Yang looked up and realized that the strong Ocean Emperor Guanlan was in a similar sorry state. The Ocean Emperor was clad in holy ranked armor, the Ocean Emperor's armor, but a holy ranked dagger was pierced through his chest to his back. This was an Xi's final strike. Even if the Ocean Emperor was protected by the holy ranked armor and his guardian beast, the 3-headed Golden Dragon King, he couldn't avoid this kind of lethal strike. Although the dagger pierced his heart, the Ocean Emperor didn't collapse as he changed the location of his heart just a few seconds before an Xi struck, thus dodging an Xi's deadly attack. The holy ranked god-killing dagger was undoubtedly stronger than the Ocean Emperor's armor that was similarly of holy ranked. The Ocean Emperor's armor was a high-quality holy ranked equipment, while the god-killing dagger was a top-notch one. When these two equipments collided, the god-killing dagger proved to be stronger. Unfortunately, an Xi fought with all his might and yet he still couldn't kill his old enemy Guanlan. The Ocean Emperor pulled out the god-killing dagger and tossed it away. No one can use the god-killing dagger who had recognized an Xi as its master until after he dies. The Ocean Emperor who was heavily injured in the skull and limbs slowly descended and landed before Yue Yang. He was a giant with a height of over 2 meters. He looked majestic with his black hair that flew with the wind. His buff body looked like a mountain, full of energy. However, his limbs weren't buff like a muscle man, rather they were slender and lean. He was really one of those few who looked like an emperor with his body in golden ratio. Even if he doesn't speak, his vibe would have said it all. His eyes were crystal clear with a tinge of gold around his pupils. It was as if he could see through people with just one glance. Clad in the holy ranked armor, he looked even more majestic and supreme. Yue Yang had seen his fair share of rulers but none as superb as the Ocean Emperor. Although Jun Wuyu looked intimidating too, he would be a far cry when compared with the Ocean Emperor. Shun Tian, the Emperor of Xia Wei, was also one of the weaker ones. Even the great demon King Baruth couldn't compare. The only one that could win against the Ocean Emperor wasn't the Black Hell King but one who was of equal status as the Prison Emperor 6,000 years ago, the Scarlet Emperor. Needless to say, the Scarlet Emperor was definitely a demonic existence. Calling him an emperor would be an understatement. He was definitely a demigod-level ranker. Even in his weakest state, he could pressure Shun Tian and the Black Prince and make them hang their head low with his intimidating vibe. Comparing the Black Hell King and the Scarlet Emperor, one was a marshal while the other one was an overlord, they couldn't be compared side by side. Although the Ocean Emperor wasn't on par to the Scarlet Emperor, overpowered senior innate, it doesn't affect his superiority as the one who dominates the entire oceanic region in the high levels of Tongtian Tower. Guanlan was indeed the one and only Ocean Emperor in this world. Nobody would be able to suppress his presence. The Ocean Emperor stood in front of Yue Yang. Even at this moment, when he had just finished a life and death battle with an Xi, he still remained as arrogant as ever. "You want to kill me?" Guanlan asked. If you can let me take the Mother Earth potion, I can consider not fighting with you. Yue Yang said something that couldn't be achieved. Why must I let you do it? The Ocean Emperor Guanlan didn't get angry. Since there was still 3 minutes before the birth of the Mother Earth potion, he took his time and inquired Yue Yang. Guanlan, I think you understand even if I don't say it. You have exhausted all your potential, so you can't improve any further. Even if you make a breakthrough and reach Innate Elder level 1, you wouldn't improve any further unless you obtain items like God's Blood or Mother Earth potion again. It can be said that it would be a waste for you to consume the Mother Earth potion. To put it more bluntly, it would be an unforgivable sin for you to consume it. I am younger than you, more potential than you. My future is limitless, so why would I give it to you? In the past, you betrayed the entire team for your own accomplishment. It made you where you are today. In the future, I won't be any weaker than you, I will only be stronger, so why must I give the Mother Earth potion to you? Although I may be selfish, compared to your betrayal, I'm better. Yue Yang stopped for a while before continuing. Even if I give it to you, you'll kill me because you wouldn't be able to bear watching me grow and overtake you. Your daughter asked me once, why must I kill you? If you all didn't force me into this, I wouldn't cause trouble at all. My growth was all due to the pressure coming from seniors like you. Let me just summarize this in one sentence. Guanlan, you are neither the strongest nor the most talented one. If you want to be the big boss, or hinder others from becoming one, you will definitely fall. Indeed, the Ocean Emperor nodded as he affirmed Yue Yang's idea. Last question, do you think you can kill me? I have no confidence in winning whenever I'm fighting against Supreme Innates. But it's alright, I'm still young, I can afford to lose, with the experience I will gain, I can fight again. As long as I am not afraid of fighting, the final victory will be mine with perseverance, Yue Yang answered. There was only 2 minutes left to the birth of the Mother Earth potion. Now, the gigantic crystal lotus had surpassed the highest point of the crystal canyon as numerous crystals pointed to the sky. The energy of the heavenly fragrance had covered the entire crystal canyon. The gentle light that shimmered off the crystal lotus and gradually became stronger as numerous energy accumulated, awaiting the birth of the Mother Earth potion. The Ocean Emperor Guanlan peered at the crystal lotus in the distance, as he nodded dejectedly. If only you were my son, I would have passed it to you. After finishing his sentence, the Ocean Emperor started to act. He gave off a light that was even more blinding than sunlight. Yue Yang also unleashed the power of a level 4 innate immediately. His current power was a level 9 innate. Although it was a far cry from the Ocean Emperor's peak level 10 innate, with the aid of the Nirvana armor, world exterminating wheel and innate invisible sword chi, he had confidence in fighting against the Ocean Emperor. Even if it meant paying a high price for it, Yue Yang would defeat the Ocean Emperor Guanlan and get the Mother Earth potion. Kill! With a shout, Yue Yang and the Ocean Emperor charged towards each other as they fought with all their might. Only 1 minute and 30 seconds was left till the birth of the Mother Earth potion. The battle between Yue Yang and the Ocean Emperor Guanlan had officially begun. The shock wave caused by the two parties was comparable to the powerful blast caused by the Ocean Emperor in an XI. With the enhancement from the three-headed Golden Dragon King, the power of the Ocean Emperor's punch was strong enough to raise a hill. While with the help of the two giant Phantom Shadow, Yue Yang's power was equally earth-shaking. Not only were their strengths close, their combat style were similar as well. They both didn't choose to attack the opponent's body. Instead, they both chose to launch a heavy attack on the opponent's forehead. Yue Yang was protected by the Nirvana flame armor, so naturally the Ocean Emperor would not attack his body. Similarly, the Ocean Emperor had the holy ranked Ocean Emperor's armor to protect his body. And, he also had a strengthening type Guardian Spirit Beast, the three-headed Golden Dragon King, to assist him. Just like the Ocean Emperor, Yue Yang did not aim his fists at his body. Even though the Ocean Emperor's chest was already critically wounded and his heart was left unguarded, it did not become Yue Yang's target. Bombard the opponent's forehead. This was both of their choice and agreed on by chance. Just like matchless mutual understanding, their attacks were launched, head-on. The Ocean Emperor, Guanlan's speed was extremely fast. However, Yue Yang was slightly faster. If he had not experienced the Scarlet Emperor's powerful attacks, he might have been much slower than the Ocean Emperor, Guanlan. Other than the Scarlet Emperor, the Ocean Emperor had one of the fastest speeds Yue Yang had seen. Compared to him, the Black Prince's speed, which he was so proud of, was just like a snail's. It was not surprising that the Ocean Emperor could fight on equal grounds with an XI, who was the fastest among all the killers. In between flashes of lightning, Yue Yang brandished the world exterminating wheel and furiously slashed him. It cut through the Ocean Emperor's innate chi, which was used for protection, and aimed right at the Ocean Emperor's forehead. The Ocean Emperor did not avoid nor dodge. Instead, he used all his strength and punched towards Yue Yang's face with the intent to bring Yue Yang down with him. He had the power of a peak level 10 innate, and he also had a holy beast, the three-headed Golden Dragon King, to strengthen his physical body. He could definitely take risk like this. The reason why the Ocean Emperor won against an Xi just now was precisely because of the strengthening from the three-headed Golden Dragon King. Yue Yang did not retreat but continued forward while bending his left arm to defend his face. In his right hand, he held the world exterminating wheel. Heaven's fury fire lotuses, Arctic ice frost and purple lightning snakes distorted the entire space. As the world exterminating wheel slashed through, even the space seemed to have shattered. This was the strongest power Yue Yang could produce in his new realm. Even if the Ocean Emperor had a hard body, after being struck by the world exterminating wheel, he would be critically injured and collapse to the ground. Suddenly, the three-headed Golden Dragon King grew another huge head on the Ocean Emperor's body. It fearlessly bit the world exterminating wheel. The world exterminating wheel slashed through its head. Although the head was heavily wounded, it continued to charge forward blazing with fury. It violently bit Yue Yang. At that very moment, the Ocean Emperor's huge fist also landed on Yue Yang's left arm, breaking his left arm immediately. Yue Yang was in great pain. After turning his upper body, he lifted his right leg and kicked the Ocean Emperor in the chest. He shot his innate invisible sword chi right through the crack on the Ocean Emperor's armor, which was caused by the god-killing dagger. His chi immediately shot through the Ocean Emperor's heart. An arm for a life. This was all part of Yue Yang's well-planned scheme. Even 3 days before this, he had discussed with an Xi to proceed in such a way. An Xi recklessly made a small hole on the Ocean Emperor's armor and gave Yue Yang the chance to land a critical hit on him. After the Ocean Emperor's heart was pierced, his body became sluggish. However, he did not stop immediately, instead he counterattacked crazily. On his body, another huge, golden dragon head grew out. It gripped Yue Yang using its jaws and threw him hard onto the crystal floor. While Yue Yang was still suffering from pain and dizziness, a third dragon head grew out from the Ocean Emperor's body. It was gigantic and gave off an intense aura. It spat out an odd fork-shaped halberd. The Ocean Emperor took it and struck down hard at Yue Yang's body. Fuck! Yue Yang was freaked out, the Ocean Emperor actually had a holy weapon. Even an Xi was unaware of it. The holy-ranked Ocean Emperor's halberd flashed with golden lightning and pierced towards Yue Yang's body. If it pierced through, Yue Yang's life would be on the line. At the critical moment, Yue Yang freed his body from the pressure caused by the Ocean Emperor's domain of power. He used the elegant sword dance of the three mysterious styles to dodge quickly. At the same time, he kicked using his right leg, hoping to use the power to escape from the threat of death. The huge dragon head on the Ocean Emperor's body fearlessly unhinged its grip from Yue Yang's body. Even if the Nirvana armor made from Nirvana flames quickly combusted, its huge jaws still refused to let go. Pausing even a single second would be enough for the Ocean Emperor to strike 100 times. The Ocean Emperor's halberd fiercely pierced down. Yue Yang had no choice but to dodge it at all costs to prevent hitting his vitals. However, the right leg he kicked out was not withdrawn on time. The Ocean Emperor's halberd pierced right through and nailed him right onto the crystal floor. The biggest dragon head on the Ocean Emperor's body had been storing up power for a long time. It opened its huge jaws and released a dragon breath that was 100 times more fearsome than hellfire. A gold-ranked dragon's breath was also an attack that could instantly kill all existence. It could not be avoided. Just when the Ocean Emperor thought he would win, the Nirvana armor on Yue Yang's body instantly transformed into a Nirvana flame phoenix. It threw itself at the huge jaws of the Golden Dragon King, which was blasting out dragon breath. Although the dragon breath was very powerful, it still couldn't compare to Nirvana flames. The Nirvana flame phoenix ignited and purified all the dragon breath. It then launched itself right into the Golden Dragon King's gigantic jaws. It caused the Golden Dragon King to instantly vanish, forcing it to return back to the Ocean Emperor's body. If it was late by a second, it would have been burnt alive by the Nirvana flame phoenix. The Ocean Emperor's beast could not be compared to Yue Yang. However, the Ocean Emperor still possessed the powers of a peak level 10 innate. With his fists clenched, he aimed and struck with a heavy blow. Immediately, Yue Yang summoned his grimoire and raised a protection barrier. Although it got hit and shattered by the Ocean Emperor's fist, he was able to stop him for half a second. Xia Wen Li appeared from Yue Yang's body. Her pretty eyes glared and activated her binding inherent skill. The Ocean Emperor's fist became sluggish once again. The barbarian cow Shadow Aman leapt out and used her quick fists to deal a heavy blow on the Ocean Emperor's waist. When the Ocean Emperor's armor vibrated, the barbarian cow Shadow Aman let out a cry. She lifted the Ocean Emperor, who was still under the binding inherent skill, and threw him out. At this moment, there was another 30 seconds before the birth of the Mother Earth potion. Yue Yang and the Ocean Emperor were both critically injured. The only difference was that Yue Yang only injured his left arm and right leg. His organs were damaged from the shock, but he could still fight. The Ocean Emperor was already critically wounded. After being struck by Yue Yang's world exterminating wheel and innate invisible sword chi, he was now on the edge of death. Additionally, his guardian spirit beast, the three-headed Golden Dragon King, had 2 of its heads destroyed and faced a great drop in power. It was even harder to defend. When he stood up, he coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. The Ocean Emperor's body was on the verge of collapsing. Yue Yang was nailed to the crystal floor by the Ocean Emperor's halberd, so could not get free at the moment. The Ocean Emperor forced his heavily wounded body and ran towards the crystal lotus. If he consumed the Mother Earth potion, then his body would definitely be restored to the best state, perhaps he might even break through to the innate elder realm. Aman used all her might as she tried to pull the Ocean Emperor's halberd from the crystal floor. However, holy weapons often possess a certain intelligence. It followed its owner's intention and remained nailed to the ground firmly, resisting Aman's violent pull. The Ocean Emperor's halberd was slowly being pulled out, but at such a speed, it would not be removed from the ground in 30 seconds. This also meant that Yue Yang would not make it in time to reach the birthplace of the Mother Earth potion. Guanlan, it is time for you to apologize to everyone. Hempen-clothed elder and Xi appeared behind the Ocean Emperor. He deeply pierced the god-killing dagger in his hands into the Ocean Emperor's carotid artery. The Ocean Emperor held an Xi's hand, stopping him from cutting off his head. He used his last bit of power to lift an Xi and smash him onto the crystal pillar in the distance. Now is not the time. When I die, I will go see those people. The Ocean Emperor pulled out the god-killing dagger forcefully, causing blood to spurt out like the waterfall. At this moment, the crystal lotus started to bloom. It was extremely beautiful. Thousands of gold rays radiated out from the crystal lotus, making the entire crystal canyon become a world of gold. The Ocean Emperor, who was dripping with fresh blood, jumped on top of the crystal lotus and watched the view in front of his eyes in awe. The Mother Earth potion he had waited so long for was finally ready. Aman pulled out the Ocean Emperor's halberd and furiously threw it away. However, it was too late. Even if Yue Yang got up, he would be unable to stop the Ocean Emperor from obtaining the Mother Earth potion. Simply because, it was already born. Numerous gold light shot out from the inside of the crystal lotus and formed a splendid light pillar. A stream of spring water gushed out from the crystal lotus. It was just like a rainbow. Afterwards it followed the golden light pillar and floated up into the air. The Ocean Emperor used the fastest speed he could in his entire life and pulled out a jade vase he had prepared a long time ago. Instantly, he loaded the spring water into the jade vase. Before an Xi could reach, he leapt and called back his Ocean Emperor's halberd that was spiritually connected to him. He blocked an Xi's attack using his halberd and spreaded his dragon wings. With speed faster than lightning, he soared through the air and left. The Ocean Emperor quickly teleported himself away from the crystal canyon. Yue Yang could only watch the entire process. Aman was furious. She carried a huge crystal pillar and threw it at the Ocean Emperor, but it was too late to stop the Ocean Emperor from leaving. Xia Wen Li also watched Yue Yang with a pitiful gaze. Her eyes were red as if she would start brawling. Yue Yang carried her, touched her nose lightly and said, "Why are you crying? The real Mother Earth potion is still here. Just now what the Ocean Emperor took was merely the crystal liquid. If he really took the Mother Earth potion, how could I just watch it? It would be weird if I did not fight him. Don't cry, let's go get the real thing." Surrounding the crystal lotus, all the ancient guards kneeled down. They did not move. It was as if there was a singing voice that was more pleasant to listen to than the sounds of nature. But it was not a voice, yet it resonated in people's hearts. It was the sound of the Mother Earth potion's birth. The entire crystal canyon was filled with a scent that was more aromatic and fragrant than all the flowers in the world. When one smells it, one would feel intoxicated. This was the fragrance of the Mother Earth potion. The crystal lotus unfolded entirely and fully bloomed. Countless lights filled the area above just like rainbows. All of the crystal energy in the crystal canyon flowed towards the giant crystal lotus like a river flowing to the ocean. All essence were concentrated and returned back into the core of the crystal lotus. The ancient guards lost their energy and fell down one by one. Their souls merged with the crystals and laid dormant once again. As Yue Yang brought Xia Wen Li over to the front of the crystal lotus, he realized that there was only a single drop of the Mother Earth potion inside. The crystal lotus shattered into 1,000 pieces and the entire crystal canyon shook, some places even collapsed. The crystal energy seemed to disappear completely, the entire crystal canyon became filled with ordinary white stones. Only a small bit of crystal fragments containing crystal energy were left on the ground. The Mother Earth potion, floating in front of Yue Yang, was something that could not be described by words. The energy it contained was unbelievable and it was extremely pure and concentrated. It was golden bright and dazzling. Despite being at liquid form, it shined rays of wonderful light. Last, anyone want spoilers? Donate more so we can spew out more chapters. Word of the day, spew. Spew. Yue Yang turned around and saw an Xi who was struggling to get up. If an Xi wished to live, Yue Yang would be able to save him even without using the Mother Earth potion. However, an Xi didn't care if he can live anymore. He lived merely to kill the Ocean Emperor. Now that the Ocean Emperor was severely injured and was going to die soon, an Xi had no more reasons to continue living. What could Yue Yang do to a man who wants to die? Don't be modest with an old man like me. If eating it could help me live, I would surely snatch it. The hempen-clothed old man smiled weakly. Yue Yang knew that it was no use to persuade him, so he simply nodded. An Xi slowly laid down. I saw the Mother Earth potion, so I have no more regrets, youngster, just bury me here. He waved his hand and the god-killing dagger flew over. The hempen-clothed old man then left his last words, which was also his last wish. I'm not giving it to you for nothing, use it to decapitate the Ocean Emperor. With that, he closed his eyes. A giant black dragon separated from his body. It slowly faded into bright lights and dissipated into the air. It roared softly before disappearing, as if bidding farewell to its master. The hempen-clothed old man's heartbeat gradually stopped with his breath, and with that, the assassin king of Tongtian Tower left the world. Although he died, he fulfilled his 100-year dream, and a smile could be seen at the corner of his mouth. Although he didn't personally kill his archenemy, he bore no more regrets knowing that Guanlan wouldn't be able to live for long. Furthermore, he was also able to witness the birth of the Mother Earth potion. After centuries of loneliness, he could finally let go of everything, embrace nature and meet his past comrades again. Numerous lights morphed into different beautiful flowers in the sky. The Mother Earth potion wouldn't exist forever. Before the Mother Earth potion disappears, Yue Yang used his hands to guide it as it floated in the air and down his throat. Initially, his body had no reactions, but after 3 seconds, his grimoire floated up automatically. The hornless dragon Zhongying, who was asleep, the spirit of earth fire, the reaper mantis and even the quintet gold-seeking mice all came out. The hornless dragon was still sleeping while the spirit of earth fire was at loss since she did not know what was happening. Yue Yang's body gave off an indescribable glow and looked as if he was becoming invisible. At the same time, lights with energy of the heavenly fragrance fluctuated with the runes as they morphed into all kinds of peculiar patterns and sometimes beautiful flowers. Xia Wen Li, Barbarian Cow Shadow Aman, Zhongying the Hornless Dragon, the Reaper Mantis and the Quintet Gold-seeking mice bathed in the lights with the energy of heavenly fragrance as they obtained different things. After her fusion with the Heart of Earth, Barbarian Cow Shadow Aman evolved again, making great progress in personifying. As for Xia Wen Li, she received the most as she was hugging Yue Yang. She took in the most energy, even more than World the Halo-type beast. After this absorption, she would just be a few steps away from leveling up to becoming level 6 diamond ranked. She continued to top the list among all of Yue Yang's beasts in terms of support and combat power. Zhongying the Hornless Dragon, who was still hibernating, the Spirit of Earth Fire, Reaper Mantis and even the Quintet Gold-seeking mice all got different levels of reward. Naturally, Yue Yang received the most. After consuming the Mother Earth potion, Yue Yang's body was filled with an indescribably immense amount of energy. It was as if the entire Crystal Canyon, or a geographical location even more vast, was stuffed into his body. Yue Yang felt that he was going to explode. All of Yue Yang's physical wounds healed within 3 seconds. The Nirvana flame of the Nirvana flame phoenix burned rapidly in Yue Yang's body. This helped digest the enormous amount of energy in his body such that they could fuse into the cells in his body. No energy was wasted as all formed the foundation of his body. His innate chi moved at an even higher speed. If it did not move around, Yue Yang's body wouldn't be able to withstand it and would definitely explode. The 6th level of the innate invisible sword chi moved rapidly and carried the enormous amount of energy of the Mother Earth potion. Then they were quickly absorbed as they moved throughout Yue Yang's body. Although the innate invisible sword chi did not upgrade, Yue Yang's grimoire started to turn as it leveled up. However, the problem now was that Yue Yang couldn't control himself. The pure energy from the Mother Earth potion was huge, so huge that it exceeded Yue Yang's imaginations. When he swallowed it, it was akin to swallowing the entire Crystal Canyon. His body couldn't withstand it at all. Fortunately he had his innate chi and Nirvana flame, or else his body would have exploded and turned him a spirit. The level-up golden pillar soared to the sky. However, Yue Yang had only just absorbed 10% of the energy, yet the situation was already like this. There would definitely be opportunities to level up in the future. Yue Yang guessed that if he absorbed the Mother Earth potion entirely, he would definitely move up to the Elder Innate level. Wow, you ate some good stuff, I want it too. With a flash, the Kylan girl appeared and upon seeing a light shimmering off Yue Yang, she ran towards him and hugged him. As if a child fighting for candies, she leaned in and sucked Yue Yang's lips. She took away at least 1/10 of the pure energy of the Mother Earth potion. She then released Yue Yang and pretended to have done nothing. Xia Wen Li copied her and went up to suck a mouthful of energy. The pleasant sound of the phoenix resonated through the entire Crystal Canyon. It could even make one's soul tremble. A huge Nirvana flame pillar rose from Yue Yang's body. Countless rays of light followed as the phoenix sister arrived in the air while riding a phoenix, that spanned over 1,000 meters. They then directed to enter Yue Yang's body and pushed the enormous amount of unabsorbed energy out of Yue Yang's danshan. Then they condensed it into a single drop and partially sealed it such that Yue Yang could refine it slowly in the future. I did not eat anything. The Kylan girl waved her hands adorably, indicating that she had been obedient all along and hadn't been eating anything discreetly. Haha. Xia Wen Li was more obedient. Although she didn't admit it, she did not deny it either. She was merely laughing discreetly. Phoenix sisters both entwined to become a streak of rainbow light as they fused into Yue Yang's body and disappear. As they disappeared, the Nirvana flame pillar also simultaneously disappeared as it dissipated into the air within a few seconds, as if it was never there in the first place. Once they left, Yue Yang, who was still in a daze, collapsed to the ground. Barbarian Cow Shadow Aman tried to carry him quickly. Bingying, the Kylan girl, waved her hand. Stop, let him rest. It was not a good thing to level up too quickly since his body won't be able to take it. He is resting now, so he can let his body adjust by itself. Ah, I'm sleepy again, I'm going back to continue my sleep. She cutely yawned as she prepared to take her leave. On seeing the god-killing dagger lying on the ground, she became enthusiastic again as she waved her hand to get the god-killing dagger into her hand. She quickly frowned. Which idiot used the god-killing dagger like this? I haven't seen such a fool that didn't clean the demonic chi and caused it to rust. This god-killing dagger isn't a good thing in the first place, now, it is just plain rubbish. If the hempen-clothed old man in Xi were to hear this, he would have cried. Luckily he's dead, if not he would have committed suicide in shame. The Kylan girl shot out a white ray and purified the tainted god-killing dagger instantly. The god-killing dagger, that reverted back to its original state, brightly flickered. There was at least a meter of light that surrounded the tip of the blade. When the Kylan girl lightly waved it, a 10-meter sword chi extended outwards. It even tore a 10-meter deep crack on the solid crystal floor. I'll give this to you, it isn't very useful. The Kylan girl Bingyan was generous enough to give Xia Wen Li Yue Yang's possession. Xia Wen Li waved her hand to reject her. Then pass this to him. Tell him I gave him this and ask him to thank me because I don't usually give things to people. The Kylan girl's last sentence was the most honest one. She had always been the one receiving things. The things she gave out was indeed very little. Moreover, Yue Yang could be considered to be one who benefited from it the most. He hadn't even opened the golden coffin given to him by the Kylan girl the other time. Okay. Xia Wen Li nodded as she received the god-killing dagger on Yue Yang's behalf. It was good enough for the god-killing dagger to be returned to Yue Yang's side after going through the Kylan girl. If Yue Yang were to know about this, he would been so surprised to the point of being drenched in cold sweat. Yawning, the Kylan girl went back to sleep. Xia Wen Li and Aman stayed to protect Yue Yang, who was in deep sleep. After 3 hours, Yue Yang was finally able to completely stabilize the energy in his body. Although he only absorbed 1/10 of the energy of the Mother Earth potion, Yue Yang realized that his power surged. He estimated that he was now a level 10 innate, making him on par to the Phoenix Beauty before her breakthrough. He also wasn't too far from leveling up to Elder Innate level. For others this might be good news. But for Yue Yang, it caused him a bit of a headache. He had to think of a way to set at Innate realm and at the same time absorb the energy from the Mother Earth potion without leveling up to Elder Innate level. It wouldn't matter if he couldn't think of anything, he could always ask the Heavenly Sword Goddess, she definitely had the answer. However, time wasn't on his side, so Yue Yang decided to walk back out to the graveyard of the sea. It was because he sensed Bloody Queen Red's call more than once when he was in deep sleep. Why did the god-killing dagger become like this? Yue Yang received the god-killing dagger and realized that the original holy equipment had become a supreme holy equipment that was very close to becoming a divine equipment. Yue Yang was shocked. Xia Wen Li made a cute gesture with her hands acting as horns on her head. Yue Yang immediately understood that it was the Kylan girl who did it. Although she always causes trouble, she would sometimes help a bit. The god-killing dagger, which became a supreme equipment, caused people to be attracted to it just by looking at it, so Yue Yang quickly put it away. Yue Yang was prepared to put away his grimoire and looked at Ti. He went up from being a level 4 innate to a level 5 innate. Since he already knew a booty, he ignored it. But what made Yue Yang the happiest was the fact that his Heaven Eye's divine vision got upgraded. He had been awaiting for this level up for a long time. Last, Dota or LOL. Shiro and I like Dota BTW. As Heaven Eye's divine vision upgraded, its ability grew stronger. Upgrading from level 5 to level 6, Heaven Eye's divine vision gained the ability to look through the enemy's internal blood flow and the movement of their internal energy. Yue Yang felt that this upgrade came at the right timing. When facing against supreme innates such as Shun Tian, Black Prince, and the Ocean Emperor, Yue Yang's Heaven Eye's divine vision was unable to see the weak points of the opponent's body. It could only see special characteristics of the opponent's items or the weak points of the opponent's moves. Yue Yang was unable to see the movement of their internal energy and their body's special characteristics, especially those reinforcements that come from combined beasts. That was why he was unable to directly attack the weakness that the enemy concealed and only able to try to trick the enemy to reveal it through ploys. The upgrade of divine vision once again perfectly complemented with his Heaven Eye's divine vision. Its power was entirely different. Now, it could not only see the concealed weak points of lowly warriors, but even innate rankers and mythical beasts. With this, Shuntian and Black Prince could now announce the beginning of their tragic fates. However, it could still not see through Black Hell King, who was already at heaven rank, and Scarlet Emperor, that demon. They were much more powerful existences. If Yue Yang wanted to see through them, divine vision needed to level up to level 7 and 8 or even 9. By then, not to mention Scarlet Emperor, even Heaven Realm's 3 great leaders, or even more powerful existences could be seen through. However, Yue Yang cannot rush the process. He must slowly level them up and use Heaven Eye's divine vision more in the future. Now that it could be used to see the body's internal blood flow and energy movement, it would be great help during cultivation and healing. Let's go. Yue Yang unsummoned Barbarian Cow Shadow, Spirit of Earth Fire, Reaper Mantis, and Quintet seeking Golden Mice, and only brought Xia Wen Li back to the graveyard of the sea. The Barbarian Cow Shadow still needed to digest the energy she absorbed. As for the Spirit of Earth Fire, she was reluctant to leave the energy that was still left around the place. From her point of view, there was still a lot of energy that could be absorbed. However, she still had to obey Yue Yang. Yue Yang left behind the shattered crystal canton. A small crystal man jumped out from the shattered crystal pillar. It turns out that the original 100 crystal men had been reduced to one single crystal man. It was not that all the other 99 have died, but rather all the energy left in the crystal canyon was now only enough to revive a single crystal man. Maybe after a few thousand years, the crystal canyon would be able to return to what it was like before, and all the crystal men would be revived. However, the Mother Earth potion might not be born here again anymore. They teleported out from the 5 big whirlpools. Graveyard of the Sea. Yue Yang was stunned by the sight before his eyes. Yue Yang could not believe his eyes when he saw the Graveyard of the Sea. Half of the sea surface, including those sunken ships, were entirely covered by thorny flowers, more precisely, thorny flowers that had just devoured corpses and were still digesting them. Bloody Queen and Hui Tai Lang were chasing Tai Hu's 9-headed devil fox, which was normal. However, on the other side, the Ocean Emperor seemed to have gone mad as he was killing his own subordinates and children. Those that attacked the Ocean Emperor was not limited to the hybrid fishmen, there were also a dozen unfamiliar innate rankers and even the princes and princesses who viewed Sea Dragon Crown Prince and Sea Anemone Crown Princess as their leader. Squid King, Jellyfish King and Manta Ray King have all died. No one knows who killed them. Shark King was heavily injured and was lying on the wreckage of a sunken boat. He would most likely die soon. The Ocean Emperor's injuries were worse. After being mortally wounded by an Xi and Yue Yang, he had been engaged in a 3-hour battle with more than 30 hybrid fishmen, a dozen innate rankers and many of his own children. The Ocean Emperor had reached his limit. He was too weak to even wield his halberd. If not for the combination of the super defense of his armor and the valiant body of the 3-headed Golden Dragon King, the Ocean Emperor would have collapsed long ago. Even if I die, all of you have to die with me, the Ocean Emperor roared madly. He gathered his remaining power to wave the Ocean Emperor's halberd. In that instant he regained the power of a peak level 10 innate and killed the hybrid fishmen on the front lines. He then beheaded 2 of his sons who could not retreat in time. Lastly, he threw out his halberd in fury, and killed another one of the innate rankers. His might was unparalleled in the world. For a moment, no one dared to go near him. Even Tai Hu stayed out of the way and shouted as he evaded, "Everyone keep surrounding him, he has no more energy and will die soon. Now is the best chance, do not let him go. 3 more minutes, persevere for the last 3 minutes and victory will be ours." Yue Yang now understood. This was betrayal. The Ocean Emperor suffered the biggest betrayal of his life. Not just his friends, his subordinates and even children have all betrayed him. If he was not seriously injured, if he had not came out from Crystal Canyon first, if he had been more cautious and wary of his own children, the Ocean Emperor would not have been reduced to such a state. All those who had not betrayed him were all dead. The 3 kings and the 8 sea marshals were all dead. The only one still alive was Shark King. But even Shark King was not far from dying. If anyone attacked him, Shark King would die in front of the Ocean Emperor. A prince secretly flew towards the wreckage of the sunken boat, ready to attack Shark King to give the Ocean Emperor another blow. Shark King suddenly flew up into the sky, exploding with innate level 8 power. A giant shark shadow flashed in the sky and devoured the prince, killing him instantly. It then killed several of the prince's guards, and then grabbed onto a lowly innate's body and tore it apart. He stretched out his neck and madly drank the fresh blood of the enemy. The Ocean Emperor slowly landed on the wreckage of a sunken ship. Shark King took large strides forward and kneeled on his knees in front of the Ocean Emperor. "I was incompetent, I am willing to die with your majesty." Shark King heavily kowtowed on the deck of the sunken ship. "Aisha, do not call me your majesty anymore. I remember that you are my son too. Now, I will restore your real identity. You are my son. In the past, to gain more power to secure a better future, I betrayed my friends and family, I even married the enemy's daughter to establish the dominance of the Ocean Emperor. I gained many things, but I lost even more. I am aware that you are my best son. However, I have no way of letting you inherit my position, nor do I have a way to acknowledge you as my son. Without the support of Sea Clan, I could not become the Ocean Emperor, nor could I conquer the oceans of Tongtian Tower. With just my own ability, I could not match with Emperor of the Underworld, nor the Sky Emperor's Congress, and not even the Dragon Emperor who is caught in his clan's rebellion. The power of Sea Clan was never truly in my hands, but I kept trying. However, all that I have gained were superficial compliance and illusory power. At this moment before I die, Xia, call me father once more. I am no longer the Ocean Emperor, I am only a lonely father who has been betrayed by all. The Ocean Emperor helped Shark King up and looked into Shark King's eyes. Ma, father. Shark King, a man of steel, was in tears. Your son was incompetent, and could not help you conquer the world. Indeed, you are not the most outstanding son in the world. However, Xia, I am already very much contented to have a son like you. The Ocean Emperor reached out to stroke Shark King's head, sighing, son, if I had the ability to save your life, I would do whatever it takes. It does not matter, father. As long as I can die with you in this ocean, I have no regrets. Shark King wiped his tears dry and bowed to the Ocean Emperor. Your son will leave first. Shark King roared and pounced at Sea Dragon Crown Prince. He wanted to kill this unfilial son for his father before his death. But how could this Sea Dragon Crown Prince be willing to come forward to fight? A dozen innate rankers rushed up to support him, surrounding Shark King. The remaining hybrid fishmen and Taihu, that old guy, threw themselves at the Ocean Emperor. The bloody battle where the Ocean Emperor was utterly isolated, the battle between his blood began again. Not even 3 minutes passed before Shark King was at the point of exhaustion. He kept forcing his power even after being heavily injured. He broke out from the encirclement and pounced in front of Sea Dragon Crown Prince. However, Wei was too weak to even raise his fist. With a kick from Sea Dragon Crown Prince, Shark King fell heavily on the deck of the wreckage of a sunken boat. He sneered, "You are now infected with my poison dragon plague, yet you still want to show off in front of me? Who knew you are the bastard child of the old guy? No wonder you are so loyal. Hehe, this prince is now going to send you back to reunite with that old guy." The Ocean Emperor on the other side was also hanging on by a thread. After killing 2 hybrid fishmen, the Ocean Emperor was smashed towards the deck of the sunken ship by Taihu's thunder snake staff. His whole body trembled in pain. However, he still stood up. Even if Taihu repeatedly knocked him onto the deck, the Ocean Emperor still stood up, his body straight as a spear. Such pride, the Ocean Emperor who has conquered the 4 oceans is really different from the rest. Sea Dragon Crown Prince clapped his hands in praise. He kicked Shark King, who was at the verge of fainting, towards the front of the Ocean Emperor and flew down to step on Shark King's head forcefully. He trampled on Shark King, and grabbed Shark King's scalp to show the Ocean Emperor Shark King's face that was horribly twisted in pain. "Old guy, do you see, this is the son you gave birth to? Such trash! You think that this prince is your child? You idiot, this prince has the pure blood of Sea Clan, and not the blood of a lowly human like you. You are only fit to breed with fishmen, giving birth to mixed breeds." Puh! Shark King spat on Sea Dragon Crown Prince's face. "You want to die?" Sea Dragon Crown Prince was furious and began beating Shark King like a madman. He also spat several times on Shark King's body and finally sneered hatefully, "Even if you wish to die, I won't let you die so easily. This prince is going to hang you up to dry. Old guy, do you see? If you want your bastard child to die in peace, then hand over all of your treasures. Hand over your treasure map, the key to the door of Heaven Realm and the Mother Earth potion. You idiot, do you really think that there is a key for the door of Heaven Realm, and you really think that I have strange treasures? No medicine could save a fool like you, ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha." The Ocean Emperor laughed and Taihu knocked him down with one hit of the Thunder Snake staff. However, he still continued laughing. Finally, the Ocean Emperor struggled to stand up and towards the direction of Yue Yang's concealed body, said slowly, "You have watched a joke. It cannot be helped, this is retribution. Let us make a deal, as long as you save my son, I will give you the Mother Earth potion." His words shocked everyone. No one knew about Yue Yang's presence. When Yue Yang appeared from behind the dark clouds and appeared before the Ocean Emperor in a flash, everyone was shocked. Only his guardian beasts like Golden Crown, Thorny Flower Queen, Bloody Queen and Hui Tai Lang knew that Yue Yang was long back. Yue Yang's arrival at this point of time made Octopus Man Boss, Whale Zhong, Swordfish Burst, Crab Man and Mud Skipper Man, who did not participate in the war, spirited. They quickly rushed over. Faster than them were Stone Element Medusa, Storm Mermaid, Thunder Naga and Ice Serpent Demon. They surrounded the Sea Dragon Crown Prince and the rebels. Yue Yang's appearance scared Sea Dragon Crown Prince that he almost peed his pants. He quickly escaped back to the clan. The Ocean Emperor brought out a white jade vase that shone with 7 colors and passed it towards Yue Yang. "You can have my life and this Mother Earth potion, just bring Xia away." "No, father." Shark King was close to death and weak to the point that he could not even speak, yet tears were streaming down his face. I said it before, I will do anything to save you. I have already lost everything and am left with a son. At least, I, Guanlan, am fortunate to still have a son. Haha, this is not bad, the heavens have at least left me something, the Ocean Emperor suddenly laughed aloud. He was coughing blood badly, yet he was still laughing in delight. He looked as if he gained the best thing in the world. Do you know what I want to say? This Mother Earth potion is a fake, it is only 100-year crystal liquid, worthless. Forget it, if it's just disposing garbage, I am occasionally willing to do a good deed and treat it as good karma. Yue Yang grabbed the white jade vase from the Ocean Emperor's hands and kept it without even glancing at it. The Ocean Emperor was stunned. He could never have thought that the Mother Earth potion that he had obtained was a fake. Yue Yang did not explain anything and kicked Shark King into the sky. Hui Tai Lang coordinated with him and caught Shark King in his mouth. A few innates, who were ready to move, looked at the gold-ranked dragon-slaying dagger in Bloody Queen's hands, and looked again at the golden arrows in Stone Element Medusa's hands before retreating. No one dared to be the first. Taihu's complexion was now worse than a corpse's. The heavily injured Ocean Emperor, after being infected by poison dragon plague and surrounded for 3 hours, had reached his limit. And now, Yu Clan's third young master had appeared. This Yu Clan's third young master was a freak that caused headaches. Taihu would rather have to attack the Ocean Emperor all over again and not fight against this Yu Clan's third young master. Thinking that the opponent possessed world-exterminating will and nirvana flame made Taihu want to bash his head against the wall. Cough, this issue has nothing to do with you, the Ocean Emperor is your enemy too. Taihu meant that as long as Yue Yang was willing to overlook such a matter, he would give Yue Yang the Ocean Emperor's halberd and armor in exchange. Just one word, as long as Yue Yang was willing to let go of this issue, Sea Clan could even give more gifts, be it beauties or gems, anything that Yue Yang asked for. The Ocean Emperor is indeed my enemy and I have to kill him. Yue Yang's words made color come back to Sea Dragon Crown Prince's face. That means we have the same goal, and that we are on the same side. As long as you ask, we can give you anything you want. Sea Dragon Crown Prince looked very respectful. To him, the 2 holy ranked treasures had already moved the opponent. Even though this was a little painful, this pain was only superficial. As long as this Yu Clan's third young master was willing to stay out of matters, he would only resign himself to part with these treasures. He silently vowed to use all methods to torment this Yu Clan's third young master. What do I want? I want your life. Yu Yang raised the God-killing dagger and a long sword chi appeared. Sea Dragon Crown Prince, who was a dozen meters away, felt a chill on his neck. His head fell to the floor and blood sprayed to the sky. To the sky. When Yue Yang leveled up to innate level 5, the entire sea surface raged. Waves that were more than thousands meters tall rose. Including Taihu, all of the enemies who saw this scene went pale. Even the Ocean Emperor Guanlan could only sigh in amazement. Originally he had guarded the secret of Crystal Canyon for hundreds of years with great difficulty. In the end, it had become this youth's dowry. The Mother Earth potion ultimately landed on this youth's hands. If you are destined to have something in your life, you'll eventually have it. When you are not destined to have it, do not even insist on having it. The Ocean Emperor finally accepted it, what was not his will never be. Let alone the Mother Earth potion, even the position as the ruler of the seas of Tongtian Tower was the same. In the end, it was all a lie. Everything he invested on for these 1,000 years were exchanged with betrayal. Even if the Ocean Emperor's sons and daughters did not betray him, Yue Yang was also prepared to kill all those who knew. Other than those Yue Yang could command, everyone else would be buried at the graveyard of the sea. Yue Yang did not hide his strength anymore. He continued to unleash his innate strength and rose from innate level 1 to innate level 5. With his strength at innate level 10, even if the Ocean Emperor did not have any injuries, Yue Yang would be able to tie with him. As a result, everyone including the old bastard Taihu would not be fight against Yue Yang, a massacre was about to begin. Yue Yang did not hold back anymore and decided to end everything quickly. All of the rebels, princes and princesses, even other innates that Yue Yang did not recognize, and even a few greedy hybrid fishmen were finally going to finish their fight, and the graveyard of the sea would be their final resting place. Ha! Yue Yang's world-shaking roar was clearer than thunder from a clear sky by 100 times. The entire sea trembled. Countless shockwaves were manipulated by Yue Yang into a giant tornado. The tornado sucked the sea water as it soared into the skies. The storm mermaid seized the opportunity to blow the storm conch to assist her master. The storm became much more violent, countless whirlpools formed on the sea surface and swallowed the sunken ships like a menacing beast. The Thunder Naga summoned countless lightning bolts, that not only struck the enemy, but also made the graveyard of the sea look like bloodbath hell. The stone element Medusa and ice serpent demon worked together and continuously reaped the lives of the enemy. With every attack, one sea clan rebel would die. The bloody Queen Red let out a soul-shaking banshee scream and dived down. The 9-headed devil fox fainted as if struck to death by lightning and fell like a meteor. The golden crowned Thorny Flower Queen held the Tongtian dragon edge that the small golden beast transformed into. With a slash, she split the cunning nine-tailed devil fox in half, instantly killing it. Hu Tai Lang's split body guarded the Shark King and he himself dived in the group of Sea Clan rebels. He was invincible, whenever he slashed and bit, a rebel would be met with a violent death. Below him, countless thorny flowers devoured the corpses, even the fresh blood that dropped was not let off and completely absorbed. The golden tiger shark summoned by the stone element Medusa could only pick up a few meat pieces. However, it was still lucky since it was able to rush and swallow the corpse of one of the princes. After digestion, it would probably level up once. 3 minutes. When Yue Yang begun his massacre, it took only 3 minutes to finish the battle. Tai Hu obstinately defended, but in the end he wasn't able to escape and killed by Yue Yang's god-killing dagger and world-exterminating wheel. As a result, the Sea Clan rebels, innate rancors, and most of the hybrid fishmen became the thorny flowers' food. Those who made Yue Yang into an enemy all died. The storm gradually calmed down. In the entire sea surface, other than Yue Yang, Bloody Queen Red and his beasts, only 7 people remained. 2 of them were the Ocean Emperor Guanlan, who was on the verge of death, and Shark King, who had received heavy injuries and fainted. Besides them were 5 hybrid fishmen. They obeyed the contract and did not work together with the Sea Dragon Crown Prince. They were Octopus Man Boss, Whale Zhang, Swordfish Blast, Mudskipper Man Sui Zy and the Crab Man Ao. The other 30 hybrid fishmen were either killed by the Ocean Emperor or killed by Yue Yang's beast after they broke the contract. The few that survived those were instantly killed by Yue Yang before they could ask for forgiveness. Regarding traitors, Yue Yang would definitely not mercifully give them a second chance. It ended, everything finally ended. Whale Zhang was a bit sad, after all his 1000-year comrades were dead. Idiots, they were all idiots. They can't blame others. Moreover, we had warned them to not do stupid things. These beasts were still alive. How could something happen to the Yue clan's 3rd young master? How could he be defeated by the Ocean Emperor? They were too greedy. They got enticed by treasures and authority and worked together with the Sea Dragon Crown Prince. If they did not attack the Ocean Emperor, how could they have died? I feel that their deaths were rightly deserved. They said something about can't be compared to freedom, but what we want was freedom. The Mudskipper Man sneered. He looked down upon their comrades' betrayal and felt that they were short-sighted, too short-sighted. They would rather believe the Sea Dragon Crown Prince's idiotic promise and did not uphold the original contract. Their deaths truly could not wipe out their crimes. Swordfish Blast actually wanted to kill those comrades that betrayed them, but Octopus Man Boss dissuaded him. This is also good. We are the only ones that think alike and remained. Crabman Ao was much more optimistic and felt that this was a good thing. That's right. Whale Zhang hummingly approved. The few remaining hybrid fishmen looked around the graveyard of the sea and reminisced before they leave. Yue Yang descended in front of the Ocean Emperor. Hui Tai Lang carried Shark King and flung his hill-like body in front of the Ocean Emperor. The last step was to kill the Ocean Emperor and complete an excise wish. However, this was already set in stone. Even if Yue Yang did not make his move, the Ocean Emperor Guanlan would undoubtedly die. Yue Yang generously waved his hand. I must take your head since I promised an exile. However, I can give you 10 minutes. The Ocean Emperor sent a weak energy towards Shark King. He then looked at Yue Yang with an exhausted yet bitter smile. It's a pity that you are not my son, otherwise, although Ashat is related to me by blood, our attributes are completely opposite. He cannot inherit my energy and treasures, such a pity. Shark King woke up and struggled to get up. He kneeled in front of the Ocean Emperor Guanlan. Hot tears dripped from his face. He understood his father's regret, but he was powerless. It was just like the time when he saw his father being attacked from all sides, yet he was unable to do anything to save him. Originally I did not want to say it, but Ocean Emperor, there may still be hope. You have a daughter whose attribute is the same as yours. Moreover, her potential is not bad. Yue Yang brought out the passed-out Hai Yingwu out from his grimoire world and passed her over to the overjoyed Ocean Emperor. You did not kill her? Very good, I, Ocean Emperor, finally have a qualified successor. At this moment, the Ocean Emperor's face showed a never-before-seen excitement. Tears glistened from his eyes and indicated Shark King to come over. Ashat, in the future, you must help your little sister. You are not destined to be the Ocean Emperor, but your little sister, who inherited my energy, would be able to. Yes, father. I swear to definitely help little sister to truly unify all the seas of Tongtian Tower and become the Ocean Empress. Shark King kneeled and seriously pledged. Since I, Guanlan, was born, I have a son and a daughter. My blood has been passed down to continue my legacy. I have no regrets, I have no regrets. Guanlan laughed loudly. He first lightly laid Hai Yingwu down the deck and then pierced his own heart with the Ocean Emperor's halberd. The blood dyed the Ocean Emperor's halberd and Ocean Emperor's armor. They turned into golden light and entered Hai Yingwu's body. Soon after, Hai Yingwu's body flashed and the treasures recognized her as their mater. Guanlan spat out blood. In the blood mist, the heavily injured three-headed golden dragon appeared and became a disabled dragon-winged woman. Just like the Ocean Emperor, she also pierced her own heart and let the burning hot dragon blood flow towards Hai Yingwu's body, covering her entire body in blood. When the dragon's blood was reconstructing Hai Yingwu's body, the dragon-winged woman spat out a shining dragon pearl and let it enter Hai Yingwu's forehead. In an instant, Hai Yingwu's body emitted rays of brilliant light and became a cocoon. The sight was extremely dazzling. Afterwards the dragon-winged woman slowly turned around and hugged the Ocean Emperor. Her body blazed into flames. The dragon fire continuously cremated her body. Come, what I owe an Xi and the debt of blood, let me return it to him. The Ocean Emperor Guanlan extended his hands. Yue Yang tossed the god-killing dagger and then returned to Yue Yang's hands. When it flew back, the meter-long blade chi directly cut the Ocean Emperor's neck. The Ocean Emperor died. Shark King heavily kowtowed and respectfully sent off his father. The blazing dragon fire burned the Ocean Emperor and the dragon-winged woman into ash. The entire sunken ship burned and exploded. Thick smoke rolled on as it gradually sunk. Shark King, who carried the continuously evolving Hai Yingwu in the dragon blood cocoon, painfully closed his eyes. In one day, he finally obtained the father that he always wanted and at the same time lost him forever. The only thing that remained was his father's final wish to conquer the seas. Yaa. Mudskipper Mansui Zy suddenly cried loudly. He cried loudly but there were no tears so it was extremely comical. Last, what a way to destroy the mood. What are you crying for? Swordfishman Blast simply didn't understand. He thought that the Ocean Emperor was not the Mudskipper man's father. What business does his death have with you? The Ocean Emperor died with his son and daughter paying him their last respects. If I die in the future, I would have nothing. When Mudskipper Man said this, Swordfishman Blast was speechless. This was what he was actually thinking about. After you leave this place just find a woman and let her give you dozens of children, then wouldn't there be people to send you off? Octopus Man Boss comforted him. I have already become a mudskipper. I am neither human nor fish. Who would marry me? Mudskipper Man broken-heartedly howled. It seemed that you are at least aware of it. Swordfish Man Blast re-evaluated Mudskipper Man. From who knows when he dived into the sea, Yue Yang floated back up / he looked at Shark King and Hai Yingwu in the dragon blood cocoon. He did not say anything and left. Whalejong and Swordfish Man Blast looked at each other. Happiness flashed in their eyes. Could it be that the ancient seal had already been unsealed? Octopus Man Boss quickly chased after Yue Yang and asked, is the ancient seal already unsealed? Impossible, it was this fast. Yue Yang humbly shrugged, actually I was already considered slow. It has been a long time since I have unsealed runic circles so I'm a bit rusty. This brat bragged. The hybrid fishmen who heard it all fainted. All of them fell down into the water. Tongtian Tower, Thunder Fortress. It was midnight when Yue Yang left Fire Island. He wanted to return to Soaring Dragon Continent previously, but he did not expect that the hybrids would follow him around so closely. It wasn't surprising as they hadn't been out for thousands of years. Even seniors like the Octopus Man Boss and the Mudskipper Man were still adapting to it. They could only follow Yue Yang around as they had nowhere to go. How would Jun Wuyu, Elder Yu Hai and the Old Fox feel if he were to bring back a bunch of hybrids that were at worst level 5 and 8 and at best level 8 and 8? Moreover, if the Black Hell Army and Zi Jin Kingdom were to know of the strong aid Yue Yang got himself, they would harbor second thoughts, hence that would cause Yue Yang's plan to lead them on, to fail. So Yue Yang could only bring them to the Thunder Fortress. It was definitely impossible to bring the hybrids in blatantly. So Yue Yang smuggled the few hybrids into the Thunder Fortress. There's a lake here and some houses around it. If you guys want to swim or bath in the sun, just go ahead. You can also instruct the housekeepers here to cook for you, you don't have to be modest about it. Yue Yang felt that having these seniors act as guards for free wasn't half bad. How is it a lake? It's just a bathtub. The Mudskipper Man mumbled as he thought that the man-made lake was too small. Senior, the graveyard of the sea is huge. Yue Yang reminded him that they had to get used to the unfavorable conditions. It was already a luxury to have water available for them. Upon sensing Yue Yang's abnormal tone, the Mudskipper Man quickly smiled. Nope, I was just saying that this bathtub is very cute and exquisite, it looks quite fun too. I have decided to stay here. Oh yeah, when are you going to help to release the seal in our bodies? It's miserable for us now being neither human nor fish. If I return back to man form, I can also get my grimoire back too, and with it my power would come back to me. Quickly think of something, every day is a misery with only this much strength. Yue Yang ignored him. It wouldn't be easy to release the seals in their bodies. Moreover, it's high time for him to cultivate so that he could fight against the Black Hell King. How would he have time to care about the hybrids' business now? The octopus man boss and the swordfish man burst weren't anxious on the other hand. With powers as level 8 innates, they could still defend themselves. Whale Zhong and the giant crab man Ao didn't care about it either as they first ordered over hundreds of delicacies. Apart from dishes that served fish, they ordered everything else. Because they hadn't had anything other than fish for the past thousands of years, they missed them a lot. Looking at the mountain-like body figure of Whale Zhong, Yanzheng and the fat toad had already instructed the slaves to prepare all kinds of meat like barbecued camel, barbecued turkey and barbecued goat. After half an hour of preparations, the dishes were served one after another. With this, Mudskipper man and the lot stopped arguing about the size of the man-made lake as they pounced on the food like hungry beasts and wolfed them down. The way they eat was even more unsightly than Hui Tai Lang. The fat toad even asked discreetly. Master, where did these hungry creatures come from? Yue Yang explained casually as he ate his barbecued dragon wing. They are innates who were just released. They are staying here temporarily. The octopus is the eldest, while the mudskipper man is the youngest. If anyone comes to find trouble, just let them fend off the troublemakers. Yanzheng the butler had always been meticulous. He probed further. What are their levels as innates? The weakest is the mudskipper man who's a level 5 innate. Upon hearing it, fat toad Jita fell to the ground with a thud and Mr. Chen who was drinking almost choked on his beer. Even the stone-faced Yanzheng looked shocked. Hello seniors. Mr. Chen quickly got up and paid his respect. He really didn't sense that all these weird-looking people were powerful seniors. I finally heard someone calling me a senior after thousands of years. That time when third young master called me senior did not count. His call was filled with a threatening and ridiculing feeling. The mudskipper man talked as if he was going to cry. Upon hearing it, fat toad Jita fell again. The next few matters would be simple and left with Mr. Chen, who respected the seniors, and the fat toad, who knew how to bootlick. When Yue Yang was returning to his room to rest, he saw Xia Yi in her policewoman costume. He coughed softly to indicate his presence. Although Xia Yi didn't want Yue Yang to ignore her, she doesn't know what to say to him. Yue Yang suddenly reached out his hand. While Xia Yi was still in shock, he pinched her face lightly. Is your body still in pain recently? Xia Yi realized that Yue Yang was teasing her again. She was incensed, but just as she raised her fist, she thought that he might actually be concerned about her. She put down her fist slowly and replied hatefully. It's all your fault. She said with tears in her eyes. She felt that Yue Yang's concerns came too late. If he had done it earlier, she might have forgiven him. But now, it's too late. Actually she realized that she didn't feel that uncomfortable anymore. She was getting used to the weird power too. Now, she was 10 times stronger than she was before. Xia Yi knew that this was a good thing, but she couldn't forgive Yue Yang as he made her suffer in agony without telling her anything. She wouldn't forgive him even though he did it out of goodwill. Especially this attire, he must have done something to make her uncomfortable whenever she isn't wearing it. A narcissistic guy like him doesn't deserve her forgiveness. Thinking about it, Xia Yi wanted to fiercely bite Yue Yang. Although she definitely wouldn't be able to defeat him, she would still try to bite him. She would oppose him to no end. Although Yue Yang was wearing the Gemini mask and his expressions couldn't be seen, it was obvious that he was smiling just by looking into his eyes. He was smiling brightly. If you don't want to feel uncomfortable anymore, then come find me at night. Xia Yi was a little flustered after looking at him. She realized that his eyes appeared to be shining. As if his smile could enter her heart. She was in a daze for a moment before Yue Yang reached out his hands to touch her cheeks. She regained her composure and quickly pushed his hands away. In your dreams, I won't go find you at night, I'd rather die than to do that. And, don't touch me. She quickly turned and ran off to her room. It was after she shut her door that she heaved a sigh of relief and leaned on the door, covering her quick heartbeats. Phew, she nearly forgave him just now. His gaze is a little weird, she mustn't have eye contact with him next time, if not she would definitely fall into his trap. Xia Yi realized that her heart was thumping and her cheeks were burning. Touching her cheeks that was previously touched by Yue Yang, Xia Yi's cheeks become even more red. It was after a while that she suddenly slapped the cheek Yue Yang caressed. She reprimanded herself. Are you an idiot? Why didn't you hit him? You still talk to him, Xia Yi, you idiot. Yue Yang initially wanted to return to the grimoire world to check on his possessions. However, when he returned to his room, he realized the half-elf girl in her costume, eagerly preparing his bed, over and over again without neglecting any slight details. It was near perfect. From her well-practiced moves, Yue Yang knew that this wasn't the first day she had been doing this. Her actions had already become a habit, even if Yue Yang didn't rest here, she still did it without any complaints. Master is back. The half-elf girl cheered when she saw that Yue Yang return. She thought that he would return to the grimoire world directly. Never did she imagine that he would pass by. She quickly bowed happily. Would you let me massage your legs for you before you head back to rest? Yue Yang took off his Gemini mask. There was no point wearing it since the half-elf girl had already known what he looked like. Seeing her act of making the bed, Yue Yang decided to rest here for the night. Although she was just a female slave, she was really very cute. The half-elf girl was initially stunned. But being sharp, she soon realized and her cheeks blushed so red as if they were two apples. She threw herself at Yue Yang and embraced him tightly. She even asked unbelievingly. Master, are you resting here tonight? I'm so happy, is this real? Is this real? Yue Yang responded by touching her nose gently. Tears welled in the beautiful doe eyes of the half-elf girl. She even pouted her mouth. She almost emotionally cried but desperately tried to keep them from falling in an adorable manner. I'll go get some water. The half-elf girl suddenly remembered that she had to help to wash the face and the feet of her master. She then went out quickly. Due to her excitement, she almost tripped over the doorstep. Yue Yang pitied the half-elf girl as he saw her running out, with tears of joy falling onto the ground along the way. She was really quite pitiful since she was always here alone. Yue Yang decided to bring her back once in a while, since she likes to serve people, the pampered girls in his house needs one like her too. In this way, the half-elf girl wouldn't be lonely. When she was back with the water, the half-elf girl's cheeks were burning red. She did not dare to look up at Yue Yang as she was afraid that he would make fun of her. Yue Yang got a towel. After wetting it, he helped to wipe the face of the half-elf girl. With it, tears rolled down the face of the half-elf girl like a waterfall. She grabbed onto Yue Yang's arms, and spoke in between her tears. Grandma didn't lie to me, Master is indeed the best. It was with great effort that Yue Yang got her to smile again. The half-elf girl who dried her eyes was even gentler than a kitten when she served Yue Yang. She helped to massage his shoulders and legs. When Yue Yang laid down, she tried to suppress her shyness as she rolled down the veil. Seeing that Yue Yang did not object to it, she slipped into the blanket quickly like a cat. She initially curled herself up due to nervousness. After mustering up enough courage, she stretched out her hand and searched around for a while before finally finding Yue Yang's big hands. She then hugged it. Her legs also stretched out. She stole a glance at Yue Yang. Seeing that he still did not object, she pressed Yue Yang's leg between hers and got closer to him. Let's sleep. Initially Yue Yang wanted to enter the dream realm to ask the heavenly sword goddess about ways to absorb the Mother Earth potion without leveling up to Elder Innate level. But on hearing the half-elf girl quick heartbeats, he reached out his hands and caressed her silky hair. Okay, but we haven't done it, you must be feeling uncomfortable. The half-elf girl fought hard to suppress her shyness as she placed Yue Yang's hands on her butt, indicating that she was ready to serve him anytime. She felt that if she couldn't make her master happy, then that would be her greatest failure. She did not even bother to consider if it will hurt. Don't let your imaginations run wild, sleep. Yue Yang patted her curvy bottom and kissed her forehead softly. Okay. The half-elf girl felt that she was the happiest person in the world. Although Master did not ask for it, he did not reject her either. To be able to sleep together and cuddle with her master made her beyond happy. Happy and contented, she laid in Yue Yang's embrace like a little kitten. Before she slept, she decided to work extra hard to make her master the happiest person in the world. 2 hours later, she kicked against the blanket that was making her too warm as she placed one of her fair leg on Yue Yang's chest and rotated herself. Originally hugging his arms, she now held onto his legs. 5 minutes later, while muttering that she wanted to make Yue Yang happy, she fell off the bed when she turned. She then woke up from the pain of the fall. She saw the blanket that was kicked away and her master not being covered with the blanket. She poked her tongue out adorably as she tucked Yue Yang in and slipped back into the blanket and hid there for a long time. It was until she realized that Yue Yang didn't wake up to see her embarrassing state that the half-elf heaved a sigh of relief. It was indeed not easy to serve master. The half-elf girl felt that she had more to improve on, but at least this was a good start. After returning back to the Yu clan castle at the Soaring Dragon Continent, Yue Yang had nothing to do. Ye Kong, Fatty Hai and the rest went to the areas surrounding Death Canyon to train. Yue Yang took a stroll and then slipped into Tian Luo Palace's mirage. Luo Hua City Mistress and the sickly beauty were both present. Due to the fact that it was still daytime, they did not get intimate with Yue Yang. If it were at night, the guy from the other world would probably be having a threesome. The Phoenix Fairy Beauty already left. She probably went to find the Night Empress. Yue Yang did not worry about her. As a new innate elder, even if she encountered the Black Hell King she would be able to retreat with ease. If Yue Yang was not worried about revealing her true ability and cause Black Hell King to turn tail, Yue Yang would have considered bringing the Phoenix Fairy Beauty to fight Black Hell King in that mysterious space. As for Yue Yang attacking the Sea Clan at the Graveyard of the Sea and seizing total victory, his fourth mother and Yu Yu were both happy for him from the bottom of their hearts. Yu Bing, his younger sister, was worshipping him with admiration. The Ocean Emperor, Guan Lan, as one of the 5 emperors of the Tongtian Tower, was actually defeated by her own brother. Although the main reason for his death was due to an Xi, the ultimate assassin, and the Sea clan's betrayal, the final victor was her brother. This trip not only allowed them to obtain the Mother Earth potion and the god-killing dagger, he was also promoted to innate level 5. Yue Bing thought that her brother was the world's most perfect man and no one could beat him. That's too dangerous, you only won by chance. When the sickly beauty heard about the battle at Crystal Canyon, she placed her hand on her chest to ease her lingering fear. I'm about to laugh to death. The Ocean Emperor actually took the fake Mother Earth potion. He mistook the crystal liquid as the real thing, ha ha ha, his insight is so. Luohua city mistress had now become Yue Yang's second wife, however her bold and sexy laughter hadn't changed. She supported herself by holding on to Yue Yang. She laughed so much that her shoulders shook, what's left is for her to laugh until she faints and fall into Yue Yang's embrace. In fact not only her, Yu and Yue Bing also found it funny. The majestic Ocean Emperor waited for hundreds of years but ended up taking the fake one. He still thought he successfully snatched the real thing. Just thinking about it made people speechless. No one can escape a traitor's karma. However, the Ocean Emperor has a son and a daughter, he is still counted as lucky. San you did well this time. The fourth mother praised Yue Yang's decision to give Hai Yingwu to the Ocean Emperor. She felt that he did the correct thing. Normally, fourth mother hardly praised Yue Yang. It did not matter how many treasures he obtained. However, this time Yue Yang gave up on the Ocean Emperor's armor and Ocean Emperor's halberd, and gave Hai Yingwu to the Ocean Emperor, allowing her to succeed the throne. This action made fourth mother very gratified. She happily praised Yue Yang. In reality Yue Yang also did not wanted to take the Ocean Emperor's armor and Ocean Emperor's halberd as those were things that required special conditions to use. Even if he obtained them he could not use them, so he simply took advantage of the situation and did the right thing. Letting Hai Yingwu become the new Ocean Empress might just be a good thing for future. Even with Shark King's assistance, Hai Yingwu would probably have no chance in succeeding the Emperor's throne. The Sea clan was dominated by the Sea Dragon Crown Prince and his mother's clan, they would definitely plan to take the throne. After all this, Yue Yang reckoned that he had lots of things to deal with. Naturally, Yue Yang was not sure about future developments, but he still buried a chess piece beforehand, making the first move. Brother, since the Mother Earth potion cannot be seen now, can you show me the god-killing dagger? Let us have a good look. The little girl Yushuang tugged Yue Yang's arm. Her little face slightly reddened from her excitement. Even until now she could still not ease the excitement in her heart, she just had to see the spoils of war. Be careful, it's very sharp, do not cut your hands. Yue Yang was worried that she'd play with the holy rank treasure so he held her hand lightly before placing the god-killing dagger. It is not pretty at all. Yushuang this little brat was not interested in weapons. In reality, she was only interested in tasty food. Fire Island has a type of snow coconut that tastes really good. Once Yue Yang mentioned it, Yushuang immediately beamed with joy. She quickly shouted Big Brother is the best, and pulled him lower to kiss him. In the end, she held the specialty of Fire Island snow coconut and ran around with it. She did not immediately eat it and instead played with it first. Seeing her cute appearance, Luohua city mistress and the others couldn't help laughing. Mother Earth potion and god-killing dagger, pretty good rewards. Yue Bing exclaimed in admiration. Actually, Yue Yang did not just simply obtain the Mother Earth potion and god-killing dagger. Almost all of his beasts got a level increase from the naval battle this time. After receiving the Mother Earth potion's energy, Xia Wen Li rose from level 5 diamond rank to level 6 diamond rank. Bloody Queen Red would soon become a divine beast and only required Yue Yang's help. The barbarian cow Shadow, man did not reap a lot of benefits. However, after combining with the Heart of Earth and being bathed under the energy emitted by the Mother Earth potion, she would be closer to perfection. Even the Spirit of Earth Fire, Reaper Mantis and Quintet Seeking Golden Mice all received rewards from this trip. The only question was how much. Yue Yang felt that the Quintet Seeking Golden Mice who previously showed no sign of evolving seemed to show some changes after absorbing the energy emitted by the Mother Earth potion. As for the actual circumstances, Yue Yang still did not have enough time to investigate. However, as for Yu Gong's wool, Yue Yang felt that he would soon make a breakthrough. The one who reaped the most benefit was undoubtedly the Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen. The Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen who was at level 1 gold rank broke through to level 1 platinum rank or perhaps even level 1 diamond rank. During the battle, the thorny flower controlled by her swallowed many people and allowed her to level up. What she ate included more than 30 hybrid fishmen, that were above innate level 5, dozens of unknown innate rankers, the 3 kings, who were on the same level as Shark King, the 8 sea marshals, 108 sea generals, 3,000 ocean emperors elite soldiers, and even dozens of princes and princesses. The greatest catch of all was the level 9 innate Taihu. Although a little part was nibbled off by Hui Tai Lang, it was negligible. Yue Yang reckoned that if the Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen came out again, she would be extraordinary. Even without his enhancement she would be able to reach the level of a divine beast. The golden beast swallowed Taihu's thunder god staff and digested it into a heap of rubbish. Yue Yang did not feel that it was a pity at all. As long as this little creature could eat, it did not matter what treasure it ate. In fact, Yue Yang reaped numerous gains: Sea Dragon Crown Prince and Sea Anemone Princess's Ring, treasures and magic crystals. At the moment he still did not have time to sort out everything. As for the golden beast that madly swallows magic crystals, Yue Yang has chose not to stop it. Regardless the capacity of its stomach, it continued to eat crystals one by one. Compared to the halo-type beast world, it was still considered normal. No matter how many magic crystals were placed in the halo, even if it was a hill of them, they would all be swallowed. There was no such thing as satisfaction. As for the impressive beasts, Yue Yang would place priority in developing them. The Black Hell King had holy treasures all over his body. Yue Yang reckoned that even the god-killing dagger was unable to kill him. The one that could most likely kill him was probably the golden beast, which was able to ignore any kind of defense. After he transformed into the Sky Dragon Blade, together with Yue Yang's innate chi, even if the Black Hell King had a holy armor to protect him, he would still suffer. This is the magic crystal of the nine-headed devil fox. I have already purified it using Nirvana flames. Yue Yang passed a piece of sparkling and transparent energy crystal to Luohua City Mistress. Nice timing. If we could find another special flower then it would be splendid. Luohua City Mistress's six-tailed spirit fox has already evolved into Fox Lady. However, she was still a few steps away from becoming a holy beast. Normally, the six-tailed spirit fox will maintain the state of three-tailed snow fox, but she could transform into Fox Lady anytime. The greatest obstacle for her to break through was the lack of one Eastern Goblin tribesman's orb. To create one her own was too slow. Luohua City Mistress had always been trying hard to assist her in evolving. However, Yue Yang felt that it was not slow if it was only leveling into a holy beast. If she wanted her to level up into a divine beast, she would probably need to become a nine-tailed spirit fox first. Take it slowly, it will level up in the end. Where is the tigress and Yinan? Yue Yang asked about Princess Xian and Yinan. Yinan is at the Valley of Butterflies and Flowers. Her improvements aren't bad. She came back last time but you were not here. She returned back to the Valley of Butterflies and Flowers to continue training. Her rate of improvement is quite fast. Next time when you see her you would be surprised. I don't know about Princess Xian. She sent us letters last time. It's been about 10 days since she has written to us. The sickly beauty knew Yue Yang the most. She knew, in his heart, Yue Yang was probably the most concerned about Shui Wuxia. But he did not ask. Shui Wuxia had followed Zhizun to train, she probably cannot return at the moment. Yue Yang nodded his head, okay, everyone is improving. This is good news. I need to work hard too. Since there is still time, let's see if we can fulfill Ghost Genius Yu Gong's third will. Fourth Mother was sitting right next to him. After hearing what he said, she opened her mouth to correct Yue Yang, do not call your ancestors by their nickname, you should address them respectfully. Yu and Yu Bing were secretly laughing. When Fourth Mother was not home, Yue Yang had always called the Yu clan's ancestors' names casually. Now, he was finally caught red-handed by Fourth Mother. Yue Yang quickly pretended to be a good child. He suddenly recalled something, last time I obtained a gold coffin. Because I was busy I did not have the chance to open it. Now is a good time. I am prepared to open it and take a look at the things inside. Gold coffin. Luohua City Mistress and the rest were all very curious upon hearing this. I got it last time from a mysterious palace. When Yue Yang returned last time, he did not mention about it to Luohua City Mistress. Right after he returned, he dragged the sickly beauty to bathe with him. He did not mention about it at all. After that he went to find the Phoenix Fairy Beauty, and after a series of trials, he ate her. The girls were also absorbed by the news of Phoenix Fairy Beauty leveling up to Elder Innate Realm, so Yue Yang almost forgot about the gold coffin. After that he went to find the hornless dragon Zhongying to get the Mother Earth potion, and many things happened in the process. He met Hai Yingwu and almost pushed down the hornless dragon Zhongying. Finally, he cooperated with an Xi and the hybrid fisherman, fought the Ocean Emperor, Guanlan, obtained the Mother Earth potion and buried all the Sea Clan elites. Only after all these did he remembered about the gold coffin. He brought out the gold coffin. There were peculiar and mysterious runic carvings on top. Even Yue Yang was unable to understand them. He did not know anything at all. However, Fourth Mother was astonished. She blurted out, this looks just like the gold coffin that sealed the God's servant inside God's ruins. Ah, Fourth Mother, you recognize it. Yue Yang, Luohua City Mistress and everyone else all looked at her. No, I heard it from my sister. San you people should investigate it slowly. I'll go open the coconut for Shuang The Fourth Mother's expression seemed to change, she waved her hand immediately, showing that she did not know. She took the little girl's hand and led her to open the coconut. Yue Yang, Yue Bing, and Luo Hua City Mistress all looked at each other. They did not dare believe that Fourth Mother, who did not set foot outside, actually recognizes this gold coffin. She even said it was the coffin of the god's servant from the god's ruins. Perhaps Fourth Mother also went inside god's ruin? Since Fourth Mother did not admit, Yue Yang felt bad asking it again. However, after hearing her words, Yue Yang felt better. It appears that there would not be any monsters inside the gold coffin. If there was danger she would have alerted them just now. Yue Yang decided on the spot to open it and take a look at what was inside the gold coffin. Gold coffin. After investigating the gold coffin for a long time, Yue Yang and the sickly beauty realized that the runic circle was extremely complicated. There were about dozens of linked points and 3 big runic circles. Moreover, they matched one another with the start and the end linked. It was balanced and profound. It was extremely complex, and entirely different from normal runic circles. Although the runic circles under the graveyard of the sea were great in quantity, they could not be compared to this. To undo that seal, Yue Yang just had to undo one. The chain reaction can undo all the seals and it did not really require a lot of effort. Yue Yang spent only a few minutes to successfully undo the seal. However, it was not the case for the gold coffin. Perhaps, without a few hours, it could not be done. While the sickly beauty investigated, she also copied the runic circle. She had an unusual intuition. She felt that these 3 linked runic circle may be of great use in future, so she was even more focused. After 2 hours, Yue Yang and the sickly beauty could only undo some of the simplest runic circles. To undo the 3 main runic circles would probably take at least 3-4 hours. Yue Yang and the sickly beauty thought that the more seals they undid, the more fulfilling it would be. They were highly motivated, and investigated continuously without rest. Seeing the slow progress of opening the gold coffin, Luo Hua City Mistress, who was previously excited, felt bored. She yawned with little strength left and decided to return back to the grimoire world to take a nap. She reckoned that she had to wage war with her beloved at night, so she decided to recharge. Brother, after you undo the seal let me know. Yue Bing also decided to train. She was not much help to Yue Yang anyway. Just return back to the grimoire world, stop bothering them. Yu realized that Yu Shuang, this naughty little kid, likes to disturb her brother from time to time. In a moment, she will feed his brother a piece of coconut and later she would climb onto his back to ask for a piggyback ride. It severely disrupted the investigation process. Yue Yang had to move the gold coffin and returned back to the grimoire world. After the separation, Yu did not return back. Now, looking back, she had a warm and comfortable home which she also took part in building. She could not help but feel touched. In fact, she really liked living here. However, she was aware that certain things could not be crossed, or else the consequences would be unthinkable. She was not exactly worried about others, but rather herself. The environment affects how one develops. Since her destiny was like this, she had no choice. Seeing that her own room was still the same, Yu felt her heart ached. Her eyes reddened. While Yue Yang and the sickly beauty were still discussing about the runic circle on the gold coffin, she quickly wiped the corner of her eyes. She continued to immerse herself in work, copying the changes on the runic circle. Perhaps by quietly helping him would be the best ending for her. Don't think anymore, as long as he is living well everything's fine. She should just stay this way. Yu forcefully pulled herself together. As expected, after she threw away the distracting thoughts, her productivity increased enormously. After another 2 hours, she copied down all the runic circle as well as the method to undo them. Yue Yang and the sickly beauty discussed over and over again. They felt that it was the time to start. This place and here, plus the star on top, are all the important parts. The sickly beauty predicted that, with Yue Yang's power, they would at least need 10 minutes. Do you want to drink some water first? Yu poured a cup of water each for Yue Yang and the sickly beauty, suggesting that they should take a break first. Sister Yu, thank God you are here. Normally nobody would pour water for me. If it was only me, I would have had to take care of all the young mistresses. Yue Yang's inadvertent comment made Yu blush a little. She softly spoke, with a hint of being flustered, stop spouting nonsense. Would there be anyone who would trouble the third young master of the Yu clan? From what I see, you were always like the Lord, waiting for others to serve you. In fact, Yu's criticism was all true. Normally Yue Yang hardly helped in the aspect of living. He was always busy enjoying himself. However, Luo Hua City Mistress and Phoenix Fairy Beauty were so used to servants serving them. It was a rare sight for any of them to pour water for Yue Yang. Princess Xian? If she was thirsty, and her own cup was empty, she would just pour some from Yue Yang's cup into her own. Or perhaps when she sees Yue Yang drinking water, she would snatch it first and gulp down a few mouthfuls. This would save her the time to pour water. After practicing body fusion, Princess Xian no longer refrained from using the things Yue Yang had used before. According to her, even her lips were already kissed by him, so drinking water was nothing. Of course, this was only limited to within the grimoire world. If they were outside, she would not dare to do so. The sickly beauty knew how to take care of people. She took good care of Yue Yang in all aspects. It was just that when she was copying rune patterns, or when she was investigating some old books, she would be so focused that she forgot about Yue Yang. If Yue was here, with her thoroughness, not just Yue Yang, she could take good care of everyone, even including the sickly beauty, Princess Xian and Luohua city mistress. Thus, when Yue Yang held up the cup of water, he recalled Yu's good points. Yue rolled her eyes at him, but deep down in her heart she felt delighted. This brat did not forget his roots, he still remembered that he had a sister. The unsealing process continued. When the innate chi from Yue Yang's hands floated across all the runic circles on the gold coffin, it intently radiated with brilliance. There was no need for any external force, the gold coffin opened automatically. There were no mummies that jumped out, unlike what Yue Yang imagined. However, there was a wonderful scent. It was not the fragrance of a flower but rather a fresh and pure energy. It was similar to the Mother Earth potion, but it was not as pure nor as grand. It was similar to the 100 Years crystal liquid, but different at the same time. Inside the gold coffin, there was a long silver box. The top and bottom edges of the silver box had 2 crystal stands that bloomed like flowers, brimming with energy. They were more beautiful than the crystal pillars at the Crystal Canyon. They were not just transparent, they also gave out 5 different colors of light: green, cyan, blue, purple, and silver. These 2 crystal stands are very suitable for you, Wu Hen. I have considered it for very long time. I think I should enhance your powers. Yue Yang had always felt sorry for her. Although he enhanced the sickly beauty's strength and realm, and he first practiced body fusion as a married couple with her, in addition he learnt many things from her. However, due to the fact that the sickly beauty once damaged her body from studying heaven realm's runic circles, Yue Yang had to use innate chi and nirvana flames to heal her. But he never had the ability to achieve the best state. Yue Yang had to find the best crystal energy in order to perfectly repair her damaged body, potential as well as guardian beast. This was one of Yue Yang's wish that he wanted to fulfill the most. It's not really a big deal, I am not the main fighter anyway. Having a weaker body is not a big issue. The sickly beauty was definitely happy. However, with her gentle personality, if it was not by chance, she would not force Yue Yang to help her find such treasures. Even if we had not obtained these crystal stands, I have already obtained a large amounts of crystals from the Crystal Canyon, as well as God's water and the 100 Years crystal liquid. Wu Hen, I once said before, you would get better. Not just heal perfectly, you would become my perfect crystal bride. Yue Yang held the sickly beauty and kissed her jade-like lips. Okay, let me down first. Seeing Yue present, the sickly beauty felt embarrassed and hit Yue Yang lightly with her fist. When Yue Yang placed her down, the sickly beauty gave him a quick kiss back as she realized that Yue was not looking. Actually, she felt very thankful for what he had done for her. Knowing that her lover cares for her, she felt happy. Yue pretended that she did not see their skinship. She bent down to lift up the long silver box. After half an hour, Yue Yang undid the silver box. It opened. The 3 of them were stunned. There was actually a bronze box inside. However, within the silver box, there were also 2 crystal vase. Wondering what was inside, Yue Yang held it up and opened it. He sniffed it and used his heaven eye divine vision to see. After one glance, he quickly covered it with the lid and shouted, almost losing his voice, "Isn't this water of the Spring of Youth? My God, 2 big bottles of them." Spring of Youth, as its name implies, is a spiritual water that allows living creatures to maintain their youth. It was extremely rare. It was just like the Wishing Dutchman's pipe, Dream Jadeite, and Time Sand, they all belonged to the 7 treasures of the world. Although it did not mean the person would live for eternity, it could extend one's life and maintain their youth. Legends say that 1,800 years ago, there was an emperor called Jun Tiansheng from the Xia Empire of the Dragon Soaring Continent. He obtained a small bottle of the Spring of Youth. This emperor, Wu Tiansheng, was someone who was focused on one person when it comes to relationships. He was very fond of the Empress, who was erudite and multi-talented despite her ordinary appearance. He was prepared to consume the Spring of Youth together with his Empress, enjoy their youth, and eventually love each other for eternity. If the legends were to stop here, it would be a touching story. However, in reality it was a tragedy. Anyone could be single-minded and faithful in relationships, but not the emperor. Due to the fact that the emperor only loved the Empress, and the Empress did not have children, the imperial concubines who were married to him just to give birth were so jealous that they went mad. One of the concubines who was unable to obtain the love she desired added fatal poison into the Spring of Youth out of pure hatred. In the end, the Emperor Jun Tiansheng drank and the Empress both drank the poisoned Spring of Youth. Not only did they fail to stay young for eternity, they both went to the Yellow Springs and became a married couple with the same fate. After the prince took over, he placed his father and the Empress into a silver coffin and buried them together in one grave. After 300 years, the most savage grave diggers secretly dug up the silver coffin from the Emperor's grave. After opening, they discovered that the Emperor Jun Tiansheng and the Empress bodies had not decomposed. In fact, they looked lifelike. It was like a miracle. The grave diggers quickly placed the couple back. Only after 10 years, after the grave diggers were caught and confessed everything, then did the public find out that the spring of youth could cause such a miracle. If an ordinary human drank a mouthful of the spring of youth, how long can the person's youth be maintained? Innate rankers have already experimented on it. An ordinary human's physique could only absorb a small amount of power from the spring of youth. Suppose a mouthful would at most maintain 10 years of youth. If it was an innate ranker, they would probably exceed 50 years or even 100 years. Of course, the spring of youth's greatest use was not to maintain youth, but to enhance one's potential. It was one of the main ingredients to make a martial spirit pills. The martial spirit pills, that could make a lesser innates go crazy, could help enhance one's potential. The martial god pill that was even more advanced than the martial spirit pill could even allow people to break through as well as enhance one's potential. It is a high-grade medicine that was popular among innates. And the ingredient needed to create it was the spring of youth. Previously, the Night Empress once gave Yue Yang a small bottle of spring of youth. Yue Yang at that time was still unaware of its value. Only later did he found out that this spring of youth was priceless. No matter how much money one has, it was impossible to buy. Yue Yang was getting headaches thinking about the spring of youth because many of his medicines need it. However, the bottle, Night Empress gave him, would soon be used up. Now he had obtained 2 big bottles of them, he had picked up treasure. This is great, everyone come drink a small cup. Last time everyone wanted to taste it, too bad there was too little. Luohua city mistress who received the news was really happy. She skipped over to embrace Yue Yang, ignoring the fact that Yu was there too. She continuously kissed Yue Yang, your luck is pretty good. I thought there would be rotten corpses inside. I did not expect them all to be treasures. Right, what is inside the bronze box? Continue and open, maybe there are better treasures inside. All 3 ladies were extremely excited, they had their expectation held high. It's a blueprint. Yue Yang opened it and found a few blueprints. There weren't any other special treasures. Luohua city mistress, sickly beauty and Yu were all disappointed. They thought that the best treasure would be at the end. They did not expect it to be a few blueprints and they did not look like runic circle patterns, they appeared to be some weird objects and special lines. Fuck, this is what I really wanted. Kylan girl was right. Indeed this was the most helpful thing to fulfill Yu Gong's third will. Yue Yang was excited, so he accidentally swore. The 3 ladies saw that he was as happy as a lark so they all pretended that they did not hear it. They surrounded him to take a closer look at the blueprint he held. Just what kind of blueprint was it? And it made him so excited? Could it be that these were the blueprints of the legendary ancient battle puppets? These pieces of paper were clearly designs for ancient battle dolls. But what surprised Yue Yang was that the designs were of a much higher standard than the battle dolls of the Soaring Dragon Continent and that they have exceeded his imagination. The ancient battle doll was a creation that combined life and machine. It was not a silicon-based life form like the Transformers, but a life form made of something between silicon and carbon. Its body was a perfect creation made of flesh and crystal. To be more accurate, the ancient battle doll was much more advanced and much more perfect than the ancient guards in the Crystal Canyon. It was not only alive but it was capable of self-thought. Transformer, https://n.wikipedia.org/wiki/transformers_film. These battle dolls could even change forms just like a special innate. There were forms for fighting, for living, and even for studying. Depending on its needs, the battle doll could change its form freely. Thus, it could even be said that they have a superiority, to a certain extent, over other life forms such as humans and elves, who do not have the ability to change forms. Of course, these ancient battle dolls had one greatest weakness. It was the problem of growth. Its abilities were completely predetermined and fixed. From the moment it was made, it would already possess all the powers it could ever possess, thus it did not need to grow any further. This, also meant that it was just like all other battle dolls, its powers fixed forever, and the inability to grow. It could only learn how to master the skills it already possessed and absorb energy to grow, but it could not gain any actual improvements. It would be just like how a ranker, whose potential had been exhausted, would never be able to level up. Battle Angel, Holy Ranked, all-purpose battle doll with 3 different forms, possesses a special life and higher intelligence, able to use innate skills as well as learned skills in battle, needs to contract a strong soul as a host for its spirit, eternally loyal, self-healing, will fall apart upon the death of its contracted master. Any other additional battle machinery has to be taught and learnt before it can be used, while its original inherent weapons can be executed by its natural instinct. The degree to which it becomes conscious of its inherent abilities would determine the final effect of using the weapons. There are holy ranked battle dolls? When it is complete, all the innates who take great pride in their gold king beasts would kill themselves. Luohua city mistress felt that this was too unfair. Holy ranked battle dolls with both life and intelligence, everyone would go crazy knowing it. It is indeed terribly frightening. Even sickly beauty felt that to have battle dolls with life and intelligence, was like frogs turning into princes. It looks very complicated. It wouldn't be easy to make right. Yu worried that the holy ranked battle dolls had too high of requirement to be made and that it might cause more trouble for them if it could not be produced. With the designs, we are already halfway there. I believe we can overcome the difficulties. Yue Yang had faith that they could do it since they had almost all the materials needed, 2 crystal man bodies, highest graded materials like the meteorite essence and obsidian emperor heart as well as the divine molten meteorite gold which could be used to make divine weapons and everything else Yugong had prepared. Even if there were still some missing materials, they could always just spend more money to buy it all. No matter what, they had to fulfill Yugong's third dying wish. The real puppet grimoire, the mysterious crystal pillar and the third piece that Yugong had not completed. Yugong had basically prepared a part of the requirements for Yue Yang. More importantly, he had directed Yue Yang onto an entirely new path. That was creating battle dolls with life. To have received inspiration from the talented Yugong was no doubt the greatest present to Yue Yang. It must be understood that if some things were not laid bare, it could cause the technology of the whole world to stop progressing for hundreds, even thousands of years while just a simple exposure would prove that progress couldn't be simpler. For instance, before Yue Yang was transported, thousands of sailors in Europe had been plagued by scurvy, with countless succumbing to the illness. Hence, scurvy was a fearsome disease to all sailors. However, there were practically no sailor who suffered from scurvy in the East and it was for a simple reason. It was simply because the Eastern sailors knew that if they brought beans on board, the beans would grow into bean sprouts which they could use to cure scurvy. Another example would be the Black Death pandemic which had caused a total of 750 million deaths worldwide and had reduced the entire population of Europe by a third. It was said that the disease first spread from the ancient Hua-Xiatian dynasty. The Hua-Xiatian dynasty did have numerous records about the epidemic but the total damage to their dynasty was not even close to what the Black Death pandemic had brought upon Europe. Although the roots and tree barks in traditional Chinese medicine seemed to be behind times, but a peek into history would show how the ancient Hua-Xiatian dynasty had managed to keep plagues under control. Even though small outbreaks of sickness were prevalent, plagues were usually brought under control quickly. If they had employed other methods of treatment such as the European method of letting blood, or the urine baths to treat epidemics, the people of the ancient Hua-Xiatian dynasty would probably be long dead. It was undeniable that experience was important. Passing down medical prescriptions and the use of roots and tree barks to treat epidemics may not be the best method but they were still better than letting blood and taking urine baths. If someone had known that letting blood and urine baths had no use, would the European doctors still have done what they did? Obviously not. Creating this battle doll can be delayed. The most important thing is to help Wu Hen level up. A blush crept onto sickly beauty's face as the words left Yue Yang's mouth. Yu then rushed out of the room hurriedly and returned to her room. She knew that her brother and sister-in-law were getting ready for actions unsuitable for children to watch. Then I'll go back first. Luohua city mistress knew she was unable to help here. However, she would probably have to join the battlefield after she was done leveling up. Yue Yang brought out the bottle of crystal fluid and poured it out. With his yin abilities, he suspended the ball of fluid in the air then he purified it with his innate chi and nirvana flames. Although this would deplete much of its energy, it would make the liquid purer. The ball of crystal fluid became even clearer after purification. Yue Yang immediately manipulated the ball of fluid into a colorful stream of which flowed down sickly beauty's throat gently as she absorbed it. At the same time, innate chi supported the energy of the crystal fluid and flowed through her body slowly. Sickly beauty gently held Yue Yang, her lips tightly pressed on his and allowed Yue Yang to direct her body with his body fusion skill. The crystal pillar, numerous crystal fragments brought from the crystal canyon as well as the splendid crystal stands from the gold coffin were laid around sickly beauty. Yue Yang directed all their energies into sickly beauty's body. They seeped through every part of her skin while the energy of the crystal fluid amply nourished the inside of her body. Yue Yang's body became alight with nirvana flames and his clothes turned to ashes. Sickly beauty held him close amidst the burning pain. She endured the painful process of nirvana flames purification with the help of Yue Yang's innate chi, which kept her conscious despite the pain. Countless runes appeared from Yue Yang's body and they slowly filled and restoring sickly beauty's suffering body. Although her body had been repaired once before, this time she had the help of Yue Yang's innate chi, the nirvana flames and the energy of the crystals, her body was transformed to be even more flawless. Sickly beauty coordinated well with Yue Yang. Under the guidance of the body fusion skill, she lifted her foot high up and swayed her bottom. She was suspended above Yue Yang's waist before she sat down slowly and their bodies joined together completely. As a wife, sickly beauty would definitely pass with excellence. As the body fusion skill brought the two energies together to become one, sickly beauty's body finally finished its restoration and achieved perfection. Innumerous crystals rapidly condensed on her body, forming a special suit of battle armor. That was her guardian beast which had evolved after perfect restoration. What was even more magical, was that it had not only formed a crystal armor on Sickly Beauty's body but had also formed one around Yue Yang's body, only that it was much more masculine and mighty. The sole difference between their armors was that Sickly Beauty's had long crystal wings extending at the back while Yue Yang's had wings of nirvana flames. A golden light pillars rose out of their bodies and millions of runes swirled around in the air. After new images had been weaved, the runes returned into their bodies. Sickly Beauty's grimoire floated out automatically. She had leveled up. Time passed until the two of them finally recovered from the beauty of the situation. The crystal battle armor was controlled by Sickly Beauty's mind and it returned inside her body. Meanwhile, Sickly Beauty's body was now even more pure and flawless than crystal. She was like a clear transparent crystal doll, sparkling and glowing all over. After the perfect restoration of her body, there had been one other change to her body. Her soft black waterfall-like long hair had become thinly delicate like crystals, flowing softly and spotlessly. Yue Yang could even smell faint traces of the fragrance of the crystal fluid when he leaned close to her. The smell matched perfectly with the natural fragrance of Sickly Beauty's body. Sickly Beauty also felt that she can now fully control the crystal-like strands of hair just like how she could control her crystal battle armor and crystal wings. Yue Yang had always silently regretted the failure of Sickly Beauty's first restoration. Only until today did he finally achieve his wish. Wow, you're so beautiful. You really deserve to be called my crystal bride. Yue Yang praised her repeatedly. A great sense of accomplishment boiled at the bottom of his heart. Sickly Beauty became shy at his words. She buried herself in his chest while keeping her eyes low, afraid to look at him. When her lover began to be naughty, her high morals held back the shudder of pleasure in her body, her bottom melded with his while she did her best to satisfy all the moves he made on her. She happily accepted his all while enjoying the pleasure he brought to her at the same time. Her weak body used to be unable to bear his fierce poundings. However, she felt her great recovery and improvement. Her body constitution and strength had improved and she had more control over her body. She could even effortlessly match physically exhausting postures. Yue Yang was also quick to notice the change in Sickly Beauty and kissed her passionately while pounding into her more fiercely, bringing greater pleasure to her. Sickly Beauty reached orgasm very quickly as her heart and soul floated in bliss. Bastard, you began so soon, I want it too. Luohua City Mistress heard the noise and slipped in secretly, her face flushed with desire. She swiftly shut the door behind her and undressed herself to join the battle. Threesome. It was not the first nor would it be the last time. Luohua City Mistress and Sickly Beauty served Yue Yang diligently, soft moans and pants continuously escaped their mouths. It was an intense battle. They threw everything away and drowned in the pleasure their partner brought them. However, they caused suffering to Yu who could not block out the sounds even with her hands over her ears. Despite being rolled up in her blankets with her hands covering her ears, she could distinctly hear the faint sounds as they traveled to her ears occasionally. It was still fine with just Sickly Beauty as she was not very loud. She would even hold back her moans out of shyness. When Luohua City Mistress lost herself in passion, her moans became unsuppressible. The embarrassed Yu could only pretend that she did not hear anything. This was only natural since her brother had married. Yu did not think it was wrong but she would be embarrassed when she heard them. Moreover, these sounds made her heart race and it was difficult to be unaffected. Just sleep, everything would be gone when she woke up. Yu tried hard to fall asleep but it proved to be a difficult task. She actually felt happiness in her heart that she had came back here. Although it was slightly awkward, it was still much better than overthinking while out there. At the very least, her heart was at ease. Yu, who had sorted out her feelings, was no longer bothered by other things. Being attentive, Yu provided the greatest assistance to Yue Yang, when he was creating the holy ranked battle doll. The Sickly Beauty was in charge of researching the 3 large runic circle of the golden coffin. Her instinct told her that the results obtained from her research would definitely be of great use to Yue Yang. As for Luohua City Mistress, she usually grooms her 6-tailed spirit fox. She lacked the patience in sorting logistics issues. So this made the astute, meticulous, and gentle Yu the best candidate to be Yue Yang's assistant. During times when Yue Yang's research didn't go well, she would comfort him gently, uplifting his spirit. Within 2 days, Yue Yang finished preparing all the materials. The first breakthrough they needed would be understanding the body structure and nature of the crystal men. The crystal men were different from human beings, they do not require any gender difference. They were asexual existence born from crystals and relied on the energy of the crystals to survive. Their life cycle was different from human cycle of birth, aging, sickness and death. But even so, they are considered to be living creatures. Yue Yang couldn't figure out how their souls can control their bodies even after researching for a long time. With sturdy crystal bodies, the crystal men shouldn't have been able to replicate actions that humans can do. But during battles, they were even more agile than humans. After observing for a long time, Yue Yang saw some clues with his Heaven Eye's divine vision, but couldn't dredge any more details. Yue Yang was stuck at the stage between knowing nothing and everything. Maybe you could consult with the Night Empress when she returns. Yu advised. She definitely wouldn't know. Yue Yang's plan was to enter the mysterious palace again. He should be able to obtain something from it. Not only was the Black Hell King in the mysterious palace, it was protected by the strong golden barrier. Even after his level up, Yue Yang couldn't guarantee that he could get in. Maybe he could try using Lu Yi's perforate deer, but it wouldn't be a guaranteed success, he could only try his luck. Moreover, Lu Yat, Baoer and the others went to the outskirts of Death Valley for training, so they wouldn't be back anytime soon. Seeing Yue Yang being vexed, Yu quickly changed the topic. She handed a drawing to Yue Yang. Why don't we study the weapon first? We shouldn't be worried that we can't make the battle doll now. We should make the weapons first. Yue Yang felt that it was a good idea. It would be good for him to change his train of thought now that he was in a bottleneck. It might even lead to surprises. So they switched over into making the comparatively easier weapons rather than the battle doll. As the Holy Ranked Battle Angel required weapons that were at least Platinum ranked, it wouldn't exactly be easy to make. Refining a Platinum ranked equipment would require a large amount of components. Although Yue Yang had the Nirvana Flame to refine them, he was extremely exhausted by it. As Yu couldn't help him, she could only help to wipe away his perspiration, pass him water and record down the components that were being made. As the mountain-like components were all exhausted, Yue Yang finally refined a few tons of things like the meteorite essence and the silver essence. He had also finished his preparations for other aids like the obsidian and red sand. To ensure that it would be a success, Yue Yang and Yu discussed and decided to make one using the inferior components first. They would only start creating it once they are fully confident that they would succeed. In this way, the supreme components that they refined painstakingly wouldn't go to waste. Here in the rune circle, and here, the star position is not accurate enough, adjust it again. Yue Yang, Yu, and the sickly beauty were extremely exhausted when they finished 2 Angel's Blade. These Angel's Blade could shrink, fold, and rotate. They could even turn into mechanical wings. The only thing that remained was to activate them. These 2 Angel's Blades needed to at least be Platinum ranked to be used. However, since they used inferior components, even if the activation failed, they would still be Silver ranked. Yue Yang didn't care about its ranked, he only wanted to succeed. 5 minutes after it was activated by channeling energy into it. The 2 Angel's Blade that were joined together twisted and deformed under the enormous amount of energy. It seemed that the Angel's Blade couldn't take such a large amount of energy. Yue Yang was troubled, he could only melt it with Nirvana Flame and start all over again. The sickly beauty then thought over it again, and considered if the problem lied in the runic circle and if she could combine the 3 large runic circles. Yu suddenly identified the issue. She spoke excitedly. Actually, we may be close to succeeding. We only lack a medium now. This weapon has to be created on the basis of having a battle angel. If we have a medium, that is, if we have a person to wear it, and then start it and use our mind to control it just like how we do with the battle doll, then we may succeed. Her words stunned Yue Yang. It then turned into euphoria. What Yu said was very logical. All treasures that were above platinum ranked would have a consciousness in certain sense, and would be connected to the mind of its owner. It was the same thing for the Angel's Blade. If it were to be started without the control of its master, it would go out of control. This should be the reason why he failed. But then again, who would be the medium? This person had to be one with strong willpower and good at communicating with treasures. Luohua City Mistress had been busy breeding flowers and leveling up the spirit fox, so she definitely wouldn't have the time to carry out experiments with him. The same thing goes for Bing'er since she was busy cultivating. Yinan has a strong willpower, but she is now in the Valley of Butterflies and Flowers to help the sickly beauty in determining the star positions of the runes. Yue Yang himself couldn't do it either as he had to be out doing the assembly and inputting of energy at the final stage. The only candidate would be Yu. But she is weak physically, so it would be extremely dangerous if any accident happens. Let me do it, I'll be fine. I have faith in you, you can do it. Yu encouraged Yue Yang. She firmly believed that he could do it. Alright, this time let's do things differently and alter the design. There's breastplate and wings on the front and back of the original battle doll, but sister Yu don't have all these, so we should install 2 Angel's Blade on the back, shoulders, and arms. This would be more logical and would make it easier to distribute the rune circle. We will add a breastplate on the front and use it to connect and stabilize the Angel's Blade, so in the scenario that you can't control it, it won't hurt you. Of course, the weight would be more evenly distributed too. Yue Yang boldly made changes. With the finalization of the new plan, as if seeing the light at the end of the tunnel, new ideas kept popping up in Yue Yang's mind. He made the 2 Angel's Blade again. With his past experiences, the Angel's Blade made this time was more perfect and more suitable for females to use. Since Yu was the one controlling it, the initially huge Angel's Blade was shrunk by a large extent. In order to make the breastplate, Yue Yang even made measurements of Yue Yu's chest, waist, and hip accurately. Yue was a little awkward when Yue Yang was taking the measurements, but she did not reject him. Will you feel uncomfortable with this width? Yue Yang knew that any slight unfitting issues would lead to serious consequences. So he had to make accurate measurements and inquired Yue. No, this is good. Wearing the sample made by Yue Yang, Yue tried to stand, sit, walk, and battle. She then told what she felt to her brother. Then this will be it. Yue Yang felt that Yu's chest area could be larger, because she restricted it too tightly with her clothes. Once she wears the breastplate made from metal and crystal, she may feel that it's too tight-fitting. But he felt embarrassed to say it, because he saw it discreetly using his Heaven Eye's divine vision. He realized that Yue restricted her plump breast tightly, and didn't allow it to expand fully. Okay. Yue was also slightly embarrassed. She felt that her body was getting more mature as her breasts enlarged and her hips became rounder. She was afraid that her breasts would shake as she walked, so she used skin-tight shirts to restrict it. But she couldn't tell her brother that she wanted the chest area to be larger. The angel's blade with breastplate had been made and Yue officially wore it for the first time. The sickly beauty wasn't there since she had been meditating in order to understand the 3 large rune circle of the golden coffin. Luohua city mistress wasn't there too. Only Yue and Yue Yang were in the whole of the laboratory, so it made it less awkward for Yue. Seeing Yue Yang perspiring profusely, busily assembling the angel's blade before her chest and on her back, Yue felt sorry for her brother. She felt that he was too serious in everything he did. He did not even sleep or rest when he carried out his research. If no one was there to take care of him, he would collapse from weariness. After putting on the energy crystal and activating the runic circle, Yue Yang used his innate chi and nirvana flame to fuse it. Dazzling lights shone off the heaven rune circle of levitate, speed and morph. With Yu's mental control, the angel's blade finally fused with her as it became a super weapon that could help her. During battles, the angel's blade would eject from her arms to fight off the enemies, maintaining both wings at the same time. The angel's blade has more than 18 modes for the owner to choose from, when attacking the enemies. During the fight, the angel's blade could fold and deform, and be used as an armor for defense purposes. It could then combine with the wings at the back, forming a rotating blade that could defend against opponents from all directions. It could even form a 10 seconds crystal shield using the crystals on the breastplate during special battles. Normal weapons used for battle wouldn't even reach this kind of standard in the Soaring Dragon Continent or even Tongtian Tower. This was an ancient magic weapon. Although it wasn't made from the best components, Yue Yang felt that this silver-ranked angel's blade installed on the back would be a top-notch silver-ranked equipment. It could even beat lots of gold-ranked equipments. Yue operated the angel's blade and happily showed off various combat skills to Yue Yang. Even she could easily operate this remarkable ancient magic weapon. So comfortable. It feels as if I have my own wings and arms. It is easy to operate and can even do whatever I want to do with it. What Yue didn't know was that the reason why she felt so comfortable in it was because Yue Yang lengthened the chest area of the armor, and made 2 cave-ins according to the shape of Yu's beautiful breast. It supported her babies like a bra, that was why she felt that it was so fitting. Had I known that I could succeed on the first try, I would have made a gold-ranked one for you. Yue Yang sighed regretfully. No, this one is good enough, I like it. Yue was very excited. She wanted to rub Yue Yang's head and compliment him, but due to the height difference, she could only touch his cheeks before quickly withdrawing it. She smiled to him. Thank you, Xiao-san, this is the best gift you have ever given me, and the best one that I would ever receive. With a good start, Yue Yang's research was finally on the right track. The successful creation of Yu's ancient magical weapon Angel's Blade was enlightening to Yue Yang. His inspiration was gushing. Today, Yue Yang and Yue kept on experimenting. Luohua city mistress filially brought forth mother a cup of fragrant tea. Normally, she would not do such a thing because as a city mistress, she was used to have others serving her. However, today was an exception. This was because she was holding tea that was brewed with eternal youth spring water and starlight serene indigo grass. After consumption, this tea would help the body retain youth, and its effects were even more prominent for women. Simply put, Luohua city mistress this daughter-in-law wanted to win over fourth mother this senior. Fourth mother did not realize at first, and thought that this was ordinary floral fragrance. She opened the lid of the cup and sipped in delight. She was slightly startled and shouted, "Is this not eternal youth spring water? And starlight serene indigo grass? Luohua, do you have a lot of eternal youth spring water? To think that you used to brew tea? It is all right if it is for young women like you, I am already the mother of Binger and Zhuanger, to use this tea on me is such a waste." Last, changing fountain of youth water or spring of youth, to eternal youth spring water from now on, because it sounds nice. Luohua city mistress quickly came over to massage her shoulders to please her, "This is all for you, please drink it." Hearing this, fourth mother smiled bitterly. In the end, she did not let down the well intentions of her daughter-in-law, and drank it gracefully. She stretched out her hand to cup Luo Hua City Mistress's small face. You are all very good children, but these things are useless to me. Drink it yourselves in the future. Fourth mother accepts your well intentions. Right, Saner did not give this drink to Binger and Zhuang, right? What? Really, what a troublemaker. Upon hearing that Yu Bing and Yu Shuang have both drank this eternal youth spring water, fourth mother was not happy but instead shocked. Luo Hua City Mistress was afraid fourth mother would be angry, and quickly explained, he only wanted to give Binger some at first so that she could cultivate faster. But when Zhuang saw it, you know how that girl wants to eat anything, so she wanted to drink it too. After drinking eternal youth spring water, she should still be able to grow, right? She would not stay a young girl forever, right? Having said that, even Luo Hua City Mistress was shocked. Fourth mother waved, saying no. She sighed again. Saner loves his sisters. However, how could I not know that Binger and Zhuang are the same as me? Drinking this would not benefit them much. When Luo Hua City Mistress went back to tell Yue Yang, Yu, and Sickly Beauty this news, all three of them were confused. Anyone who drank eternal youth spring water should experience the effect of everlasting youth. Why would fourth mother say that it has no effect on her? Maybe she was being modest and could not bear to waste it, but she said that it had little effect on Yu Bing and Yu Shuang, which aroused Yue Yang's suspicions. Could it be that in Yu Bing and Yu Shuang's bodies, there was a secret that even Heaven Eye's divine vision could not see? Yu Yang's Heaven Eye's divine vision could see through level 10 innates. Unless they were heaven ranked or elder innate leveled, then Yu Yang's Heaven Eye's divine vision should have been able to see through them. It was impossible for fourth mother, Yu Bing, and Yu Shuang to that strong. If so, who was the one who concealed the secret in their bodies? Tragic Guy's mother. That is fourth mother's older sister. In the bottom of Yu Yang's heart, this mysterious woman once again appeared at the bottom of his heart. Turns out that the tragic Guy's mother was not simple. She was the first woman to enter God's Ruin's inner lair. There was no information about her in the entire Tongtian Tower, even in all of Soaring Dragon Continent. Her mysterious power exceeded Yu Yang's imagination. The inheritance of knowledge that was as boundless as the sea, the possession of black jade necklace that sealed Empress Fei Wen Li, the knowledge of the secret of Heaven Stairway, even leaving behind the method of ascending the Heaven Stairway that bypasses Heaven Realm's gate. Tragic Guy's mother was even more mysterious than the strongest human Zhizun. Now, Yu Yang felt that even fourth mother was very mysterious. Fourth mother must know some secret, but for some reason she did not mention it to everyone. This small matter tugged at Yu Yang's heart. He started becoming curious even about the insignificant details around him. While he could not touch fourth mother, he was still able to investigate Yu Bing and Yu Shuang, these two girls. Maybe within their body there could really be some shocking secret. Do not overthink it. Letting children drink eternal youth spring water is not really good. Yu chose to believe. She felt that for young children to drink eternal youth spring water and not be able to grow up is honestly not a good thing. Yu Yang did not want to let Yu Shuang drink either when she was still so young. However, he could not win against the little girl who was crying after missing out on something her older sister had. Moreover, little Lolas are pretty cute. It was the dream of otakus to fulfill the wishes of little Lolas. The legendary Guang Yuan Shi plan was like this. Last, Guang Yuan Shi plan, https://zh.wikipedia.org/wiki/%e5% 85% e6% ba% 90% e6% b0% 8f% e8% a8% 88% e7% 95% ib. Rough summary of wiki raising little girls to be your ideal bride. Let us forget this. Luo Hua City Mistress did not investigate further. She brought Yu Yang another piece of news. I heard that Fatty Hai and the others are back. When do you plan to go to the mysterious palace again? Ye Kong and Fatty Hai are back? What did they obtain? Yu Yang felt that they returned too early and maybe they had failed. They obtained nothing. Luo Hua City Mistress came to terms with Yu Yang. Sure enough, these guys were fools. Many innates fail to achieve anything in Death Canyon. It is very normal for them to have such results. It would be weird if they got anything. Sickly Beauty snickered. She did not expect much from this exploration. It was just that she did not wish to dampen Ye Kong and Fatty Hai's good spirits when they were leaving. It could even be said that Jun Wu Yu and Elder Yu Hai already predicted such an outcome, but they only left Fatty Hai and Ye Kong them to meet with a rebuff. The outer area of God's Ruins, Death Canyon, was full of restrictions and mazes. Even the beasts were ridiculously big. Without any experience, even if Fatty Hai and the others wanted to explore, they were only being full of themselves. Yu Yang set aside his research for now and returned to Yu Clan's castle. Since Black Hell King was not at the mysterious palace, Yu Yang decided to take this chance to bring the rest to gain experience and boost their courage. He also wanted to see whether Lu Yi's perforate deer could pass through the golden barrier. Yu Yang was also curious to see what the divine grimoire that was inside mysterious palace looked like. When he returned, he found Ye Kong and Fatty Hai dejected and depressed. Ox-headed Fan Lun Tai and the four orcs also laid on the floor in exhaustion, having no regard for their image. Anna was healing everyone, the strongest cool guy Xue Tanlang, Tian Luo Prince, and Elder Ninghai who refused to leave were all injured. Only the lucky Baoyar was totally uninjured. When Fatty Hai saw Yue Yang return, he immediately puffed up his chest and boasted loudly, "You must not be aware what kind of people we met. The powerful fierce tusk of the north." "What? You do not know who that is? Gosh, he is one of the 5 generals of Black Hell Army, War Tiger of the East, Gale of the West, Blood Hoofs of the South, Fierce Tooth of the North, and Thunder of the Center. One is a tiger, one a giant bird, one an old bull, one a wild boar and another a lizard. The one we met this time was that thick and rough-skinned wild boar Fierce Tusk of the North. You do not know how scary he was, a level 7 innate, or maybe even a level 8 innate. If not for how fast we escaped, we would have all died." Last, wondering what would happen if Fatty meets the mud skipper. Why did that wild boar go to Death Canyon? Yue Yang did not think that the innate level 8 Fierce Tusk of the North would be so bored to even chase after Fatty Hai them. I am not sure of the exact situation, but when we saw him, he was hitting a bronze door, and that bronze door had a barrier. Even though he was already exhausted, the barrier showed no damage at all, he was wasting his efforts. Fatty Hai was delighted, it was his favorite thing to see the misfortune of his enemies. Is he still there? If this Fierce Tusk of the North was still there, Yue Yang would go and kill him. I don't know. Fatty Hai shook his head. He should most likely have left, that bronze door actually has a time limit. It will only open every 3 hours. I am guessing Fierce Tusk of the North was hitting the door because his hand was stuck in it. Actually we already passed through that door, but we walked through it when it was open. Elder Ninghai respectfully reported to Yue Yang. What a pity. Yue Yang was secretly regretful. If they had immediately looked for him when they had returned, that wild boar would not have been able to escape. Impossible? Could it be that you can now even kill Fierce Tusk of the North who is a level 7 or level 8 innate? Ox-headed Fan Lun Tai reacted in shock at such news. Even if I cannot win, it would be good to even cut off an arm or a leg. Yue Yang would of course not tell them that after absorbing the Mother Earth potion, he already had the same strength as an level 10 innate. If he said it, everyone would still believe it. Since Yue Yang had been able to kill Sky Dragon who was a level 6 innate, they estimated that Yue Yang could at least fight to the death within level 7 innate with a high chance of winning. Against the innate level 7 or 8 Fierce Tusk of the North, if Yue Yang ambushed him using the World Exterminating Wheel, Yue Yang might still able to cut off an arm. As for whether he could kill Fierce Tusk of the North, they felt that Yue Yang was still a little weaker. However, with his current speed of growth, Yue Yang was extremely abnormal. Could it be that you have an even better place to bring us to? Lin En and Tian Luo Prince felt that Yue Yang would not only come to laugh at them, but also he came with good news. Let's go. Xue Tanlang was a person of action. No, I need to take a break. If it's an abnormal place like the 5 Elements Palace, please exempt me. I still want to live. Fatty Hai felt that a single wind breath seabird was exhausting enough, if another beast wanted to pick on him, he would rather commit suicide by using noodles. I volunteer, the 5 Elements Palace is not scary. Baoer who had been sleeping the whole time was the only person who felt that the 5 Elements Palace was a good place. It is not that we cannot all go, but those who go have to account for themselves. I am only in charge of leading the way, you will have to take care of yourselves. Yue Yang declared in advance before throwing out the biggest temptation in the world, in that place, there lies a divine grimoire. Let alone any treasures there, even junk on the floor is platinum ranked, if you have the ability just pick it up. Right, you heard correctly, I am talking about a divine grimoire. Wow, does the divine grimoire really exist? Even Lu Ye who was usually not tempted by material objects was excited. What was the concept of a divine grimoire? Even Black Hell King was thirsty for it. No one even knew how many years the tragic Black Hell King had been knocking on the golden barrier yet unable to enter it. As for Yekong, Fatty Hai and the others who had never even seen a holy grimoire, just by Yue Yang mentioning a divine grimoire shocked them so much that they could not even think. Actually, if they were still clear-headed, they would know one thing. That was that no matter how impressive the divine grimoire was, they would never be able to have it. This was because divine grimoires chose their owners, even if a divine grimoire was in front of them, it would not choose them if they were not powerful enough. Otherwise, why would Black Hell King be so depressed? Only Yue Yang knew that the amount of divine grimoire that exists was only 10. Someone who possesses a divine grimoire would already be a god from legends. As for Yue Yang's other holy grimoire, he still couldn't determine whether it was a divine grimoire or not. There was a possibility that it was one and he guessed that it was a growing divine grimoire. Excluding Yue Yang who was from another world, those like Empress Fei Wen Li, and Heaven Realm's 3 great leaders only possess holy grimoires. Divine grimoire, to an ordinary warriors was an untouchable dream, even if they really existed within this world, they would never belong to anyone ordinary. Is the place you are talking about very dangerous? Ye Kong suddenly asked. It is not that dangerous, it is just that Black Hell King will occasionally go there. Yue Yang's words scared Fatty Hai out of his wits. Even Xuetang Lang and the others were dumbstruck. Black Hell King's name caused a ripple of fear on everyone. Fierce Tusk of the North, this wild boar general, could not even be compared to Black Hell King. With Yue Yang there, even if they met wild boar Fierce Tusk of the North, everyone might still be able to escape. However, even with Yue Yang on their side, if they were to meet Black Hell King, everyone was only going to die, there was no chance of survival at all. Everyone felt that Black Hell King was at least a peak level 10 supreme innate. If they knew the truth, that Black Hell King had the ability of a heaven rank level 1 or even level 2, they would be in even greater despair. Naturally, to them, whether it was a peak level 10 innate or a heaven rank level 1, they would be instantly killed. Even an enemy above innate level 5 could kill them in an instant. Even the strongest among them, Xuetan Lang was the same. I am not going, I do not want to die. Fierce Tusk of the North, that wild boar, already scared me to the point of peeing. As for Black Hell King, he will definitely peel off my skin and roast me alive, I do not want to die. Fatty Hai burst into tears while clinging onto Yue Yang's leg. He would definitely not go to such a dangerous place. Ye Kong kicked over this timid Fatty and dragged him along with the Li clan brothers. Do not worry, Black Hell King will at most kill you in a second, he has no interest in your body. Ye Kong's words made Fatty Hai cry even harder. Go. Xuetan Lang had already turned his fear into fighting intent. Actually everyone knew that even if Black Hell King appeared, Yue Yang would not let anyone die. Even if Black Hell King did not appear, it seemed that it was an extremely dangerous place. Otherwise, Yue Yang would not tell everyone to take care of themselves so seriously. Xuetan Lang and their eyes shone with fighting intent. Following Yue Yang meant that they were playing with their lives, but even that was a pleasure. Instead of living a coward's life, it was better to have an exciting and eventful one. A place that even Black Hell King went to, no matter what they would have to go and take a look. It was not just Xuetan Lang and the others, even the quiet Lu Ye and Anna, and even the fearless Baoer were all excited. Excitement. This was true excitement. As for the hot-tempered ox-headed Fan Lun Tai, she was unable to wait and kept rushing Yue Yang to hurry up. Returning to the mysterious palace, Yue Yang had already went in once to take a look and had only moved after Black Hell King left. Yue Yang was aware of how Black Hell King moved. Every 3 days, Black Hell King would appear before this golden barrier and hit it for half an hour, using this as a pretext to train his skills and also try to open the barrier. Black Hell King was extremely cautious, even if nothing happened, he would still investigate each time out of habit. Thankfully, Yue Yang had already figured this out. He also figured out how to dodge it accordingly, that was to borrow the method of the ultimate killer and excise concealment. With concealment, even Black Hell King would not be able to detect them. They could retreat 10,000 steps even if Black Hell King discovered them. Alternatively, Yue Yang could also throw Ye Kong, Fatty Hai and the others into the grimoire world, and escape with them. With the upgrade from absorbing Mother Earth potion, even if Yue Yang could not defeat Black Hell King, Yue Yang was at least unafraid. Fatty Hai's teeth were chattering and his body was trembling in fear. In fact, Black Hell King had already left and would not appear for another 3 days. Yue Yang did not tell them the truth to toughen them up. He believed that after this matter of life and death with Black Hell King, they would not fear Fierce Tusk of the North even if they met him. The whole team was extremely cautious, no one dared to make extreme movements. Only Baoer was fearless and even indulged in the beauty of this place. She told Yue Yang, this place is so beautiful. How about we move here to stay after defeating Black Hell King? Good idea. Yue Yang was a little speechless, defeat Black Hell King? Unless they could kill him, this home would never be safe. No, I do not want to be neighbors with Black Hell King. I dread even more to have him knocking on the door in the middle of the night. At the thought of these, Fatty Hai had goosebumps. This place is too beautiful. When they arrived at the front of the golden barrier, little stars filled the eyes of Lu Ye and the rest. This barrier is too big, it seems difficult to enter. Its boundless energy is unfathomable, it really is worthy of being a divine grimoire's barrier. Before Lin En finished talking, ox-headed Fan Lun Tai hacked on the barrier with her axe. As a result, she was thrown 200 meters away. Everyone's jaws fell to the ground. Wasn't the defense of this golden barrier too terrifying? Battered and exhausted, ox-headed Fan Lun Tai instantly became listless. She knew that her brute force would not be of any help and could only look at Yue Yang. Fatty Hai, Ye Kong and Xuetan Lang all gave it a go. Even though they had already mentally prepared themselves, they quickly realized that the energy that was deflected back to them was not just their own attacking power. There was another force of energy that could not be resisted. When the two energies combined together and returned to them, it could not be resisted. All of them were thrown 100 meters away, not any better than ox-headed Fan Lun Tai. Anna looked at Yue Yang, brute force will definitely not work, do you have any solution? Yue Yang shrugged his shoulders nonchalantly, if I had a way, I would have already went in to take the treasures. Not just me, even Black Hell King can only stare and do nothing. Hearing this, Fatty Hai was filled with energy. He got to his feet and rushed to Yue Yang excitedly, you mean, no one has touched any of the treasures in there? They are all still there, wow wow, if I got to go in to pick a divine ranked weapon. With a kick, Ye Kong sent this daydreaming fool 10 meters away. It was not that he could not daydream, but he should pick a better time. Tian Luo Prince and Lin En have begun to understand why Yue Yang brought everyone here, it was because of Lu Yat. As everyone turned their eyes towards Lu Yat, her face turned red. She looked down, and said, let me try. She summoned her grimoire and summoned out her guardian beast Perforate Deer. She ordered it to rush through the golden barrier. The result was as Yue Yang expected. Perforate Deer was not deflected back, but after entering the golden barrier, it instantly lost the mental connection it had with its owner. Without higher intelligence, it was at a loss of what to do. It blankly stayed still, stuck inside the golden barrier. Following such, Lu Ye, who was afraid that it would sustain injuries, quickly summoned it back. While it was possible for Perforate Deer to pass through the golden barrier, it was still impossible with Lu Ye and Perforate Deer's current ability. Yue Yang nodded his head. As long as there was hope, it was good. No matter what, this was still better than how Black Hell King's method of hitting the barrier to death. As long as Yue Yang could find a way to enhance Lu Yi's ability, and upgrade Perforate Deer's level, the possibility of passing through this golden barrier was very high. Yue Yang had previously already thought of this, and he was very satisfied with such an outcome. So, sorry. Lu Ye was very embarrassed and apologized to Yue Yang. She knew that Yue Yang must have had high expectations for her. This failure must have been disappointing for him, which made her particularly apologetic. Perforate Deer did not have much battle power, and its level was too low. Furthermore, it did not have very high intelligence and would be at a loss once it leaves the control of its owner. Let him help you upgrade your guardian spirit beast, he should have a way. Anna quickly comforted Lu Yat. Help me upgrade too. Baoer clinged onto Yue Yang's arm. Yes, I am at your service, beautiful Miss Gold Elf. Yue Yang's wacky behavior greatly delighted Baoer and everyone laughed loudly. Actually, Yue Yang was not just placating Baoer. He felt that there was also a need to increase this golden elf Lolita's guardian spirit beast. Her guardian spirit beast was the little flower spirit that increased one's luck. In this world, there was no other treasure that better than luck. With luck, one could have everything. Without luck, that would be like the unlucky Black Hell King who could only stare at the golden barrier his whole life. To Yue Yang, Baoer was a human-shaped treasure that could increase his luck. If he did not upgrade her, that would be wasting the chance to tap in on the potential of his upgradable human-shaped treasure. On the way back, Baoer, this exceptional lucky star, brought Yue Yang another surprise. Without even knowing where she touched, she actually triggered a secret switch that even Yue Yang did not discover. A special but broken teleportation circle, flashing with sparks, shot out from the ground. Yue Yang did not have time to understand it, but he knew that this was a rare opportunity. In one swift move, he kicked Fatty Hai in, and with another hand he carried Baoer and Lu Ye up. He led the way into the low-energy teleportation circle that could disappear any moment. Plop plop, plop. When the last one, Hui Tai Lang, fell into the water, Yue Yang realized that it had teleported him into unusual space that was dark and large. Let me go. Lu Ye shook her body bashfully, attempting to escape his big hands. Yue Yang did not notice earlier that while holding Lu Yi's waist, his hand was pressing on her chest and cupping her smallish breasts in his palms. Do not let me go, I do not want to fall into the water. Baoer hugged Yue Yang tightly, her long legs wrapped around Yue Yang's waist. With her night vision, she could see the distressed states of Fatty Hai and those in the water. She laughed loudly, and felt that holding onto Yue Yang was safer. Even though everyone reacted quickly, they were still all drenched and in a sorry state. Lu Ye struggled in Yue Yang's hands momentarily, and felt his big hands loosen slightly. However, she was still embarrassed. This place turns out to be an ancient passage, the ancient passage within God's ruins' inner layer. Using Heaven Eye's divine vision to analyze the surroundings, Yue Yang came to such a shocking conclusion. Mysterious Palace was actually connected to God's ruins. Could it be that there was a relation between these two places? Could it be that Mysterious Palace was actually a part of God's ruins' inner layer? This can be any place, as long as this is a place far away from Black Hell King. Fatty Hai felt a little safer. Get out of the way. Xuetan Lang knew that the real journey has just begun. While those previous dangers could all have been anticipated, the changes now were out of even Yue Yang's foresight. Inside the ancient passage of God's ruins, without 100% of one's mental state, one's life was in danger even if Yue Yang was on their side. This place was not a joke. Not long later, he and Tian Luo Prince found an exit. It was a lever-style guillotine door. In the ancient passage, there were countless strange places like this. No matter what object that passes through the lever-style guillotine door, it would be sliced through the middle by the invisible guillotine. Even though Xue Tianlang did not have Heaven Eye's divine vision, but as a warrior, he could instinctively tell when there was danger. He picked up a rock and threw it lightly at the exit. As a result, the stone split into halves. Fatty Hai shivered in shock and quickly retreated behind Yue Yang. Even though he claimed to be the boss, with Yue Yang here, he would never try to stand out. Instead, he is the obedient tag-along. If Lu Ye was not here, Xue Tianlang and the others would have forcefully demolished the entire wall. They would have been exhausted, and might have even attracted the powerful ancient monsters. Go and give it a go. Yue Yang could pass through easily, but he decided to take this opportunity to train Lu Ye. Yes. Lu Ye felt her breast throbbing from his burning big hand. Although she knew it was unintentional, she was still very embarrassed. Her chest felt strange. She really wanted to reach in and soothe it. Her body was also a little weak. Even walking seemed to pose slight issues. Out of all times, it had to be no when everyone was looking. Lu Ye did not want everyone to realize that there was something wrong with her and quickly bowed her head, acting nonchalant. Willing her mind, she summoned her guardian beast Perforate Deer. In front of the golden barrier, Perforate Deer had failed to break through it. This time, she decided to perform well and live up to his expectations. The small silver deer appeared in a flash. It strode forward and instantly became light that pierced through the space. When everyone regained their focus, they discovered that it safely stood outside the lever-style guillotine door while cutely looking back. Although it was not very intelligent, the Perforate Deer was still a spirit-type beast. How will it bring us there? Fatty Hai felt that Lu Ye and the others could ride it. However, if he rode it, then the small deer would definitely be flattened. Shut up. Even if you did not speak, no one would treat you as a mute. Other than during battles, Ye Kong was born as Fatty Hai's sworn enemy. Who knows how to teleport? Yue Yang asked. In the end, only one person raised their hand. This wasn't unexpected. What made Yue Yang surprised was the fact that it was the little lowly, Baoer, who knew how to teleport. You know how to teleport? Are you sure? Ning Hai as a self-proclaimed elder grandmaster did not know how, so he was shocked that Baoer knew how to teleport. If it was moving at an extremely fast speed to the point that they can move 100 meters in a second, many people could do it. Even Xue Tianlang, Tian Luo Prince, Ye Kong, and even Fatty Hai knew how to do it. If it was based on speed, they could even surpass the speed of innate rankers' teleportation. A normal innate's teleportation may not necessarily be faster than their speed. However, teleportation was still teleportation. No matter how fast on was, nothing could replace the usefulness of teleportation. Naturally, teleportation was related to one's experiences and attribute. Some people would find it easy to do, like Xue Wuxia. She was already capable of fully using light wind teleportation when she was young. It was already equal in levels to an inherent skill. On the other hand, her brother, Xue Tianlang, was also innately talented and even possesses the same wind attribute. His speed far surpasses those of the same rank. However, the only thing he was not able to understand was teleportation. As for Yue Yang, he just looked at the Marquis of Xiaijin use it a few times and learned it in an instant. Of course, Yue Yang was an extremely abnormal Otherworlder. It wasn't appropriate to use him as an example. As for the bald Grandmaster Ning Hai, this old guy had already lived for 100 years and already learned many skills, but he was simply unable to learn teleportation. This was very strange. In fact, the real reason was that those who cannot perceive it will never learn how to teleport. Teleportation is a type of breakthrough. It's a type of challenge that surpasses the limits of the body. It can be said to be difficult since some people will never learn it all their lives. It can also be said to be easy since some people could learn it in a day, like me. Those who want to learn it must have be able to perceive it. The better your perception is, the faster you will learn it. Yue Yang's words made Ning Hai cry, thinking that this meant his perception was bad. As for Baoer, she was extremely proud of herself. Xue Tianlang clenched his fists. It was fine for him to be weak, but he will absolutely not allow his perception to be lacking. If a person's perception was lacking, why would they even cultivate? Actually, Yue Yang knew that Xue Tianlang and the other can learn how to teleport. Their strengths were already enough to learn it. The only problem was that their thoughts were too rigid and they were used to using their quick speed to move. They could move to a far distance in the blink of an eye, but that was not teleportation. Because they were used to this method, they would not be able to surpass their ego. Normally, they did not have anyone to teach them teleportation. Jun Wuyu, Elder Yu Hai and the other elders did not know how to teleport. As for the old fox that knew how to teleport, after teaching Yue Yang, he did not have the patience to teach the other idiots how to teleport and only taught them aerial skills. The most difficult thing in teleporting is to realize the target location. To do this, you need to be able to interact with the energy around you. Some people can interact farther, and some closer. However, you can just ignore these. No matter how far, as long as you are able to interact with it, then the distance will slowly increase. Yue Yang benevolently guided them. Is it using the air to interact? Ye Kong asked. No. Air can only interact with object surfaces. Teleportation need you to interact more. To be more accurate, it is to use the heart to interact. Once Yue Yang said this, Baoer kept nodding her head. In fact, she was only able to teleport due to her inherent skill. From the beginning, she did not understand how interaction works, but she naturally understood how to use the heart to interact. What happens afterwards? This time, Lin En humbly asked like a student. When you are able to interact, you would be able to grasp everything about the target location. Then, you can try to move or jump towards the target. You must use your body's energy, not towards your legs, but towards the heart, and use the heart to guide your body. During the process, you will experience many difficulties such as your body being unable to move, or you would suddenly be stopped by some kind of energy before you teleport, or feel the illusion of someone forcible pushing you down. There are other problems, but I won't explain every one of them, nor do I need to explain them. I just want to tell you to believe in me. You would definitely be able to move, be able to teleport. Believe in me and believe in your own ability. That would be enough. Yue Yang then told them to move their energies towards their spirit gates during teleportation. This was his best insight and understanding, his best teleportation skill, so he did not really count on everyone learning it. However, as long as everybody could gain enlightenment from his best skill and slowly temper themselves, then it would be enough. The thing that made everyone sweat was that Baoer crooking her head after hearing the explanation as if she did not understand Yue Yang's words. She even said, "Can you also teleport like that? I do not even think about anything and just rely on my flower spirit. She would just teleport me to my desired location. I feel that this way is better." Fatty Hai and the others fell to the ground. As it turns out, Baoer's teleportation was not something she could control and only relied on others. "Hey, I can also teleport like this." Baoer was almost angry. Actually, there was nothing wrong with this. As long as one can teleport, any method was good enough. Xuanyuxia's light wind teleportation was different from Yue Yang's. In order to teleport, Xuanyuxia needed there to be wind and air. As long as it was not a vacuum, she would be able to teleport. Yue Yang's teleportation completely did not need this. The only places he was not able to teleport to were places that he could not interact with, and this was clearly on a higher level than Yuxia's. However, places that were in vacuum were few. Moreover, after Xuanyuxia performed body fusion with Yue Yang, she was able to grasp Yue Yang's teleportation skill, but she was more fond of using her light wind teleportation skill. Xuetan Lang let go of his cool and humbly asked Yue Yang a few more questions. He would never say it, but he was full of worship towards this brother-in-law. To learn from Yue Yang and chase after his footprints was his greatest wish. Tian Luo Prince also thirsted to learn how to teleport and listened attentively. Not only them but also Lin En, Anna, Lu Ye appeared to be in deep thought as if they understood something. On the other hand, Ye Kong, Fatty Hai, the Li clan brothers, Oxhead Fan Lun Tai and the bald elder Ning Hai were completely confused. As for Oxhead Li Ao and the four orc girls, they completely gave up on learning them. They knew that they could never learn it and sighed. In the end, Elder Ning Hai deeply sighed. He had given up on learning it. Trying to learning something that he was never able to learn, in just a few minutes was easier said than done. With regards to teleportation, the one who learned it the fastest was not Xuetan Lang, nor was it the Tian Luo Prince, nor was it Lu Ye, who had the perforate deer, but it was Hui Tai Lang. After listening to Yue Yang, it instantly understood. When Hui Tai Lang almost failed in his attempt, he was suddenly able to grasp how to teleport and immediately succeeded. Although the result of his teleportation was bad and missed the target by dozens of meters and knocked against the wall, he was still able to succeed. Seeing this, Xuetan Lang was dumbstruck as if he was ashamed. Could it be that humans could not even be compared to a wolf? Fatty Hai was close to crying. He discovered that he couldn't even compare with a wolf's success. After half an hour, Xuetan Lang successfully teleported 10 meters away. Although it deviated by 3 meters, he was still excited and emotionally looked upwards. Woof! A woo, a woo woo! Hui Tai Lang also looked up and howled. He had now completely grasped how to teleport and did not deviate from the target anymore. Although the distance was not far, compared to Xuetan Lang he was undoubtedly more outstanding. Prrrrt. Fatty Hai panicked to the point that he let out a fart. When everyone heard it, they quickly strived to hide. Under this pressure, Lu Ye, Tian Luo Prince and even Anna were able to successfully teleport. Above all, Lu Yi's grasp was much more accurate due to her innate disposition. In order to surprise Yue Yang, she bravely teleported to the other side of the door, towards her guardian beast and becoming the first person to cross the door. Naturally, Hui Tai Lang was already jumping around in front of her. He quickly teleported inside and out, provoking Fatty Hai to make him fart again. Yue Yang decided to give everyone a bit more pressure and teleport to Lu Yi's side. He then stuck a piece of crystal that emitted energy on the floor. Those who can teleport come over. Those who can't wait until the guillotine door to open by itself. This should be the type to open once a day. I won't wait anymore, slowly train yourself. When he said this, Baoer panicked, wait for me. She impatiently summoned her guardian beast, closed her eyes, and when the small flower spirit waved its hand, she instantly teleported beside Yue Yang. She hugged Yue Yang's arm and proudly raised her head, we will first go on a treasure hunt. When we find treasure, we will first hold on to them. Lu Ye originally wanted to stay and accompany everyone to train. However, Yue Yang waved his hand, you should follow me. Her heart strangely jumped a few times. She quickly lowered her head and did not dare look at him in the eye. She softly answered, yes. Once Yue Yang, Baoer and Lu Ye walked away, everyone relaxed. This kind of strict teacher was too painful, especially when this teacher was very young and made others ashamed. Xuetan Lang, Tian Luo Prince and Anna who already learned how to teleport did not follow. The three of them knew that Yue Yang intended to specially train Baoer and Lu Ye. In particular, it seemed he wanted to train Lu Ye, who possesses the perforate deer and cleansing inherent skill. I am such an idiot, I still couldn't learn it until now. Fatty Hai beat his chest and stomped his foot. Actually he could get the feel of it, but he kept failing. He did not succeed after trying for a few hundred times, so he was rather crestfallen. So, you finally found out you are an idiot. Ye Kong also failed a few hundred times, but at least he succeeded once. Although he was steeped in excitement and couldn't grab hold of the feeling before it's gone and had to sense all over again, at least he succeeded once. Compared to Fatty Hai, he was still better. So he rubbed it in even more. La, olala. Hui Tai Lang was more annoying. It teleported around Fatty Hai, as it shook its butt and wiggled its tail. It started to dance. Its haughty attitude made Fatty Hai even more upset. Xuetan Lang clenched his fist. Not only did he want to succeed, he also wanted teleport fast. He wanted to be like Yue Yang who could teleport out of free will. Although he knew that there was still a huge gap between him and his brother-in-law, he wouldn't lower his goal. Xuetan Lang continued to uphold his stringent standard and swore to be perfect like Yue Yang. On the topic of cultivating, Xuetan Lang had always been a perfectionist. Of course, not only Xuetan Lang, Prince Tian Luo and even Ye Kong were like this too. Lin En and the rest had long been accustomed to their masochistic cultivation method. They also understood why human beings grow faster than other races like the elves, ox-head people, and the orcs. The reason why human warriors could grow so quickly wasn't because of any ethnicity-related superiority, but conversely, it was due to their inferiority, short lifespan, and weak capabilities. They also lived under harsh conditions. The reason why human beings could give birth to strong beings quickly was simple. It was because human warriors were too focused and crazed during cultivations. Forget about Yue Yang, taking the example of the young Xuetan Lang, his cultivation in a year would be akin to 30 years of cultivations of the relaxed and peace-loving golden elves. With this comparison, it wouldn't be hard to understand why a golden elf warrior, that was a few hundred years old, was weaker than Xuetan Lang who was only 20. Fatty Hai and the rest continued to cultivate on the other side of the path. Yue Yang brought Lu Ye and Baoer along to explore around. Lu Ye lowered her head. After following Yue Yang around for a long way, she suddenly spoke in a soft voice, do you have something to tell me? She felt that Yue Yang looked at her various times along the way. Did he have anything to tell her? Although she was shy, she couldn't help asking. I will tell you when the time comes. Hearing Yue Yang's words, Lu Ye suddenly understood something. Since Baoer was around, it wasn't a convenient time for him to speak. But what did he want to tell her? Lu Ye was a little curious as she raised her head and looked at Yue Yang's face. Seeing him smile, her heartbeat quickened as she quickly lowered her head again, not daring to look at him again. Yue Yang pointed to the dark path ahead and spoke to Lu Ye. Let's have a special training, Baoer and I will be in charge of hiding and you will have to use the perforate deer to find us, it is just like a game of hide and seek. We'll hide for 10 times, if you could find us 10 times, then you pass. If not, I won't train you anymore. Yes, I'll do my best. Lu Ye had longed for the chance to prove herself in front of Yue Yang. She couldn't tell why, but she didn't wish to see him disappointed. For example, she was upset for a while when her perforate deer couldn't pass through the golden shield. Sensing, you must use your heart to sense. I believe that you can do it since you are very gifted. Yue Yang encouraged Lu Ye with a bright smile. Lu Ye did not speak as she looked at Yue Yang. She nodded with great seriousness. Upon hearing his compliment, Lu Ye's body was pumped with an indescribable sense of excitement. She fought hard to suppress her excitement. An hour later, Lu Ye who was tired out of her wits walked around in the dark. She persevered and sensed her surroundings. She was left with just 2 more times. But sensing became more difficult as she walked deeper into the darkness. More accurately speaking, Yue Yang made it more difficult for her to find him the next round every time Lu Ye found him. It was still manageable at first, but after the 5th time, she had to exhaust large amounts of energy in order to find him. Even if he did not hide in a faraway location and was within 50 meters from her while looking at her, she still couldn't find him. Suppressing her weariness, she tried to concentrate again and use her heart to sense around her. Lu Ye searched around in the darkness time and time again. She had failed to sense him dozens of times, and many other times she couldn't sense anything due to her weariness. She bit her lips and persevered. Finally, she was able to sense something slightly. Lu Ye was so excited that she almost shrieked. Before the feeling goes away, she immediately ordered the perforate deer to confirm the target. When the perforate deer arrived, Lu Ye suppressed her dizziness and used teleportation to reach Yue Yang's location and nabbed him according to the rules. She was finally done with her 9th training. Due to extreme fatigue, there was a slight deviation in her teleportation. Her hands did not catch him, on the contrary her head knocked onto the wall behind him. Are you okay? Yue Yang reached out her hands and helped Lu Ye, who was too fatigued, up. I'm fine, one more round to go. Lu Ye was utterly embarrassed. Covering her forehead in pain, she shook her head shyly. Why was she so stupid? Why was she always making a fool out of herself in front of him? Do you need to rest? Yue Yang rubbed her forehead and used his innate qi to ease the bump on it. No need. Lu Ye shook her head stubbornly. Actually she truly wanted to rest because she had already exhausted all her energy and was beyond fatigued. If she were to sit on the ground, she definitely wouldn't be able to get up. Although she knew that the ground was muddy and filthy, she almost couldn't fight the urge to lie down and rest. But when he asked her if she wanted to rest, a strong sense of stubbornness overwhelmed her as she did not want him to see through her weakness. She insisted on meeting his expectations and even achieve beyond it. Lu Ye stood up straight with great effort and tried hard not to let Yue Yang see that she was at her wit's end. She nodded her head firmly, indicating that she can do it. But on the insides, she was fighting hard not to cry. She gritted her teeth. She didn't wish to expose her weakness, and didn't want Yue Yang to know it even more. 3 hours later, Lu Ye staggered along the tunnel. She lost count of the times she fell and the times she sensed wrongly. She even thought of giving up after one of the falls, as she suddenly suspected that Yue Yang may have departed and left her there to train on her own. But she immediately rejected this idea that shook her determination. She firmly believed that Yue Yang was somewhere near, looking at her in the dark. Her cowardly tears and uselessness would be all seen by him. He would definitely be very disappointed with her. She mustn't let him down, she had to meet his expectations and achieve beyond that. No one had ever given her recognition, only he had. Only him. With an unimaginable sense of tenacity, Lu Ye picked herself up over and over again. She sensed over and over again, struggling to support her body under extreme mental and physical fatigue. She kept on sensing for his presence. There were various moments where her body reached its limit and she almost lost consciousness. She forcefully braced herself. Finally, when she tried to sense him once, she discovered a very tiny smell that seemed like his, but also seemed like an illusion at the same time. However, Lu Ye quickly bit the tip of her tongue in an attempt to use pain to trigger her numbed consciousness and diligently sensed. In the split second when she could sense things clearly, something in her mind exploded. It was as if a mirror being broken, or an iceberg suddenly crumbling. Lu Ye felt that something in her mind broke, giving her a headache, and all the tendons and muscles in her body twitched. Even if she died, she had to teleport to his sides and meet his expectations. Lu Ye became crazed as she summoned her grimoire and summoned her guardian beast perforate deer. Go, little deer. Lu Ye pointed towards a dark corner and ordered it to go forward. Before she fainted, she followed closely behind the perforate deer and teleported. Well done. Lu Ye felt that she fell into someone's warm embrace as a strong arm caught her falling body. His voice echoed in her consciousness. He seemed to be praising her. But even before Lu Ye could hear it clearly, she fainted. After passing out, she did not see golden light shimmering off her grimoire. A golden pillars rose from it and covered her. Her perforate deer that was showered in the golden glow slowly changed and grew in size. The small antler on its head also formed a small fork. Lu Ye leveled up after breaking her limits. Her guardian beast, perforate deer, also leveled up. It rose from being level 2 silver ranked to level 3 silver ranked. Furthermore, Lu Ye did not know what she did in the last moment. When the perforate deer went to Yue Yang's sides, she did not try to sense it like she normally did. She teleported without confirming her target. In the last moment, she even managed to teleport before Yue Yang together with the perforate deer. This was what Yue Yang wished to see the most. Yue Yang originally thought of using 1 month, or even 3 months to train her, until she could teleport simultaneously with the perforate deer. He never would have thought that the stubborn Lu Ye did it within 3 hours. The outburst of energy from her inherent talent together with her obstinate determination exceeded Yue Yang's expectations. Although she did not really achieve teleporting as a single body, this was a successful start. Yue Yang believed that as long as he used his innate qi to open up the meridians in her body, and then used the nirvana flame to purify her body, with half a month of training, or even shorter, Lu Ye would be able to master the skill of teleporting with her perforate deer as a single body. If she could really do it, she would have a bright future. The golden shield of the mysterious palace and the various restrictions in the god's ruins would no longer be able to stop her. With Lu Ye, Yue Yang felt that he could enter the mysterious palace before the Black Hell King does. The Black Hell King can continue to knock on the golden shield outside. He will face a tragic end anyway. When Lu Ye awoke, she found herself lying on Yue Yang's back. On the side, Baoer the golden elf Lolita was cheering, as if cheering someone on. Lu Ye quietly raised her small face and looked over Yue Yang's shoulder, and got a shock. She realized that there was a very large space ahead where Fatty Hai, Ye Kong, Shui Tanlang and the others were fighting. The battle was extremely intense, countless monsters were coming in like a tide, emerging from the blood lake. What is going on? Lu Ye was astonished. Oh, you finally woke up. I found this blood lake torture chamber. Aren't I amazing? Baoer started showing off in glee. From Baoer's jumbled and illogical explanation that made no sense, Lu Ye got the general idea. With Yue Yang's occasional supplementation, Lu Ye finally understood. It turned out that like herself, Baoer had joined the special training. However, her training was easier by 10,000 times. Yue Yang's task for her was simply sleeping. Baoer did not have to do anything, she just had to sleep and let Yue Yang adjust her body. When she awoke, she realized she upgraded quite a bit. She was secretly delighted, but because there was no one around her, she had been unable to show off. Lu Ye had passed out, so Baoer had nothing to do. Since she was bored, she could only wander around and wait for Shui Tanlang and the rest to arrive. In this time, she unintentionally discovered a secret door. After Yue Yang's appraisal, it turned out that this ancient secret door could be opened. However, an ordinary man would be unable to open it. To open it, one had to be at least above innate level 5. Even if Yue Yang was the one who opened the door, Baoer still gave herself majority of the credit. This was how Yue Yang and Baoer discovered this Blood Lake torture chamber. This was the entrance to the Blood Lake torture chamber. Just beside Yue Yang, there stood a strange ancient pagoda. There were words written in heaven runes on it. If it was translated to modern language, it said, "The giant Wusu disrespected God. He committed a heinous crime, and has to be punished by the most severe punishment in the world. Death is no longer enough for his atonement, therefore this Blood Lake torture chamber was specially set up. He is to suffer from all forms of torture here, and will only be released from his sentence in 100,000 years to formally accept his death trial." While Yue Yang did not recognize all of the combinations of the heaven runes, he had a rough idea of what it meant. The dialogue said, there was a giant named Wusu who was held captive in this Blood Lake torture chamber for 100,000 years. Only after 100,000 years of torture would he be executed. If this were another ranker, he might have wanted to be a savior to try to save the giant Wusu. However, Yue Yang was not a trouble seeker. He also wanted to meet Wusu, but it was not to save him. Yue Yang wanted to kill him. This was because Yue Yang felt that there must be some kind treasure that was keeping Wusu trapped for as long as 100,000 years. Yue Yang did not care whether Wusu had to undergo torture for 100,000 years, he only liked the treasure that held this giant captive. If there really is no treasure, he would kill this giant. Yue Yang felt that his crescent blade was still missing an evil soul. If it swallowed Wusu, perhaps his crescent blade could be refined into a holy ranked weapon. It was not that he did not own any holy ranked weapon. God-killing dagger was one, it was even a supreme one. However, crescent blade was more important since Yue Yang created it with his own blood and sweat. It was already unlikely for the platinum-ranked Wei Jin magic blade to upgrade, but there was still a possibility for the crescent blade. As long as there was another evil yet strong warrior's soul, combined with Demon Dragon's crystal from Bone Dragon and Blazing Core from Flame Lord, and even adding Demon Pearl from Dark Golden Spectre and Silver Soul Pearl from Golden Devil, the crescent blade would level up. Last, for those who can't remember, it's the Golden Devil from the Five Elements Palace. With these, it was definitely possible for crescent blade to upgrade to become a holy ranked weapon. Who knows, it might even become a supreme holy ranked weapon. Maybe even upgrade into a divine ranked weapon? Yue Yang decided to not think about that for now. To upgrade a weapon to divine rank, the owner had to have equivalent ability. Moreover, it was not as if Yue Yang lacked any divine ranked weapons since he still had the Prison Emperor Divine Seal. It just did not recognize him as the master, so Yue Yang could only use it to crack chestnuts for now. Do your best and be careful. More blood pythons have come out. Baoer excitedly encouraged Fatty Hai and the others. My little ancestor, it is fine that you are not helping, but please stop talking. Hearing you speak makes my heart shiver. Fatty Hai begged Baoer to stop shouting. With every shout, more powerful monsters came out from who knows where. Of course, he knew that Baoer was not to blame. At such an abnormal place like Blood Lake Torture Chamber, even after killing a few thousand ancient monsters, there were still an unlimited number coming out from the lake. All of you get out of the way. The fighting was annoying Xue Tanlang. He exploded with terrifying chi, and combined with his storm giant. The entire entrance of Blood Lake Torture Chamber turned into a world of ice and snow in an instant. Countless snowflakes fell from the sky. Xue Tanlang's guardian beast storm giant turns anything it passes through into an ice sculpture, even the giant blood python that was gold ranked level 6 was rolling on the floor in pain and hardening. With tacit understanding, Tianluo Prince summoned his guardian beast Skyfire Meteor. With a call, the dome-shaped roof collapsed. Under the double blows from Freeze and Meteor, even the strongest blood pythons could not withstand the attack of fire and ice collision. The blood pythons turned into corpses, either shattering or burnt to a crisp. All of them died horribly on the spot. Throughout the entire battle, Yue Yang did not do anything. He only watched Ye Kong and the others fight. This was only the beginning. From here on, there would only be more and more cruel battles awaiting them. However, these battles were extremely good catalysts in training. Even though it was tough, but as long as Ye Kong, Fatty Hai, Xue Tanlang and the rest can push through, upgrading was definitely not a problem. An hour and 5 minutes later, they passed the entrance of Blood Lake Torture Chamber. 3 hours later, Ye Kong, Fatty Hai and the others used the Great Totem Pole battle technique, and passed the first level of Blood Lake Torture Chamber. 5 hours later, Li clan brothers fainted from serious injuries, Oxhead Li Ao and Elder Ninghai collapsed on the floor from exhaustion. They passed the second floor. 9 hours and 23 minutes later, Fatty Hai turned into an ugly behemoth after using up his energy. The 4 Okras and Oxhead Fan Lun Tai collapsed on the ground. Lin En was seriously injured. They passed the third floor. 18 hours, 42 minutes and 9 seconds later, Ye Kong, Xue Tanlang and Tianluo Prince suffered heavy blows, Anna and Lu Ye fainted, Fatty Hai fainted for the second time after transforming, Oxhead Li Ao broke his horn, Li clan brothers were nearing death. Other than Yue Yang, only Baoer had energy left. They passed the fourth floor. The fifth floor. When everyone reached the fifth floor, they finally reached the real Blood Lake Torture Chamber. Here, the weakest monster was the gold level 6 giant python that was the strongest outside. Among them all, only Yue Yang was still able to fight. Hui Tai Lang summoned his grimoire and raised his barrier to protect everyone. Yue Yang strided forward, spreading his demon king-like grandeur. All of the monsters fled immediately. 2 kilometers away, there was a wall that was almost 1,000 meters tall. Several huge dark gold chains hung down, binding someone. This person was an unimaginable giant. Yue Yang had never seen such a huge giant. Forget humans, even the demons from the demon abyss seem insignificant when compared to this giant. This giant had a height of 200-300 meters, or possibly even more. Even though his lower body had completely disappeared, his upper body itself was more than 100 meters tall. By pure estimation, this was a giant around 300 meters tall. Without a doubt, this was the rumored Titan. Compared to him, the 50 meters tall King of Blacklight or the 60 meters long Black Dragon were as laughable as miniature toys. Yue Yang had never imagined meeting such a Titan. He would have never thought that he, the fake little Titan, would one day meet the real big Titan. It was difficult to imagine the Titan, he was truly a sight for the eyes. All his muscles were tight and sculptured. His skin was black as steel. Fatty Hai, who was coughing blood, fainted when he saw this giant. Even the bravest Xue Tanlang was shocked speechless. Not just them, even Yue Yang felt his blood pumping. Who knew how long this Titan had been locked up for? How long he had been tortured in this Blood Lake Torture Chamber? Now, he had only had the ability of an Elder Innate level 1. That is to say, the Titan locked up here was as strong as Black Hell King. The only difference was that this Titan had no holy ranked equipment to protect himself, and was even held down by the extremely long dark gold chains. Yue Yang's eyes flashed with a fierce killing intent. He wanted to kill this giant to obtain his power, to strengthen his crescent blade. As for whatever justice and sin, those had nothing to do with him. Perhaps, this meeting was fated. If not, how could it be such a coincidence for him to barge into this Blood Lake Torture Chamber? Such an interesting young man, after thousands of years, humans are now much stronger than before. Only in your 20s, a young shoot-like boy, yet with such power. Terrifying indeed. Back then, it was right for me to have massacred so many humans. I pity those foolish old guys who thought too much of themselves. Ha ha ha, Wusu have also said, that humans are the natural enemies of Titans, but no one else agreed. You want to kill me? Young bud, regrettably, I think you do not know yet that all Titans are immortal. When the giant opened his mouth, his voice was louder than thunder. His voice shook the whole Blood Lake torture chamber. If there were no god-binding chains holding you down, I really cannot kill you. But now, you are just a old pathetic dog. Yue Yang tried to ridicule his enemy, to boost his own morale. What? You want me to die of laughter? Wusu is not one you can defeat, because Wusu is a titan. With the titan's immortal body, not even God can kill me, Wusu. Do you understand? The giant that claimed to be Wusu struggled forcefully, pulling on those dark gold chains, instantly causing an earthquake at Blood Lake torture chamber. Last, PLS answer this poll, http://www.strawpoll.me/130877754. Ye Kong, Fatty Hai, Xue Tan Lang and Tian Luo Prince, who were all bathed in blood, stubbornly stood as they prepared to fight to the end. However, Yue Yang turned his head and waved his hands at them. You should all go back first. This guy is my opponent. Ye Kong wanted to stay, although he knew that he wouldn't be of much help, he still wished to stay and see if he could help to lessen the burden on Yue Yang. Alright. Xue Tan Lang was different as he turned and prepared to take his leave. Compared to Ye Kong, Xue Tan Lang's determination to stay and fight wasn't any lesser. It was even much more than theirs. However, Xue Tan Lang was very rational. He knew that with the current power of the team, forget about everyone being severely injured, even if just one person was fatigued and everyone else being perfectly fine, they wouldn't be of any help to Yue Yang. Staying would just make them a burden, there would be no other possibilities. They didn't know how many times stronger was this titan compared to Fierce Tusk of the North that they met from the Black Hell Army. With such an enormous build, it would be hard for them to emerge victorious. If they really wanted to help Yue Yang, they should leave and go find a supreme innate like Sky Law to go to his aid. They would definitely burden Yue Yang if they insisted on staying. Lin En and the rest understood this too, so they followed behind Xue Tan Lang and left. Only Fatty Hai suggested to return to the 4th floor and leave only after they finished the fight. This was the first time Lu Ye stood out and made a decision. You should all go, I'll stay. Everyone was shocked by her words. How could they leave her, the weakest one of the team, behind? Any random python would be able to engulf her in one mouth, let alone the shockwave from the fight between Yue Yang and Wusu, the giant titan. Leave her behind? Absolutely impossible. Lu Ye, however, had her own reasons. I have the perforate deer, so if he is in danger, I can teleport to his side and take him away. After pondering over it, Tian Luo Prince rejected her idea. It may be a good idea for you to stay, but Lu Ye, we can't let you take the risk. And, we need to have faith in Yue Yang, so we don't need to have this backup plan. We must believe in him, believe that he will emerge victorious. Without being sure, Yue Yang would never have thrown down the gauntlet. So if he wants to fight, we should trust him. Now, let's leave this place and leave the further discussions in the Yu clan castle. Unable to defy the lot's violent objections, Lu Ye eventually changed her mind. Wanna leave? Wusu will send you all off on your final journey. The titan that was being hung on the huge cliff laughed loudly. Numerous demonic beasts flooded out with his will. But the most terrifying tactic was when he leaned over and shot out 2 chi from his fingers. One of them went for Yue Yang. The other one went in the direction of Ye Kong and the rest. The 2 chi Wusu casually shot out from his fingers didn't feel strong at first. But as it continued to move forward and accelerated, it unleashed its true power as it broke through the sound barrier and formed 2 gigantic wind pillars. As if wanting to tear down the entire space, one of the pillars struck towards Yue Yang who was accumulating his energy, and the other one struck towards the lot who were 2 kilometers away. It traveled extremely fast, faster than the speed of sound by several times. The giant pillar-like chi was unimaginably fast as it reached Ye Kong and the lot, who were 2 kilometers away, within seconds. They were dumbstruck. What they thought was a casual chi shot had actually possessed such terrifying powers. As if a demon king was being born, Hui Tai Lang let out a deafening roar. He burned with dark golden flames and thrust itself towards the pillar with an irresistible sense of invincibility. Boom! Hui Tai Lang who had leaped forward by 50 meters was jolted back by over 30 meters from the shock, even with its 4 claws dug deep into the ground. Hui Tai Lang left 4 deep claws marks on the hard ground. The aftershock of the shock wave jolted Ye Kong and the lot, who were already on their guards. Chi could possess such great powers even after traveling for over 2 kilometers even after being obstructed by Hui Tai Lang. Xue Tan Lang and the lot knew that they were facing a strong opponent, but they did not expect that the titan named Wusu was so unimaginably powerful. Now, this completely diminished everyone's determination to stay. Everyone became fully aware that they would be of no help to Yue Yang. They would even become a burden to him. Hui Tai Lang killed some of the demonic beasts that charged forward the fastest. It did not indulge in further fightings as it quickly retreated and protected everyone as they took their leave. Hui Tai Lang handed over the battlefield to its master completely. Different from Hui Tai Lang, Yue Yang waved away the pillar Wusu shot out easily. As the pillar deflected to his sides, it also injured numerous demonic beasts. It's actually a divine beast? Although it's still at its infant stage, it's not bad. It's a pity that I am being trapped here, if not I'll definitely kill it to end off future worries. The Titan sneered. There were lightning flickering around his face. It seemed that he had another trump card that could be used in a long distance. But due to Yue Yang's casual deflection to his attack just now, Wusu changed his mind. Yue Yang unleashed power of a level 1 innate and raised his gold-ranked dragon-slaying spear. The amethyst heaven's fury fire lotus scattered around in the sky. All of the demonic beasts that were shot fell to the ground. The glow of the spear wasn't huge, but its strength wasn't any weaker than Wusu's wind pillars. With every shot, the glow of the spear would penetrate the beasts and leave behind a bloody tunnel. The demonic beasts that were extremely powerful in the eyes of Xuetan Lang and the rest were nothing to Yue Yang. He could kill them easily within seconds. It was because of Yue Yang's attack that the team could leave the Blood Lake torture chamber unharmed. Before leaving, Hui Tai Lang even called out to Yue Yang. It was actually the one who wanted to stay the most. But Hui Tai Lang already possessed sufficient intelligence to understand the mission given to it by Yue Yang. It was to protect the team members. Are you going to help me pick my teeth with that little toothpick of yours? Haha. Wusu the Titan laughed unbridledly. Although the gold-ranked dragon-slaying spear could assassinate the Golden Dragon King, using it against the ancient Titan would render it useless. Unless Yue Yang possessed the full set of dragon-slaying equipment, and make them unleash power beyond that of a holy equipment, Yue Yang would never be able to truly hurt him. Will that be your last words? Yue Yang also sneered. He slowly unleashed his power to innate level 2. The violent shock wave propagated throughout the 5th level of the Blood Lake torture chamber. The amethyst flame formed a fire pillar and continued to burn. Numerous frost flowers fluttered down. The demonic beasts that were driven out by the will of the Titan were either roasted to death by the heaven's fury fire lotus, or frozen into ice sculptures under the freezing powers of the frost flowers. Only a handful of the more powerful ones managed to retreat fast enough, saving their own lives. Yue Yang put away his gold-ranked dragon-slaying spear and unleashed power to innate level 3. Wusu the giant Titan smiled furtively. Lightning flickered on his face again. Hundreds of snake-like electric current rapidly gathered in his right palm, forming terrifying thunderbolt. In a flash, the energy in Wusu's body burst out like a volcanic eruption. With energy that could defeat even the giant dragons, all of the shrewd Titan Wusu's previous attacks had been feints to hide his world-destroying thunderbolt. Within a second, his thunderbolt had already surpassed the speed of sound as it tore through the space and went directly for Yue Yang. Yue Yang reached out his hand to receive it, but was jolted back 1,000 meters from the unimaginable shock wave. He crashed into the hard wall with a boom, and was buried deep in the pile of broken rocks. The shock wave caused broken rocks to fly everywhere as the entire sky was filled with smoke and dust. There were no activities coming from the huge cavity for a long time. Wusu spat in contempt. Pa! Humans, an insignificant being that actually got the guts to compete with us Titans? He doesn't know where he stands. Although he was a little surprised that he could kill his opponent with just one strike, he did not doubt the power of his thunderbolt. Forget about humans, even giant dragons and the ancient behemoths in the heaven realms would die from the blow. Although this human was capable, he is too young after all. How did he even dare to unleash his innate powers so slowly and relaxedly in front of him? What a sheltered brat! Was he not taught from previous battles that he should always guard himself against the sneak attacks of his opponent? Thinking of this, Wusu laughed out loud. He loved attacking and killing humans, especially the budding talents with the most potential. He loved killing these people before they get the chance to grow and maximize their potential. The thrill of killing these young ones was too satisfying, nothing in the world could ever compare. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Wusu's thunderous laughter resonated throughout the entire Blood Lake torture chamber. The entire chamber was shaking under his hysterical laughter. When Wusu was in his most complacent and comfortable state, a shadow flashed before him, clad in a torn and tattered wyvern armor, with slight curls at the ends of his hair due to the lightning that struck him. However, his eyes looked abnormally clear, as if spring water that quietly flowed through rocks in the woods. He was none other than Yue Yang. An extremely tiny but concentrated thunderball was slowly disappearing in his hands. More accurately speaking, he was using the devour ability to continuously devour up the thunderbolt hurled by Wusu just now. Seeing Yue Yang's current state made Wusu's laughter turn into something akin to the sound made by a pig being slaughtered. An unbelieving glow flashed across his giant eyes for the first time, causing him to shout uncontrollably. How can you devour my thunderbolt? It's mine. Continue laughing, you'll be history soon. Yue Yang waited for the last thunderbolt to be absorbed by the uncontrollable black hole in his body before gently tearing away the torn wyvern armor on his body, revealing his perfect figure. Wusu did not spot any wounds on his body. Yue Yang actually took down all his previous blows. Unharmed. How was this possible? Even giant dragons would die if hit by his thunderbolt, how could a little human boy be immune against lightning and thunder? Moreover, it was thunderbolt thrown out by a titan. Wusu suddenly snarled angrily upon his sudden realization. Cunning human being, you possess treasures that can defend against thunder and lightning. Yue Yang shook his head, the contempt at the corner of his lips was apparent. Fool, don't think that you are the only one who know how to control thunder and lightning. After finishing his sentence, a purplish blue lightning flickering around Yue Yang's body. Numerous tiny electrical snakes accumulated in Yue Yang's palms, forming a similar purple lightning like Titan's thunderbolt. The only difference was the color. The lightning gathered by Wusu was a bright silvery Titan thunderbolt. Whereas for Yue Yang, his was a dark purple with a tinge of blue. There was even a hint of gold in it. While Yue Yang was gathering thunderbolt, he unleashed his power to innate level 4. He then unleashed the enormous amount of energy and hurled the purple lightning back to Wusu furiously. Cry, you pathetic egomaniac. Last, thanks for the correction about Huijin and Crescent Moon in the last chap, did not see that. Purple lighting mercilessly hit Wusu's large hands as he tried to block the attack. Wusu was confident. As a titan, he was the master of thunder and lighting, there were no electric currents in this world that was powerful enough to harm him. Moreover, to even harm his hands that were used to condense thunderbolt. Boom! A deafening boom exploded between Wusu's large hands. Snake-like electric currents flashed madly. The countless snake-like electric currents spread and formed a mysterious rune circle, the outer rim was wide while the inner rim was small. The electric current seemed to be pulled into the rune as if being swallowed by a black hole. When the limit was reached, an earth-shattering power exploded. The original purple lightning seemed to have gained a certain energy and expanded rapidly to 100 times of its original power. The lightning turned into a purple lightning thunderstorm and surrounded Wusu's body, electrocuting him. Even as a titan that controls thunder and lighting, Wusu was shuddering non-stop under the purple lightning thunderstorm. His giant body convulsed violently from the electric currents. I, Wusu, am a titan. How can I possibly be harmed by electric currents? Wusu was simply bewildered. If a normal giant was hit and got injured, so be it. But he was an ancient titan, the born controller of thunder and lightning. He was practically immune to any form of electric current in this world. Yet, when he was hit by the opponent's purple lightning, the pain he received was unbearable. This was too strange. Unimaginable. His own thunderbolt could not harm his opponent, yet this human boy who was like a small bean sprout, could harm him with his purple lightning to such an extent. Could it be, he was actually dreaming? Yue Yang sneered without a word. Since fusing with Phoenix Fairy Beauty, he had slowly begun to master the power of Sky Law. Although he was not as skilled as Phoenix Fairy Beauty who was strong enough to destroy heaven and earth, but he was not weak. If Yue Yang had fully understood the power of the thunder and lightning, Wusu, this ancient titan, would undoubtedly suffer more severe injuries, he would be in a worse state. Phoenix Fairy Beauty's thunder of Sky Law brought with it an extremely strong judgment-like power. Even Hell Black Dragon King who claimed to be immune to all elements would fall to the ground in a single hit. Let alone Phoenix Fairy Beauty's power of Sky Law that was judgment-like and destructive, if replaced by Shui Wuxia, her yin energy and annihilation thunder was not something Wusu could remain completely immune to. Yue Yang's purple lightning's power was as strong as Heaven's Fury Fire Lotus. Combined with Heaven Rune Circle, it formed this purple lightning thunderstorm. Even though it could not cause great damage to the ancient titan Wusu, but making him suffer was not a problem. This hit was not to injure him. Instead, it was to intimidate. Stepping over the enemy at where he was the most proud of. Wusu's strongest titan thunderbolt had finally been suppressed by purple lighting. This was not because the purple lightning was stronger than the titan thunderbolt, but rather had to do with the user. If you think that I only know how to throw some thunderbolt lightning, then you are mistaken. Gravely mistaken. Wusu roared. His voice shook the entire Blood Lake torture chamber. His arms shone. The originally obsidian-like skin became shining gold. A giant over 100 meters tall slowly rose from Wusu's body. As Wusu waved his fist vigorously and fiercely pounced towards Yue Yang, the giant also did the same actions. It raised its hand, copying Wusu's giant fist and pincer attacked Yue Yang. Yue Yang's after-image disappeared. Teleportation. Yue Yang appeared beneath Wusu's melted body. Huijin magic blade gathered amethyst fire that was more than 100 meters long and attacked Wusu's body. Useless tricks. Wusu jumped up like jumping a jump rope, and then swung the dark gold chains in a circle, putting out the amethyst flames with ease. The shining golden giant moved quick as lightning and quickly turned around, waving its fist to kill Yue Yang. If he were to be hit by this giant or Wusu's fist, the consequences would unfortunately be worse than being run into face first by a group of golden mammoths. Yue Yang avoided each hit with ease, not even grazed by any of the enemy's attacks. Under the tacit coordinated attacks of the giant and Wusu, Yue Yang calmly avoided each hit that came down like raindrops. Wusu looked at Yue Yang in disbelief. Now, he realized that there were also benefits to being small. Even though humans had very small bodies and their power could not hold up against titans, Titans had fists that were too big. It was not easy to hit an agile human being, moreover when this small human boy was even more slippery than a mud fish by 100 times. It was practically impossible to subdue him with brute force. Domain. With Wusu's shout, the shining golden giant's hands fell to the ground heavily. Its body quickly melted into golden light. A circle of light quickly spread. It easily spread around Yue Yang, enveloping him within. The circle was at least 100 meters wide. From the ground, it slowly rose to become a light barrier, similarly as tall as 100 meters. Yue Yang was completely trapped within. Even within Wusu's domain, Yue Yang was unfaltered. He did not even summon his grimoire. He simply moved his Yang energy and surrounded his body with Heaven's Fury Fire Lotus, while carefully feeling the power of his opponent's domain. What domain energy was this? This was not Yue Yang's first time seeing a domain. Long ago when he was fighting Makai Suling, he already knew of the existence of domain energy. But Yue Yang had never seen a domain like Wusu's. Not only was it surprisingly large, it could even form a semicircle to completely enclose the enemy. Compared to his own star explosion and devour, this shield formed by the domain that the giant morphed into was definitely scary. Energy deprivation. Wusu reached his hand towards Yue Yang. Hey! Yue Yang felt a force that was similar to the law surrounding his body. The force sucked Heaven's Fury Fire Lotus away and ejected it outside the shield. Without it to protect you, what can you do? Wusu exploded with the power of an innate. His entire being looked like a dark golden sun. His dark body was almost golden, glorious to the extent that it was almost impossible to look at him directly. The rays of energy that shot out from his body blazed even hotter than the rays of the sun. It made Yue Yang unable to look at it directly. Among Wusu's howls of laughter, the energy rays that spread out from his body formed sharp golden arrows. All of the light arrows formed from energy gathered and shot like a storm at Yue Yang. Freeze! Cold air rushed around Yue Yang. The entire space seemed to have become a world of ice and snow, countless snowflakes fell from the sky. When those light arrows came towards Yue Yang, his frost shield and those crystallized snowflakes reflected them one by one. Even if he could not use Heaven's Fury Fire Lotus, this was not a problem for Yue Yang. Not only could Yue Yang control the Yang energy, he was also excellent at controlling the Yin energy. Compared to Heaven's Fury Fire Lotus, these frost flowers and frost shield were much more effective. Wusu roared in anger, he reached out his huge hand once again, energy deprivation. What Yue Yang found strange was that this time again, a force that was similar to the law appeared again. It drew away all of the frost flowers and frost shield and threw it out beyond the barrier. Yue Yang frowned. He had already consciously controlled the Yin energy, these frost flowers and ice shields were like his own weapons and full of his will. Yet, they could be easily drawn away. Wusu's domain was really strange. It appeared that the ability of this domain was to deprive others of their energy. Of course this was limited to the energy around the person, it was still impossible to deprive the energy within the body. What other tricks do you have? My domain can exist for a month. Before it disappears, you cannot leave nor protect yourself. Watch how I torture you, little bean. Human boy, you can cry, shout, pee your pants. You humans will never win against us titans. Wusu burst into laughter. If not for the power of the domain, it would truly be a chore for him to kill this slippery human boy when he was trapped by God-binding chains, and especially since Thunderbolt was ineffective. But now that the domain is established, this boy was dead meat. It was impossible for him to escape the domain, he could not even protect himself. This boy was fighting him with nothing, he could not win unless he was the incarnation of one of the gods from the legends. Ice, fire, thunder all do not work. Yue Yang attempted to throw a flash of purple lightning and Wusu, only for Wusu to immediately send it out of the domain. Using Heaven Eye's divine vision, Yue Yang finally understood the truth of the domain. Deprive domain of power, the user can borrow the law to deprive the will of any item on the enemy, and then send this item out of the domain. Items with life could not be removed. The will of holy and divine items could not be removed, but there was a certain possibility of holy items being thrown out of the domain. Within deprived domain of power, an absolute duel would occur. Only when a party survives, would the domain disappear. The current time limit is a month. Yue Yang understood at once. With this damn deprived domain of power, other than holy items and divine weapons, he can forget about using anything else. Most troublesome of all is the time limit of this domain is a whole month. Wusu shook the entire Blood Lake torture chamber forcefully, the god-binding chains clanged loudly under his shaking. He laughed madly, human, ridiculous little bean, what can you do now? Do not try to hold it together, just cry, cry out loud, that is the only thing you can do. Ha ha ha. Yue Yang was very speechless. Even with such a deprived domain of power, it did not mean victory, right? Domains, does he not have any? He even has more than one. Yue Yang did not summon his grimoire. Once he summoned it, it was likely that world would suck away all the energy of this domain. Even if he did not summon world, within Yue Yang's body had the devour domain that was like a black hole. Although it was a little slower at absorbing energy, Yue Yang was still certain that no matter how strong this deprive was, it would lose to his devour. Cry in pity under my light arrows. I, Wusu, really could not bear to kill you in one go. Tremble, human, this is your fate. Wusu proudly spilled out millions of light arrows. Without ice shields and frost flowers, what other energy could be used to protect Yue Yang's body? Why is the dying guy always particularly good at making people speechless? Yue Yang's body shone from raging flames that turned into a fire amour. Energy deprivation. Wusu did not even look and simply stretched out his hand. Millions of light arrows shot at Yue Yang and were all burnt into oblivion by Yue Yang's fire armor. Only then was Wusu surprised. After looking again after gathering his senses, he was stunned. How could the legendary Nirvana flames appear on this damned human's body? Wusu was dumbstruck, while Yue Yang showed his signature sarcastic smile. Nirvana flames were an unrivaled existence in this world. Even the 12 Zodiac Temple's Gemini Temple copy law was unable to duplicate his Nirvana flames. How could deprived domain even try to strip it off its owner's will and try to send it out of the barrier? Of course that was impossible. Nirvana flames was an existence that no one can replicate, absorb, strip moreover deprive. Even if it was devour or world, they were not able to even absorb a single iota of the Nirvana flames. With just Wusu's deprived domain, how dare he try to move Nirvana flames? This could only be said to be wishful thinking. At first, Yue Yang was still shocked and worried that this deprived domain would eat at his Nirvana's flame. That was why he did not dare use it immediately. Who knew that by observing with Heaven Eye's divine vision, he would find out that deprived domain could not remove the will of holy items, even more so Nirvana flames. If Nirvana's flame had to be compared to an item, Heaven's Fury Fire Lotus was only a platinum-level artifact, while it was definitely a divine-ranked weapon. It could even be considered to be a supreme divine-ranked weapon. You have Nirvana flames. Wusu's delight quickly subsided. I not only have Nirvana's flame, I also have World Exterminating Wheel. Isn't this a surprise? Just cry, just tremble, Titan, this is your fate. Yue Yang returned Wusu's arrogant words previously all in one go. Yu Clan Castle. A day had already passed, but Yue Yang still hadn't returned. Everyone was anxious, but no one could be of any help. After they came out of the Blood Lake torture chamber, Shui Tanlang, Ye Kong and Fatty Hai had been trying to enter it again, but to no avail. The Blood Lake torture chamber was completely shut off, so there was no way for them to enter again. What made them more helpless was that ever since they left the place via the ancient passage of God's ruins and teleport back to the Yu Clan castle, the teleportation point that was previously recorded by the ancient passage disappeared. Although the old fox, who was a master of teleportation, and the heavenly imperial guardians of Xia and Tian Luo Kingdom were around, they had no choice but to give up the plan to return to look for Yue Yang. Although Jun Wuyu, Elder Yu Hai and the other seniors didn't show it on the outside, they were secretly anxious too. Yue Yang's opponent wasn't a normal innate, but an ancient titan. Will it really not be a problem for a single man to fight against an elder innate-leveled ancient titan alone? It would be a lie to say that they weren't worried. When Luo Hua City Mistress and the sickly beauty heard the news, they became restless and fidgety. Only Yu Bing firmly believed that her brother would definitely be able to defeat this powerful opponent and return safely. She had an indescribable sense of confidence in her brother. Fourth Mother's attitude was similar to Yu Bing's. Fourth Mother had always been comforting Yu, Luo Hua City Mistress and the sickly beauty gently. She then also eased the anxiety of Yinan who rushed back upon hearing the news. What's an ancient titan? Only the carefree Yu Shuang thought that ancient titans were similar to the hawkers selling candies along the streets. Go to sleep, your brother will return soon. Everything will be fine, all of you should go and rest. Of course Fourth Mother was worried about Yue Yang too, but she knew that as the mother of the family, she couldn't show her weak side to the children. She had to have faith in her son. Even if everyone in the world doesn't support him, she had to be his pillar of strength. I am unable to sleep right now, let's wait for a while more. Luo Hua City Mistress steeled herself and smiled to comfort Fourth Mother. The fifth floor of the Blood Lake torture chamber. The battle had intensified and reached the climax. In the battle between Yue Yang and Wusu the ancient titan, both sides tried their best to kill their opponent in the Blood Lake torture chamber and emerge victorious. If Yue Yang did not hold back all his dirty tactics against Wusu, the battle would have already ended. Wusu who had lost his freedom and half of his body wouldn't be able to fight against Yue Yang equipped with Nirvana flames, World Exterminating Wheel, Devour Domain of Power and Innate Invisible Qi. When Wusu's deprived Domain of Power lost its effectiveness, the God-binding chains had already locked Wusu's fate. But Yue Yang was not in a hurry to kill his opponent, who couldn't escape the Blood Lake torture chamber at all. He wanted to use Wusu for training. Just like fighting against the Diablo in Diablo 2, he wanted to grind slowly. He would train and level up his combat skills while injuring his opponent. He wanted to benefit more from this battle. If the Marquis of Ziyijin, the first guy who was able to beat Yue Yang until he almost died, was Andariel, then Shun Tian would be Duriel, if Emperor of the Sea was Mephistopheles, then the current ancient titan would be Diablo, and the Black Hell King would be Baal. As for the Scarlet Emperor, Heaven Realm's three great leaders Su Kong, Zhu Xiao and Ming Yu Guang, Yue Yang didn't have a clear position for them yet. Last, if I didn't edit this, Diablo would have been Big Pineapple, which is so funny. And Diablo 2 would be pitch dark too. I wish that the tealers would at least look up at what they are tealing. They were the ones that he could not yet defeat right now. So Yue Yang decided to use this great opportunity to train and level up. He wouldn't be able to meet such an opponent ever again in future battles. One that is fixated on a cliff and unable to move was 100 times safer than the struggling Scarlet Emperor in the Ancient Seal. As long as Wusou couldn't kill him in one strike, victory would always belong to Yue Yang who had freedom. Goddamn human, no matter what trick you use, you won't be able to kill me. Because I'm an ancient titan, I have been bathed with God's water when I was born. When I entered adulthood, I was bestowed with God's blood by the King of Titans. With an undying body like mine, you think you can kill me with that little dagger of yours? Goddamn human being, what you are doing now is meaningless. If you can help me burn off these God-binding chains, I could consider letting you off. Little boy, we don't have to fight, let's be allies instead. If you free me, I can grant you Titan's blood. In this way, you can possess an undying body and also the powers of a Titan. Most importantly, we ancient Titans are the descendants of God with eternals lives. So little boy with a lifespan of a few hundred years, don't you want to have an eternal life? Wusou was in an extremely sorry state right now as his entire body was covered with wounds. Now, he finally understood that he wouldn't be able to kill this cunning human boy. He was too fast, and too smart. Wusou wouldn't be able to kill Yue Yang no matter what methods he use. Conversely, Yue Yang with the Nirvana Flame and World Exterminating Will would be able to injure him severely. Wusou had gotten sick of this fight that he could never win, so he made this unimaginable decision to stop the battle. He negotiated with his opponent in hopes of Yue Yang burning away the God-binding chains with his Nirvana Flame. Without freedom, Wusou wouldn't be able to unleash all of his powers. Would Yue Yang accept this deception? Of course not. Hearing Wusou's exasperated words, Yue Yang smiled and summoned his grimoire for the first time. A golden light shone and a barrier rose up. The unique halo-shaped world expanded, sucking in the energy of the deprived domain of power continuously. Barbarian Cow Shadow Aman, Bloody Queen Red, Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen Duo, the Reaper Mantis and even the Spirit of Earth Fire were summoned. Only the hibernating dragon girl Zhang Ying who was still in a muddled state wasn't summoned. On the other side, Xia Wen Li turned into a rainbow and floated out. Under the stunned gaze of Wusou, she summoned her grimoire, Stone Element Medusa, Storm Mermaid, Thunder Naga and Ice Serpent Demon appeared one after another. How can you own two divine beasts? Ah, no, this is a diamond grimoire, she's not. What's going on? Wusou was on the brink of insanity. This time his opponent didn't become fewer or weaker as the battle goes, but instead, they increased and became even stronger. I know there's definitely God's blood in your heart. I like it, so I have decided to get it. When Yue Yang raised his hands, all his beasts gathered around him, forming a semicircle formation as they got ready for the upcoming battle. Yue Yang had never thought of negotiating with Wusou, nor did he wish to coexist peacefully with him. Towards this ancient titan, he didn't wish to pursue past serious crimes nor did he wish to consider rooms for further negotiation. All he saw was that he could kill this giant now, get his god's blood, level himself up, then move on to kill the Black Hell King, then the Scarlet Emperor. Then he would go to the Heaven Realm and kill two of its three great leaders, Su Kong and Zhu Xiao. You are deluding yourself. It would be useless on me no matter how many beasts you have. Although Wusou said this, his heart was beginning to tremble. All signs showed that Yue Yang was training his beasts. In other words, he had sufficient confidence of killing him. What should he do? Wusou decided to kill the weakest one first, for example, the Reaper Mantis. Numerous lightning flickered in his hands. They then gathered and formed an enormous silver thunderbolt. The thunderbolt went towards the Reaper Mantis faster than the speed of sound. What made Wusou shocked that was the Reaper Mantis didn't attempt to dodge or run even when the gigantic thunderbolt was hurled towards it. Could it be that it was too slow to respond? Yue Yang didn't act as he watched quietly. Thunder Naga flew towards the thunderbolt fearlessly. Looking at her, it didn't look like she was trying to stop the thunderbolt hurled by Wusou, but instead, it looked like she was embracing it. As for the Spirit of Earth Fire, what she did was even more exaggerated. She made an devouring action. Still in mid-air, the Spirit of Earth Fire had already used her body to wrap around the thunderbolt which had took shape. She tried very hard to swallow and digest it in one mouthful, but of course it wasn't possible. In the end, the thunderbolt passed through her elemental body, and moved down furiously. Thunder Naga tried to receive it as she raised her hands and held Thunderbolt. She then continuously absorbed Thunderbolt's electrical energy. She also made use of the impact of Thunderbolt's diving action to fly. The spirit of earth fire charged towards it, unwilling to give up just like that. She opened her mouth widely as she fought with Thunder Naga to absorb Thunderbolt's energy like a little child fighting for candies. Wusu watched in shock. These beasts could actually engulf the electrical energy of a thunderbolt shot by a titan? I'll smash you all to death. Wusu was furious as he leaned down and raised his gigantic right hand. He then smashed it towards the spirit of earth fire and Thunder Naga on the ground. Roar! A thunderous roar resounded. Wusu felt that his left hand was controlled by a strong energy, as he missed the duo and smashed his hands onto the ground, leaving a deep handprint on the ground. The entire Blood Lake torture chamber shook from this smash. But Wusu was stunned. He forgot how many thousands of years, even before his confinement, had he been controlled the ancient behemoth. Other than that, no other tribes nor creature could control him, not even the giant dragons were capable of it. Today, a creature could actually pull away his attacking left hand. What creature was it exactly? Wusu turned his head and fixed his gaze on the ground. In the corner of the Blood Lake torture chamber, there stood an extremely tiny girl with horns pulling away his left hand with the enormous god-binding chains. It was her, the horned girl, who pulled away his left hand. Woman of the goat tribe, no, the barbarian cow tribe, what's going on? How can a foolish barbarian cows actually evolve to become a holy beast and personify so perfectly? Even with evolution, she shouldn't be stronger than me. Wusu realized that the strength of the barbarian cow grew stronger. When he discovered that she was almost on par to him in terms of strength, he became even more frightened. "Ah man, you're so impressive, keep going, drag him to the ground." Bloody Queen Red clapped and complimented "Ah man, dream on." Wusu was completely driven insane. Even a small female barbarian cow could pull down an ancient titan like him now? Although he lost both of his legs, he could still shake the mountains with just his arm strength. Ha! Barbarian cow Shadow Aman's strength was extremely terrifying. Flexing her arms, and digging both of her legs deep into the solid ground, she wrestled with Wusu in a crazed fashion. Her strength was actually a little weaker than Wusu the ancient titan. But with the heart of earth, she'll never feel exhausted. Numerous energy from the deepest point of the earth were channeled into her body continuously, turning into her own energy. Although she couldn't pull down Wusu, she could maintain the status quo for a long period of time. At the very least, she could hold down Wusu's left arm for the entire battle. Under the all-out dragging of the barbarian cow Shadow Aman, if Wusu didn't wish to become the first ancient titan in history to be dragged down by a newbie, then he would have to distract himself and allocate part of his focus to defend against Aman's pulling. The storm mermaid blew the storm conch, causing flashes of lightning and claps of thunder in the Blood Lake torture chamber to appear. Numerous dark clouds descended in the sky. Boom! Heavy rain poured down. The Reaper Mantis flew higher in the sky and started to kill the remaining demonic beasts. As for Bloody Queen Red, she dived down and let out an agonizing banshee scream. Noisy! Wusu reached out his right hand in agony as he attempted to catch the Bloody Queen and squeeze her to death. Xia Wen Li flashed before him, her beautiful eyes glared in anger as her binding inherent skill unleashed. God's blood is now mine. Yue Yang took the opportunity to throw something that gave off a blinding light at Wusu. It was the Prison Emperor Divine Seal. Although it hadn't recognized Yue Yang as its master yet, it would definitely be terrifying enough to thrust it at someone. The Scarlet Emperor already had a first-hand experience. With the god-killing dagger in his left hand and innate invisible sword Qi on his right, he thrust it into Wusu's beating heart with the power of the supreme sword. 10 hours later, the ancient titan who had lost all his fighting strength and was already on the brink of death collapsed after Yue Yang's final strike. His humongous body landed with a thud on a puddle of bloodied water, causing the water to splatter everywhere. Dead tired, Yue Yang finally relaxed and uncontrollably fell to the ground. Swaying her tail in the water, the storm mermaid swam towards Yue Yang. Her fair slender hand supported Yue Yang, before she stood against the waves. In the sky, Blood Queen Red and the Reaper Mantis descended slowly as they were so exhausted that their body could no longer support them to continue flying. It was still alright for Bloody Queen Red as she landed softly on the back of the golden tiger shark. But for the Reaper Mantis, it heavily fell into the water with its powerless wings, causing water to splash everywhere. It looked extremely sorry. If not for the stone element Medusa who pulled it out of the water in time, it would be the first Reaper Mantis in history to drown in shallow water. Not only the both of them, almost all the beasts that were involved in the battle were dead tired. Only the barbarian cow Shadow Aman still had some stamina. She would never get exhausted as long as she remained on the ground. Other than her, the spirit of Earth Fire, Thunder Naga, Ice Serpent Demon, Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen Duo and even Xia Wen Li were all beyond exhausted. Although Wusu lost half of his body, and was only left with the power of Heaven rank level 1, being an ancient titan, he still possessed the capability to fight till this stage without the help of any grimoires or treasures. All he depended on was sheer physical strength. The ancient titan really lived up to his name. If Wusu was free, or at his peak strength, if he had a summoning grimoire, or a guardian beast, or a supreme treasure, then the result of this battle might be the reverse. The reason why Yue Yang could defeat Wusu wasn't due to the number of beasts he possessed, but the few strands of God-binding chains. It restricted Wusu and hindered his activity. Being used as a punching bag, it could be said that Wusu only relied on his extremely strong body as an ancient titan to persist until now. I will remember you, you are really powerful. Yue Yang had been through numerous battles. Among them, only Wusu was the only one who did not use any dirty tactics. He was a big boss who relied solely on his combat power and endurance to fight. Yue Yang's hand was currently holding a gigantic heart. This titan's heart that was even larger than a house continuously shrunk due to the nirvana flames. After 10 minutes in the nirvana flame, it finally shrunk to the size of a melon. It was sturdy as iron and clear as crystal. Colorful, glowing God's blood flowed out gradually from the inside. When God's blood flowed out, a dazzling light filled the surroundings, making it hard to look at the drop of God's blood filled with immense amount of energy. An indescribable suppression accompanied by a supreme consciousness almost took control of Yue Yang. But as if he had already expected it, he continuously channeled his innate qi, that was just replenished, into God's blood. A pillar of the nirvana flame appeared and condensed into a ball. He wanted to challenge the impossible, that was, to purify God's blood completely with his innate qi and nirvana flame. Yue Yang did not bother about the divine consciousness present within God's blood, because he wouldn't be able to control it. So, Yue Yang merely wanted the energy in it. Was the divine consciousness inside God's blood stronger, or would the nirvana flame and innate qi be more powerful? 20 minutes later, the divine consciousness inside God's blood continued to fade away. The drop of gold in God's blood became nearly transparent with a tinge of gold and red. This was an abnormal phenomenon caused after the nirvana flame and innate qi drove away the divine consciousness and Yue Yang's consciousness taking over the God's blood completely. While other beasts weren't interested in the fading divine consciousness, the spirit of earth fire kept on trying to take it in. Yue Yang did not stop her. Conversely, he felt that this might be a good thing. Just a drop of God's blood is already so powerful. Yue Yang focused on the drop of God's blood that had undergone purification. Just one drop of this God's blood already contained the energy of innate level 10. Ha! Xia Wen Li smiled at Yue Yang sweetly. She was tired out just to get this drop of God's blood for Yue Yang. Good girl, I'll give this to you. Yue Yang moved the drop of God's blood in front of Xia Wen Li. Xia Wen Li smiled. She waved her hand and kept shaking her head. You don't like it? Yue Yang was stunned. Xia Wen Li suddenly opened up her fair arms as she held on tightly to Yue Yang's leg, indicating that she already possessed the best thing in the world, so she doesn't need God's blood. Yue Yang was initially shocked. This lowly lamia had always been like this. She would always be the first one to stand out when it comes to fighting off beasts. But she had never been greedy for any kinds of reward. She did not even care about the God's blood, which everyone were crazy after. I will give most of the ancient titan's body to Duo, and grant most of his blood to Little Mantis and you all, and titan's heart to Aman. Since Xia Wen Li doesn't want this drop of God's blood, I'll give it to you. Yue Yang felt that this drop of God's blood would be helpful to any of the females, but he was afraid that their bodies wouldn't be able to take it. The Phoenix Beauty would be capable of it, but she was already an elder innate, so she can take her time in leveling up. Yue Yang decided to use the God's blood to groom his guardian beast instead. Especially for Aman, Bloody Queen Red and Duo, the three main players, he would place more focus on them. Thank you master, but Red doesn't want the God's blood. Bloody Queen Red shook her head and waved her hands. She wasn't the only one, as Barbarian Cow Shadow Aman did the same thing. How about you, Duo? Yue Yang was puzzled. Why did they not want it? Had. Me too. Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen did not receive over the God's blood in Yue Yang's hand. But she stuck out her tongue happily and licked the wounds on Yue Yang's body. It made her look like a greedy kitten. Normally Yue Yang would get angry since he wasn't grooming vampires. Could it be that you guys like my blood better? Looking at this, Yue Yang seemed to understand something. It's very sweet. Duo's physical appearance had already evolved to become a drop-dead gorgeous beauty, but her personality hasn't matured yet as she still behaved like a big loli. In the aspect of personifying, she was better than Red. She was intelligent too, but was a tad weaker than Red in terms of human emotions. Actually Red had just surpassed Duo recently. If the Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen Duo didn't have to evolve numerous times during her growing phase, causing her to hibernate too much, or if Bloody Queen Red did not get inspired by Yue Yang and his ladies, the Sickly Beauty, Luohua City Mistress and the Phoenix Beauty, Red wouldn't be able to compare with the Queen of Plants. Although Duo and Red did not answer directly, Yue Yang already got his answer. Maybe their reactions were out of their instinct since they couldn't understand it themselves. However, after Yue Yang went through Empress Fei Wen Li's spirit blood contract, Xia Wen Li undergoing rebirth with his blood, and then Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen's act of licking his blood, and the miracle where the Reaper Mantis and Spirit of Earth Fire were obtained due to his blood, Yue Yang would be a fool if he still wasn't suspicious about himself. Yue Yang had always thought that the innate qi in his blood was producing a special effect all along. Now, it seems that it wasn't entirely true. The innate qi definitely had its plus points, but what that was really making all these happen was Yue Yang's own blood. Maybe the old priest's kick might have injected certain immortal energy into his blood and then caused the nature of his body to change. Or could it be that his body's nature changed when the sword spirit goddess made him eat the elixir from her universal pouch when he almost died during his travel through dimensions? Yue Yang couldn't come to a conclusion. But since Red and Duo would rather have his fresh blood than God's blood, it had proven a point. Even if his blood wasn't God's blood, it must be good stuff. It might even be akin to Tang Seng's meat, where one can enjoy immortality just by having it. Yue Yang started guessing randomly, but he couldn't arrive to a conclusion, so he had to leave it aside and study it further another day. Last, Tang Seng is the monk from Journey to the West https://n.wikipedia.org/wiki/journey_to_the_west. He first packed up God's blood and then used a Nirvana flame blade to slowly dismantle the body of the ancient titan. Apart from his right arm, he gave the rest of his body to Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen so that she can level up from where she is now. Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen had already swallowed lots of innates and hybrids, so she can at least level up to become a divine beast. She's only left with digesting all of them now. Now, with the body of the ancient titan, Yue Yang guessed that her future would be limitless. Of course, the growth potential of the Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen was extremely high, and Yue Yang had always been giving her the best, so he definitely wouldn't be reluctant to give her the corpse of an ancient titan. Wait for me to wake up from my hibernation, I'll definitely work hard to repay you, Master. Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen hugged and kissed Yue Yang before she reluctantly returned back to hibernate. Collect all the fresh blood. Storm Mermaid gathered all the fresh blood that dripped into the pool, forming a gigantic bloody ball before she raised it up into the air and slowly moved it in front of Yue Yang. She was the one whose intelligence was developing the quickest among Stone Element Medusa, Thunder Naga, and Ice Serpent Demon. When Storm Mermaid could speak clearly, Stone Element Medusa and the rest were still struggling to learn the human language, even their master Xia Wen Li couldn't speak. But Yue Yang suspected that Xia Wen Li already knew how to speak. She might be like the Kailan girl, Bing Yin, who did not want to talk as her voice still sounded very immature. This could also be caused by her personality. Titan's blood is also a good stuff. Yue Yang felt that if it could refine further, it would be the top choice used to groom beasts. It shouldn't go to waste. But the problem was that he didn't have the time, neither does he have the energy for further refinement. So Yue Yang could only keep the Titan's blood. He put it away into his platinum ring and decided to take his time to deal with it. An hour had passed as Yue Yang broke one strip of God-binding chain with his Nirvana flame. Suddenly, numerous light shone appeared from Yue Yang, Xia Wen Li, Bloody Queen Red, Barbarian Cow Shadow Aman, Reaper Mantis, Spirit of Earth Fire, Stone Element Medusa and the rest's bodies. The reason was that the battle had only officially ended just now. The summoning grimoire flew to Yue Yang's side as World the Guardian Beast shot out a blinding ray that caused the halo with an initial 80 meters diameter to increase to over 100 meters. All of the beasts leveled up together, including Xia Wen Li, who was the hardest to level up among them all. She leveled up consecutively after the attack against the Scarlet Emperor, assassination against the Emperor of the Ocean and joint attack against Wusu. Part of the credit also went to the training she got from fighting against these extremely strong opponents. But most importantly, she had absorbed the energy of the Mother Earth potion. Her energy instantly surged. These, combined with the training and experience she got from this battle, how would she not level up? Xia Wen Li rose from level 5 diamond ranked to level 6 diamond ranked. Yue Yang's decision to kill Wusu was to groom this lowly Lamia. Seeing that she finally went past level 5 and had moved on to level 6 diamond ranked, his heart was brimming with joy. Rainbow-colored lights were everywhere and filled the entire room. The aromatic fragrance in the room soothed everyone's soul. Xia Wen Li gradually rose into the air under the dazzling glow. Her entire body looked sparkling and translucent as if a piece of white jade as she slowly grew bigger. Although she was still a small lowly, Yue Yang excitedly discovered that Xia Wen Li had grown again. He had to continue with his lowly grooming plan. It looked like he's getting obvious results. For a moment, Yue Yang felt a huge sense of accomplishment, and also felt unusually relieved at the same time. Chapter 492 Look at how impressive my son-in-law is. Translated by, Last, WANT2EAT. Edited by, Last. TL said by, Last. Yue Yang felt that some kind of secret energy burst forth from his mind as if he had attained enlightenment. The knowledge passed on to him by the tragic guy's mother was greatly unlocked. Xia Wen Li returned into Yue Yang's body. Immediately, his state of enlightenment became much more clearer. What Yue Yang felt was not only the tragic guy's mother's knowledge. He also Xia Wen Li's knowledge, memory fragments, and Empress Fei Wen Li's inheritance. At the same time, during this state of enlightenment, when he was soaking in this kind of sensation, the blood prison torture chamber began to shake. The surface was gradually collapsing. The indestructible walls were also cracking. The blood lake torture chamber could collapse at any time, even the entire space would collapse. Barbarian Cow Shadow, man, was the first to awaken from her level up and rushed towards Yue Yang. She quickly picked him up with all her strength. Bloody Queen Red followed closely behind as she flew up to the sky and shielded away the stones that were continuously falling down on Yue Yang and man. She did this so that her master, who was still in his meditation, wouldn't be affected. Reaper Mantis flapped its wings and flew up. When it looked down, it realized that there was still one god-binding chain that Yue Yang was not able to store away in time. As if thinking it out, the Reaper Mantis hovered in the sky before diving down. Even though the entire Blood Lake torture chamber could collapse in any time, it did not forget to bring the treasure its owner obtained with great difficulty. On the other hand, the spirit of Earth Fire who had absorbed part of the divine consciousness did not have such awareness. The spirit of Earth Fire became more gigantic and near to human form after absorbing the divine consciousness. Most importantly, she was fusing with the divine consciousness, drawing support from it such that she could make use of the energy to level up, perfect herself and make a breakthrough. She flew about the Blood Lake torture chamber excitedly as she knocked away the falling broken stones and used part of the controllable divine consciousness to gather surrounding rocks together before shooting them out again. She was immersed in her play and was completely oblivious to the surrounding danger. To her, there was no danger involved in the collapse of the Blood Lake torture chamber. Of course, she did not know and wasn't aware that her master was a human mortal. Stone Element Medusa, Storm Mermaid, Thunder Naga and Ice Serpent Demon followed closely behind Yue Yang as they guarded his front and back to ensure his safety. The one on the front line was the Stone Element Medusa. She stopped swinging her tails due to a noise. It was a gold-ranked level 8 Blood Python King. It was unknown why the Blood Python King was so tenacious as it still hadn't died. It hissed painfully towards Yue Yang and the rest. Initially, the Stone Element Medusa thought that it was trying to attack them as she knocked her arrow and prepared to shoot it. The Blood Python King was sensitive enough to know that it was about to die as tears rolled down its eyes. Seeing it cry made Stone Element Medusa put down her bow and arrow. Ice Serpent Demon who was dressed like a female general yelled unpleasantly. She who was strongest in the team did not allow her sisters to be distracted while protecting their master, let alone to lose focus and stay in a space that was going to break down soon for a negligible Blood Python King. Hiss hiss. Blood Python King seemed to be imploring for Stone Element Medusa's help as it couldn't leave the Blood Lake torture chamber with such heavy injuries. Moreover, it was restricted by the ancient code in the Blood Lake torture chamber, so it wouldn't be able to truly leave the place. When it saw that the Stone Element Medusa left it behind, it looked up at the sky and hissed in pain sorrowfully. Stone Element Medusa stopped and looked back. Blood Python King quickly struggled towards her, but before it could reach her, the Ice Serpent Demon let out another strict yell. Stone Element Medusa quickly raised her bow after hearing her. Since it wasn't able to catch up, she'll help to end its life then. Even before Stone Element Medusa could release her golden arrow, the Blood Python King rolled around the ground in pain. There were large amount of blood oozing out from its tail as a tiny head slided out from its reproductive hole. A little life kept struggling in the almost transparent sac as if wanting to get out and see the world. It was because of this premature baby that Stone Element Medusa gave up trying to kill the Blood Python King. She fished out a green crystal stone and faced the Blood Python King's direction. Even before Stone Element Medusa could start chanting the contract, the Blood Python King hurriedly turned into a golden ray of light and shot towards the green crystal stone with its little offsprings. Yue Yang who was still in his meditation was unaware of all these. Of course, even if he saw it, he would not stop it. He would be happy that Stone Element Medusa was no longer a cruel killing machine as she started to possess human intelligence and emotions. This was a huge improvement. It wasn't until they reached the ancient pagoda at the entrance of the Blood Lake torture chamber that Yue Yang was jolted awake. When he saw that the entire Blood Lake torture chamber was turning into ruins and the whole space was beginning to be distorted, he quickly fished out his best teleportation crystal. Bloody Queen Red, Barbarian Cow Shadow Aman, Reaper Mantis, Stone Element Medusa, Storm Mermaid, Thunder Naga and Ice Serpent Demon all returned to the grimoire world. Only the spirit of Earth Fire, who was late, made Yue Yang incensed and got a scolding in return. Spirit of Earth Fire was scared but she still couldn't understand why, she only remembered that she would be scolded every time she played for an extended period of time. She finally remembered it this time. After Yue Yang unsummoned the spirit of Earth Fire, put away the god-binding chain, and broke his teleportation crystal, the entire Blood Lake torture chamber finally collapsed. It was world-shaking. The exact instant that Yue Yang teleported away, the whole space started to distort and deform as a huge explosion occurred in the Blood Lake torture chamber. Boom! Although it was a successful teleportation, the shock wave from the explosion still sent Yue Yang flying. When he arrived at the training grounds, there was an error in the landing. The spatial distortion sent Yue Yang flying like a bullet and smashed him on one of the Yu clan castle's training grounds flag tower. The tower was partially destroyed. Luckily, the Yu clan flag and the Xia flag did not break, or else it might be viewed as an unlucky sign about the war. If that happened, everyone's morale would probably plummet. Hui Tai Lang was the fastest as it reached Yue Yang's side before anyone could respond. It wiggled its tail furiously as it was extremely happy. Don't you find your return a little too exaggerated? Jun Wuyu came out when he heard the noise and discovered Yue Yang, who was covered in dirt, standing up from the rubble. He was extremely happy and didn't reprimand him for damaging the tower, instead they started to laugh pleasantly. Youngsters should be more earnest in doing things. How are you going to take responsibility for your recklessness? Although Elder Yu Hai was reprimanding Yue Yang, he was actually thanking his ancestors on the inside. If something happened to this rare obedient genius grandson of his, then he would definitely not be able to live on anymore. The hope of the entire Yu clan was on Yue Yang's shoulders. If he couldn't come back, the entire Yu clan would fall. Luckily, this little guy, who made others worried sick, finally returned. He looked fine, and wasn't heavily injured as expected. The old fox acted immediately smoothed things over. He flew toward Yue Yang, who was still a little dizzy, and pulled him back before patting away the broken rocks on his body. It's good enough for you to be back here, it's good enough. Don't say anything, we all understand. Fatty Hai, what kind of boss are you? Quickly go fetch some water for the third young master to wash his face, your little brother is already like this, do you still have pride as the boss? Fatty Hai, whose face was previously full of tears, wiped his face and started to become proud. Rest assured, you don't need me, many people would fight to do this. Lu Yat, although I'm good at fetching water, as your boss I have decided to give you an opportunity to present yourself. Even before he could complete his sentence, Ye Kong had already kicked him away. As compared to Baoer, who rushed into Yue Yang's embrace and cried hysterically, Lu Ye was more reserved as only tiny teardrops could be found on her face. Forget about her, even the usually aloof Xue Tan Lang also turned his head away as he tried to stop himself from crying. Ye Kong and the Li brothers, together with the rest, rushed up excitedly as they released all their pain and anxiety from waiting for Yue Yang for one day and one night. Girls could cry to their heart's content, but as guys, they were too embarrassed to do it, hence they cheered and hurled Yue Yang up in the air. Shoo shoo, go over there. My student and I haven't seen each other for a long time, let us have a chat. Old Fox waited for them to finish their things before placing his hand on Yue Yang's shoulder and asked him excitedly. Brat, what treasures have you gotten yourself, take it out and broaden my horizon. Nothing much, just a bunch of junk. This time, I got a holy ranked god binding chain, but it is broken. Yue Yang deliberately acted humble. Pu. Jun Wuyu and Elder Yu Hai realized that they shouldn't drink water when Yue Yang was around. If not, they would choke to death. Initially they wanted to act like they were seniors and wanted to stop embarrassing themselves. They wanted to be indifferent towards anything like seniors, but they still couldn't hold it in the end. Who has a holy ranked treasure among them? Forget about normal warriors, even innate rankers and the Imperial Guards didn't own any, they would already be proud if they were to own a platinum ranked treasure. Now, just a casual trip to the God's Ruin could give Yue Yang a holy ranked god binding chain, how would they have the face to live on? But thinking of it again, Yue Yang already possessed a lot of magic weapons. His self-made Huijin magic blade was close to being holy ranked, so the god binding chain would be nothing to him. Old Fox knew that he wouldn't have a share of the god binding chain, so he didn't probe any further. It would be a waste of his energy anyway. It was used to bind the ancient titan, so even if it was given to him, he had no way of using it. He continued to place his hands on Yue Yang's shoulders and congratulated him. Are there any that we can share? You can keep the god binding chain to deal with the Black Hell King, give us some platinum ranked or gold ranked treasures. I'm very easily satisfied, just any 2 random treasures would suffice. Feng Xiao Yun, Shui Wendao, Yan Qianzhong and the others almost collapsed when they heard it. Did the third young master of the Yu clan learn to become shameless from this old guy? Elder Yu Hai wanted to beat up the old fox. There was finally a genius junior in the Yu clan, and was sent to you with much anticipation, but you actually taught the aspiring hero to become a shameless pervert. Although being shameless would prevent Yue Yang from being taken advantage of, it would tarnish his reputation and he couldn't even find an excuse to compliment his grandson. No other treasures. Yue Yang rejected him. As a treasure collector himself, why would he give the treasures to others easily? Is the ancient titan dead yet? I don't mind getting some of its meat since I just contracted a baby dragon recently. If it could have some ancient titan's meat, you really have it? My god! Old Fox saw that a huge figure appeared in the sky. The 100-meter-long arm suddenly fell to the ground, causing the entire Yu clan castle to shake slightly. The entire training ground was completely demolished with the bricks shattering into a million pieces. Forget about the old fox who was standing between the gaps of the ancient titan's finger, even Jun Wuyu, Elder Yu Hai, Eastern Sky King and Feng Kuang, who were standing from afar, were scared witless as they shuddered, causing the teacup in their hands to fall. Everyone present felt a dizzy sensation as they couldn't recover from the shock they felt for a while. Any random finger of the ancient titan would already be 20 meters long. Its entire arm was more than 100 meters. The reason why Yue Yang left the arm was to encourage everyone. First, he wanted to boost their morale, second, it was to level of their beasts. With the ancient titan's blood and meat, he believed that the ranks of the beasts would increase by another level. A long sword light shot out from the god-killing dagger as Yue Yang sliced piece after piece of meat from the arm and used it as gifts for the old fox and the rest. Yue Yang definitely wouldn't forget Ye Kong, Fatty Hai and the rest too. Hui Tai Lang? It had already started chewing on it. It wasn't modest at all as it knew that Yue Yang prepared most of the arm for it, so it started to eat without any restraints. Okay, I don't need so much, you should keep this precious arm. They are all old guys, it would be a waste for them to use it, giving them a bit of it will do. Old Fox quickly stopped Yue Yang from slicing the meat as it would be useless for their beasts to continue leveling up. It would be better used in leveling up Yue Yang's beasts. That makes sense. Ascetic Practice Saint strongly agreed. My good son-in-law, you killed the ancient titan all on your own? Ha ha ha, amazing, I'm very pleased. Eastern Sky King was very pleased. He thought, what use is a son when I am superior without one? It's good to have a daughter, look how impressive my son-in-law is. Feng Xiaoyun and Yan Qianzhong, you guys who only have sons should go cry in the corner. Although he did not say it out loud, his haughty gesture made Yan Qianzhong and the rest extremely mad. Don't boast in front of me. Who doesn't have a daughter? The only one that could despise the Eastern Sky King would be Jun Wuyu, who had given birth to the tigress. Chu San is working very hard. You can rest in peace now. Elder Yu Hai turned around discreetly, tear-streaked. After the fight at the Blood Lake torture chamber, Ye Kong, Fatty Hai, Xuetan Lang, Tian Luo Prince and the rest all leveled up to different extent. Amongst them, Xuetan Lang, Ye Kong and Fatty Hai leveled up the greatest. Under Yue Yang's guidance and his own hard work, plus the resources of 2 kingdoms used in grooming him, Xuetan Lang was highly anticipated to become the second person after Yue Yang to turn into an innate at age 20. He was already a lesser innate, and very close to becoming an innate. Just by consuming the martial spirit pill, it was guaranteed that he would level up to become an innate and enter the world of rankers. Of course, he did not become a lesser innate from self-cultivation like how Yue Yang did. If not for Yue Yang's guidance, he would need at least another 50 years or even longer to reach where he is now. It was because of this that Xuetan Lang was unwilling to break the record set by Yue Yang, so he did not consume the martial spirit pill immediately. He prepared to wait for another month before turning into an innate. That way, he would be ranked below Yue Yang. What I want is relentless pursuit for excellence, not overtaking by self-deceit. Xuetan Lang felt that if he were to break Yue Yang's record, it would be a form of disrespect towards his brother-in-law. Xuetan Lang knew that without the advice Yue Yang gave, he wouldn't be able to rank up so easily. Yue Yang helped to purify his body and made him go through rebirth. Yue Yang then passed on many of his own enlightenments to him, saving him 50 or even 100 years of cultivation time. If Xuetan Lang were to use this to break Yue Yang's record, and top the list among those who became innates through self-cultivation, not only would it be a sign of disrespect, this would also be an uncondonable shame on himself. Why be so bothered by these? Everyone knows your brother-in-law is indeed the strongest. Moreover, even if you don't break his record, Yu Bing and Yu Shuang would definitely do it in the future. Old Foxes persuaded. However, Xuetan Lang rejected him. The mainstream idea in the Soaring Dragon Continent is to honor men. If Yu Bing and Yu Shuang were to become innate at the age of 20, everyone would know the reason why, so they won't be bothered. But as a man, I can't do this. My brother-in-law will always be the top in the history of the Soaring Dragon Continent, no one can surpass him, I will never destroy his reputation just to become an innate 1 month earlier. Xuetan Lang maintained a firm stance on this. This could be the longest speech ever spoken by the poker-faced Xuetan Lang ever since he entered adulthood. The old guys around were very touched when they heard it. How would they not know that this is the result of Yue Yang's effort? They were just anxious in grooming more young innates. Following closely behind Xuetan Lang, who was a lesser innate, were Ye Kong and Fatty Hai. The difference between them wasn't huge. Now they were already at half-step level 8 Emperor. There's still a gap they had to fill before they become lesser innates. But according to the speed at which they were improving now, it would just be a matter of time before they become innates. Ye Kong was also the same. Before he met Yue Yang, he almost starved to death. He led a meaningless life. Today, although not equipped with any grimoires, he who picked himself up under the guidance of Yue Yang and the aid of the King Kong demon ape and Herculean rhinoceros beetle became even stronger than Fatty Hai. He was undoubtedly the second strongest in the team. When Yue Yang wasn't around, Ye Kong would become the leader of the team. He's got impressive leadership skills, even the poker-faced Xuetan Lang listened to him. Apart from the three of them, Tian Luo Prince who was similarly a half-step emperor would likely become an innate too. He started high, and met Yue Yang comparatively later, so his improvements weren't that exaggerated as compared to Ye Kong and Fatty Hai. But his innate abilities were not inferior to Xuetan Lang. He definitely has a bright future too. As for the Li brothers, Lin En, Anna, Baoer, Lu Yat, Li Ao, Fan Lung Tai and the rest, they wouldn't be able to become innates in such a short period of time. They were still far from becoming one, so they had to continue working hard. Continue to work hard, don't let Hui Tai Lang overtake you. Yue Yang's words made Hui Tai Lang wag his tail happily. Of course, Yue Yang wasn't exaggerating. With the current standards of Ye Kong and Fatty Hai, they really couldn't be compared with Hui Tai Lang. Hui Tai Lang, who had ranked up to become a divine beast, had been becoming more powerful. If Ye Kong and Fatty Hai weren't able to catch up, the gap would become bigger and bigger. Forget about catching up with Yue Yang when catching up with Hui Tai Lang was tiring enough. It was due to this pressure that Xuetan Lang, Ye Kong, Fatty Hai and the others trained themselves crazily. They really didn't want to lose out to Hui Tai Lang. They were fine with losing to Yue Yang since he was an abnormal genius. But losing to Hui Tai Lang, they would bring shame to the entire human race. Yan Pojun and Feng Qisha were upset as they who had just rose to become level 7 overlords after lots of hard work. When they arrived closer to the team, their presence became weaker. Apart from Lu Ye and Baoer, they were even weaker than the 4 orc girls. They were actually geniuses who became level 7 overlords at just 20. Looking through the history of the Soaring Dragon Continent, they could even be the top few hundreds among prodigies. But the problem was that under the lead of Yue Yang, the abnormal genius, the Soaring Dragon Continent entered an explosive time. Even Ye Kong, Li Qi and Li Ji, who did not possess any summoning grimoire, were already level 8 emperors. So this made the duo who just leveled to level 7 overlord look pathetic. Let's cultivate together, let bygones be bygones. Our future doesn't lie only in the Soaring Dragon Continent, it lies in the Tongtian Tower, or even the Heaven Realm. There's certain amount of comfort in Yue Yang's words. Actually, Yan Pojun and Feng Qisha knew that the highest level they could ever achieve would be to become innates. Heaven Realm? It only belonged to Yue Yang, the high flyer. It wouldn't be their place. He has become more matured. I was previously still worried about his stubbornness. Jun Wuyu was very happy to see this. Yue Yang's willingness to allow Yan Pojun and Feng Qisha to join the team united the 4 big clans. The 4 big clans would then become entwined and interconnected. They no longer have to be worried of internal conflicts that might break them apart. Nat, I still see him as a child. Elder Yu Hai was humble on the surface, but he was actually very proud. He is a kid. The old fox laughed when he heard it. After leaving the Yu clan castle, Yue Yang returned to the mirage in the palace of Tian Luo. Before going to see Fourth Mother, Yue Yang first went to give Tian Luo's emperor, Huasu Ri, a bottle of refined Titan's blood. He did this to thank Huasu Ri for allowing Fourth Mother to safely reside in Tian Luo. It wouldn't be nice if he didn't reciprocate his/her kindness. He did it also out of curiosity. He guessed that Huasu Ri was a woman, if not he wouldn't have sensed that she was a girl the first time he fell into the mirage. Moreover, if he were to be a guy, Fourth Mother wouldn't be able to stay here for such a long period. Why wasn't Fourth Mother living in Xia Palace? Why was Night Empress so close to this mysterious emperor of Tian Luo? Yue Yang wanted to find out the answers to many of his questions, so he made a special trip down to see Huasu Ri, under the pretext of giving him/her Titan's blood. The Emperor has sent me over to tell you that your gift is accepted and it is well liked by the Emperor. But due to slight physical discomfort, the Emperor wouldn't be able to see you. Also, the Emperor heard that Third Young Master is making ancient dolls now, so the Emperor would like to grant you a treasure to help you succeed. Tian Luo Emperor Huasu Ri's female guard went over to give the reply to Yue Yang. She smiled and bowed to Yue Yang as she rejected his advances to see Huasu Ri. Then I wish your majesty to be in good health. Yue Yang was quite sure that Huasu Ri is definitely a girl now, but how was the Night Empress related to her? Was she her sister? Relative? Or friend? He couldn't come to a conclusion at the moment. When Yue Yang went to see Fourth Mother, she had obviously received the news that he was going to return. Although she looked calm on the outside, she was actually very excited. It was Yu Bing who hopped in joy when she saw that her brother had returned. She quickly jumped into Yue Yang's embrace before Yi Nan. Yi Nan rushed in front of Yue Yang. She wore an adorable expression which made her look like she was struggling to keep in her tears. She bit her lips and suppressed her desires. She wanted to hug this man whom she had thought of for thousands of times. But she did not have the courage to express her feelings into action. Yue Yang secretly reached out his hand and wiped away the tears that rolled down her cheeks. Don't worry. Aren't I safe and sound? I'm fine. Yi Nan blushed as she blocked his big hands shyly. It looked like she did not want everyone to see his intimate action. She still tried to keep up a strong front. I did not cry. Before she could finish her sentence, another disobedient tear rolled down. Yu Shuang moved her head around, forcibly trying to squeeze a gap beside her sister. I didn't cry too, I have been obedient all along, I did not even cry when mother hit my butt. Yu Shuang looked at Yue Yang and asked for his compliment. Yinan felt that she was funny, so she quickly wiped away her tears and rebuked jokingly. It was all your fault. When Yue Yang reached out his hands to carry her, Yinan saw that Luo Hua City Mistress, Sickly Beauty and Yu were all smiling as they looked in their direction. She immediately hid shyly, as she moved Yu Shuang into Yue Yang's embrace, dodging from his touchy hands at the same time. Yu Shuang didn't stand on ceremony as she hugged her brother intimately and gave him 2 kisses. Seeing a powdered fruit appearing on Yue Yang's hand, she immediately snatched it over and said brother is the best sweetly. Her words bore an extremely high sugar content which made people feel sweet. Yu Bing gave Yu Shuang's butt a slap and reprimanded her. You only know how to eat. Come down quickly. Brother had just returned and he's very tired. Yu Shuang wasn't scared of anything except for this strict sister of hers. The powdered fruit was in her hands anyway, so she immediately hopped out of Yu Yang's embrace and grimaced at Yu Bing. Brother isn't tired. She turned her head again, wanting to complain to fourth mother. Mother, sister hit me, my butt is hurting. Fourth mother did not attempt to protect her. She raised her hand and indicated that she wanted to hit her too. Yu Shuang immediately turned her head and hid in the Yu's embrace. She knew that her second sister was the most gentle person. Not only would she not hit her, she doted on her a lot. When Yu Shuang was done, Luo Hua City Mistress rushed forward. She nonchalantly grabbed Yu Yang's arms and hurriedly asked, tell me what happened to the ancient titan. Did you defeat the ancient titan too? How did you do it? I would have gone if I had known, it's such a pity. It would have been a great opportunity. Oh right, what treasure did you get? No, you should begin from the start, I'm so anxious, quickly tell us now. Seeing it, the sickly beauty laughed. Let him rest and drink some water, there's plenty of time to ask. Luo Hua City Mistress saw Yu brought the water over, she immediately snatched it and handed it over to Yu Yang, acting all obedient. Drink some tea, young master. Everyone was left speechless by her. The joint army of Xia Jin Kingdom and the Black Hell Army officially declared war on Xia and Tianluo Kingdom. Of course, it was still considered to be a small-scale war. The 3,000 elite soldiers of the Black Hell Army captured Xia Xiaofeng City, Hotu City and Zhongmu City. Although Jun Wuyu ordered the 3 city master numerous times to retreat immediately in an attempt to shrink the defying fighting regions as per their plan so as to prevent meaningless sacrifices, the 3 city masters still rejected Jun Wuyu's imperial order with the reason that being as warriors they should guard their city even if it means that they may die. With this, the 3 city masters, who were part of the minority that weren't bribed by Xia Jin Kingdom, all died on the battlefield. When the opponent's joint army captured the 3 cities, they did not carry out a massacre. Instead, they treated the residents very well, in an attempt to win their hearts. They even sent their men to deliver the bodies of the 3 city masters to Shangjing, so that Jun Wuyu could give them a grand burial. When Yue Yang heard the news, he sent someone over to ask if they wished to take revenge on the opponent. It's none of your business, it wouldn't be called a war if nobody dies. You don't have to worry about these things. Elder Yu Hai did not give Yue Yang the chance to interfere. The Black Hell King is yours, leave the war matters to us. Old guys like us are still quite useful in times like this. The old fox managed to convince Yue Yang against it. As for Fatty Hai, Ye Kong, Shui Tenlang and the rest who volunteered to fight, he chided them. Soldiers against soldiers, generals against generals and emperor against emperor. How many soldier can you all kill? 3,000, 30,000 or 300,000? What use is that? Do you guys know how many demons there are in the demon abyss? Or how many mercenaries there are in Tongtian Tower? There'll never be a shortage of soldiers in this world, only the generals and emperors are lacking, so go do the things you need to do, cultivate and level up. The war had only just began, it won't end in a month's time. It's gonna last for years or even decades. The Black Hell King is just testing waters now, do you understand? He is only making his first move on the chessboard, so we respond by moving too. If you're so impulsive, then how are we gonna continue like this? The only thing that should be moving now should only be the chess piece. Since the old guys who specialized in military affairs were so steady, Yue Yang wouldn't interfere further. Without obtaining any treasures to strengthen himself, he wouldn't act immediately. After a day, Yue Yang finally knew why the Black Hell King had declared war. Yu Zhen from the Warrior Guild wrote a letter to Titan Jr. In the letter, he mentioned that the Sea Clan in the 8th and 9th level of Tongtian Tower were incensed and decided to take revenge when they heard that the Ocean Emperor was killed by an Xi and Titan Jr. together. The Ocean Emperor's Empress Jellyfish sent out over 100,000 Sea Clan elites. Led by the sole remaining king, the Shark King. In 3 months' time, they would enter the Soaring Dragon Continent through the ancient passage to look for Titan Jr. who killed the Ocean Emperor and their Sea Dragon Crown Prince. The Black Hell Army most probably had already formed an alliance with the 100,000 of Sea Clan members, so they launched the attack first to gain the upper hand. The name, Titan Jr., had currently shook the entire Tongtian Tower. Forget about a newbie killing Tiger Nian, Nightmare, and Demon Eye, they were all innates below the level 5 after all, so they weren't considered to be true innate rankers. His act of killing Sky Dragon made others reel in shock. Sky Dragon was not a simple person, his name had been known for quite a long time. Luckily the Sky Demon Palace did not pursue the matter with Yue Yang, so not many knew about it. But the shocking thing Titan Jr. done after that couldn't be hidden no matter how one tried to cover it up. The name of the Ocean Emperor, one of the 5 emperors of Tongtian Tower, suddenly dulled on the innate crystal that day. What does that mean? He died. So who killed the Ocean Emperor Guanlan? Results obtained showed 2 names. One of them was an Xi the King of Assassins, the other one was Titan Jr., a newbie who had just entered the 6th floor of Tongtian Tower. He was registered as a mediocre level 6 elder, a rank that would have meant nothing to Guanlan. He could instantly kill hundreds of such people with just a point of his finger. It was only until now that the warriors of Tongtian Tower discovered the terrifying truth that Titan Jr. had already killed Tiger Nian, Nightmare, and Demon Eye, who were 3 fallen innates in the Thunder Fortress, and then killed another Sky Dragon who was part of the 10 Sky Demons of the Sky Demon Palace. Moreover, Sky Demon Palace did not even pursue the matter. Their leader, Sky Execution, acted as if she didn't know that Sky Dragon was dead. There was an earlier rumor that even before this, Titan Jr. had already went into the Demon Palace by himself, and killed Demon King Baruth's ally in front of many Demon Kings. And even way back, when the Eastern Goblin tribe kidnapped an emperor of the Soaring Dragon Continent, Titan Jr. rushed into the ancient passage to chase after the people from the Eastern Goblin tribe. The Dragon Emperor of the tribe then decided to release the kidnapped emperor upon hearing Yue Yang's brave deeds. It remained unknown if it was the Black Hell Army or others with ulterior motive who did it, but all the warriors in the Tongtian Tower finally knew Titan Jr.'s real name. In the Soaring Dragon Continent, this man is called Yue Yang. With his own innate gift and effort, Yue Yang was a genius who cultivated himself to become an innate at 20 years old. No one had preceded him, and it was believed that no one could succeed him too. The drawing on the wanted warrant is so ugly. Yue Zhen even mailed Yue Yang a copy of the wanted warrant made by the Sea Clan. They offered 10 million gold to get him, together with a holy ranked treasure, 10 mysterious ocean treasures that were above rank 7 and 100 wisdom fruits. Yue Yang wasn't satisfied with the drawing of his Gemini mask on the portrait, he felt that it was too ugly. But he was pleased with the bounty as it made him the most expensive convict in the history of Tongtian Tower. Xiao-san, I didn't know that you are so expensive. Yue saw it and kept laughing discreetly. Nah, he is still far from it. Get rid of all the whatnots like the Dragon Emperor, Sky Emperor, and Emperor of the Underworld, and aim to raise the reward to 1 billion, that would be more impressive. Luohua City Mistress was in a good mood as she hugged and kissed Yue Yang, and asked him to keep it up. If he were to kill all the 4 emperors, who will dare to go after him? Moreover, no one will have that much money. The sickly beauty felt that the reward of 10 million was already the limit. Yes, Grandpa and Xi's reward is only 5 million, it's only half of brother's. Yu Bing felt proud of his brother. That's because the old guy's dead, if not the person in this wanted warrant would have been him. His would have been mine. Yue Yang smiled and waved his hand carefree. Don't care about the Sea Clan now, our focus will still be on cultivating. With power, we won't have to fear anyone who comes in our way. Luohua and Wu Han, you all can stop for a while. Yinan, the most important person to level up is you, follow me. Wait. Luohua City Mistress grabbed Yue Yang's waist, and went over to the other side from under his armpit. She raised up her face and asked flirtatiously. You have already talked about Zhang Ying. I want to know matters about Hai Yingwu right now. If this wanted warrant doesn't exist, it seems that there are still a lot of things that we do not know. Would you care to explain? Xiao-san, you have to explain things clearly. Yu did not stand on Yue Yang's side this time round. Brother definitely won't like the daughter of the Ocean Emperor. Impossible, brother is her arch-enemy since he killed her father. Yu Bing was the only one who had always trusted Yue Yang. Even if there's something going on, it doesn't make any difference with the addition of Hai Yingwu. Although the sickly beauty's words seemed to be aggravating the situation, it definitely came from the bottom of her heart. There's really nothing going on between me and her. We were merely acquaintances. Yue Yang waved his hand sheepishly, indicating that he was a good guy that didn't fool around. Really? Okay, I believe you, not. Luohua City Mistress ferociously bit Yue Yang's chest. Okay, since he said that there is nothing going on, then maybe nothing really happened. Stop all your wild guesses, I feel that it is also impossible. Yinan saved Yue Yang from Luohua City Mistress's claws. She tenderly rubbed Yue Yang's chest. Is it painful? We can do this amicably, why did you have to bite him? Humph, he won't die from it anyway. Usually, Luohua City Mistress wasn't this unruly, but seeing Yunan's repeated attempts to protect Yue Yang, she felt upset. She had to do something to anger this girl who dared to be engaged without the consent of her parents, and said that she wanted to betroth her sister to Yue Yang as an excuse. Yunan was still only 18, when she met Yue Yang, she was only 16, she was just a child then. She actually dared to be engaged on her own at 16. On comparison, Luohua City Mistress felt that she was extremely pure at 16. I'll settle the scores with you at night. Yue Yang did not say it, but his expression revealed it all. He was warning Luohua City Mistress not to be too proud, if not he would punish her. You think I'll be scared of a pervert like you? Luohua City Mistress did not speak too, but her expression showed that his warning was useless. At most they could carry out the scenario of beauty fighting against a devil at night. Yinan and Yu Bing couldn't see it, even if they had, they wouldn't be able to understand what Yue Yang and Luohua City Mistress meant. Only Yu saw it and understood. With her heart racing, she left the place quickly, blushing. When Yinan followed Yue Yang back to the grimoire world and prepared to start her cultivation, Yue Yang used his Heaven Eye Divine Vision to check her progress out of habit. He was shocked by what he saw. He realized that Yinan's improvement exceeded his imaginations by a lot. She was 10 times more powerful than what he had imagined. In terms of preparations, forget about combat power, Yinan was already stronger than Yu, sickly beauty, Luohua City Mistress and even Princess Xian in the mental aspect. She was on par with Shui Wuxia and was only ranked below the Phoenix Beauty who owned the charm inherent ability in himself with the Heaven's Fury Fire Lotus. How did this girl even cultivate? How did the results come so rapidly? Yue Yang was amazed. Could it be that Yinan's aunt possessed some treasure that helped to increase Yinan's strength quickly? Or could it be that the Valley of Thousand Flowers itself was a hidden valuable location, such that Yinan could strengthen up quickly by cultivating there? Actually, it's because Yinan seemed to know what Yue Yang wanted to ask. She began to phrase her sentence out with an emotion mixed with joy and awkwardness. Anta told me that the best method of training the mind is to maintain a spiritual state, let the body rest and expand the limits of your mind. However, I couldn't calm myself and in the end, I thought of this method. Yinan's face reddened as she felt embarrassed. She lowered her head, not daring to look at Yue Yang. It was only after a while that she peeked at him and spoke with a mosquito-like voice, once, I accidentally discovered that thinking about you with all my might, could stabilize my heart and soul. Although it wasn't a spiritual state, it was a lot better than letting my imagination run wild. In the end, with the support of my guardian beasts, Small Fairy and Spirit Mirror, I was able to comprehend a new fantastic realm. Anta told me that it was called the Soul Realm. Yue Yang muttered to himself. He knew that Yinan was very accomplished in the mental aspect. However, he was unable to understand the Soul Realm that Yinan was talking about. Yinan thought that he did not believe him and summoned her golden grimoire. Bright lights flashed. The barrier quickly expanded. Compared to the past, Yue Yang felt that this barrier was bigger and had a faint mental defense power. Looking at Yinan's grimoire, she was actually a level 7 overlord and not yet a level 8 emperor. However, Yue Yang felt that Yinan's mental powers had already surpassed most rankers but her close combat strength was weak. If a condition was set before battle like being unable to begin a close combat battle, or protected by a barrier, then Yinan would probably be able to torment a level 2 innate to death with her mental powers. During the battle in the prison Emperor's Divine Palace, he could already see through Yinan's potential. She could truly formless kill people. Her combination with her spirit mirror was simply perfect. Small Fairy, Elemental Type Beast. Guardian Beast. Silver Level 3. Physical Body. Intelligent. Special Skills, Assist, Clarity, Spirit Chain Spirit Mirror, Special Type Beast. Gold Ranked Level 5. Spiritual, Illusionary Body. No Spiritual Knowledge. Special Skills, Spirit Transformation, Spirit Absorption, Spirit Mirror Fusion. Other these two potentially limitless beasts, Yinan also had a hallucination butterfly and a silver Pegasus. As for the timid spider witch, it had already been neglected for a long time to the point that Yinan and Yue Yang almost forgot about it. Yue Yang had never fully nurtured Yinan before because she was never part of his main fighting force. In terms of attack power or killing power, Yinan couldn't even be compared to Yu Bing. If it was the past, Yue Yang still didn't have the best method for Yinan to level up since mental powers were not Yue Yang's strongest point. However, after doing body fusion with the Phoenix Fairy Beauty, the mental powers from her charm inherent skill and the charm demon queen's innate ability to excite a person had merged with Yue Yang's mental power. This had greatly benefited Yue Yang's mental aspect. When Yue Yang helped the Phoenix Fairy Beauty reach the Elder Innate Realm, he came to realize something. When he looked at Yinan again, he discovered that Yinan's mental potential was a treasure trove. It was no wonder that the compassionate goddess of the Virgo temple chose to give Yinan the spirit mirror instead of Shui Wuxia or Yu Bing. In the past, I did not understand what to do, but now, I will make you stronger. I can even make you stronger than Luo Hua. Yue Yang couldn't help but feel guilty. The amount of effort he placed on Yinan was the least and yet she never complained. He extended his hand, lightly embraced Yinan, and kissed her perfect forehead as if it was natural. Yinan slightly trembled. She raised her small hands and slowly closed it. She remembered how she missed her lover's hug many times. Yue Yang did not impatiently made Yinan level up. This was because he knew her unlimited potential. She was a treasure trove that should not be rashly wasted. He must use the best method to open it. Other than thinking by himself, he also wanted to discuss this with Phoenix Fairy Beauty and the Night Empress to see if they had a better opinion. Naturally, these did not obstruct Yue Yang and Yinan in performing the lovers' double body fusion. They had already performed body fusion many times already. This time, they will start under the passionate embrace and when the conditions are right to ensure success. Yue Yang bent his head down as Yinan tried to suppress her heartbeat. Yinan slightly lifted her scarlet face. She shut her eyes tight and her breath became hurried. Her cherry lips carried a bit of impatience. She tiptoed and at the same time her lips landed on her lover's burning lips. Almost at the same time, Yinan's white arms circled around Yue Yang's neck and tightly hugged him. Her fierce heartbeat carried happiness, affection, nervousness, shyness. She felt that his lips carried an attractive force and an electric current. She felt that electric current spread over her body and cycled under their sweet kiss. Her passion blazed under the stimulating kiss. After an unknown amount of time, Yinan, who felt slight pain from her slightly swelling lips, loosened her hold on Yue Yang. She felt her face burn and her entire body go limp without a single bit of strength left. However, she loved the feeling of lazily resting on his embrace. She loved the feeling of security, feeling of happiness that he gave her. In his embrace, she did not need to think about anything as if she had everything in the entire world. 1,000-year enmity? 1,000-year secret? Everything felt far away from her. Are you tired? Yue Yang lightly carried Yinan up. The little girl's body was as light as a feather as if it did not have any weight. Yinan lightly shook her head. Towards Yue Yang's action of carrying her to bed, she did not think about resisting at all. She only felt that it was natural. With just one more step, he would probably want her entirety. She would not resist at all if it came to it. She had never thought of these things before. She only knew about cuddling in his embrace and soaking in their romantic two-person world. She enjoyed these sweet and warm moments. As long as she had him, she would never be lonely anymore, would not be the disciple, who shouldered the grudge of the Valley of Butterflies and Flowers, anymore. She would be his fiancée, Yinan. Kisses would never be enough. Again, and again. On the second day, when Yinan glowingly stood in front of everybody, everybody discovered that Yinan, who was soaked in love, was emitting an astonishingly beautiful brilliance, as if she was a different person. Because Yue Yang had cherished Yinan for an entire night, she did not nag Yue Yang anymore in the day and took the initiative to train battle skills with Yu Bing. After that was done, she went to help Fourth Mother cook. For the entire day, Yinan was busy and full of energy. Luo Hua City Mistress observed for a long time. She discovered that Yinan was not pushed down and couldn't help curiously asking Yue Yang, "What's the matter? Aren't you going to eat the little lamb in your mouth? It needs to be fattened a bit before eating." Yue Yang extended her wolfy claws and gently stroked Luo Hua City Mistress' butt. Hypocrite! Luo Hua City Mistress ignored her lover's mischief since he had already played with her entire body anyways. Since it was only touching, she also counterattacked and touched the inside of his pants while nibbling on his ears. "You are so pitiful, starving yourself by pretending to be a good child. Tonight, let sister love you." While the two people were flirting, Yu, who had an urgent matter, quickly came over. When she saw her little brothers and Luo Hua's dubious posture, she immediately blanked out and took a while to respond. Afterwards, she quickly turned around and left. Finished. We were seen by her. Yue Yang was rather embarrassed. It seems that his image in Yu's heart had been shattered. It's not only you. Luo Hua City Mistress blushed. When the hero, her, fought against the Demon King, him, she was indifferent towards using charm attacks against him. As a married couple, doing those kinds of things were normal. However, being seen flirting in the courtyard made her extremely embarrassed. She used her white fist to hatefully punch Yue Yang's shoulder and protested coquettishly at Yue Yang. If it was not because of Yue Yang's wolfy claws, that touched without caring for the time and place, she would also not be this bold and extend her hand inside his pants. Luckily, it was not Fourth Mother who saw it, or else she would be seen as shameless. Yue Yang hesitated a bit and still decided to go find Yu since she might really have something urgent. He noticed that Yu's ears were completely red. Seeing Yue Yang enter, she waved her hands and revealed what she intended to hide. "Xiao San, I did not see anything. Don't think too much about it. I was just going to ask something about runic circles. You should continue your business first. It's fine that you placed your matters first. Yue Yang was speechless. Yunan's guardian beasts were the small fairy and the spirit mirror. Yue Yang decided to temporarily ignore them. He would wait for Phoenix Fairy Beauty's return before thinking about it again. However, he decided to first level up and strengthen Yunan's Silver Pegasus and her 2 hallucination butterflies. Yunan's weak point was close combat. With the Silver Pegasus, her movement speed would be guaranteed. As for the hallucination butterflies, they would be Yunan's offensive weapon. Before the spirit mirror exhibits its strongest power, they would be Yunan's limited offensive power. In the past, the Silver Pegasus was already silver ranked. After obtaining the luck blessing from the Golden Horseshoe in the Sagittarius Temple and receiving the reward of intelligence, it had become a gold-ranked beast. Right now, it was a gold-ranked level 3 beast. Because it was not a battle-type beast and was not given any attention, its level up was very slow. The hallucination butterflies were even more pitiful. Although they were evolved from confusion butterflies, they were only silver rank level 4 beasts. They were inferior to the Silver Pegasus. Grooming beasts was an endless process. Naturally, other people would say it this way, but for Yue Yang that difficulty simply did not exist, especially battle-type beasts that need to eat magic crystals. First, he brought out 2 orbs, that he had obtained from Sea Clan Innates that he killed in the graveyard of the sea and then refined by Nirvana flames. He gave one to the Silver Pegasus while the other to the 2 hallucination butterflies in order to help them level up. If it was just the Silver Pegasus and the hallucination butterflies absorbing the innate orbs alone, 10 years would not be enough for them to finish them. Moreover, they might even explode since they did not have Hui Tai Lang's tolerance. Naturally, Yue Yang would not sit down and watch such a tragedy happen. Yue Yang used his innate chi and Nirvana flames to turn the Silver Pegasus into a burning horse. The Silver Pegasus, who could not support itself due to the pain, collapsed on the ground. It continued to neigh miserable. Its rebirth would only be completed after burning it for 10 minutes and evolving from it. Yu Shuang, who was watching on the side, almost cried. In the end, the Silver Pegasus completely changed. It increased in ranks. From a gold rank level 3 Silver Pegasus it evolved into a platinum rank level 2 Silver Horned Pegasus. Its burning wings were completely reborn. A silver horn was protruding from its forehead and its hooves became golden bright. With every step it took, a small round halo spread. Even if it did not open its wings, it could float in midair. Its silver eyes flashed with intelligence. A gold-ranked beast was simply too different from a platinum-ranked one qualitatively. 95% of the time, a normal beast would never become a gold-ranked beast. As for gold-ranked beasts, 95% of them would never become platinum-ranked. As for diamond rank, there were simply no way for beast to evolve into it. A diamond-ranked beast could only be born under special circumstances. As a result, platinum rank was actually the evolution point that most beasts yearn for. After evolving, the silver-horned Pegasus' 4 legs were much slimmer, its body much more elegant, its body proportions can make others gasp in amazement, its skin was white as snow. It could be said that no horse in the world could ever compare to it. When Yue Yang gifted it to Yunnan, it was only a small silver rank level 1 existence, but it already made Yunnan unable to contain her joy. Now, when she saw that it had successfully evolved into platinum rank, she excitedly cheered. Happy hot tears came out from her eyes. Platinum rank level 2 was absolutely not the silver-horned Pegasus' potential to evolve. In its stomach, the orb had not yet been fully digested, but it would be enough to let it continue to level up. Nay! The silver-horned Pegasus looked up and raised its hoof towards the sky. Its snow-white wings softly supported Yunnan, hinting her to climb on its back, as if it wanted to bring Yunnan to play in the skies. Faster than Yunnan, the impatient Yu Shuang quickly climbed on its back and grabbed its elegant silver mane. She shouted in high spirits, "Fly, I want to fly high." Yue Yang did not have time to accompany Yu Shuang to play and turned to look at the 2 hallucination butterflies. Yue Yang had already seen through their evolutionary direction with his Heaven Eye's divine vision. They were different from the silver-horned Pegasus that could be ridden. They would become cold-blooded blood-sucking hallucination butterfly demons, gold-ranked humanoid-type beast with demonic body. They would be able to confuse, poison and paralyze their foes and suck blood. Like this, the hallucination butterflies would already be impressive, but could they become even more impressive? For example, could he add Nightmare and Demon Eyes power to it? Yue Yang pondered. Yue Yang fused the Sea Clan Innate's orb, Nightmare's Soul Pearl and Demon Eyes crystal to make the hallucination butterflies evolve. Different from the silver-horned Pegasus, the hallucination butterflies once more entered into cocoons to further evolve. Yue Yang's prediction came true. After their chrysalis period, the 2 hallucination butterflies would definitely become terrifying hallucination butterfly demons when they come out of their cocoons. They were not ordinary hallucination butterfly demons. By taking in Nightmare and Demon Eyes powers, they would also own part of their skills. These would become important skills used to kill off the opponent during a fight. Hallucination, poison powder, blood-sucking together with nightmare and demon eye. Yue Yang estimated that even if he doesn't level up Yinan to an innate, just with her own mental power, with 2 hallucination butterfly demons and spirit mirror, she would probably be able to kill off opponents at innate level 3 and below. In battles where the weaker side wins against the stronger side, Yinan might be the one who could bridge the biggest gap. She was even ahead of Yue Bing with her intense poison inherent skill. Yinan also had a silk-spitting spider witch that was almost forgotten. Yue Yang felt that the spider witch's potential wasn't bad and barely acceptable. If Yue Yang did not know Zhang Ying the spider empress, the silk-spitting spider witch's grooming value wouldn't be big. Yue Yang would wait for Zhang Ying to wake up, maybe she'll have ways to level up this spider witch. There might even be unexpected surprises. Really? Then I'll have to thank Sister Zhang Ying lots. Yinan nodded her head in joy when she heard Yue Yang. She didn't even mind that Zhang Ying was a personified dragon girl. Actually, the silk-spitting spider witch was still loyal enough not to escape when facing against opponents. It was just that her level was too low and she didn't possess sufficient intelligence, causing her to be scared badly by the bronze-ranked barbarian cow that could use its eyes to insta-kill all life forms. The bronze-ranked barbarian cow in the past had been dominated by the phantom shadow, causing her to turn into today's barbarian cow Shadow Aman. Yue Yang felt that Yinan's offensive beasts were too little. The silk-spitting spider witch's ability to hinder the opponents would be of great help to Yinan. What Yinan lacked now was a weapon that could amplify her mental power. It would be best if it was a holy equipment so that even innate rankers would be scared witless by her. Of course Yinan's true combat power did not lie in solo fights, but in team fights. If the team were to be made up of Princess Qian's close-quarter attacks with her Prison Emperor Divine Sword, Shui Wuxia's double-layered thunder and frost attacks, the Sickly Beauty's protection with her crystal shield, Yue Bing's intense poison inherent skills, Luo Hua City Mistress's spiral aurora and Yinan's mental hallucination. This combination would probably cause so much headache to Shen Tian even with his 5 transformation power or the Black Prince even with his green phosphorus ghost fire. Yue Yang wondered how Princess Qian and Shui Wuxia's cultivation went. Especially Shui Wuxia who was personally guided by Zhi Zun. Where would she progress until? Definitely greater breakthrough compared to Yinan, right? Could the rogue tigress completely master the Prison Emperor's divine sword? Yue Yang was anticipating for the return of these 2 girls. On one hand, he missed them dearly, on the other hand Yue Yang tried to level up Yinan and Luo Hua City Mistress's ranks within the constraints of time. One man's strength would definitely be nothing compared to the strength of an entire team. There was still time. Once they were done defeating the Black Hell King, they would probably head on to Heaven Realm, relying solely on his own power to fight against the 3 great leaders of Heaven Realm and other powerful Heaven Realm rankers wouldn't be enough. Due to the reunion after being apart for a while, Yinan changed her usual tomboy attitude and was extra gentle to Yue Yang. She didn't pester him at night and let him return beside Luo Hua City Mistress. As long as there's half an hour of private time daily or cultivating the couple's body fusion together, Yinan would be contented. Since she maintained the state of platonic dating, she did not have much desires. Yue Yang's gentle caresses and kisses were enough to satisfy her. Of course, although she would feel a little bit embarrassed, she wouldn't reject Yue Yang's touchy hands. When he reached his hands into her clothes sometimes, she didn't feel uncomfortable, but instead, she would immerse herself in the joy of her lover's caress. It was due to her silent encouragement and ease of mind that their cultivation of couples body fusion progressed quickly. When she led Yue Yang into her soul realm with her heart and soul, the both of them reached an even higher zenith during their couple body fusion. As compared to Yinan, the progress made by Luo Hua City Mistress and the Sickly Beauty were naturally greater as they would cultivate married couples body fusion almost every night. Yue Bing was extremely hard-working. Under the occasional guidance of Yue Yang, her close fight combat skills improved the most. Yue Yang had already prepared for her 1,000-years-old Treant General's level up in advance. Under the aid of the Wisdom Fruit, Everlasting Leaf, Lustrous Branches, Underground Sweet Spring, and the Evil Tree Root of the Evil Millennium Ancient Tree, Yue Bing's 2,000-year-old Treant Generals started to evolve. Green light filled the space as a golden ray shot out from the Treant. Yue Yang used the Nirvana flame to burn away the 1,000 years Treant General's leaves and bodies, and then used his innate chi to regenerate them. Under the help of Yue Bing's green light tree Demoness, the burning Treant Generals continuously grew in agony, as they were forced to unleash their full potential. Their tree barks broke apart. The bark inside lengthened together with their branches as delicate green leaves grew out from the fire. A golden ray connected the 2 Treant Generals. When they were around 20 meters tall and about to stop growing, they got ready to turn into 10,000-year-old ancient tree kings. Yue Yang had already prepared 2 buckets of Titan's blood to be poured onto the tree barks. Upon seeing it, the green light tree Demoness used her spirit root skills immediately, such that the 2 evolving Treant Generals could take in the energy in the Titan's blood with all their might. The 2 Treant Generals started to grow crazily at the same time. Their barks gradually changed, as they lengthened and thickened continuously. It then stopped until they were 30 meters tall. The barks of the two treant generals gradually personified, as enormous pairs of arms began to form, and their tree top looked more like human heads. Their long branches were connected to their heads full of green leaves. Their dark bodies buffed up and their roots started to become similar to that of long, slender human legs. As Yue Yang carved heaven rune circles on them, their bodies started to change into the skin tone of that of titans, causing their dark skin to have a tinge of gold in it. After Yue Yang channeled through the heaven rune circle, the two treant generals leaped into mid-air. With a thud, they crashed into the ground, with their roots anchored deeply into it. They had officially surpassed the gold-ranked 10,000-year-old ancient tree king. As they broke through the limit of growth, they mutated and leveled up to become the platinum-ranked ancient titan tree, a brand new species, and also a brand new beast created by Yue Yang. Ancient titan tree, beast type guardian beast. Platinum rank level 1. Titan's body. King of all trees, immune to negative disturbances, weakens thunder and lightning attacks. Its leaves will remain green without withering. Its roots absorbs blood of living things and the energy of earth to regenerate itself. Special skills, entanglement, dizzy punch, whip, poison thorns, and stomp. Brother. Yue Bing's face turned red in excitement as she held on to Yue Yang's hand and jumped around. She hopped and jumped, but felt that it wasn't enough to express the joy in her heart. She was already very contented to be able to level up her treant generals into 10,000-year-old ancient tree kings. Now, her brother even created a brand new beast, ancient titan tree, uniquely owned by her. How could she not be touched? Yu, Yinan and the rest were happy for her too. They all went forward to congratulate Yue Bing for owning such a strong new beast. Only Yu Shuang looked around for a long time and mumbled. The trees are huge, but seems that they can't bear fruits. This little girl's priority was to eat fruits, she didn't care about anything else. Last, Kawi. The two ancient titan trees were sufficient to be Yue Bing's strongest aids. Next, it would be to groom her element-type guardian beast, Green Light Tree Demoness. Although the ancient titan tree mutated successfully, it didn't really significantly amplify Yue Bing's growth. The Green Light Tree Demoness on the other hand would be of greater help to Yue Bing, and could level up to become a holy beast more easily. Ancient titan tree? Wait for their wooden brains to develop high intelligence and become holy beasts? Impossible. The problem was that the rank of the Green Light Tree Demoness was still quite low at silver rank level 3. It would probably require more time to groom her. It doesn't matter. With the two ancient titan tree, I can help brother with his fight. Yue Bing was very confident. With these two powerful ancient titan tree, coupled with her own spirit manipulation and intense poison inherent skill, her combat power would increase by 10 times. Indeed, let Bing adapt to the control of these two ancient titan trees first. The thing regarding the Green Light Tree Demoness isn't a pressing issue, I'll think of something that could help Binger's Green Light Tree Demoness. Luo Hua City Mistress caressed Yue Bing's little cheeks. Forget about her position as a sister-in-law, even before they had established this relationship, she had already thought highly of Yue Bing, so she naturally dotes on her even more now. Thank you sister-in-law. Yue Bing was the most polite one. If Yinan hadn't emphasized that she wanted to be called sister in front of others, Yue Bing would normally address her as sister-in-law. As for Luo Hua City Mistress and the sickly beauty, Yue Bing had been calling them sister-in-law for a long time already. While everyone was celebrating the ancient titan tree's birth, Yue Yang saw a big sis, whom he hadn't seen for a long time, walking towards them from the aisle. She was the drunken cat big sis. Different from her usual state, she was very sober. Tian Luo Emperor Huasu Ri received Yue Yang's gift, Titan's Blood, a few days ago. Today, she sent the drunken cat big sis over to return the favor, that was, to give him a treasure called the Dream Jadeite. Even before the drunken cat big sis could fish out the Dream Jadeite, Luo Hua City Mistress already dragged her away for a chat. Yue Yang welcomed the little panda girl Niu even more than the drunken cat big sis. The cute little panda loli liked Yue Yang a lot too. After greeting the few women politely, she quickly opened up her arms and rushed into Yue Yang's embrace after stealing glances at Yue Yang and realizing that there was no one around him. Brother. Niu misses you very much. Oh yeah, Niu made a drawing as a gift for you, Grandpa said that it's very beautiful. Niu said in a loud voice. The grandpa she mentioned was Shui Donglu the old fox. Yue Yang was amazed. She knew how to draw? What did the little panda girl draw for him? Niu looked at the drunken cat big sis discreetly, before leaning in to speak to Yue Yang. Don't let mother see it, if not she'll be angry. Mother doesn't allow me to draw anything related to you, this was what grandpa taught me. She fished out a drawing. Yue Yang saw 3 men drawn with disorderly lines. On the left there was a tall man with unkempt hair, a fat girl with black and white stripes in the middle and a tall woman with long hair on the right. The 3 of them stood together hand in hand. Other than that, there was a sun, a moon, and stars in the sky, with a few flowers and grass on the ground. Yue Yang comprehended the drawing when he saw it, but he still feigned ignorance. Who is this? Is this Niu? Yes, this is me, this is mother, and this is brother. SHHH, you mustn't let mother see this, if not she will hit my butt. Niu, the little panda girl indicated that Yue Yang should keep this precious drawing quickly. How obedient of you Niu, I'll reward you with a maltose candy. Yue Yang was definitely an expert at coaxing children. The drunken cat Big Sis in the distance rolled her eyes. She apparently knew about this drawing, but she pretended that she didn't know to take care of the little panda girl Niu's feelings. Yue Yang coughed lightly as he carried Niu and walked over. What treasure does the Majesty wish to grant me with? The drunken cat Big Sis reached out her hand. Use your Xian wine to exchange for it. Yue Yang was speechless. He knew that things would turn out like this. Yue Yang had given the Xian wine to Junwu Yu, Elder Yu Hai and the old fox in the past. He guessed that the drunken cat Big Sis knew about it. I have the wine, but you can't get drunk from drinking it. Yue Yang quickly acted like an obedient child. If Luohua City Mistress, Sickly Beauty and Yu weren't around, he would probably make the drunken cat Big Sis drink until she's drunk since they were alone. Qilan wine is famous throughout the Tongtian Tower. I haven't tried it before, take it out quickly. The drunken cat Big Sis was definitely a violent woman before she gets drunk. She grabbed Yue Yang by the collar. It seemed that if Yue Yang didn't take it out now, she would force herself on him on the spot. Luohua City Mistress and the Sickly Beauty were accustomed to this already. But this was because Yue Yang was powerful enough. If it were others looking at the drunken cat Big Sis's crazed violent movement, they would have given her the Qilan wine without her opening her mouth. They wouldn't even dare to look at her in the eye. Princess Xian couldn't be compared with the drunken cat Big Sis. Although the rogue tigress loved to be violent, she would only be rough to people she knew well, she wouldn't be violent to others. But the drunken cat Big Sis was violent to everyone, except when she gets drunk. But then when the drunken cat Big Sis became drunk, Niu the little panda girl would be even more violent to protect her mother. Yue Yang brought out the Qilan wine, but didn't give it to her immediately. You are an innate already. Luohua City Mistress and the Sickly Beauty were stunned by what he said. Both of them turned and looked towards the drunken cat Big Sis. The Sickly Beauty wasn't calm like she usually was as she hugged her and cheered. Sister Yet, why didn't you tell us that you became an innate? When did it happen? Beats me too. Everyone was left speechless by the drunken cat Big Sis's words. Mom is only an innate when she's drunk. Niu the little panda girl's words made Yue Yang even more speechless. But thinking of it, that sounded logical too. I understand now. You can be in two different states now. When you are sober, you are lesser innate, and when you are drunk, you become a level 2 innate. This difference is abnormally huge. If this persists, your body wouldn't be able to take it. Yue Yang grabbed the drunken cat Big Sis's pulse and channeled his innate qi into her body. He then openly used his Heaven Eye Divine Vision to look at the conditions of her body. He arrived at a conclusion. The reason why you binge drink for such a long time was caused by these two states. Other than your own preference, you subconsciously wish to remain as an innate. That's why you keep drinking. Isn't this good? I can drink and become more powerful at the same time, there's nothing bad about this. I think this is great. The drunken cat Big Sis fought hard to snatch over the Qilan wine in Yue Yang's hands. But with her power, it wouldn't be easy to snatch the thing in Yue Yang's hand. Sister Yet, drinking frequently isn't good to your body in the long run. The Sickly Beauty tried to persuade the drunken cat Big Sis gently. She had done this over hundreds of times. How I can live on without drinking? The drunken cat Big Sis stand was that she could live without anything but wine. So, exactly what will happen if this persists? Yu was meticulous enough to catch the warning undertone in Yue Yang's words. Xiao San, tell everyone quickly. She will become more and more crazed after drinking, and will level up faster and faster in her drunken state. But when she's sober, she will forever remain as a lesser innate. When she becomes innate level 3 and above, her body won't be able to take it, and it will destroy itself. If she drinks this bottle of Qilan wine, she would fall into deep sleep for a few days, everything she drank will turn into her energy, but every aspects of her body will also be damaged. Her body could still withstand it now, but after she becomes innate level 3, her body won't be strong enough and she'll have to drink every day. She'll feel like she's imploding if she did not drink. Yue Yang warned with a mixture of facts and threats. Actually, if the drunken cat Big Sis continued to drink, she might not implode. Her body might adjust itself, but she won't be able to level up anymore. The only danger was that in battles in special regions, the drunken cat Big Sis would feel tortured without having wine to drink. After Yue Yang's explanation, Luohua City Mistress, Sickly Beauty and the rest were enlightened. Why does Sister Ye drink like her dear life depended on it? The reason was that she subconsciously wants to drink to remain at higher rank. If her body also felt more pleasant after drinking, it would then become an instinctive habit. And of course this result definitely wouldn't be the best way to progress. To become an innate, drinking would only serve as a strong aid. But one didn't necessarily have to drink in order to become an innate. Moreover, if she continued to drink like this, it would definitely be bad. Are there no other ways? Help her think of one. Luohua City Mistress looked at Yue Yang, asking him to contribute an idea. Ask her not to drink anymore. Yue Yang laughed. No way, I'd rather die if I can't drink. The drunken cat Big Sis rolled her eyes at Yue Yang and raised her fist in an attempt to punch him. But he received it with one hand. There's another way, that is, to become an innate even in your sober state. This closes the gap so even if she's stronger when she's drunk, her body won't get hurt. For example, the impact wouldn't be huge if she's innate level 3 when she's drunk, and an innate level 2 when she's sober. Yue Yang's words intrigued the drunken cat Big Sis. Although drinking was her priority, she also needed to take care of her health. She must not let it be destroyed just like that. How can we make Sister Ye into an innate when she's sober? The sickly beauty felt that it wouldn't be an easy feat make her angry. Yue Yang laughed as he kept the Qilan wine. When the drunken cat Big Sis was preparing to beat him up, he nodded and indicated that this was the angry state that she needed. That day when the Eastern Goblin Tribute launched their attack, the drunken cat Big Sis killed the abnormally strong Meihua Bothers on her own. Yue Yang couldn't figure out how she did it, but he seemed to know why now. Although she wasn't drunk, when she's angry, she would unleash her strength, so she managed to kill her opponent. This was similarly uncontrollable like how Yue Yang becomes invincible and would receive a 10 times power up when he's angry. After Luohua City Mistress heard it, she immediately patted his shoulders. We'll leave Sister Ye to you then. The sickly beauty indicated that she had confidence in her lover too. Yu left closely after. Yu Bing and Yinan went to cultivate together and tested out the strength of the new beast. Finally, there were only the drunken cat Big Sis and Yue Yang left. Of course there was Niu the little panda girl who was still all smiles, unaware that her mother is going to be at Yue Yang's mercy. How hard would being angry be? I always beat up so many people in a single day, but I don't see myself becoming an innate. The drunken cat Big Sis indicated her disbelief. Those aren't real anger. Yue Yang threw a golden coconut to Niu the little panda girl and asked her to share it with Yu Shuang. He then waved his hands towards the doubtful drunken cat Big Sis. Follow me, I can promise that you'll be cured within a few days and you can drink to your heart's content from then. Really? The drunken cat Big Sis initially didn't believe Yue Yang, but after hearing that she could drink freely, she was a little intrigued. She will follow him for the wine. They entered the practice hall. Yue Yang first asked the drunken cat Big Sis how she was related to the Night Empress. The drunken cat Big Sis refused to answer. He guessed that the drunken cat Big Sis was a junior in Night Empress clan. She might even be the niece of the Tian Luo Emperor Huasu Ri, making her the cousin of Luohua City Mistress and the sickly beauty. Of course, the drunken cat Big Sis would definitely be older than Luohua City Mistress and the sickly beauty. From her cultivation, Yue Yang suspected that she was already 100-year-old unmarried woman. To Earthlings, 100 years old is already considered to be a ripe old age, but to the people of the Soaring Dragon Continent, 100 years old was still young. To people in the higher levels of the Tongtian Tower, those who are 100 years old were considered to be children. Forget about other things, just taking the Golden Elves for example. Bao the Big Loli was already 160 years old, but she was still a Loli. An Earthling that was 160. The bones in the coffin would have rotted already. To those innate rankers who were easily a few hundred or even a few thousand years old, those 100-year-old warriors were just newbies. Only Yue Yang, who became an innate at 20 years old, made the old guys hang their heads in shame. Yue Yang didn't dare to ask the drunken cat Big Sis for her age. He would be asking to die if he did it. Yue Yang asked for the drunken cat Big Sis's name, but she refused to answer yet again. Of course she had a name, but Yue Yang didn't know it. Alright, if you aren't related to the Night Empress by blood then I'm at ease. Yue Yang took out his gold-ranked dragon-slaying spear and acted like a bully who wanted to take advantage of women. You wanna fight? This is easy. The drunken cat Big Sis was fearless as she immediately took out a bronze-ranked halberd from the equipment rack in the practice hall. She had previously used an alias, Dragon Spear Girl, and took part in the 100 Schools Elite competition. If not for the invasion of the Eastern Goblin tribe, she would have fought with Yue Yang. Now was just right since she had wanted to fight with him. Yue Yang indicated that there are rules for the fight. We'll fight for 3 rounds, I will unleash my power to the same level as you, so our fight will be purely based on skills and personal experiences, I won't use my strength to bully you. But, if you lose, you have to accept my condition. For example, if I request to touch your breast, you cannot resist, understand? The drunken cat Big Sis was incensed. Her beautiful eyes glared at Yue Yang sharply. You. As if he didn't see it, Yue Yang waved his hands, smiling. Rest assured, if you win, I'll let you touch me too if you wanted to. I won't resist. If you don't want to lose, then use your best skills and all your strength. I promise not to fight with help of any one of my beasts, I'd just be a lesser innate like you are in your sober state. If you can become an innate, you can surely win against me. If you can't, then blame it on yourself for being weak. The drunken cat Big Sis who was preparing to flare up was suddenly tongue-tied. Indeed, she was definitely at an advantage in this kind of fight. And she also understood that Yue Yang said those on purpose to motivate her. But even so, she couldn't accept it. This was harassment. It definitely was. The drunken cat Big Sis wanted to throw away the halberd and back out from the fight, she'd rather die from her body imploding. But when she saw the tinge of laughter in his eyes, as if scorning at how cowardly she was instantly angered. She smashed the halberd onto the ground. Let's fight, if I win, I will make an arrogant pervert like you bark like a dog. You actually dared to tease me, you don't know what death is, do you? She unleashed all of her power. She carried a majestic vibe that was akin to that of raging waves. The whole practice hall vibrated under the shock wave from her outburst. A giant silver dragon shadow flashed above her head. It wasn't a beast but a domain. Of course it was still far from a real domain, but even with this, it was terrifying enough. A lesser innate with an energy near domain energy. Her enormous power could be seen from here. Today is a good day. Yue Yang was undaunted. He was writing his diary, as he prepared to commemorate this glorious achievement where he could blatantly touch boobs. Last, even though he already does it every day. Now, Yue Yang finally understood why those students called this drunken cat Big Sis, Dragon Spear Girl. This was because of her battle skill. Whenever she thrusts with her spear, a dragon's shape appears. Although she was furious, the drunken cat Big Sis still hadn't lost her reasoning. Her first form Little Dragon Finding Path carried a probing characteristic and pierced towards Yue Yang's heart. She knew that using 90% of her strength could not even defeat this brat, so she was extremely careful in attacking or else she would lose. Moreover, the only possibility of defeating him was if she could rise to the innate realm. To not rely on wine to reach that level was her current goal. Just for this, she agreed to suffer the humiliating condition of letting him touch her breasts. Under this pressure, she hoped that she could break through, again and again, and beat this brat into a sorry state. Skill is lacking, chi is lacking, killing intent is lacking. In one breath, Yue Yang pointed out 3 of her weakness. He did not directly thrust the gold-ranked dragon-slaying spear. He rotated it and used the spear end to push aside the drunken cat Big Sis halberd. Then, he took advantage of this moment to pull the drunken cat Big Sis forward and make her lose her balance. Is that right? The drunken cat Big Sis was alarmed. Luckily, she was only probing him. If she used all her strength, she would probably be defeated in just one move. When Yue Yang swiped the spearhead in a circle, she used her waist to bend backwards as if she did not have any bones. Last, the matrix. She bent backwards in an arch shape to evade the attacks. Her spear, that had been pushed away, quickly revolved her body to dissipate Yue Yang's pulling force. Afterwards, she pressed the ground with one hand. She used her explosive strength to go under her legs like a snake and fly towards Yue Yang. The halberd in her hands once again burst out a terrifying spear light, that could swallow all living things, towards Yue Yang. Who could have imagined that the Yue Yang in front of her disappeared in a flash? He immediately appeared close behind her. The drunken cat Big Sis was alarmed, she simply could not react to this kind of speed. She gritted her teeth and angrily thrusted her halberd with 10 times normal speed to move her body forward and escape Yue Yang's grasp. In this critical moment, the drunken cat Big Sis looked back. If this was a real opponent, she would not do such a thing and only defend her body with all her might. However, she knew that Yue Yang would not harm her, so she turned her head to see how he would actually attack her. She only saw Yue Yang use the dragon-slaying spear to hit the floor, then his entire body shot towards her like a meteor. The moment the drunken cat Big Sis was too late to respond, a kick flew towards her perfectly round and outstanding buttocks. If this was not a competition. The drunken cat Big Sis understood, that if this was not a competition, if this was a life and death battle, she would have already received heavy injuries or even dead. The brat could completely deflect her attack and kick her butt. She knew that this was only a warning, but she still felt incredibly humiliated. Without a doubt, the brat's warning continued perverted intent. He could have kicked anywhere, yet he had to kick her butt. I will kill you, you huge pervert. The drunken cat Big Sis borrowed the momentum from Yue Yang's kick and spun in midair. The halberd in her hand shot towards Yue Yang like a poisonous dragon coming out of its hole. This attack carried her fury and faintly contained the power of a giant dragon's roar. The atmosphere in the entire practice hall slowed down as if a giant head was devouring downwards from the sky. Too slow. Yue Yang calmly thrust his spear outwards. He did not block the drunken cat Big Sis attack. Instead, he borrowed the power from her attack and spurred her body forwards. It was like the time when she was probing a while ago, but now, she was using her entire strength and did not have the chance to divert it. The drunken cat Big Sis was able to react quickly and immediately let go of the halberd. The halberd carried great power and fiercely shot towards one of the walls of the practice hall. With a whoosh, the halberd deeply nailed into the incomparably hard wall. It pierced up to the handle and around it was web-like cracks. While in midair, the drunken cat Big Sis was Yue Yang turned his spear around and used the end to sweep her over. In the moment of desperation, she did not think too much and flew towards Yue Yang's bosom. She used her hands to tightly hold his waist to prevent him from attacking. Then, she looked upward and prepared to give Yue Yang a German suplex. When she placed strength into her waist, the drunken cat Big Sis also discovered that Yue Yang also held onto her waist as the other hand went below her hips and propped up her thighs. Being a step ahead of her, he lifted her entire body up with an irresistible strength. Last, it's in triple X position, the one where one leg is propped up. Quickly let me down. The drunken cat Big Sis anxiously shouted. She discovered that she would only suffer losses when fighting against him in close combat. I will let go once you admit defeat. Yue Yang shamelessly maintained this posture and continued to enjoy the feeling of her splendid thighs. After letting go of the drunken cat Big Sis, her clothes appeared to be a bit messy. Her chest moved up and down as she panted. Her face was red with humiliation and also red from her anger. Her eyes were like spear point filled with killing intent that wanted to instantly kill Yue Yang. She glared at him for a long time and suddenly took a deep breath. She fixed her clothes and closed her eyes. If you agree to a bet, you must accept to lose. Come. Let me warn you, you can only use your claws to touch once. If you dare to touch more than once, I will chop it off. Actually, she knew her probability of winning against him was slim, but why did she make a bet with him? Moreover, to do this kind of bet. She also could not understand why. Of course, she at least understood one thing. If the person betting with her was not this pervert, she would not bet at all. She would rather die than to let others humiliate her. As for being humiliated by Yue Yang, she did not feel any aversion. This brat had already indecently looked at her for a long time. Letting him touch her only added a little bit to her losses. In the future, she would definitely take revenge once the opportunity arises. Although the drunken cat Big Sis showed an uncaring expression, her heart was actually tense. Her heart was beating like crazy. She thought, so what if I let him rub me this once? Once I win, I will chop off those claws of his. Although she consoled herself like this, the shame she felt was unendurable. She felt his fiery hands extend over. He lightly kneaded her left breast and stopped immediately. The drunken cat Big Sis felt that this was too strange. Only this quick? Why didn't this huge pervert take the opportunity to touch more? It was too different from what she imagined. She opened her eyes and discovered that the brat was writing a diary. Writing a diary? She took a peek and rage immediately filled her eyes. This was because what was written was, when I extended my hands to touch her, she closed her eyes with a happy expression. Who had a happy expression? She wished she could just kill him. Why would she have a happy expression? The drunken cat Big Sis was really angry to the point that smoke could be seen rising through her 7 orifices. She wanted to tear that diary apart, snatch Yue Yang's gold-ranked dragon-slaying spear, chase after Yue Yang and insist on killing him. Boom, boom, boom. The entire practice hall shook from the battle. In the garden, Luohua City Mistress stopped her hands, that were watering the plants. She looked at the distant practice hall and proudly smiled. Then, she continued to take care of her beloved flowers and plants. Yu, who was sitting inside the battle doll room, picked up the battle doll part, that had fallen from the shaking, and slightly sighed. In the kitchen, the little panda girl Niu, who was helping fourth mother wash the vegetables, crooked her head and cutely asked, "Are big brother and mother fighting?" Fourth mother slightly smiled and softly said, "They are not fighting, they are training." Yu Shuang, who was hugging a snow-white pillow, drowsily walked out, "So noisy." Fourth mother comforted her, "It would be better after a few more days. Do you want mommy to carry you? You should be able to sleep even if a major disaster happens." "Ah, you naughty girl. It's not that you could not sleep, you just want mommy to spoil you, see how I will spank your butt." Despite her scolding, she still carried Yu Shuang up after spanking her a few times a punishment. The little girl was not the slightest bit afraid. She embraced her mother's neck and smiled. Niu enviously looked at her. Her expression made fourth mother feel sorry for her, so she slightly stroked Niu's face. "If you're tired, fourth mother will carry you to sleep." "Thank you fourth mother, Niu is not tired." The little panda girl Niu happily shook her head. A sweet smile appeared on her round face. In the practice hall, Yue Yang calmly performed a shoulder throw and strongly threw the drunken cat Big Sis on the floor. It was more than enough to let him touch if she lost the bet. But now, this brat wanted to remove her clothes? If this continued for another round, wouldn't he already rape her? Yue Yang accidentally let out his thoughts and quickly explained the misunderstanding. "Actually, this is a misunderstanding. This phrase came from the language of a very vulgar race. It means that I have defeated you." When the drunken cat Big Sis heard it, she became madder. Just because I let you defeat me, I have to remove my clothes. What do you mean by ashamed enemy? Who's ashamed? Didn't I accept my defeat? Just because I gave you an inch, you already want a mile. This is really a misunderstanding. Yue Yang tried to endure laughing with all his might. If I defeat you, you must also remove your clothes. The drunken cat Big Sis could not endure this brat's self-admiration anymore. If you defeat me, you could say ashamed enemy, I will remove my clothes, so go wash it. Yue Yang's words made the drunken cat Big Sis flabbergasted. Shiro, I gave up. Te Kisho, you to ri chi ma shi ta. Anyone know what this means in Jap? Are there any others? The drunken cat Big Sis felt that these two phrases did not fit since she would suffer losses. There's another one, if you defeat me, you could also say ashamed enemy, I will remove my clothes, so go iron them. Yue Yang earnestly replied. Shiro, something along the line. Te Kisho, uze to ri chi ta wa. Anyone knows what this means in Jap? The drunken cat Big Sis almost fainted. The final phrase could not even be compared to the first two. The drunken cat Big Sis felt the blood in her body boil and seized Yue Yang up. She angrily shouted, I will not remove my clothes. If I wanted to remove, I would remove yours. Go die, you pervert. This mother hasn't settled anything yet. You want to remove my clothes? I will bite you to death. Boom, boom. Another round begins. The drunken cat Big Sis made an exception not to drink today. But when she was eating, she glared at Yue Yang with a gaze filled with more hatred than one would use to look at their arch-enemy. Feeling that she would flare up at any moment, Luo Hua City Mistress hurried Yu to sit on one side of the drunken cat Big Sis while she sat on the other, preventing the drunken cat Big Sis from grabbing any opportunity to flip the table. Everyone was sensitive enough not to talk about what happened, so they did not touch anything about her cultivation with Yue Yang. They did so to prevent her from becoming incensed and confront Yue Yang as a result. Without her saying anything, everyone had already known that she had been taken advantage of. Forget about Yue Yang being extremely powerful, he had undergone repeated cycles of cultivation already. By just being a level 1 innate, Yue Yang had the power of a level 6 innate. Even if he lowered himself to a lesser innate, Yue Yang did not even need to use his trump cards, the Nirvana Flame and the World Exterminating Wheel, to defeat the drunken cat Big Sis. Even if she becomes a level 2 innate in her drunk state, she would still be far from the power Yue Yang possessed. To put it short, if she wanted to defeat Yue Yang in his lesser innate state, she would have to level up to become an innate level 4 or even level 5. Even so, it had to be under the condition that Yue Yang didn't use his beasts, and is solely relying on his skills. I'm full. The drunken cat Big Sis ate a bowl of rice angrily as she gave Yue Yang a death glare before she left. She was already very angry. It was because of Fourth Mother that she was willing to eat on the same table as Yue Yang. Suppressing the urge to drink, she returned to the practice hall and continued to cultivate. Although she was angry, she wasn't stubborn. She practiced all the skills and methods Yue Yang used on her in the morning over and over again, turning his skills into her own. While she kept waving the gold-ranked dragon-slaying spear as she practiced, she gradually gained some understandings. If she didn't attempt to practice, she would never know the secrets that lied in Yue Yang's combat skills, and she would never know the true gap between them. She wouldn't even know that she could use a spear like this, and its use in counteracting the opponent's moves. The more she trained, the more shock she received. Although she knew that there was a giant gap between Yue Yang and her, she never thought that he could surpass her in terms of combat skills by so much. She was best at using spears while he would probably be best at using knives or swords. He could land her in such a sorry state even without using his Huijin magic blade and the crescent blade, so if he had really used them, then she'd probably. Thinking of this, she calmed herself down and sorted her thoughts. She tried to copy Yue Yang's moves as much as possible in an attempt to understand his state of mind then. Since he was stronger than she was, it was appropriate for her to copy his skills. It'd be best if she could surpass him using the skills she learnt discreetly from him. She would then use them on him to make him incensed. Just when the drunken cat Big Sis was focused on learning his skills, Yue Yang got started on creating his own battle doll. He had prepared all the components already, and not to mention, he's got the Dream Jadeite, Titan's Heart and God's Blood now. The sickly beauty was almost done with studying the Heaven Rune Circle on the Golden Coffin too and would probably complete it within a few days. Yu had categorized the drawings of the weapons of the battle dolls and other necessities. The only thing left was waiting for Yue Yang to work on it. Let's create the Angel's Blade on the battle doll at a later time. You really don't want to level up your Angel's Blade. Yue Yang felt that the supreme silver-ranked Angel's Blade on Yu had weakened. Since he wasn't sure when the battle doll could be completed, Yue Yang wanted to use the best components to level up Yu's Angel's Blade. Nope, this is already the best to me. Yu quickly shook her hand. Her heart warmed up with the mention of the Angel's Blade created by Yue Yang. Actually, we have enough components. Yue Yang tried to persuade her. That's only the best estimation. I'm not the main fighter, my job is to heal everyone, so the silver-ranked Angel's Blade is enough. Moreover, it's better than most of the gold-ranked treasures. Yu was reluctant to make Yue Yang waste more components on her, and also, this current silver-ranked Angel's Blade could already make people in awe and envious of her. Alright. Yue Yang gave up persuading her. He then got out the second inheritance left by Yu Gong, the mysterious crystal pillar. It spanned over 10 meters, with a width of 2 meters and thickness of 1 meter. It had a wide base, straight body and a slightly sharp top. It was filled with energy as numerous heaven runes were carved on the surface and insides of the crystal pillar. It gave off a pale white glow, and a faint rainbowish shimmer. Its base was chipped, as if dug out by another sharp treasure. This was what that puzzled Yue Yang the most. Yu Gong wasn't a strong warrior, and he didn't have any equipment, so how did he dig out this part of the crystal and use it as the core to move the beasts? Yue Yang tried to use the platinum-ranked Huijin magic blade to cut it, but it couldn't cut through this mysterious crystal pillar. The Huijin magic blade was usually very useful towards other metals and could slice them like they were clay. For the Huijin magic blade to be unable to cut through the crystal pillar, its sturdiness was clearly shown. Let's try using the god-killing dagger. Yu saw Yue Yang cut other components using it, but she wasn't sure if it could cut through the crystal pillar. Yue Yang realized that the holy-ranked god-killing dagger was indeed different. Under the support of his innate qi, he slowly shaved a bite-sized crystal shard. How did Yu Gong manage to shave such a large portion of the crystal pillar without the holy-ranked god-killing dagger and innate qi? Yue Yang really didn't understand why. Moreover, merely shaving it wouldn't do. The core of all battle dolls must be either spherical or diamond-shaped. How did Yu Gong achieve this? Without nirvana flames, how did he melt the crystal shard into spherical or diamond shape? Doubtful, Yue Yang used large amount of innate qi and nirvana flame that had burned for half an hour to melt the few crystal shards into crystal spheres. Yu saw that Yue Yang was perspiring profusely, so she wiped them away heart-achingly time after time. Since she couldn't help him in the creation, she could only help by taking care of his well-being. Seeing Yue Yang's vexed and doubtful look, Yu wished that she knew all the answers in the world and tell him all its secrets, so that he could stop wrinkling his eyebrows. Yue Yang didn't know the way to make crystal spheres from crystal shards as it wasn't recorded in the puppet encyclopedia. So, he could only use the most foolish way, that was, to use force. He unleashed his power to innate level 3. He then used the god-killing dagger coupled with innate qi to produce a sharp sword light, which then slowly cut through the base of the crystal pillar. Afterwards, Yue Yang used the nirvana flame blade to slowly melt every line that was cut. He planned to separate the base from the pillar itself and cut the base into irregular pieces that ranged from a few kilograms to over 10 kilograms. Cutting all these made Yue Yang beyond tired. Surely there was an easier way, but it was a pity that Yue Yang didn't know it. Using brute force was an inefficient method. Luckily, he had innate qi and nirvana flame, if not he wouldn't be able to do anything to the crystal pillar. You should rest for a while. Yu could only help by passing Yue Yang water and wipe away his perspirations. She really hoped to be of more help, but too bad she couldn't do more. How did he actually do it? How did Yu Gong manage to cause a hole on the crystal pillar? Yue Yang kept questioning himself. Yu wanted to answer him very much, but she didn't know the answer either. Yu Gong is extremely weak according to hearsay, and he doesn't have any treasures. Forget about cutting the crystal pillar, he shouldn't even be able to move this. This thing isn't tofu. Yue Yang conceded defeat to Yu Gong. He was really a genius that Yue Yang himself felt that he wouldn't be able to compare to. Yu helped by wiping away Yue Yang's perspirations and helped massage his shoulders. Seeing that he was comfortable, she increased her strength. She felt useless that she could only do so much for Yue Yang. However, she was not smart enough so she couldn't help him. It would be good if Shui Wuxia or Princess Qian was here. Especially Shui Wuxia who had been inspiring him the most. She might have some clues. Yue Yang continued to think for a long time about the method Yu Gong used. As he couldn't arrive at anything, he could only continue to resort to brute force. When Yu was backing off, she saw some of the components there had fallen on the ground. She quickly bent over and picked them up, but before she knew it, her forehead banged onto the meteorite vital gold that was protruding on the table. She covered her forehead in pain. Bearing with the pain, she stood up, unwilling to distract Yue Yang and affect his work. She felt something abnormal in her hand. On reaching it out, she discovered blood stains on her fingers. Turns out that the tender skin on her forehead was torn. She decided to use the healing water to heal it without letting Yue Yang know about it. Just when she summoned her water ball, a sudden realization flashed across her mind, and she suddenly shouted. When did you injure yourself? Yue Yang raised his head upon hearing her shout and realized that her forehead was bleeding. Don't mind me, I'm fine, go and try it quickly. The reason why Ancestor Yu Gong was weak and pale might be due to him constantly losing blood, I mean, he might have used his fresh blood too. Maybe his blood had a certain effect, I don't know too, but this is my gut feeling, fresh blood might work. I'm not sure if I'm correct since I just thought of this. Yu was afraid that she would forget about it, so she quickly shouted. Although she wasn't sure if it was the correct way, her gut feelings told her so. Blood. Yue Yang's entire body shook when he heard it. There was a light glimmer in his eyes. He was immediately enlightened after Yu's advice. He quickly grabbed onto one of the crystal shards and held it in his hand. He then used the god-killing dagger to slice his palm. But there weren't any activities on the crystal shard long after it was stained with blood. Yu was utterly disappointed. She saw that her brother trusted her wholeheartedly only to realize that it was the wrong method. She felt very guilty. With tears in her eyes, she rushed to his sides and wanted to heal the wounds on his palm. A drop of tear dripped onto the crystal shard that was stained with blood. Suddenly an amazing light was given off. The entire crystal shard was giving off a blinding white light as numerous heaven runes flew up to the sky. They floated in the sky, giving off a bright glow. Seeing this scene made Yu so excited that she almost suffocated. They succeeded. Turned out that it wasn't enough just with fresh blood, it had to be complemented with tears. Yu wanted to hug her brother and cry, she was finally of some use. Yue Yang channeled his innate qi into the crystal shard, causing the mysterious patterns formed by the runes to form again. Those solid crystal shards melted like ice and became water. They then accumulated to form a small ball. Using his will, Yue Yang could turn them into crystal beads or diamond-shaped crystals. He could shape them into anything he wanted. When Yue Yang stopped controlling them, the diamond-shaped crystals gave out a glow, causing them to harden again and revert back to crystals. But the shape had already turned into the diamond shape Yue Yang wanted. We succeeded. Yu embraced Yue Yang as she cheered, crying and laughing. Her excitement couldn't be described with words. Sister Yu, you are my lucky star. Yue Yang hugged Yu excitedly. He couldn't suppress his joy, he threw her up and received her when she fell down. Xiao-san, put me down. Don't do this, if people were to see us. It went on for a few rounds before Yu remembered that she was his sister. She immediately stopped him, and opened up her angel's blade when Yue Yang did it again. She flew 2 meters away, unwilling to let Yue Yang do it again. It was no wonder the weak and sickly Yu Gong could create such a hole. Thank you, Sister Yu. You haven't treated your wounds. Yue Yang didn't realize that his affectionate actions appeared ambiguous as he quickly used his innate qi to treat her. I'm fine, it's a very small wound. Yu wanted to reject him. But on seeing his face that was filled with concern, she gave in and let him heal her. She closed her eyes, and felt his warm hands touching her forehead, causing a cold sensation on her wound. She didn't feel painful, but instead, she felt joyous. It's so good to have a little brother. Last, finally able to log in the site again. Hooray! Just like this, Yue Yang became the coach of the drunken cat Big Sis during the day, where he would also conveniently tease her and touch her. And during the night, he would focus on creating the battle doll. With the notes in the puppet encyclopedia written by Yu Gong the ghost genius and the 6,000 years old ancient battle dolls possessed by the Black Hell King, as a basis, Yue Yang was progressing rapidly since all the components were already prepared. Yue Yang had already opened up the 3 ancient battle dolls he got from the Black Hell King's secret base numerous times and studied them. The 3 battle dolls didn't have genders, but their bodies were made to resemble that of a female's. Maybe through this they could bewitch more people. Who would suspect a beauty to actually turn out to be a robot? Yue Yang also realized that the internal parts of the battle dolls were quite similar to that of Cai Yi. As for the other 2 battle dolls named He Yi and Bai Yi, only their height and body shape differed slightly. If one were to completely cut their artificial human skin, they were completely similar to the others. To the ancient battle dolls in the golden coffin, these 3 battle dolls were only of mediocre level. The Transformer battle doll made by Yu Gong were all low level or below average due to the constraint of certain conditions. Due to the passage of time and disappearance of technologies, the skills used to make above average and top grade battle dolls were already lost. The battle dolls which possess their own consciousness and emotions made by Yu Gong were top-notch products similar to the blueprints found in the golden coffin. In the drawings, there were a few points stating that there existed a supreme grade battle dolls during the Taigu period. These battle dolls could switch between human form and battle doll form, and possess both the characteristics of human beings and battle dolls. Not only do they possess life, consciousness, logical thinking, and emotions, they also have souls. These supreme grade battle doll only existed in legends. Their existences were similar to that of supreme divine weapons. And the battle doll in the golden coffin were uncannily identical to Yu Gong's design. Once they succeed in making it, it would undoubtedly be a holy ranked battle doll. It could even turn into a human-shaped divine weapon. As for Cai Yi, He Yi, and Bai Yi, the 3 ancient battle doll, they were probably platinum ranked. If Yue Yang could think of something to upgrade them, with the power of runes, they could possibly rank up to the peak of platinum rank. Of course, it wouldn't be quite possible for the 3 battle dolls to rank up to become holy ranked battle doll that possessed life like Battle Angel. Moreover, if Yue Yang was capable of that, he would have ranked up his Crescent Moon and Huijin Magic Blade to holy ranked. This would at least increase the power of his weapons. There were still a lot of possibilities for the Huijin Magic Blade since Yue Yang had the Titan's blood. If Yue Yang could successfully fuse the Flame Lord's Molten Core and Demon Dragon's Crystal, coupled with the Demon Pearl from Dark Golden Spectre and the Silver Soul Pearl from Golden Devil, with these 5 components fusing completely and the addition of Yue Yang's runes, it wouldn't be a problem to level it up to holy ranked. But now Yue Yang's ambition was to make it a divine weapon. He guessed that he was still lacking certain components. God's Blood, God's Water, Meteorite Vital Gold, Titan's Heart, Crystal Men Corpses, and Dream Jadeite. He had to keep all these precious treasures to accomplish Yu Gong's third last wish. So Yue Yang had decided to postpone ranking up his Huijin Magic Blade. Firstly, he didn't have enough components, secondly, since he had the God-killing dagger, he had sufficient equipment to use, and thirdly, since the Black Hell King hadn't launched his attack, it wouldn't be too late for Yue Yang to level up the Huijin Magic Blade when the war starts. Xiao San, let's slow down. It's not good for your body to lose so much blood in one go. Yue Yu's heart ached for Yue Yang when she saw his crazed act. It's okay. Yue Yang used the God-killing dagger to slice his palm and poured down a large amount of blood. But his body's self-recovery speed was extremely fast, so his wound healed itself at a speed even a naked eye could observe. Even for a huge wound like this, it stopped bleeding after a while, causing Yue Yang to cut open his blood vessel repeatedly in order to make his blood stain the crystal pillar. Yue Yu's heart ached for Yue Yang so much that she cried and tears kept rolling down her cheeks without her having to build up her emotions. Yue Yang shaped the crystal pillar into all kinds of shapes he desired and fused it with the crystal men corpses he got from the Crystal Canyon. He refined the top-notch and purest components with his Nirvana flame and used it to make the battle doll's body in Yu Gong's third wish. Even as he exhausted all his crystals and borrowed large numbers of crystals from Tian Luo Kingdom's treasury, Yue Yang was only able to extract crystal essence the size of a watermelon. It wouldn't be quite possible to make it into an adult, but it would still barely pass if one were to use it to make the body of a kid. The best part would be used to make its body. For the crystal essence that was slightly impure, it would be used to make the crystal doll's second form. Because according to the ancient blueprint in the golden coffin, this battle doll had 3 forms. The first one would be the normal form, the second one would be cultivating form and the third one would be the fighting form. Yue Yang would add metals such as the meteorite vital gold and secret silver and fuse them together for her third form. They would form her armor, hence achieving the form of the battle angel clad in armor. It was a pity that Yue Yang didn't know how to turn the crystal doll into a human body, if not he would definitely have tried to make a supreme divine weapon, the battle angel, from the Taigu period. The god's blood had already been purified by Yue Yang's nirvana flame. Yue Yang even used his own fresh blood to fuse the two together to form a new blood. This was initially impossible as God's blood would never fuse with other types of blood, but Yue Yang's bold try proved it wrong. It was an unexplainable success. The huge drop of the new God's blood would serve as the origin of life for the crystal doll. As for the blood of the crystal doll, it would be a mixture of Yu, the sickly beauty and Luo Hua City mistress's blood. Although their blood wouldn't mix together too, Yue Yang succeeded yet again after the fusion of God's water and new God's blood. But he soon realized that it wasn't enough. If he wanted to make the crystal doll similar to that of a human child, he would need more women's blood. Not only Yu Bing, Yinan, and the drunken cat Big Sis, even Chuang Er and Niu Niu the little panda girl all draw out a little of their blood to be added to the pool of new blood. Only Fourth Mother rejected directly, refusing to let Yue Yang study her blood. This puzzled Yue Yang a lot and it made him feel that she's even more mysterious. Yue Yang had already confirmed the list. It wouldn't matter if the blood essence wasn't enough, there were still the Phoenix Beauty, Shui Wuxia and Princess Qian. If it still didn't work out, Yue Yang would brace himself to ask Sky Disaster, Night Empress and Zhizun. Maybe they would be willing to offer some of their blood. And also the dragon girl Zhang Ying who was almost identical to any other human girls. The blood of Lu Yat, Xia Yi, and the half-elf girl were also in the backup list. He didn't have to mention his own beasts. Lamia Loli Xia Wen Li, Bloody Queen Red, Golden Crown Thorny Flower Queen Duo, Barbarian Cow Shadow Aman would be added at the end. Of course, these additions weren't urgent. The most difficult question Yue Yang was facing would be the method he should employ to fuse the meteorite vital gold and Titan's heart perfectly together. The meteorite vital gold would be a necessity, as it would be the divine tool that could grow and evolve together with the crystal doll. And it would also be connected with the armor and weapons on its body. Without it, the crystal doll wouldn't have a third form. It wouldn't do without Titan's heart too, because it would be used to provide the crystal doll with most of its energy to perform its action. Titan's heart would be better than any one of the dragon's crystals, because Yue Yang hadn't seen any giant dragon that was of heaven rank. On the other hand, Titan's heart originated from the injured ancient Titan Wusu, who was at heaven rank level 1. After Yue Yang's refinement using his nirvana flame, he conserved the essence of the ancient titan's energy, and also since it occupied a small volume, it would be suitable to be used as the battle angel's heart, which would supply energy for all activities in its body. Yue Yang hadn't thought of the best way to fuse the two. But according to the drawing, Yue Yang understood that he could place Titan's heart in the second form and use the meteorite vital gold to connect the second and third forms together. How would he achieve perfect fusion? How would he ensure that he would definitely succeed? Yue Yang was still in the midst of thinking. Actually there is a way, that is, to use the dream jadeite. Luohua City Mistress came out with a way for Yue Yang. It's too risky, I feel that this guy's dreams are all sexual ones, so it will definitely fail. The drunken cat Big Sis violently objected to it as she didn't think that it would work out. Dream jadeite. The dream jadeite was said to be the one of the greatest wish-granting treasure in the Tongtian Tower together with the wishing Dutchman's pipe. It could realize the dream of its owner, no matter what dream it was. It will realize one's wish strictly according to the dream, showing its owner's truest wish. All wishes would be restricted by the ancient code. If the dream was outside of the ancient code, and unable to be realized, the dream jadeite would then break and be gone forever. Yue Yang knew about the function of this treasure a few days ago, but he didn't dare to use it. It could be said that this was the best treasure in the world. It could also be the worst treasure in the world. Everything was dependent on the user. If he were to be a wishful thinking lunatic who dreams of conquering the world or becoming God, then it would definitely break and dissipate into thin air. If he were to be a decent resident who wished to turn rock into gold, then his wish would most probably be granted. During the ancient times in Tongtian Tower, there existed a type of warrior that could use beasts to control dreams. They were known as the dream-controlling summoners. They specialized in realizing dreams of others, but this profession was lost 8,000 years ago. If not for the ancient book borrowed by the drunken cat Big Sis from Tianluo Emperor, Huasu's imperial library, Yue Yang wouldn't know of such a profession. What was in Yue Yang's dreams? Are they all sexual? Of course not. The reason why Yue Yang didn't dare to use it was because he would normally enter the space of the sword spirit goddess to cultivate during his dreams. If this dream is truthfully reflected, he'd be dead meat with Luohua City Mistress, Yu, and the rest knowing his secrets. That was why he didn't dare to use the dream jadeite. He was afraid that this amazing thing would reveal all of his secrets. It's a pity that I don't know what you want exactly, if not I can help you. Fourth mother sighed regretfully. What? Yue Yang was secretly shocked. Could it be that the fourth mother's occupation was the dream-controlling summoner, one that had been lost for 8,000 years? If she wasn't good at it, she wouldn't have put it like this. If she knew how to control dreams, even if she wasn't a dream-controlling summoner, she would be a special person. Normal men wouldn't be able to control their own dreams. With fourth mother's power, she could actually control dreams. This seemed a little suspicious. Of course Yue Yang didn't dare to say it directly. He would wait and observe. You can try it yourself, Sanner. Your willpower is enough to control your dreams. Fourth mother seemed to have something on her mind and wanted to teach Yue Yang something, but she didn't say it in the end. She held on to Shuang'er and Niu and left, as if she hadn't said anything and reverted back to being any other normal mother. Yue Yang wanted to learn from her very much, but he couldn't force it. It wouldn't hurt to try anyway. If this dream jadeite broke, the worst case would be spending huge amounts of money to buy another in the 6th floor of Tongtian Tower. Yu supported Yue Yang too. Xiao-san, try it, I think you'll definitely succeed. Last, happy 500th chapter. Shiro, happy 500th chapter. Yay, laughing face.